Reincarnation was supposed to be a chance to start a new life, but he instead endured the tragic loss of both parents, the complete destruction of his legs, and became a total invalid. Gawain struggled to open his eyes amidst the searing pain, the intense dizziness nearly suffocating him. Each breath felt like a knife slicing through his chest, accompanied by the excruciating sensation of fractured bones, while the heavy stench of blood lingered in his nose and mouth. At that moment, 2 lifetimes of memories surged through his mind like a raging torrent. In his previous life, he was a corporate drone who had been struck and killed by a truck. In this life, he was Gawain Clover, the only son of a herbalist family in Antler Town. To his dismay, this rebirth was not the beginning of a new life, but the continuation of a nightmare. Monsters had attacked Antler Town. Gangs had looted Noba's commercial street, and he had been gravely injured by the hammer of the grinning skullcrusher, Soren. Even the shallow act of breathing sent waves of pain through his body, leaving him trembling. He tried to sit up, but his legs were completely numb. The mere effort of lifting his hands drained all his strength, and he collapsed back onto the small bed covered with animal hides. Just then, the wooden door creaked open, letting in a stream of light as a short, plump woman hurried inside. Thank the goddess of life for her mercy. Little Gawain, you've been unconscious for 2 days, but you're finally awake, she exclaimed. Aunt Marion, Gawain recognized the neighbor and asked hoarsely, how's my family? Even this simple question brought forth the harshest answer. Old Holt and Belinda have been taken to the goddess of live's divine realm. Little Gawain, you must grieve but stay strong, Marion said, wiping her eyes. Moments later, a thin, stern-faced middle-aged man entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. His announcement only deepened the despair. Gawain's legs were shattered, and 5 of his ribs were broken. Even if he survived, he would live the rest of his days relying on crutches. Worse yet, he would have to bear all the medical expenses himself. As the bitter pain-relieving concoction began to take effect, Gawain's thoughts became clearer. To his astonishment, he realized he had been transported into the world of Chronicles of the Sorcerer, a game filled with monsters and deities, an impending Ragnarok, and the lurking presence of the nameless void spirit. For someone who had just faced death, the desire to survive burned all the more fiercely. Gawain quickly conceived a treatment plan since the goddess of life had not yet fallen and Ragnarok hadn't begun. All he needed was a priest from the Church of Life to heal his injuries completely. The lofty priest indeed had no time to pity the lowly and wretched. Gawain lay on his bed, his mind racing until he quickly devised a plan. Summoning his strength, he turned to Mark, who was still rambling on. Brave Mark, I need your help with a small matter, he said. Mark's eyes darted around suspiciously, clearly harboring doubts. Gawain wasted no time and named his price directly. 10 copper stars. That's the rate you mentioned. At the mention of payment, Mark immediately stood up, his chest puffed out with pride. Go ahead, brave Mark will get the job done perfectly, he declared. Gawain felt a flicker of satisfaction, but kept his composure as he revealed his plan in full. Mark's eyes widened in shock, his face betraying his disbelief. What? Are you insane? Where are you going to find 100 gold dragons? He exclaimed. Mark had rarely even seen gold dragons in his life. Even though the Clover family was respectable, they hardly seemed to have that kind of wealth, especially now, with Gawain's home ransacked by a gang. Gawain didn't want to waste time arguing. He resorted to taunting. What's this? Brave Mark can't handle such a small task. Mark stepped back repeatedly, trying to dissuade him. Brave Mark can handle anything. But you'll have to face Father Nick's wrath yourself. Gawain, my friend, the esteemed Father Nick has a fondness for burning heretics alive. You're not a noble, you'll die. That's none of your concern, Gawain said with firm resolve, his tone unwavering. He pressed on with his provocation. Now's the time to prove that Mark isn't a coward. Mark's face flushed with indignation. Gritting his teeth, he stormed out of the room. Gawain sank back onto his bed, letting out a slow breath. His face was deathly pale, but his heart raced with anticipation. If his plan succeeded, he would finally have a healthy body by the end of the day. But there was still one more hurdle to overcome, and he needed to conserve his strength. Gawain kept reminding himself not to fall asleep, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. When he was startled awake by movement nearby, he opened his eyes to find a stern-looking, bald middle-aged man standing by his bed. The man wore a loose gray robe, with a green sapling symbol of the goddess of life embroidered on his left shoulder. In his left hand, he held an ornate clay urn. His cold, impassive gaze bore down on Gawain. Meanwhile, the Alba family huddled in the corner of the room, their expressions humble and fearful, not daring to make a sound. Father Nick, Gawain croaked, his voice raspy. He quickly steadied himself. Father Nick let out a cold snort, his tone indifferent. I hear you intend to donate 100 gold dragons to the church. The Alba family immediately held their breath, terrified of provoking Father Nick's ire. Mark, the instigator of this situation, buried his head low, as if he could already see Gawain being consumed by flames. The goddess of life was merciful, but her divine authority was absolute. Those who blasphemed her had never met a good end. Yes, Gawain responded earnestly, launching into the explanation he had prepared in advance. The Clover family wishes to donate 100 gold dragons to the Church of Life and seek the goddess' blessing. However, 2 days ago, my home was ransacked by bandits, and I currently don't have the funds on hand. Father Nick's expression darkened, his face growing stormy as if he were on the verge of an outburst. Gawain quickly added, "But I plan to donate in installments, contributing a small portion each month and paying the full amount within a year. As compensation, I will donate an additional 20 gold dragons. This is my promise, as Gawain Clover, on behalf of the Clover family." Gawain finished speaking in one breath, leaving the Alba family wide-eyed, wondering if they had misheard. They had never encountered such an odd concept as installment donations. Father Nick's expression softened quickly, clearly approving of Gawain's peculiar method of giving. Producing an emerald green staff from somewhere, the priest dipped it into the holy water in a clay vessel held in his left hand and chanted in a reverent tone, "May the goddess watch over you." In an instant, a radiant white light filled Gawain's vision. He instinctively shut his slightly stinging eyes, feeling a comforting warmth envelop his entire body, akin to the embrace of his mother during childhood. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw blue light flickering beneath his eyelids, but before he could focus, he fell into unconsciousness. When Gawain awoke again, the small window in the room was aglow with the golden hues of sunset. He instinctively sat up in bed, his movements fluid and pain-free. "Am I fully healed? What an incredible healing magic," he thought in amazement. Overjoyed, he touched himself all over, confirming that apart from some hunger pangs, his body felt perfectly fine. Calming himself quickly, his eyes caught sight of a piece of papyrus lying on the bedside table. He reached for it and skimmed through it, realizing it was an installment donation invoice written in Nobian script. With a chuckle, Gawain grinned and stuffed the bill into his pocket. If his predictions were correct, the goddess of life would likely be cornered within her divine realm by sorcerers within half a year. In a desperate bid to survive, she would attempt to bring her followers into her domain, prolonging her existence briefly by burning their souls. At that time, many of her believers would perish, and the Church of Life would effectively collapse. Not only would Gawain avoid making any donations, but if circumstances allowed, he even considered using his foresight to quietly claim some of the church's assets in Antler Town. However, this would not be an easy task. Even if the priests and clerics perished, there would still be temple knights and nuns with weak faith guarding the remains. Without sufficient strength, breaking into the church would be impossible. "I must quickly enhance my abilities," Gawain resolved. In the world of Pandora, there weren't many paths to power. The most accessible options were becoming a knight or a sorcerer. Ordinary knights, apart from those blessed by divine powers, were generally weak and served as cannon fodder. For Gawain, the best course of action would be to become a sorcerer's apprentice before the fall of the goddess of life. Otherwise, he'd miss his opportunity. If he waited until the fall of the god of mystery, the cost of acquiring knowledge would rise dramatically, and becoming a sorcerer's apprentice would become several times more difficult. Deep in thought, Gawain frowned. "Do I not have a cheat or special advantage?" As the thought crossed his mind, fragmented blue light coalesced on his retina, forming a panel. The screen was divided into gray and blue sections, displaying a series of data clearly. Name: Gawain Clover. Age: 13. Constitution: 0.7. Spirit: 1.2. Skills: Herbalism LV 123. Archery LV 17. Status: Healthy. Currency points: 0.00. The game interface suddenly appeared before Gawain's eyes. He widened them in surprise and eagerly began exploring this familiar, yet unfamiliar screen. As an experienced gamer, Gawain quickly understood the various data displayed on the panel, but one thing caught his attention: the Krypton points. Gawain glanced down at himself, then fished 2 bloodstained copper stars out of his pocket. These were the lowest denomination of currency in the world of Pandora, commonly used by ordinary people in their daily lives. A quick calculation of the exchange rate flashed through his mind. 1 copper star could buy 2 barely edible pieces of black bread and a bowl of bland vegetable soup. 10 silver stags equaled 1 gold dragon, and 1 silver stag was equivalent to 1,000 copper stars. Gawain recalled some insider knowledge he had learned. Even among wizards, silver stags and gold dragons held considerable value. Silver stags could be refined into mithril, while gold dragons could be refined into Oruma, pair of rare metals highly prized by wizards. "Top up," Gawain silently chanted in his mind, clutching the 2 copper stars tightly in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the copper stars disappeared, leaving behind only 2 faint traces of bloodstains in his hand. At the same time, the numbers on the panel's Krypton points began to rise, accompanied by scrolling text. Krypton points 0.001. Krypton points 0.001. When the numbers finally stabilized, the other data remained unchanged, but the Krypton points now displayed a pitiful 0.002. Gawain instantly grasped the purpose of the Krypton panel. Not only could it display detailed information about himself and his status, but more importantly, Krypton points could be used to enhance skills and even talents. However, the current amount of Krypton points was far too low to make any difference. I see. Gawain exhaled softly, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. With the Krypton panel, he felt a sliver of confidence in surviving this chaotic world. Yet, he did not allow himself to grow complacent, for he knew that even if he survived until the end of the twilight of the gods, Pandora would still remain in turmoil until the Council of Truth, established by wizards, began its conquest of the multiverse. Gawain reviewed what he knew. After the twilight of the gods, and before the conquest of the multiverse, Pandora would face events like internal wizard conflicts and invasions from the underground. Each upheaval would be a trial by fire for this world, where the slightest misstep could result in death. Those events are still far off. For now, the priority is to become a wizard apprentice as soon as possible, Gawain thought to himself, recalling information leaked by beta testers. There was a way to become a wizard apprentice in Antler Town. He carefully combed through the limited information in his memory, the ancestral notes from the old Holt family, the hidden Diagon alley in the bustling market, the rune stone of Baron Hodeman. Suddenly, Gawain froze. Wait, isn't the old Holt family my own family? He hurriedly searched his predecessor's memories, but found no mention of any ancestral notes, only a simple herbal notebook. Could it be a coincidence? No, that doesn't make sense. Gawain quickly dismissed the idea. The witch hunts are still ongoing, and wizards can't openly walk in the sunlight. Ancestral notes couldn't have been passed down so blatantly. Using the guise of an herbalist, or even breaking the line of inheritance altogether, would make much more sense. A sudden thought flashed through Gawain's mind. That's right, my house seems to have a secret basement. His heartbeat quickened. The other paths to becoming a wizard apprentice were fraught with challenges and required immense effort, where even the slightest mistake could lead to failure. But this unexpected discovery might just be his safest and most direct chance. Some players have tearfully shared their harrowing experiences. Some were burned at the stake by the Church of Life. Others were kidnapped and sold as slaves by gangs, and many endured even worse fates. However, for Gawain, it seemed the ancestral notes of the old Holt family were almost within reach. Since childhood, old Holt had taught him how to avoid the traps in the secret chamber. Gawain took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. His past brushes with death had trained him to quickly steady his nerves. He rubbed his empty, growling stomach and shamelessly asked Aunt Marianne for 2 pieces of black bread and half a bowl of vegetable soup. He devoured the food ravenously, eating until he was about 80% full, then wiped his mouth and stood up. Stepping out of the courtyard, Gawain turned left and arrived at his family's old home next door. The sight that greeted him was one of utter devastation. The 2 wooden doors lay on the ground, marked with rough boot prints. The once spacious yard was littered with scattered debris, and patches of dried blood stood out starkly. The corpse of a black dog, hacked to death, had already begun to rot, emitting a nauseating stench. The doors to all 5 rooms were wide open, and the interiors bore the chaotic traces of a thorough ransacking. Gawain silently entered the courtyard, a wave of uncontrollable anger surging in his heart. He vowed to himself that one day, when he had the strength, he would settle this grudge. But for now, he could only bury the fury deep within. The gang led by Skullcrusher Soren was a vast and powerful force, rumored to have secret ties with Baron Orcus and even the Wild Brotherhood. Such an organization was far beyond the reach of a weak teenager. Even so, Gawain didn't need to worry too much about the gang hunting him down completely. In the relatively stable environment of Deerhorn Town, gangs skulked in the shadows like rats, unable to act openly and recklessly. As long as he kept a low profile, it was unlikely anyone would pay attention to an unassuming boy. Suppressing his sorrow, Gawain began tidying up his home. He first buried the black dog's corpse in a corner of the courtyard, then did a simple cleanup of the yard. With great effort, he propped up the fallen wooden doors and placed them back at the entrance as a makeshift barrier. By the time he finished these tasks, his frail body was exhausted, and he was gasping for breath. After a brief rest, Gawain fetched water from the well and boiled a pot of hot soup in the kitchen. Once he had washed up, he changed into a linen shirt with slightly frayed sleeves. Using the clear water in a basin as a mirror, he examined his reflection: a straight nose, thin lips, long black hair, pale cheeks, and a pair of slightly uncanny blue eyes. Not bad, Gawain thought, feeling somewhat satisfied with his appearance. Returning to his bedroom, Gawain rested while waiting for nightfall. When darkness had fully descended, he quietly made his way to the storage room and lit a white candle. In the dim light, he pressed down hard on a protruding stone in the corner. Buzz, with a faint sound, the stone sank into place. 2 meters away, the floor suddenly split open, revealing a dark, gaping hole and a set of stone steps leading underground. Gawain's spirits lifted. After waiting a moment to let the air circulate, he cautiously stepped into the entrance. After descending about 7 or 8 meters, Gawain found himself in a straight underground passage. The mechanism should be ahead, he thought. Holding up the candle, he couldn't make out the ceiling of the passage. Without hesitation, he followed old Holt's instructions, sticking close to the left wall and shuffling forward step by step. Soon, he successfully traversed the 10-meter-long passage and arrived before two heavy wooden doors. Creak! Gawain pushed open the moldy wooden doors, and a foul, musty smell assaulted his senses. He quickly covered his nose and held his breath, waiting for a while before cautiously stepping into the secret chamber. The room was small, and after just a few steps, he could see its entirety. Apart from a metal chest, there was nothing else inside. Gawain eagerly opened the chest, and, by the light of the candle, saw its contents: a palm-sized clay jar and a thick leather-bound book. The ancestral notes. Gawain's heart leaped with joy as he reached for the book. It had been specially treated and remained well-preserved despite the passage of time. Gazing at the sturdy cover, he recognized the Nobian script, Elfriman's alchemy notes. Seeing this, Gawain finally felt his tightly wound nerves relax. He murmured softly, "So the wizard ancestor of my predecessor was named Alfred Clover, a wizard specializing in alchemy. No wonder the herbalist's legacy was passed down." Instead of immediately flipping through the notebook, Gawain reached for the clay jar. When he lifted the lid, the sight before him filled him with joy. The jar was brimming with shimmering silver stag coins, and on top lay a gleaming golden dragon coin. A quick estimation told him that this fortune was worth at least several gold dragons, likely the result of old Holt's years of savings. Jackpot, Gawain thought to himself, brimming with excitement. He quickly pocketed 10 silver stag coins from the jar for emergencies. Placing his hand over the jar's opening, he muttered, "Recharge. Padoan point 1. He repeated the phrase 3 times. In an instant, the Padoan interface reappeared before his eyes, with data cascading down like a waterfall. Within 2 breaths, the numbers stabilized. Gawain removed his hand and was startled to find that the silver coins in the jar had vanished without a trace, replaced by scattered silver and gold sand at the bottom. Huh? What's this? Residue? Gawain muttered in confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Though he couldn't confirm it yet, if his guess was correct, this could not only avoid being a loss, but might even open up a new way to make money. Carefully, he collected the unassuming grains of sand before finally turning his attention to the ancestor's notebook. The first page bore a solemn inscription: "Praise the god of knowledge, and thank the mother of wizards for her gifts." Gawain, with his limited understanding of wizardry origins, could barely grasp the meaning of the words. He continued reading and found that the initial entries resembled a diary, interspersed with fragmented notes. Wizard calendar, year 38, month of summer harvest. It has been 35 years since I came to the Tower of Forgotten. I, Alfred, am still just an advanced apprentice wizard. The path to becoming a full-fledged wizard remains fraught with thorns and shrouded in misty, can't even see the way ahead. I've heard that Lord Benson was promoted to a second circle wizard last year. How envious I am. Blessed by the light of wisdom. If only I had half of Lord Benson's talent. Wizard calendar, year 38, month of autumn twilight. I failed the advancement. I can't even figure out why I failed. Wizard calendar, year 39, month of thunder. Damn the god of the hunt. His followers are as repulsive as hyenas. I barely made it back to the Tower of Forgotten. Wizard calendar, year 40. Alchemy failed. Wizard calendar, year 42. The experiment subject died. Wizard calendar, year 45. Alchemy failed again. Wizard calendar, year 75, month of spring dawn. I spent a fortune and finally acquired 2 paths to becoming a full-fledged wizard, true spirit wizard and bloodline wizard. But it seems too late. I don't have enough magic stones to buy the ingredients for crafting the Dawnlight potion. Besides, I'm already 93 years old. Too old. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I can't become a full-fledged wizard anymore. It's time to give up. I wonder how things are back home. I miss it. Is dear Betty still alive? Married? Perhaps. I think it's time to return. Wizard calendar, year 76, month of thunder. I finally left the mesmerizing yet loathsome astral realm and returned to my childhood home of Ramhorn Town. But everything has changed. Heaven help me, where has health gone? Dear Betty has been dead for 30 years. I can still remember her shy smile. What did I miss? What have I done wrong? Gawain flipped through the ancient notebook, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. His eyes fell on a passage that recounted the origins of the Clover family. I received news that Alder has also perished in the war, Gawain read, almost feeling the writer's sorrow. I have no family left. What terrible news this is. Damn the war. I hate war. The notebook continued to document the writer's emotional journey. After losing his loved ones, the wizard decided to leave behind his bloodline. He mentioned concocting a fertility potion, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Gawain read on and discovered that, in the spring dawn moon of the 77th wizard year, the writer had fallen in love again. Oh heavens, I've fallen in love again. Perhaps I'm really getting old. The line made Gawain smile faintly. The following passage caught Gawain's attention. The writer hesitated when choosing a surname for his descendants, but eventually settled on Clover. No, no, a noble wizard cannot go without a surname. Clover sounds decent, though not perfect. Never mind. Clover it is otherwise. The huntresses of the goddess of life might come knocking again. This sentence carried a hint of mystery that left Gawain deep in thought. By the sinking moon of the 92nd wizard year, the writer sensed death approaching. He had considered transforming himself, but ultimately abandoned the idea. No, I despise monsters. I think this will be my final entry. It's time to leave something for the children. Praise the god of knowledge. Gawain closed the notebook, filled with respect. The Clover family had been founded by a first-generation advanced wizard's apprentice who lived beyond a century. This revelation left him deeply moved. Turning to the next page, Gawain discovered detailed potion recipes. They ranged from simple to complex: blood-staunching broth, pain relief broth, fever-reducing broth, childbirth-aiding broth, headache relief broth. These were herbal remedies commonly used by ordinary people. Gawain's original self had attempted to brew some of them, but his success rate had been low. As he read further, the notebook delved into peculiar magical potions that Gawain struggled to comprehend. He noticed that some pages had been torn out. Finally, Gawain found critical information about wizard training. He read carefully and gained an initial understanding of what it meant to become a wizard. It required possessing wizard aptitude and elemental affinity. Wizard aptitude was categorized into 5 levels, determining the speed of meditation practice. Elemental affinity, on the other hand, dictated the direction of future magic. The first step in training was to consume a dawn potion to awaken one's mental power. This would elevate one to a low-level wizard apprentice capable of learning simple tricks. Continued meditation practice could lead to becoming a mid-level wizard apprentice, allowing one to study zero-circle spells. Excited, Gawain began searching for the recipe for the dawn potion. Before long, he found a detailed list of ingredients and instructions. The potion was described as an extraordinary concoction that awakens the mental power of those with wizard aptitude. It is like a beam of light, illuminating your spiritual world and guiding you onto the path of wizardry. The ingredients included wraith dust, morning dew, and fresh monkey brain. Gawain noted that, apart from wraith dust, the other components were relatively easy to obtain. However, the brewing process was exceedingly complex, and with his current level 1 herbalist skills, the success rate seemed dismal. Looks like I'll need to improve my herbalist skills first, Gawain resolved silently, ready to embark on his journey to becoming a wizard. Gawain closed the ancestral alchemy journal, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Although the notebook contained a simple illumination spell, it fell far short of the rich inheritance he had hoped for. He speculated that the crystal ball recording the meditation technique might have been lost, squandered by his ancestors, or perhaps someone else had already embarked on the wizard's path, tearing out the potion recipes and taking other precious relics along the way. Shaking his head, Gawain shifted his attention to the flickering golden interface in front of him. The panel displayed his personal information. Name: Gawain. Clover physique: 0.7. Spirit: 1.2. Skills: herbalist LV 123. Archery LV 17. Status: healthy. Gold points: 19.02. Gawain noticed the newly appeared signs next to the 2 skills, indicating that he could spend gold points to enhance them. Rubbing his chin, he pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to prioritize upgrading his herbalist skill. This was not only essential for crafting the crucial dawn potion, but also the foundation for his future plans to amass wealth. As for archery, it seemed less urgent and could be addressed later. With his decision made, Gawain mentally tapped the sign next to the herbalist skill. Instantly, the light screen on the panel shook violently, and the notification "Gold Points 2" flashed before his eyes. The next moment, Gawain's vision went black, and his consciousness seemed to be pulled into a peculiar space. In this realm, there was an abundance of herbs and a full set of alchemy equipment. His body felt like a puppet under control, tirelessly concocting various potions. In this process, he disregarded the cost of materials and paid no attention to success or failure, mechanically repeating the actions over and over thousands of times in the blink of an eye. After just 2 breaths, Gawain's consciousness returned to reality. Yet the countless experiences of potion making were deeply imprinted in his mind, as vivid as if he had lived through them himself. To his astonishment, he realized that his understanding of potion-making techniques and secrets had reached the level of old Holt from his memories. Only now did he truly grasp how rudimentary his previous herbalist skills had been. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Gawain glanced at the golden panel once more. Sure enough, his herbalist skill had advanced to LV20. A wide grin spread across his face as he shouted excitedly, "Deep Blue, level me up again." Gawain was immersed in the joy of leveling up, feeling the leap in his herbalist skills. His hands trembled slightly, as if he could sense the vitality of the herbs flowing through his fingertips. In his mind, countless recipes and refining techniques surged like a tide, bringing him sudden enlightenment. He even had the illusion that his potion-making expertise had surpassed that of his teacher, Holt. The skill panel updated. Herbalist LV40, Archery LV17. The expenditure of 4.02 premium points left him with only a pitiful fraction remaining. Gawain calculated silently that raising his herbalist skill to LV5 would likely require at least a dozen more points. For now, though, his current level was sufficient for daily needs. With only a few premium points left, Gawain decided to give his archery skills a small boost. With a thought, his archery skill instantly jumped to LV2. He re-entered that peculiar training space and began practicing his aim. From stationary targets to moving ones, his arrows gradually found their mark. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but he quickly grew proficient. The skill panel updated again. Herbalist LV40, Archery LV20, premium points remaining, 1.88. Gawain nodded in satisfaction, recalling the old hunter Nat who had taught him archery. He felt his skills were now quite decent, though still slightly inferior. At least I have some means of self-defense now, Gawain muttered to himself. But I still need a proper short bow. He began planning his itinerary for the next day. First, reopen the herbal shop on the commercial street, and then visit the blacksmith, Muir, to commission a lightweight short bow. Considering his physical constitution of only 0.7 equivalent to 70 of an average adult male's strength, the bow's weight would need to be carefully balanced. However, at the age of 13, Gawain was still too young to manage the herbal shop alone. He decided to follow old Holt's example and continue employing Uncle Alba to help. This would not only spare him from tedious chores, but also free up time to brew potions and prepare for his goal of becoming a wizard's apprentice. After all, with the goddess of life's fall imminent, time was of the essence. Gawain's eyes gleamed with ambition as he contemplated his plan to claim the church's inheritance. While the king nominally ruled the kingdom of Nobia, everyone knew that true power lay with the church. Even in the small town of Antlers, the Church of Life was the de facto authority. This explained why Baron Orcus had fallen into corruption, even colluding with gangs. He squandered wealth in his castle and desperately sought to extract more from Antlers. Clearly, the church's riches were beyond imagination. I have the upper hand, Gawain thought with a sly smile. If I can secure the church's inheritance, the future will be mine to shape. He carefully buried this ambition deep within him, picked up his ancestor's journal, and quietly returned to his room. The next morning, Gawain hid the journal securely and left home on an empty stomach. He hurried to Nobis Commercial Street, which had been ransacked only 3 days earlier. The streets were sparsely populated, and most shops remained closed. When he arrived at his family's 3 herbal shops, however, he found the doors tightly shut, sealed with the militia's insignia. The militia is just the church's lackey, Gawain muttered through clenched teeth. They must think the Clover family is extinct and want to reclaim the shops for auction to line their pockets. Those blood-sucking leeches. Despite his frustration, Gawain understood that at his young age, any attempt to negotiate with the militia would likely be dismissed or worse, met with deliberate obstruction. The safest approach would be to have Alba handle the matter. With a plan forming in his mind, Gawain bought 2 potato cakes from a street vendor. He ate as he walked back home, ready to strategize his next move. As Gawain passed by the Moulin Rouge Tavern, his gaze was drawn to an open window on the 2nd floor. A burly figure stood there, unabashedly urinating onto the street below. Gawain recognized the man instantly. It was Skullcrusher Sorin. His expression hardened as he forced himself to act nonchalant and continue walking. Only after he was out of Sorin's line of sight did Gawain allow himself to relax slightly. Although he was certain Sorin wouldn't dare kill him in broad daylight, he had no intention of exposing his movements prematurely. After all, threats lurking in the shadows were always the hardest to guard against. Turning back, Gawain cast a distant glance at the bustling Moulin Rouge Tavern, his eyes narrowing slightly. In Staghorn Town, aside from the Central Life Church, the 3 major taverns were the liveliest places around. The Moulin Rouge was infamous for sheltering courtesans, making it a paradise for men. The other 2 were the Golden Fleece Tavern and the Razor Tavern. The Golden Fleece Tavern had deep connections, rumored to be an earthly enterprise of Pados, the god of wealth. Beyond offering fine food and drink, it was a gathering spot for bounty hunters and wandering knights, as it sold not only information but also provided various legitimate bounties. The Razor Tavern, on the other hand, was far more secretive. It served as a base for an assassin organization in Staghorn Town. The drinks there were no ordinary beverages, but were prepared specifically for clients, each cup carrying a hefty price tag. Gawain calculated in his mind. If he wanted revenge on Sorin, he didn't need to take the risk himself. He could simply post an anonymous job at the Razor Tavern. However, that would require a significant amount of money, and he was far from wealthy at the moment. By comparison, the Golden Fleece Tavern seemed like a more practical destination. Gawain thought to himself that he might be able to procure fresh monkey brains and ghost dust there, though he would have to proceed with extreme caution. Despite having a plan in mind, Gawain wasn't in a rush. He stopped at a street vendor and spent 10 copper stars on a black gentleman's hat. offering the shopkeeper a graceful chest tap bow in return. Pulling the brim low to cover half his face, he continued on his way toward the Alba household. Uncle Alba, Uncle Alba, are you home? It's little Gawain. Gawain called out as he arrived. Aunt Marion emerged from the kitchen upon hearing his voice. Remembering the 120 gold dragon debt Gawain owed to the church, her expression softened with pity. Poor little Gawain, you must be hungry. There's still some black bread in the house. No, no. Gawain quickly shook his head. The lingering taste of the potato pancakes Head had for breakfast was still in his mouth. They weren't particularly appetizing, but they were far better than the tough, unpalatable black bread. Aunt Marion, I'm here to see Uncle Alba. I'd like to hire him again to help get the herbal shop back up and running. You know, I'm from the Clover family and inherited my father's herbalist skills. Alba's down at the docks looking for work. He won't be back until the afternoon, Marion replied, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. After all, Gawain was still so young, and such advanced skills weren't easily mastered. All right, he'll come back later, Gawain said, dropping the subject. Just then, he noticed Mark stepping out of a room with a basket and a spade. Heading out to forage for wild greens? He asked. Yep, Mark replied matter-of-factly. I've already made plans with little Morton and Oliver. Wanna come? He'll pass, Gawain declined with a shake of his head. Having just arrived in this world, he wasn't about to venture into the wilderness, where beasts and magical creatures roamed freely. After bidding Aunt Marion goodbye, the two walked out together. Gawain paused and handed Mark 10 copper stars. This is for yesterday's work. I have 2 more tasks for you. If you handle them well, I'll give you 5 more copper stars when you return. Deal. Mark's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. What do you need? First, collect morning dew for me. I'll give you a clay jar when I get home. Second, pass a message to old John, the herbalist in Tyrk village. Tell him the Clover family is willing to continue purchasing herbs from the forest at the same price as before. If he agrees, have him deliver a batch of collected herbs this afternoon. When Gawain finished, Mark froze, staring at him suspiciously. Gawain, my friend, you seem different somehow. Gawain shrugged nonchalantly. We're all growing up. People change. Do they? Mark scratched his messy hair, half understanding. Soon enough, he let it go and answered earnestly, don't worry. Brave Mark will get it all done perfectly. In the morning, Gawain visited the blacksmith shop and brought back a sharp dagger for self-defense. Once home, he immersed himself in his ancestors' notes until Mark returned in a hurry, offering only a brief greeting. Around noon, Gawain went out to the streets and bought a bundle of fresh white bread. He ate only 2 pieces, barely filling half his stomach, before returning to focus on his tasks. In the afternoon, old John, the herbalist, arrived early with a large bundle of commonly used herbs on his back. After carefully checking the herbs, Gawain counted out 150 copper stars from his pouch and handed them to old John's rough hands. The two verbally agreed to a weekly delivery of herbs every Wednesday. Gawain invited old John to sit and rest, while he himself quickly went into the bedroom, picked up a quill, and began meticulously copying several potion recipes from his ancestors' notes. A short while later, Gawain emerged holding several sheets of papyrus. Old John immediately stood up, bowing with a fawning smile, though his eyes gleamed with cunning and shrewdness. Gawain calmly gestured for him to sit and spread the papyrus out, asking, Have you seen these herbs before? Old John scrutinized the drawings, his eyes darting back and forth. These herbs don't seem very common. Indeed, they're not, Gawain nodded, raising a finger. These are rare mutated herbs for treating difficult ailments. Old John, if you can find them, I'll pay you 1 silver deer for each plant. What? Old John's cloudy eyes widened, his face lighting up with excitement. As a part-time herbal merchant who nearly monopolized the herb trade in Tyrk village, he only earned about half a silver deer each month. The offer's allure was undeniable. Just as Gawain was about to explain further, there was a knock at the door. Turning his head, he saw the tall, thin figure of Alba standing outside the courtyard. Quickly, Gawain stuffed the papyrus into old John's arms and said with a smile, Old John, it's a deal then. The Clover family never lets friends down. Old John clutched the papyrus tightly, his hands trembling as he nodded repeatedly. After offering a few humble compliments, he hurried out of the courtyard, nodded at Alba in passing, and drove off in his donkey cart. Uncle Alba, please come in. Gawain greeted him warmly. Alba, however, wore a stern expression. Old Holt has returned to the goddess of life's divine realm. The herb shop is no longer worth continuing. Little Gawain, I know you want to restore the Clover family, but... Uncle, Gawain interrupted firmly, pointing to the 3 bundles of herbs behind him. Old John has already delivered the herbs. Can't you give me a chance to prove myself? Alba sighed helplessly. You really shouldn't waste your precious copper stars like this. Gawain rolled his eyes and ignored the remark. He began skillfully sorting the herbs, categorizing them, removing impurities, and weighing them. Then, he retrieved the alchemy tools he had prepared the day before, lit the firewood, and started brewing directly in the iron pot in the kitchen. Fishworm grass, white sage, poplar bark, Add water, more firewood. Though Gawain was small in stature, his movements were precise and confident, exuding an air of calm competence. Alba watched in stunned silence. 2 hours later, the water had evaporated, leaving the mixed herbs in the iron pot reduced to a thick black paste clinging to the bottom. Alba stammered, Is this a fever-reducing salve? Exactly, Gawain replied confidently, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Gawain skillfully extinguished the fire with soil, his small medicinal spatula deftly flipping in his hand as he carefully scooped the ointment into the prepared jars. 10 doses of fever-reducing decoction were neatly arranged, their color uniform and consistency just right. He surveyed his work with satisfaction, silently evaluating. My skills should be at least half as good as father's, right, Uncle Alba? Alba remained silent. Old Holt had always brewed medicines alone, never allowing others to watch. Alba approached the jars, dipped his fingertip into the ointment, and cautiously tasted it. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, By the goddess of life! Young Gawaino, Mr. Gawain, you are a genius. You're already a qualified herbalist. A sly smile tugged at the corners of Gawain's mouth, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Well then, Uncle Alba, are you ready to accept my employment offer? It would be my honor. Alba clumsily performed a chest salute, his face flushing with excitement. Becoming an employee of the herbal shop meant he no longer had to worry about scraping by each day. Gawain fetched some papyrus and drafted 2 employment contracts in Nobian. After both parties signed, they agreed on a monthly salary of 300 copper stars for Alba. The contract stipulated that Alba would follow Gawain's lawful instructions, but was not a slave. He retained basic personal freedom and ownership of private property. After all, the kingdom's laws clearly prohibited non-nobles from owning slaves. The Clover family, though respectable, did not hold noble status and had no right to keep slaves. Once the contract was signed, Gawain immediately assigned Alba, as his employee, the task of negotiating with the militia to reopen the herbal shop. He also specifically instructed Alba to find someone to repair the 2 courtyard gates to ensure nighttime security. 2 days later, at the cost of 2 silver stags, Gawain finally regained ownership of the shop. The herbal shop reopened smoothly, stocked with a selection of common decoctions, and began the slow process of turning a profit. At the Golden Fleece Tavern, a waitress approached Gawain enthusiastically. Another drink, sir? No, thank you. Gawain placed his hand over his cup, withdrawing his gaze from his silent observation. He left 5 copper stars on the table, stood up, and exited the tavern. This was a place frequented by bounty hunters and wandering knights, offering a wide array of tasks. Unfortunately, none of the information he sought was available. These people didn't even know what Dust of the Wraith was. Even more frustratingly, it seemed the players would not descend into this real world. Standing outside the tavern, Gawain felt a wave of discouragement. He had pored over the ancestral journal countless times, yet John the herbalist had still not brought any news of the magical potions. Crafting ordinary decoctions only provided a negligible boost to his progress, and the herbal shop would take a long time to become profitable. A few crows cawed noisily atop the towering poplar trees, as if mocking Gawain's impatience. But he couldn't afford to wait. The time of the goddess of life's fall was uncertain. He had to become a wizard's apprentice and gain enough power before then to be eligible to inherit the Church's legacy. Maybe I need a different approach, Gawain muttered to himself. The ancestral journal is already in my hands. Since the Dust of the Wraith is elusive for now, I can try one of the other 2 paths to becoming a wizard's apprentice. He carefully recalled and calculated. Baron Hodman was far from Antler Town, so the runestone was temporarily out of reach. There seemed to be a reclusive old eccentric living in Diagon Alley, but to become his apprentice, one had to serve as a test subject and endure torment to earn his trust. That was clearly not an option. What if the torment left him a broken shell of a man? Suddenly, Gawain's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Pressing down the brim of his hat, he walked unhurriedly away from the commercial district, weaving through a few streets until he arrived at an inn called Warm Haven. He spent 100 copper stars to rent a room on the 2nd floor. Opening the window, Gawain sat by it with a cup of coffee, sipping as he observed Diagon Alley not far below with his peripheral vision. At first, everything seemed normal, but gradually, he began to notice something unusual. Diagon Alley was clearly there, yet every passerby seemed to avoid it, either intentionally or unconsciously. Gawain observed intently for half an hour, but not a single person entered or exited this street that should have been bustling with activity. Though the alley wasn't large, it housed at least a dozen families, yet it was eerily silent, with only the cawing of crows echoing through the air. Frowning deeply, Gawain pondered to himself. Could it be a magical barrier? The thought made his expression grow grim. It seemed the wizards inside truly had some skill. No wonder they had managed to remain hidden in this busy area for so many years without being discovered. As he continued to observe, something unusual caught his attention. There were an unusually large number of crows in the area. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 black crows suddenly took flight from the treetops, heading toward the inn. Startled, Gawain quickly composed himself. Feigning irritation, he muttered, "Damn stupid birds, ruining my mood while I'm enjoying the view." With that, he slammed the window shut, keeping the crows outside. The sound of cawing came from beyond the window. One crow circled twice before flying away, while the other perched on the roof, preening its feathers with its beak. Its crimson eyes glinted with an almost human-like curiosity, occasionally glancing at the tightly closed window. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory beneath Diagon Alley, the elderly Addison furiously slammed a bloodstained scalpel onto the workbench. He turned to glare at his assistant and barked, "My apprentice, it seems your mind is wandering again." Duncan flinched, his remaining left eye finally focusing. Trembling, he stammered, "Apologies, master. I was just keeping watch on the surroundings." Addison snorted dismissively, "You're far too paranoid. The witch-hunting campaigns have dragged on for 1,000 years. The church's hounds are exhausted. Trust me, as long as we don't brazenly parade ourselves in front of them, they'll do nothing more than go through the motions." He turned to the lifeless half-human, half-wolf body on the workbench and ordered, "The transformation is only halfway complete, and the experiment's consumption has far exceeded expectations. I need more subjects to finish the werewolf transformation experiment. My apprentice, go capture a few more living people." Duncan hesitated, wanting to say something. "Master, the other day." "Duncan." Addison suddenly spun around, his face twisted with rage. "I said, go capture a few more living people." "Yais, master." Duncan stammered, terrified, not daring to utter another word. Back at the inn, Gawain let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately asked the innkeeper to switch him to another room and resumed his cautious observation. This time, he only dared to peek outside through the narrow gaps in the window. 3 days passed. Apart from occasional trips to the herbal shop, Gawain remained at the inn, keeping watch. During this time, he made a significant discovery. Every evening, a one-eyed young man would emerge from Diagon Alley. He would blend in like an ordinary person, buying cheap bread and meat from the market. On his return, he would pretend to rest at the alley's entrance, subtly rearranging a few stones stacked there. Late at night, a few drunken men would invariably stumble past and, unknowingly, be lured into Diagon Alley, never to emerge again. Over the course of 3 days, 5 people had already been taken. Gawain gently ran his hand over the short bow he was holding, deciding it was time to act. This bow was custom-made by a blacksmith at his request, with every bit of leftover gold and silver sand he had painstakingly melted into the bow's frame. It had cost him a full 3 silver stags. The finished product did not disappoint him. It outperformed ordinary shortbows in every aspect. Gawain held the newly crafted shortbow in his hands, its smooth, jade-like finish and resilient, powerful string catching his eye. With his physical strength of merely 0.7, he could only manage to draw it halfway, but it was sufficient for his use. Carefully, he slung the shortbow at his waist, strapped the quiver to his back, and concealed them slightly with his wide coat before striding quickly out of the inn. By evening, the Life Church Square was bustling with noise and activity. Families of several missing drunkards had gathered there, kneeling before the towering statue of the goddess of life, their cries of grief filling the air. Before long, an enraged voice boomed from within the church. It was Father Nick, roaring, "Those vile maggots, hiding within our territory and stealing the goddess's lambs, this is unforgivable. Repent, for only flames can cleanse their sins. Where are the temple knights?" While Father Nick led a group toward Diagon Alley, Gawain had already returned to his room at the inn. He planned to reap the benefits of the chaos, but noticed that the one-eyed young man, who had appeared for 3 consecutive days, was absent today. He shouldn't have noticed anything, Gawain muttered, somewhat uncertain but soon reassured himself. He recalled that he had taken every precaution to conceal his identity during the day's activities. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, he sipped it quietly, awaiting the fall of night. As dusk turned to darkness, Father Nick arrived with a squad of heavily armed knights at the entrance of Diagon Alley. Seated high on his horse, his sharp gaze scanned the area and landed on a pile of stones stacked in a corner. "So, it is those damned maggots," he sneered. With a wave of his wand, a streak of white light shattered the stones into fragments. "You too, guard the exit. The rest of you, follow me to eradicate the heretics." With a commanding gesture, he led the remaining knights into the alley. Shields raised and torches held high. They triggered various traps and mechanisms along the way, the sounds of screams and shouts echoing ceaselessly. Through the half-open window, Gawain observed the 2 tall knights standing guard at the alley's entrance. His face grew pale. "So dangerous?" he murmured, relieved that he hadn't been reckless. Otherwise, he might have already fallen victim to the wizard's traps. Hesitating, he realized he had overestimated himself. Even the 2 armored knights were beyond the capability of his shortbow. Still too weak. "All this effort seems wasted," he muttered, stroking the shortbow with a tinge of disappointment. Yet he did not give up, continuing to monitor the events unfolding in the alley with keen attention. Inside the alley, the battle raged on. Explosions of blinding firelight and deafening blasts punctuated the darkness. "You wretched hyenas! You dare disrupt Addison's noble experiments!" An enraged voice bellowed. "Destroy the heretics!" Father Nick's fiery retort came in reply. The church maintained its overwhelming dominance as the Temple Knights, bolstered by Father Nick's blessings, displayed unparalleled bravery, holding their shields at the forefront. Despite Addison's furious resistance, he was gradually forced deeper into the alley. Suddenly, one of the knights guarding the alley's exit collapsed with a muffled thud. The other knight immediately drew his cross-shaped sword in alarm, but soon stumbled as dizziness overtook him, collapsing after only a few steps. Gawain's attention was instantly drawn to the unexpected turn of events. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted a figure carrying a bag, sneaking out of the alley and hastily heading in his direction. Illuminated by the torchlight on the wall, the figure's silhouette seemed familiar. "It's him." Gawain's eyes lit up as he recognized the one-eyed young man. Swiftly, he raised his short bow, nocked an arrow with practiced ease, and with a soft twang, the arrow vanished into the night. One-eyed Duncan had just thought he had escaped with his life, relief washing over him, when an arrow suddenly pierced through the air and struck him squarely in the chest. He let out a pained groan, stumbling backward as blood trickled down the shaft. Before he could react, two more arrows whistled through the air. One tore through his neck, and the other embedded itself deep into his back, draining every ounce of strength from his body in an instant. Duncan collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, his single eye widened in disbelief. "How? How is this possible?" he muttered, blood frothing from his mouth. His trembling left hand instinctively reached for the ring of spirit, but his strength failed him, and he couldn't grasp it. The light of life faded rapidly from his eye. In the darkness, Gawain approached silently. Without hesitation, he slid a dagger across Duncan's neck, ending his life completely. Swiftly, Gawain looted the body, stuffing all the valuables into his bag. He carefully removed the arrows, wiped away any traces of his actions, and vanished into the night like a ghost. Back in his room at the inn, Gawain locked the door and slid down to the floor, his back against the wooden panels. His heart pounded violently, and his hands and feet trembled slightly from the tension. Taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to his feet and staggered toward the bed, collapsing onto its edge. The image of the one-eyed man's lifeless, wide-eyed expression replayed over and over in his mind. I killed someone," Gawain murmured to himself, his voice shaking. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. "No, it was just a murderer. I did the world a favor. My conscience is clear." He repeated these words like a mantra, trying to reassure himself, until a sudden flicker of firelight outside his window snapped him out of his thoughts. Rushing to the window, Gawain saw that a large part of Diagon Alley was already engulfed in flames. Militiamen scrambled to herd terrified civilians to safety while attempting to extinguish the fire, but the blaze only grew fiercer, threatening to consume the entire town of Antler's Rest. Helpless, the townsfolk were forced to retreat, unable to contain the inferno. Then, a faint tremor reached Gawain's ears. He turned to look toward the town square in front of the church, where the massive statue of the goddess of life began to glow faintly. As the light enveloped the entire statue, the goddess' raised hand seemed to radiate divine power. A booming voice echoed across half the town. "The gods decree, let there be rain." As soon as the words were spoken, fine raindrops began to fall from the sky. The drizzle quickly turned into a downpour, quelling the raging flames in Diagon Alley. The townsfolk dropped to their knees, bowing in reverence. Cries of praise filled the air. "The goddess watches over us. This is a miracle. Praise the goddess. Goddess, forgive my sins." Gawain stood by the window, silently watching the scene unfold, his heart heavy with sorrow. He knew all too well that in the not-so-distant future, these devout believers, who revered their goddess as the ultimate divine being, would have their souls consumed by her in desperation. Their faith would lead them to despair and obliteration. What troubled Gawain even more was his growing doubt. Gods rarely responded to the prayers of their followers, let alone intervened directly to extinguish fires. Rather than believing this to be a true miracle, he suspected it was nothing more than a calculated trick by the church to manipulate the people and harvest their faith. Turning away from the window, Gawain shut it firmly and began sorting through the spoils of the night. He opened his bag and laid out the items he had taken. A small pile of gold and silver coins, a silver-white ring, a transparent crystal ball the size of a fist, for thin parchment-bound books, and a dozen glass vials filled with unknown substances. It was everything he had looted from the one-eyed man, hastily packed and somewhat disorganized. "Recharge," Gawain whispered, running his hand over the coins. In an instant, all the gold and silver vanished, transforming into rising amounts of premium points, leaving behind only a few grains of metallic dust. Premium points, 62.88. Not bad. Gawain nodded in satisfaction. He didn't rush to upgrade, but carefully stored the remaining dust away. Gawain picked up the ring, examining the seemingly ordinary object closely. His fingers gently traced the surface of the ring. searching for any unusual markings. Although he found nothing remarkable, he had already reached a conclusion in his mind. This was not a precious magical artifact, but rather an enchanted item commonly used by wizard apprentices. With a hint of disappointment, Gawain slipped the ring onto the index finger of his left hand. He knew that, without any magical power of his own, he couldn't activate the item for now. However, this didn't dampen his enthusiasm for exploring the other objects. Next, he picked up the crystal ball, cradling it carefully in both hands. The moment his fingertips touched its smooth surface, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a soft glow. Gawain held his breath, staring intently as 2 lines of data gradually appeared inside the sphere. Spirit, 1.2. Magic 0. Wizard talent, grade 1. Seeing the words, grade 1 wizard talent, Gawain raised an eyebrow. He immediately realized that this crystal ball was the testing crystal mentioned in his ancestors' notes. It not only assessed aptitude, but could also aid in meditation. However, he couldn't help feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his talent rating. After all, among the 5 known grades of wizard talent, grade 1 was the lowest. Just as Gawain was experiencing a tinge of disappointment, a golden interface suddenly flashed before his eyes. The panel trembled slightly before displaying new data. New entry labeled Wizard Talent appeared, accompanied by a symbol. This discovery made Gawain's eyes light up. The symbol indicated that his wizard talent could be upgraded, potentially reaching grade 5. He quickly glanced through the requirements for upgrading. 50 points for grade 2, 500 points for grade 3, and 5,000 points for grade 4. Despite the possibilities, Gawain soon regained his composure. With limited points, he realized that upgrading his talent wasn't the optimal choice at the moment. Strengthening his overall abilities was the true priority. Excellent, Gawain murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He then shifted his focus to a few parchment-bound books. The titles included Basics of Biology, Transplantation of Acidic Mucus from Carnivorous Plants, A Guide to Cultivating the White Breadfruit Tree, and Tricks, Summoning Ravens and Modifications of Steel Feather Talents. All the books were handwritten in Nobian, clearly copied manuscripts without any author signatures. Gawain's gaze lingered on Summoning Ravens for a moment, feeling a slight sense of regret. It wasn't the steadfast will spell he truly sought. While these spellbooks held value for a novice wizard like himself, steadfast will was the key skill he needed to master. Only by learning this spell could he ensure his survival during the fall of the God of Mysteries, resist the corruption of forbidden knowledge, and avoid losing control. Otherwise, even the smallest mistake could lead to his demise from pollution or a mystical curse. Never mind. Even the goddess of life hasn't fallen, yet he still have time. Gawain comforted himself before turning his attention to a collection of glass bottles. The bottles appeared somewhat disorganized, as though the materials inside had been hastily sealed. Fortunately, each bottle was labeled. Gawain carefully examined the tags on each one: corpse powder, gray wolf blood, black bear bile, raven feathers. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a particular bottle. Ethereal dust, Gawain exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Inside the bottle was a pale blue powder, the residue left behind after an ethereal being's death. It was the primary ingredient for crafting the Dawn Elixir. Suppressing his joy, Gawain gripped the precious bottle tightly. With this key ingredient and his level 4 herbalist skills, he could finally begin crafting the Dawn Elixir. Once the potion was completed, he would officially become a wizard apprentice, marking a significant leap in his abilities. However, considering that this was the only supply of ethereal dust he had, Gawain decided to play it safe by upgrading his herbalist skills first. The substantial amount of points he had just earned would come in handy. Upgrade, Gawain commanded in his mind, mentally tapping the symbol on the golden interface. Points 21. Instantly, a warm sensation surged through Gawain's body. He stood still for a moment as countless insights about potion-making flooded his mind. For a brief moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a seasoned master of alchemy, with an intimate understanding not only of common herbs, but also of certain magical potions. Skills: Herbalist LV50, Archery LV28. Points: 41.88. Gawain took a deep breath, savoring the newfound knowledge and skills. He knew he was one step closer to becoming a true wizard. Gawain rubbed his chin, his gaze wandering across the system interface. He decided to hold off on upgrading his archery skills and save the precious premium points for future needs. After all, once he advanced to a wizard apprentice, upgrading cantrips would become an urgent priority. While cantrips weren't typically known for their combat power, Gawain understood that enhanced cantrips could still pack a deadly punch. As he was lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door startled him, sending a shiver through his body. The thud, thud, thud echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Gawain quickly regained his composure, swiftly stuffing all his belongings into his pack and hiding it under the bed. Feigning a lazy, just-awoken tone, he called out, "Who's knocking at this hour?" A deliberately lowered voice came from outside. "Apologies, sir. We're from the militia. Some knights were attacked." and Father Nick has ordered a search of all nearby residences to apprehend any suspicious individuals. Gawain perked up his ears, carefully discerning the underlying tone in the man's words. Polite on the surface, but clearly carrying a veiled threat of extortion. Any misstep could land him in serious trouble. Those damn leeches. Gawain cursed silently, though outwardly he maintained a calm and casual demeanor. He stuffed his bow and arrows under the bedding, hid his dagger in his coat, tousled his hair, and threw on some clothes before heading to the door. Yawning, he muttered, "The goddess above, what a dreadful thing to hear. I'm bound to have nightmares now." He unlatched the door, and as expected, two men were leaning against the doorway. If not for the militia armbands they wore, they could have easily been mistaken for vagrants. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Gawain added a touch of flattery to his voice. "So late at night, and you two are still hard at work. Truly admirable. As a member of Antler Town, I'd like to donate a silver stag to treat our town's brave defenders to a couple of bowls of hot soup." The two men straightened up instinctively at his words, placing their hands over their chests. "You're a generous gentleman indeed. I, Macchia Whitebread, can vouch that there's no suspicious person in your room. Right, Ackerman?" "That's right. And I, Ackerman Stone, can vouch for that as well. Good night, sir." Gawain shut the door and pressed his ear against it, listening carefully. Only when he was sure the two men had moved on to the next room did he finally relax. However, it wasn't long before the sounds of a scuffle erupted outside. A stranger's furious roars filled the air, followed by the noise of dragging footsteps fading down the stairs. Sure enough, when you're powerless, it's better to play it safe. Gawain exhaled deeply, glancing down at his scrawny frame. His desire for strength burned even brighter. Only by becoming a wizard apprentice would he have a chance at protecting himself. The next morning, Gawain checked out of his room, carrying a new pack as he left the inn. The most valuable item, a vial of wraith dust, was secured close to his chest. Passing by the church, he was drawn to the commotion in the square. An elderly figure, barely retaining a human form, was tied to a towering cross surrounded by a pile of firewood. The church knights were dousing the wood with oil as a rarely seen priest loudly pronounced the man's sins. "Burn him! Burn him! Burn him!" The crowd's chants rose in waves. Gawain overheard someone murmuring, "I think he's a wizard from Diagon Alley." He quietly assessed the situation, thinking, "No, at most he's an advanced wizard apprentice." With just a brief glance, he walked away quickly, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret that he hadn't inherited the man's full legacy, only a small piece of it. Little did anyone know that in the not-so-distant future, the gods would fall one by one, and wizards would come to rule the world of Pandora. By then, the noble houses of mortal kingdoms would be no more than groveling insects under the dominion of wizard lords. Gawain quickened his pace, yet inwardly cursed. He imagined the bright future of becoming a full-fledged wizard. Perhaps he could apply to be a wizard lord, receive the allegiance of secular kingdoms, and gain an endless stream of resources. If he advanced even further, during the wizard's conquest of the multiverse, he might even become a realm master. The dragon realm, the elf realm, the angel realm, the fairy realm. These alluring possibilities flashed through his mind. Damn it, those developers behind Wizard Chronicles are too good at selling dreams, Gawain muttered to himself. And that promotional trailer, if not for it. How could a respectable corporate drone like me impulsively spend tens of thousands on a stupid holographic headset? Still, he consoled himself. But hey, it's good to have dreams. As he approached his doorstep, Gawain ran into the Alba family. "Good day, Uncle Alba," Gawain greeted cheerfully. "Good day, Mr. Gawain," Alba replied. "Old John came by yesterday afternoon. I've already sorted the herbs. They're in the storage room. The herbal shop's tonics are selling fast. It's about time to replenish the stock." "Got it. They'll be brewing at home today. You can pick up the tonics by evening," Gawain assured him. "They'll be there on time," Alba nodded. At that moment, Mark came rushing over, brimming with excitement. "Hey, I heard they're burning a wizard at the church square. Want to come watch, my friend?" "Good day, brave Mark. You go ahead. I just came from there," Gawain politely declined. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Alba family, Gawain entered his courtyard. First, he stashed away yesterday's spoils in the secret chamber, then munched on 2 pieces of white bread. Without delay, he hurried to the Golden Fleece Tavern, where he spent 2 silver coins to place a bounty for fresh monkey brains, and quickly returned home. Once back, Gawain spent an hour brewing all the tonics before descending into the underground secret chamber to prepare for crafting a true extraordinary potion. The chamber had been transformed into a cramped alchemy room, complete with a cauldron, tools, shelves of ingredients, and firewood replaced by the more convenient lamp oil. Since the fresh monkey brains hadn't arrived yet, Gawain decided to practice by brewing a different potion first. This was a physical enhancement potion, with bear bile as its primary ingredient. Coincidentally, he had obtained an entire bottle of black bear bile the day before, and the other common herbs were already prepared. This potion could permanently enhance physical constitution, perfect for compensating for Gawain's biggest weakness. "Time to craft my first extraordinary potion," Gawain murmured, taking a deep breath before beginning his preparations. He meticulously weighed each ingredient and arranged them in order. Closing his eyes for a moment, he rehearsed every step in his mind. Then, using a flint, he lit the large oil lamp. Carefully adjusting the flames, he began heating the cauldron and poured in 50 grams of filtered water. Turning up the heat, he waited until the water warmed, then started sliding the herbs into the cauldron along the edge, one after another. Before long, the mixture had turned into a pot of thick, dark green liquid. Once it began to boil, Gawain monitored the bubbling closely and started adding the black bear bile in 3 increments. However, he hadn't anticipated what came next. Each time he poured the bile into the cauldron, a surge of scalding steam would hit him in the face, forcing his eyes shut. Even when he tried to dodge, the steam seemed to follow him, relentlessly engulfing him. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times Gawain found himself drenched in sweat, his face flushed red. He had to be extra careful not to let any sweat drip into the cauldron, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. But as a level 5 herbalist, Gawain managed to keep his composure and securely placed the lid on the cauldron. By the time he finished, his entire body was soaked in sweat, nearly drained of energy, as if he had just run a marathon. His mind was equally exhausted, and he was tempted to collapse and sleep on the spot. No doubt about it, extraordinary potions are no joke, Gawain thought to himself. At least the next part is simpler. Summoning his remaining strength, he kept his eyes fixed on the cauldron lid, which was now bouncing up and down. In his ears, he seemed to hear the roar of a black bear, as if an injured beast were trapped inside, struggling with all its might to break free. Suddenly, a loud bang clang. Clang. The cauldron lid rattled violently, jolting Gawain out of the illusions that had ensnared him. He hurriedly grabbed a triangular stone and pressed it down on the lid, instantly calming the cauldron's agitation. Letting out a long breath, Gawain realized with lingering fear that crafting potions could induce hallucinations. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he waited quietly for half an hour before extinguishing the oil lamp. With careful precision, he used 2 fingers to pick up the silver deer, soaking in clear water, and with his left hand, he swiftly lifted the cauldron lid. The water inside had completely evaporated, leaving behind only half a pot of bubbling foam that seemed to crawl toward the edge like a swarm of escaping sprites. Timing it perfectly, Gawain quickly tossed the silver deer into the cauldron. A piercing screech echoed as the foam collapsed in an instant, transforming into a layer of dark red, crystalline liquid. Success! Though he had mentally prepared for this moment, achieving success with his very first attempt at crafting a transcendent potion filled him with delight. He quickly fetched a glass vial and carefully poured the potion into it, filling it to the brim. Gawain gazed at the physical enhancement potion in his hand, a broad smile spreading across his face. He licked his dry lips and, full of anticipation, downed the potion in one gulp. To his surprise, it wasn't bitter. Instead, it carried a faint sweetness, with a texture akin to fresh, creamy milk. Exhausted, Gawain didn't bother to clean up. He stumbled back to his bedroom and collapsed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Gawain woke up feeling only a slight hunger but no discomfort. He vaguely sensed that his physical strength had increased. With a thought, a faint blue panel appeared before his eyes. Physique, 0.9. Skills, Alchemist LV 172, Archery LV 28. His physique had increased by 0.2, nearly reaching the level of an average adult. For other teenagers, this would require at least 1 or 2 years of rigorous night training to achieve. His level 5 herbalist skills had directly converted into level 1 alchemist skills, with an impressive 72 progress. Gawain nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a transcendent potion, the results were remarkable. He pondered for a moment. If he used the bile of other berserk, even a magical bear might be able to craft a higher quality physical enhancement potion. While wizards prioritized spiritual power, enhancing one's physique was a significant advantage as well. After all, physique encompassed not just strength, but also agility and overall physical capability. There was still enough black bear bile for 2 more potions. Gawain estimated that after consuming them, his physique could surpass 1, reaching the level of an average adult male. He quickly ate some leftover white bread and headed back to the underground chamber. The second physical enhancement potion, success. The third physical enhancement potion, failure. As Gawain lifted the cauldron lid, a plume of black smoke instantly engulfed his head. The acrid stench nearly knocked him unconscious. He frantically waved his hands to disperse the smoke, coughing violently as tears and mucus streamed down his face, as if he were coughing out his very lungs. It took over 10 minutes for the smoke to gradually dissipate from his face. Shaken, Gawain couldn't help but sigh at how perilous the potion-making process truly was. Gawain panted heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. The bizarre consequences of his failed alchemy attempt filled him with dread. He feared that repeated failures might lead to suffocation, poisoning, or even a shortening of his lifespan. After a long while, he still couldn't pinpoint the cause of his failure, though he faintly suspected it was due to insufficient mental strength. It seemed his current level of mental capacity was not enough to sustain consecutive attempts at crafting constitution-enhancing potions. I was too arrogant. Gawain silently chastised himself. He speculated that the side effects of the failure might be linked to his identity as an ordinary human. Attempting to craft extraordinary potions with a mortal body was, after all, pushing his limits. Fortunately, he had managed to successfully create one vial. Without hesitation, Gawain grabbed the constitution potion and downed it in one gulp. He then hurried to the Golden Fleece Tavern and returned with an assortment of ingredients, including a small ceramic jar cradled in his arms, containing fresh monkey brains. With this, all the materials needed for the Dawn Potion were now ready. Instead of beginning the crafting process immediately, Gawain first soaked the fresh monkey brains in strong pine nut liquor. He then returned to his bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke, it was already late at night. He prepared a hearty meal of seared steak, a small bowl of vegetable soup, a glass of ale, and 2 slices of fresh white bread and enjoyed it thoroughly. After eating his fill, Gawain glanced at the alchemy interface and noticed his constitution had increased to 1. He calculated silently his first attempt had increased his constitution by 0.2, while the second only added 0.1. It seemed the effectiveness of the constitution potion diminished with each use. This meant that potions crafted using bear gallbladders were becoming less effective for him. What about the gallbladders of other kinds of bears? Gawain stroked his chin, contemplating the possibility of specializing in crafting constitution potions for sale to earn gold dragons and silver deer. However, he realized there was currently no market for such potions, and even if there were, finding buyers would be difficult. Worse, if the church discovered his activities, it could bring grave danger. Not worth the risk. For now, it's better to play it safe. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Gawain patted his slightly rounded stomach, picked up the jar of monkey brains, and grabbed an oil lamp as he headed toward the underground chamber. His mind was clear, and his energy was replenished. It was time to focus and complete the crafting of the Dawn Potion in one go. Though the Dawn Potion was more complex to make than the Constitution Potion, everything seemed to flow smoothly for Gawain. In the final moments before sunrise, he successfully completed the potion. His long-held wish fulfilled, he felt no exhaustion. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. Gawain carefully poured the pale blue potion into a glass vial and quickly left the chamber. Standing in the courtyard, he faced the faint light of dawn breaking in the east. Raising the glass vial high, he declared with a wide grin, "This one's for the dawn." Following the potion's instructions, he performed a mysterious ritual meant to enhance its effectiveness when consumed at dawn. Then, he downed the potion in one swift gulp. Boom! The potion seemed to explode in his mouth, sending a rush of icy energy straight to his head. Gawain's mind went completely blank, and his body fell backward with a heavy thud. When he regained consciousness, a sharp, searing pain erupted in his head. Clutching his temples, he gritted his teeth, but the pain surged like relentless waves, each more intense than the last. Ah! Gawain let out a muffled cry, writhing in agony in the courtyard. Veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth clenched so tightly they nearly shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The pain was indescribable, as though it pierced through his very bones and soul. Yet, he endured it, suppressing his screams out of fear of drawing the church's attention. Pain, pain, pain. Gawain had no idea how much time had passed. Slowly, the excruciating pain in his body receded like the ebbing tide, and his senses began to awaken. It was as if the world had shed a veil, becoming remarkably vivid and clear. He rose to his feet, his body caked in mud, yet he felt an unprecedented lightness, as though he could reach out and touch the sunlight. Looking down, he was surprised to see a few fallen leaves at his feet moving without the slightest breeze, dancing gracefully around his legs like tiny sprites. Mental energy affecting the physical world. "I did it," he exclaimed with excitement, eagerly opening the mysterious status panel. Sure enough, the data on the panel had undergone significant changes. Name, Gawain Trifolium. Age, 13. Physique, 1. Spirit, 1.2. Mana, 0.15. Wizard talent, first class. Rank, low-level wizard apprentice. Skills, alchemy LV 174, archery LV 28. Tricks, none. Spells, none. Condition, healthy. Mana points, 41.88. Gawain quickly analyzed the updated stats. My mental energy has awakened. I've directly advanced to a low-level wizard apprentice. He murmured to himself. I'm already starting to absorb the energy particles in the world and convert them into mana. However, his excitement was short-lived as he noticed a problem. A mana cap of only 5? That's way too low. Gawain recalled information he'd read online. The mana cap should be 10 times the mental energy. With a spirit value of 1.2, my cap should be 12. He quickly deduced the issue. It must be because I haven't practiced a meditation technique yet. I need one to properly cultivate. Gawain organized his thoughts, realizing the limited options available to obtain a meditation method. The church, he suddenly remembered. They've burned so many wizards at the stake. If they didn't destroy all their belongings, some of it might be sealed away. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Once the goddess of life falls, he'll be able to claim that inheritance. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. With anticipation, Gawain's gaze fell on the silver ring on his left index finger. Now that he was a wizard apprentice, he wondered if this seemingly enchanted ring could be put to use. He attempted to channel his faint mana into the ring. After several failed attempts, he finally felt a slight ripple of energy. He kept trying, persisting until a barely perceptible strand of mana emerged from the void, flowing toward his left index finger and into the silver ring. However, the mana seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. It must be the original owner's mana imprint, Gawain speculated. He increased the flow of mana, and soon the fragile barrier gave way. A faint glimmer flashed across the silver ring, and a surge of stored information flooded into Gawain's mind. The Ring of Mine, Gawain exclaimed in delight. Not only did the silver ring have a name, but it also contained a solidified zero-circle spell called Mental Shock. It required only a minimal amount of mana to cast, unleashing an invisible wave of mental force in a 10-meter range, with a frontal angle of impact. For targets with weaker souls, particularly knights, it could render them unconscious instantly. What thrilled Gawain even more was that the Ring of Mind could autonomously absorb energy particles, recharging itself every 3 days. If mana was manually infused, it could be activated a second or even third time in quick succession, effectively granting him mastery over this spell. A zero-circle spell? Normally, you'd have to be a mid-level wizard apprentice to learn one, Gawain murmured to himself, his excitement barely contained. This is a real treasure. Gawain's laughter brimmed with joy, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The newly mastered trump card significantly bolstered his confidence in inheriting the church's legacy, as though victory was already within his grasp. The next step was clear master the other 2 tricks as quickly as possible. Despite staying awake all night, Gawain felt no trace of fatigue. Refreshed, he took a cold shower and changed into clean, comfortable clothes. Eager to begin, he carried a few parchment books from the underground chamber to his bedroom and quickly opened The Art of Tricks, a detailed guide to summoning ravens and modifying steel feather talents, diving into its contents with focus. Half an hour later, Gawain closed the book and rubbed his strained eyes. A look of mild frustration crossed his face while he could barely grasp the summoning of ravens. The section on modifying steel feather talents seemed utterly incomprehensible. It was filled with technical terms like breeding and nocturnal feeding, whose meanings he could only vaguely guess. Realizing he needed to build foundational knowledge first, Gawain turned to basics of biology. This book, to his surprise, piqued his interest. As he read, he mused to himself, it seems that the old fellow in Diagon Alley must specialize in biological modifications. After finishing his reading, Gawain picked up the crystal ball by his bedside and attempted to meditate. Although he lacked formal meditation techniques, he hoped the crystal ball might help him achieve a similar effect. He was well aware of the challenges of mastering witchcraft. It required first deciphering the spell, then constructing a complete spell rune within the mental realm, even for the simplest of tricks. Without proper meditation methods, Gawain had to rely on external tools. He worked to calm his mind, clear his thoughts, and slow his breathing. However, after half an hour of effort, he found himself growing irritable instead. Not wanting to force it, Gawain opened his eyes and reached for some papyrus and a quill, beginning to analyze the summoning trick for ravens. During the analysis, Gawain was astonished to discover that witchcraft involved principles of geometry from mathematics. Each spell resembled a complex mathematical problem, and deciphering it was akin to solving an equation. Only by understanding this process could one inscribe it step by step into the soul realm and ultimately achieve the correct result. For someone who had endured 9 years of compulsory education, this revelation was a godsend. Destiny favors me, Gawain exclaimed in excitement, his pen flying across the page. When his hand grew tired, he would flex his wrist before returning to either writing or meditating with the crystal ball. And so, his days were consumed by relentless study and experimentation. On the 3rd day, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, Gawain suddenly burst into laughter. After tireless effort, he finally deciphered the correct rune structure for summoning ravens, completing the first step in mastering the trick. At that moment, the golden interface on his retina began to flicker. When it stabilized, the data had significantly changed. Mana, 55. Skills. Biological modification LV01. Alchemist LV175. Archery LV28. Tricks. Summoning ravens LV01. Gold points 41.88. Gawain noticed that his mana was fully charged, and to his surprise, biological modification had also been recorded. Looking at the densely written papyrus sheets in his hands, a deep sense of accomplishment filled him. Rather than rushing to level up, Gawain once again picked up the crystal ball, regulating his breathing and striving to clear his mind. After half an hour, he felt his heart grow increasingly tranquil, as if he were slowly shedding the confines of his physical body. Suddenly, his consciousness wavered, and he found himself in a strange space surrounded by countless specks of light. This, this is my mental realm, Gawain thought, his heart racing with excitement. His efforts had finally paid off. Despite lacking formal meditation techniques, he had successfully used the crystal ball to enter his mental realm. In truth, he had briefly glimpsed this realm before when leveling up his alchemist skill, but it had been fleeting then, unlike the vivid and stable experience he now encountered. Gawain lowered his gaze to his own body, instantly realizing that this was the essence of his soul. Around him, tiny specks of light floated like scattered fragments of his mental energy, while a thin, grayish mist encircling the specks represented the magical energy naturally absorbed and transformed by his mental power. Soul, mental energy, and magic were tightly interwoven, mutually dependent, and together formed the foundation of Gawain's spiritual realm. He pondered silently. If he could master the art of meditation, he could inscribe runes of will on the outer edges of his spiritual world. This would not only enhance its defenses and stability, but also allow for continuous expansion. Taking a deep breath, Gawain resolved to begin constructing the rune structure for summoning ravens. Focusing his mind, he guided his will and used his mental energy as ink to painstakingly etch the runes in front of him. The mental energy transformed into countless lines, linking, gathering, weaving, and intertwining to form an intricate and delicate planar geometric pattern. Though it appeared complex, it was less than 1% of the complete rune structure. At that moment, a brief lapse in concentration caused a slight deviation in the mental energy lines. In an instant, it triggered a chain reaction, and the rune structure he had just built collapsed with a resounding crash. A storm-like ripple swept through his spiritual world, and Gawain felt as though he had been struck in the face by a heavy hammer. Dizzy and disoriented, he was forced out of his spiritual realm. Rubbing his throbbing head, he felt relieved that the damage was not severe. The spiritual realm had self-healing capabilities, and this level of turbulence would subside within half a day. However, this meant he could not continue inscribing runes for the next few hours, and with his mental energy nearly depleted, recovery would take time. To fully inscribe the raven summoning rune within his mind would require at least a month, possibly 2 to 3 months if any mistakes occurred. Of course, this timeline applied to ordinary low-level wizard apprentices, while those with exceptional talent were a different matter entirely. After half a day, the side effects of his failed attempt subsided. Gawain set aside the ancestral notes in his hand and shifted his focus to the gilded interface before him. Since inscribing runes was so time-consuming, he decided to upgrade directly. Trickery, summon Raven LV0 3 gold points, 41.88, gold points 4. With a mental command, Gawain instantly upgraded Summon Raven to LV1. A surge of insights flooded his mind, and he re-entered his spiritual world to refine and evolve the rune structure for summoning ravens. He failed repeatedly but persisted, starting over each time. As soon as his mental energy was depleted, it regenerated without causing any disruptions. From clumsy attempts to proficient execution, and finally to effortless mastery, Gawain seemed to experience months of trials in just 2 breaths. At last, he comprehended the entire rune structure for summoning ravens. Although he had only achieved theoretical understanding at this stage and had not physically inscribed the runes, Gawain did not hesitate. Grasping a crystal orb, he emptied his mind and swiftly entered his spiritual realm once more. With precise and fluid strokes, he began inscribing the raven summoning rune structure. Every line was executed with accuracy and efficiency, wasting no energy. By the time his mental energy was exhausted, he had completed 1/10 of the full rune. Exhausted, he exited the spiritual realm and collapsed into sleep. Upon recovering, he resumed the process, repeating the cycle over and over. Day after day, Gawain tirelessly pushed himself to master this powerful summoning spell as quickly as possible. 3 days later, as the final stroke of the rune was completed, a fully formed raven summoning rune appeared before Gawain's eyes. The rune was exquisite and intricate, radiating an aura of magical power. It shimmered faintly, spreading across the ground like a carpet, occupying roughly 1/3 of the space in his mental world. Gawain stroked his chin, pondering the mental capacity of a low-level wizard apprentice. He realized he could only sustain 3 spells at most, and couldn't help but wonder if others faced the same limitation. With a thought, his consciousness returned to reality, and to his delight, he confirmed that he had indeed mastered this spell. However, Gawain quickly calmed himself. This spell was merely a supportive one, requiring synergy with the disciplines of biological modification and the steel feather iron claw technique to unleash its full potential. Given his limited resources, he decided to hold off on upgrades and first test the effectiveness of this initial spell. Standing in the center of his bedroom, Gawain focused on sensing the magic in his mental world. He channeled his energy into the newly inscribed rune. The rune began to glow faintly, and when he infused it with 1 unit of magic, it suddenly lit up, enveloping him in an air of mystery. With a solemn expression, Gawain raised his hand and pointed skyward. Instantly, an invisible wave of magical energy rippled outward. Yet, the room remained still, leaving Gawain puzzled and wondering if he had failed. Just then, a series of caws came from outside the room. Gawain turned to see a black-feathered raven perched on the open windowsill, peering curiously inside. "Caw," the raven seemed to ask. "Hey, were you calling me?" Overjoyed, Gawain quickly fetched some bread and water. The raven showed no fear, instead gazing at him with curiosity. When it saw the bread, it even hopped closer. Gawain tore the bread into crumbs and scattered them on the windowsill, and the raven happily pecked at the pieces. He reached out to stroke the raven, which only flinched twice before allowing him to pet it, continuing to eat the crumbs without concern. Gawain grinned, found a strip of blue cloth, wrote the number 1 on it with ink, and tied it to the raven's left leg as a marker. Gawain began to plan. Once he summoned a few more ravens and familiarized himself with them, he could begin experimenting with the steel feather iron claw modification. This technique, a branch of biological modification, also required deciphering runesknot to inscribe them in the mental world but directly onto the experimental subjects. Combined with magical nurturing and specific feeding conditions, it could gradually transform ordinary ravens into extraordinary magical creatures. In theory, this technique could also be applied to humans, but the numerous variables made success far from guaranteed. As a result, only a few extreme wizards dared to risk modifying themselves. Just as Gawain was preparing to analyze the steel feather iron claw modification, a knock came at the door. He quickly stepped out of his room and found old John tapping on the newly repaired gate. Gawain tidied his disheveled hair and, with dark circles under his eyes, walked into the yard, asking curiously, "Old John, isn't it too early for the herb delivery?" Old John caught sight of Gawain through the gate crack and froze for a moment. Once he recovered, he stammered, "Sorry, Mr. Gawain. I didn't mean to disturb you, I." Gawain waved a hand dismissively and explained nonchalantly, "You know how it is, herbology is such a profound field. I need to work harder to master it." Yes. Old John nodded vigorously, fawning. "You are truly an admirable herbalist. It's no wonder you've achieved such advanced skills at your age. If my children were half as diligent as you, I wouldn't have to run around at my age. But, Mr. Gawain, you should still take care of your health. After all." All right. Gawain interrupted Old John's rambling. "I appreciate the reminder, but you still haven't answered my question." Old John snapped out of his thoughts, glanced around cautiously, and then pulled a small beast-hide pouch from his chest. "Mr. Gawain, take a look. I think I might have found one of those mutated herbs you mentioned." Raising an eyebrow, Gawain opened the gate. He saw Old John take out a small, vibrant red plant. Comparing it to the descriptions in his ancestors' notes, Gawain immediately recognized it as a magical herb, the main ingredient for crafting blood boil potion, known as blood boil grass. The concocted boiling blood potion can significantly boost a knight's combat power for a short period, but leaves the user weakened for half a day afterward. For Gawain, it isn't very useful at the moment. However, the potion is quite valuable and could fetch a good amount of gold dragons. Gawain carefully examined the potion in his hand and nodded. "Not bad. It's indeed a mutated herb." Old John rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he eagerly awaited Gawain's next move. With a faint smile, Gawain casually tossed a silver stag coin toward Old John. The coin traced a graceful arc through the air. "The Clover family keeps its word," he said calmly. Catching the coin, Old John's face lit up with joy, and he showered Gawain with praises for his generosity. He then climbed onto his creaking donkey cart and slowly drove away. Gawain watched until the cart disappeared into the distance. Just as Gawain was about to head back inside and resume his grueling work, a tall, thin figure hurried toward him. It was Alba, his expression dark and his brow furrowed. Gawain welcomed him into the courtyard and asked curiously, "Uncle Alba, what brings you here?" Alba, too preoccupied to notice Gawain's unusual demeanor, spoke gravely. "Mr. Gawain, there's trouble. Some gang members stopped by the herbal shop earlier. They pinned a bill to the counter with a dagger and demanded we pay 2 silver stags within 3 days. They also made some threats." At first, Gawain thought Soren might have taken notice of him. Upon hearing it was just gang extortion, he let out a small sigh of relief. Though he wasn't afraid of the gang, he also didn't want unnecessary complications. He thought to himself, "Time is on my side. Once I inherit the church's estate, the gang will be as insignificant as ants." But he didn't let his thoughts show and instead asked calmly, "What reason did they give?" "Cleaning fees," Alba said through gritted teeth. Gawain let out a cold chuckle and said directly, "Then pay them. Deduct the money from the shop's account." Alba hesitated for a moment, then reminded him, "But that's 2 silver stags. Don't worry about it. Just pay." Gawain replied firmly, "All right, you're the boss," Alba said with a resigned shrug, seeing that Gawain's mind was made up. Changing the subject, Gawain asked, "How are the sales at the herbal shop?" Alba reported in detail. "Sales have been decent. This week, we sold over 40 bottles of hemostatic potion and a dozen bottles of pain relief potion. We also sold a few bottles of childbirth and fever-reducing potions. Most of the hemostatic and pain relief potions were purchased by merchant caravans and shipping crews passing through Antler Town. The total income was around 4 silver stags. Gawain nodded in understanding. The herbal shop was indeed profitable, but it was surrounded by predators. No wonder old Holt, after decades of hard work, had only managed to save a few gold dragons. His thoughts wandered to the ancestral notes that mentioned the fish-preserving Potiona's special concoction that could keep valuable fish alive for a short time after they were removed from water. To seafood-loving nobles, it was a treasure with immense value. Sadly, despite Antler Town being near the sea, it was too remote and lacked a significant noble clientele. The demand for such a potion was low, and it could only be sold cheaply to visiting merchant caravans. In a noble-filled metropolis, however, this single potion could bring in a fortune. The real trouble was that the potion's main ingredient, fishwort, grew only on the seabed and could only be harvested by highly skilled divers. The brewing process was also extremely complex. Even if Old Holt were resurrected, the success rate wouldn't be high. Shaking his head, Gawain dismissed the idea of making the fish-preserving potion and casually asked, "By the way, Uncle Alba, do you and Aunt Marion still go to the church to pray every day?" "Of course," Alba replied, a devout expression crossing his face. "As long as there's nothing urgent, we walk there every morning. Sometimes, we even get to enjoy the church's pea soup. By the goddess above, that's truly a delicacy." Alba stood in front of the church, his eyes gleaming with devotion, his expression enraptured. He made a reverent gesture towards the church, embodying the image of a devout believer. Gawain glanced at Alba with a trace of pity in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Gawain decided to give Alba and his wife a chance. If the goddess of life were to fall, this couple might face dire consequences. He took a deep breath and spoke. "Uncle Alba, what would you think if I asked you and Aunt Marion to convert to the god of time?" "Absolutely not." Alba shook his head vehemently, his tone exaggerated. "I admit, the god of time is equally noble, but my faith in the goddess of life is as unshakable as the great Vasculan snow mountain." Gawain stroked his chin thoughtfully. "What if I offered you a gold dragon?" "What?" Alba froze on the spot, as if swept away by a fierce wind. It took him 5 full breaths to recover, his voice trembling as he asked, "Little Gawain, are you serious?" "Of course." Gawain nodded solemnly. Alba grabbed Gawain's frail shoulders in a fit of excitement, his eyes wide. "No, little Gawain, you can't do this. How could you possibly do this?" Gawain easily freed himself from Alba's grip, his expression serious. "Uncle Alba, now is the time to give me your answer." Alba stepped back 2 paces, clutching his head with both hands, his face filled with inner conflict. I think I need to discuss this with Marion." "No, I need an answer right now," Gawain interrupted. "Alba, will you continue to follow the goddess, or will you convert to the god of time?" I, I. Alba's voice was dry, and finally, he lowered his head and replied in a barely audible tone, "I want the gold dragon." Gawain broke into a mischievous grin. "Uncle Alba, remember your answer. Once you and Aunt Marion officially convert to the god of time, I'll pay you the gold dragon. Here, take this silver stag as a down payment. Remember, the Clover family always keeps its word." With that, he casually tossed a silver stag to Alba and turned back to his room. The silver stag felt like a crushing weight, and Alba collapsed to the ground, his hands covering his face in anguish. "Oh heavens, what have I done? I've betrayed the goddess for a gold dragon. I'm going to hell. But that seems like something very far away." Among the deities, the god of time was considered one of the few benevolent ones and was the third to fall. Even when faced with mortal peril, the god chose to leave a path of salvation for his followers. This was precisely why Gawain wanted Alba and Marion to convert to the god of time. In these times, those without faith were already seen as outcasts. Even bounty hunters and wandering knights would often align themselves with the war god as casual believers. However, the fall of the god of time would still bring catastrophic consequences. When that day came, the world of Pandora would spiral into chaos. The icy winds of the Vasculan snow mountain could sweep unimpeded to the Crimson Coast, while the warm breezes of the Solarian Sea might engulf the northernmost cities. Day and night would reverse. The seasons would fall into disarray, with summers lasting 3 years and winters stretching over a decade. Everyone would be left struggling to survive in the ensuing turmoil. This was yet another devastating side effect of a deity's fall. 3 days later, at the end of the month, a knight arrived from the church to collect donations. Unable to evade it, Gawain reluctantly handed over his last 3 silver stags. Fortunately, the knight did not trouble him further and left after receiving the donation. 2 days after that, Gawain successfully deciphered the illumination spell, added it to his panel, and casually leveled it up to LV1. Over the next 3 days, he focused on meticulously engraving the runes into his mental realm. Caw, caw, caw. On this particular morning, Gawain, hoping to sleep in for once, was awakened at dawn by the incessant cawing outside his window. Those pesky little creatures, he muttered under his breath, climbing out of bed in his coarse linen nightshirt. He reached up and tapped his forehead, and a soft glow appeared half a foot above his head, illuminating the dim room like a light bulb. Flap, flap, he opened the window, and 5 ravens eagerly landed on the windowsill, their beady eyes filled with anticipation, waiting to be fed. Gawain carefully brought over the breadcrumbs he had prepared and gently scattered them on the windowsill. 5 crows immediately hopped forward with excitement, pecking at the crumbs in a hurried frenzy. He extended his hand, stroking each crow's head one by one, feeling the texture of their feathers. Taking a deep breath, Gawain began cautiously channeling his magic. He directed thin strands of magical energy into the body of crow number 1. The crow seemed slightly uncomfortable, shifting its position slightly, but the instinct to feed kept it from flying away. Seizing the opportunity, Gawain continued to infuse magic into its body, helping it gradually adapt to the presence of magic and reducing its resistance. This process was the initial step of what he called cultivating experimental subjects. Gawain thought to himself that once the crows grew accustomed to this sensation, he could take the next step, replacing mental energy with magic and inscribing the decoded steel feather iron claw rune into the crows. If the crow could withstand the final phase of transformation, it would merge with the rune. At that point, the rune would activate, absorbing energy particles from the environment to continuously enhance the crow's body. Eventually, it would transform into a supernatural creature with steel-like feathers and razor-sharp claws. This was the full process of trick, summon crows, and the steel feather iron claw transformation. Gawain was well aware that he was still in the early experimental stages, with a long journey ahead before achieving true success in the transformation. After nurturing all 5 crows with his magic, he shifted his focus to the gold-burning interface. The panel displayed his current stats. Spirit, 1.2. Magic, 3.85. Skills. Biochemical modification LV023. Apothecary LV175. Archery LV28. Tricks. Summon crows LV17. Illumination LV12. Gold points 33.88. Gawain calculated silently. Casting illumination consumed 1 unit of magic, while nurturing the crows only used 0.2 units. He realized that without a meditation technique, his spirit and magic limits showed little improvement. He had already learned all the available tricks, and biochemical modification was unlikely to yield quick results. For now, only archery and illumination could increase his strength. Then let's level up, Gawain decided without hesitation, directing his will. Gold points 2.5. Gold points 5.1. Gold points 10. Skill. Archery LV5 Master. In an instant, Gawain felt as though he was transported into a series of special trials. From moving targets to live creatures, from sparrows to beasts, wave after wave of insights flooded his mind. For a fleeting moment, he transformed into an archery master, as if with a bow in hand, there was nothing in the world he couldn't hit. Flap, flap. Instinctively, Gawain reached for the short bow hanging on the wall. The crows on the windowsill suddenly stopped eating, startled, and flew away. He chuckled to himself and muttered, "So level 5 archery is the limit? Am I already this skilled? Well, let's keep going." Gawain directed his will again, this time upgrading illumination. Gold points 5.2. Gold points 11. Trick, illumination LV31. Gold points 0.08. With each upgrade, Gawain gained new insights. He felt the rune within his spiritual world subtly evolving, its structure becoming more refined, its lines more harmonious, and the entire rune exuding a sense of perfection. When Gawain finally came to his senses, he slapped his forehead. In an instant, a blinding white light burst forth from above him, illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. Not bad, Gawain nodded to himself. In a dim environment, this could even temporarily blind an enemy. However, he furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that the level 3 illumination might have more potential. He experimented by attempting to move the light source above his head and succeeded, just as had hoped. Gawain nodded with satisfaction, feeling the power of his newfound ability. He discovered that he could effortlessly control light sources within a 3-meter radius around him and even adjust their brightness. Excited, he experimented further, shooting beams of light from his eyes, switching between his left and right eye, and even mimicking the strobe lights of a nightclub. However, his joy was soon tempered by reality. Gawain realized that he had hit a ceiling in his strength, and his resources were completely depleted. He knew there was only one path left to grow stronger, claiming the church's inheritance. The goddess of life was on the verge of her downfall, and time was running out. Resolute, Gawain acted swiftly. He hid the parchment in a secret underground chamber, armed himself, donned his gentleman's hat, and stepped out of his house with determination. 5 days later, in the dead of night, Gawain sat exhausted in a rundown inn on a backstreet near the church. Days of staking out had drained him of nearly all his energy. If he didn't achieve results soon, he would lose his last copper star. At that moment, a violent pounding on the door shattered the midnight silence. Gawain moved cautiously to the door and cracked it open just slightly. Chaos filled the hallway. Militia members with armbands were breaking down doors, dragging out disheveled women, while others took the opportunity to loot and plunder. Vampires are taking people. Run. Get out here, all of you. The priest just delivered a divine decree. Everyone must gather in the square for prayer. Gawain instantly understood. The end of the goddess of life had arrived. This was the final frenzy. One of the militia charged toward his room. Gawain quickly shut the door, grabbed a short bough from the wall, and nocked an arrow. The moment the door was broken open, he released the arrow, which pierced through the intruder's mouth and exited through the back of his skull. Before the body hit the ground, Gawain had already leapt out the back window and was sprinting toward the square. On the streets, scattered pedestrians were all heading in the same direction. Suddenly, someone dropped to the ground without warning, followed by another. Panic began to spread. Gawain quickened his pace. Before he reached the square, a deafening sound of shattering stone filled the air. He turned to see the 37-meter-tall statue of the goddess of life collapsing, crashing to the ground. Several worshippers who couldn't escape in time were crushed instantly. The thunderous impact awakened the entire town of Deer Antler. Chaos erupted immediately. No. Am I dreaming? Father Nick, wake up. Father Colin. Oh my God. Can someone tell me what's happening? Nuns screamed as they surrounded the fallen priests, while the remaining temple knights rushed toward the square. On the square itself, the surviving worshippers were either kneeling in prayer, weeping uncontrollably, or running in a frenzy, desperately trying to escape the terror within. Gawain scanned the square with a quick glance before swiftly pulling a black cloth over his face. His heart raced, and a thin layer of sweat formed on his palms as he strode toward the church entrance. Just as he was about to step inside, a terrified young nun burst out from within. Her face was as pale as a ghost, her eyes wide with fear, and her trembling voice screamed, "Father Baird is dead! Father Baird is dead!" She dashed past Gawain, too consumed by panic to notice him, and continued running into the distance, still crying out in alarm. Gawain froze for a brief moment before lowering the short bow he had instinctively raised. A faint, enigmatic smile crept across his face as he stepped boldly into the church. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across the walls, and an unsettling tension hung heavy in the air. Without hesitation, Gawain headed straight for the altar in the nave, confident that it held something of great value. His path was unhindered. The church was littered with bodies, scattered across the floor in grotesque positions, some with twisted expressions, others with eyes wide open in frozen terror. The occasional surviving nun he encountered was too stricken with fear to impede him. After all, the most devout among them had already become cold, lifeless corpses. Before long, Gawain reached the area near the altar, where a chilling scene unfolded before him. The bodies of a dozen knights lay sprawled across the marble floor, their blood tracing crimson trails. 3 surviving knights knelt at the altar, clutching the lifeless form of a figure dressed in a white robe. Their quiet sobs filled the air. It was clear this was none other than Father Baird, the seldom-seen leader of the church in Antler Town. Tragically, he was now no more than a cold corpse. Gawain felt a wave of relief. Had Father Baird still been alive, with power rivaling that of a true sorcerer, Gawain would never have dared to set foot here. He advanced, his bowstring taut, his voice low and firm. "Gentlemen, who can tell me where the sanctum is? And where is the key to open it?" 2 of the knights seemed deaf to his words, lost in their grief. The 3rd knight slowly turned his head, his eyes hollow and his voice hoarse. "You want the key as well?" Gawain frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. The knight gave a grim smile and continued, "Watcher in the shadows, you're too late. Father Baird's cross has already been stolen." He raised a trembling hand to point toward a passage behind the altar. "If you hurry, you might still catch the thief." Gawain's heart sank at the knight's ominous tone. Only then did he notice the gruesome injuries that bound the 3 knights to their knees, gaping wounds the size of a forearm on each of their legs, blood pooling beneath them. Whether they would survive was uncertain at best. Forcing himself to remain calm, Gawain pressed on. "What abilities does this thief possess? Perhaps I can avenge you." "Heretic! Heretic!" the other 2 knights shouted in rage. The 1st knight, still composed, replied. He wore a black robe, and the air around him reeked of fish. He conjured ice arrows with a mere wave of his hand, and wherever he passed, trails of water were left behind. He resembled those devious and treacherous sorcerers. Another knight, on the brink of despair, cried out, "Oh, goddess, you have taken Father Baird to your divine realm. Why have you left us to suffer in this mortal world?" Turning to Gawain, his eyes filled with hopelessness. "Stranger, whom I have never met, Mavis humbly begs for a small act of mercy." "Granted," Gawain replied coldly. With a flick of his finger, the arrow flew from his bowstring, piercing the unarmored knight's throat. Blood gushed from Mavis's mouth, yet a devout smile spread across his face. He opened his arms as if embracing death. Self-slaughter is a sin that leads to damnation. Surely this does not count. Oh, goddess above, please guide your faithful servant. Apologies, but your goddess is already dead, Gawain said icily. Without hesitation, he swiftly loosed 2 more arrows, dispatching the remaining knights. Their faces froze in expressions of shock and disbelief. Once he confirmed their deaths, Gawain stepped forward and searched Father Baird's body, though his efforts yielded nothing. However, on the knights, he found a handful of gold dragons. Recharge, Gawain muttered under his breath as he absorbed the coins. Tightening his grip on his short bow, he cautiously moved toward the passage the knight had indicated, determined to pursue the mysterious thief. This time, Gawain's level of caution increased significantly. Learning that his opponent, who had acted before him, could cast ice arrow, he immediately realized he might be facing a mid-level or even high-level wizard apprentice. After all, ice arrow was a zero-circle spell, not something an ordinary person could master. However, Gawain did not retreat. He carefully weighed his advantages in his mind. First, he still had cards up his sleeve and might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Second, the gap between apprentices was not insurmountable before officially becoming a wizard. It was merely a matter of means and mental strength. Lastly, he had the upper hand, observing from the shadows, while his opponent was completely unaware. Gawain understood clearly that before becoming an official wizard, apprentices could not master metamagic techniques. All spells required preparation, time. Even the simplest tricks couldn't be cast instantly. This knowledge further solidified his confidence. The advantage was his. With this confidence, Gawain cautiously advanced through the dim corridor. Not long after, he noticed damp patches on the ground and caught a faint scent of fish in the air. Following these traces, he soon arrived at the entrance of a ground-level passageway leading to the sanctum. So, the sanctum was underground, Gawain thought to himself. Out of caution, he refrained from heading down directly and instead chose to ambush his opponent on the surface. About 15 minutes later, a dull clang broke the silence. A heavy bundle was thrown up from the entrance, followed by a small, shadowy figure climbing out from underground. The figure warily scanned the surroundings, relaxing slightly only after confirming there was no danger. He began muttering curses under his breath. Damn Antler Town, what a backwater place. Even the noble Murgle fishfolk have to scavenge scraps. It's all because of that wench, Graham. If she hadn't seduced the minter in bed, would have had a much greater haul. Curse her. As he spoke, he extended his scaly hands from under his black robe and made a peculiar gesture. Strange syllables spilled from his mouth, and a glow began to form in his palms. He then pressed his hands onto the bundle on the ground. Something extraordinary happened. The heavy bundle vanished into thin air. However, the caster staggered violently, struggling to maintain his balance. In that split second, an arrow whizzed through the air, aimed straight at the figure's neck. The sound of its flight startled Moore into action. Instinctively, he raised a hand to block. The arrow pierced through his palm without mercy and embedded itself half an inch into his neck. Ah! Moore cried out in pain. At the same time, the bundle that had disappeared suddenly reappeared, tearing open. Countless gold and silver coins scattered across the ground, rolling about with a clinking sound. The backlash from the disrupted spell sent a sharp pain through Moore's mind. Just as he gritted his teeth to endure and prepared to cast a water barrier, another series of arrows came hurtling toward him. Damn it! Moore instinctively dove to the ground, employing an almost forgotten soft-body technique. His body twisted and turned in impossible ways, narrowly avoiding all vital hits. Even so, he was struck by 4 or 5 arrows, and blue blood pooled beneath him. From a distance, Gawain couldn't help but be impressed. Not bad, he murmured. He paused his rapid-fire shots, adjusted his aim, and prepared to use heavy arrow techniques, each shot delivering 120 of his strength. You cowardly ambusher. You've made me angry. Moore roared as he suddenly leapt to his feet, pulling out a trident from Walknoshire and charging toward Gawain. Gawain quickly fired 4 arrows in succession, but all were deflected by the trident. As Moore closed the distance, Gawain maintained his drawn bow, but unexpectedly shut his right eye. Then, in a flash, his right eye snapped open, emitting a brilliant beam of light that struck Moore's head. The sudden shift from darkness to blinding light momentarily blinded Moore, whose vision had adapted to the dim surroundings of the sanctum. The ice arrow spell he had been secretly preparing was forcibly interrupted. Panic surged within him, and he swung his trident wildly in desperation, creating a defensive frenzy. Gawain, steady and composed, loosed another arrow. It streaked through the air and pierced Moore's knee. Moore let out a pained cry, collapsing into a half-kneeling position. In that brief moment of vulnerability, another arrow followed, striking Moore's exposed face with precision. Moore could no longer grip his trident, clutching his face beneath his black robe as he screamed in agony. Gawain, however, remained unmoved. He continued firing arrows, each one targeting a critical point on Moore's body. Only when his quiver held just 3 arrows did he finally cease. By then, Moore's body was riddled with wounds, a bloodied and lifeless husk. Cautiously, Gawain approached, dagger in hand. He used it to lift the blood-soaked black robe, revealing a grotesque face beneath. The sight made Gawain involuntarily draw a sharp breath. A merman? The creature had just introduced itself as a mogul merman, but its appearance was far from human, more like a grotesque fish monster. Gawain scrutinized the being before him. Its slimy green skin glistened as though coated in oil, and while its hands and feet were humanoid, its cheeks and the backs of its hands were covered in small scales and fins. Its overall appearance was anything but pleasant. Gawain swiftly stripped the creature of its clothing, finding nothing of interest except a trident. Recalling how it had hidden a package within its body, he drew his dagger and began probing the corpse without hesitation. Suddenly, as the blade pierced the creature's upper arm, there was a sharp clink, and a delicate green box tumbled to the ground. Without pausing to inspect it, Gawain grabbed the box and quickly gathered the scattered gold and silver coins. Plunging his hand into the pile of treasure, he murmured softly, "Recharge." Instantly, the gold and silver dissolved into shimmering starlight, converting into rapidly increasing karmic points. All that remained on the ground were a few grains of golden and silver dust. Gawain glanced at the display. Karmic points 2293.08. Jackpot. Gawain grinned, a surge of exhilaration rising in his chest at the sudden windfall. Carefully wrapping the remaining dust in a black cloth, he tucked it into his coat. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the sanctuary. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously stepped inside. The church in Antler Town had stood for nearly a millennium, and Gawain was certain it held more treasures within. Inside the sanctuary, the first thing that caught his eye was a clear water pool at the center, half filled with holy water. Above the pool hung a stalactite-like column that appeared to condense the sacred liquid. On either side of the room were bookshelves piled with parchment scrolls, their contents recently disturbed, leaving the shelves in disarray. In a corner, Gawain's attention was drawn to a fully metallic safe partially embedded in the wall. The safe looked exceptionally sturdy, with a cruciform key still inserted in its lock, but its interior had already been emptied. A hefty book lay discarded on the floor, likely taken from the safe. Picking up the volume, Gawain read the title emblazoned on its cover, The Celebration of Life. Flipping through its pages, he found it filled with hymns and praises to the goddess of life. It seemed to hold little practical value, yet a strange instinct told him this book was far from ordinary. Setting the celebration of life aside, Gawain began skimming through the parchment scrolls on the shelves. They chronicled nearly 1,000 years of Antler Town's history, including records of the Church's participation in witch hunts, sales of indulgences, and even contracts revealing the Church's covert business ventures. The information was overwhelming but of little use to Gawain. Even if he claimed these documents, they would become worthless once Baron Okas took control of Antler Town. Gawain pondered the possibility of a hidden room. His first attempt was to dive into the holy water pool, searching its depths, but he found nothing. Next, he moved the bookshelves aside, checking the walls behind them, yet there were no concealed doors. After considerable effort, his gaze finally settled on the altar. The wall behind it had a recessed cavity, where the original statue had been shattered into fragments. Suddenly, an idea struck Gawain. The cavity's dimensions seemed to match the size of the celebration of life. Quickly, he removed the altar and slid the heavy tome into the recess. It fit perfectly. Just as he was stepping back, a series of mechanical clicks echoed through the chamber. The holy water pool began to churn as a towering black spire slowly rose from its depths. The spire's design was eerie, shaped like a fallen black angel wrapped in chains, exuding an aura of foreboding. Gawain held his breath, approaching cautiously to examine the mysterious black tower. The black tower stood tall in the water, rising 7 stories high, with each level lined with drawer-like storage compartments. Gawain carefully waded into the water, his fingers gently tugging at a chain. With a soft click, a drawer on the top level slid open. A glimmering light spilled out, revealing a pile of gemstones. Gawain's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. After ensuring no one was around, he opened 2 more drawers on the same level. A dazzling array of gemstones filled his view. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. Overjoyed by this unexpected fortune, Gawain quickly stashed all the gems into his pockets. Unable to contain his excitement, Gawain turned to the drawers on the second level. However, instead of more treasures, he found a finger bone inscribed with the name Demi Fairwood. Gawain paused, his thoughts racing, speculating that it might be the remains of a long-dead sorcerer. He continued to explore the other drawers, discovering that most contained items, while only a few were empty. Hair, ashes, buttons, torn pages, teeth, ears. Each drawer with contents bore a name, seemingly belonging to individuals labeled as heretics and purged by the church during the millennia-long witch hunts. A pang of sympathy stirred in Gawain's heart, but he quickly refocused, collecting any items he thought might be useful. Reaching the bottommost level, Gawain opened the first drawer and found a black leather notebook. Its cover was etched with spidery writing that read, "Cursed Notes." Gawain raised an eyebrow, quickly flipped through the pages, and then tucked the notebook into his coat. In the age following the fall of the god of mysteries, he would never have dared to act so boldly. Knowledge came at a high price, and meddling with the unknown could lead to uncontrollable corruption. But now, with caution, the risks seemed manageable. In the second drawer lay a skull-shaped ring, seemingly crafted from the bone of some creature. It was likely a magical artifact or enchanted item. Gawain used magic to probe it, and immediately received feedback the magical imprint on the ring had weakened over time. Satisfied, he nodded and slipped the bone skull ring onto the ring finger of his left hand, making it his second enchanted item. The ring was imbued with a zero-circle spell called Skeleton Control, enabling the transformation and control of a skeletal soldier. The third drawer contained a crystal ball of exceptional purity, far surpassing Gawain's existing testing crystal. The fourth drawer held a pale, human-looking canine tooth. At first, Gawain felt a twinge of disappointment, but then reconsidered. Anything stored on the lowest level likely held some significance. He tentatively channeled a small amount of magic into the tooth, and his eyelids twitched in surprise. It turned out to be a vampire fang, another enchanted item imbued with a zero-circle spell known as Vampire's Curse. To use it, one would need to knock out one of their own teeth to replace it with the fang. It granted a significant boost to physical abilities but came with serious side effects: a gradual cooling of the body, a growing thirst for blood, an aversion to sunlight, and eventual transformation into a long-lived vampire. For an aging sorcerer's apprentice nearing the end of their lifespan, this would undoubtedly be a tempting choice. Gawain pocketed the fang, but had no intention of using it. At only 13 years old, longevity was not a pressing concern, and he had no desire to become something neither human nor monster. Moving on, he opened the fifth drawer, which contained an eyeball. The sixth drawer held the corpse of an insect, though both had decayed beyond recognition. When Gawain opened the last drawer, a small green leaf caught his eye. This delicate leaf, no larger than half a palm, exuded an extraordinary aura. Despite the passage of time, it remained as fresh as if it had just been plucked, clearly not an ordinary object. Gawain's heart leapt with joy as he carefully cradled the leaf in his hand. Suddenly, he noticed faint traces of writing appearing on its surface. However, when he leaned in for a closer look, the text mysteriously vanished. Frowning in thought, Gawain decided to channel a trace of magical energy into the leaf. In an instant, a massive influx of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Complex and cryptic symbols formed in his consciousness. Though he could not recognize a single character, he inexplicably understood their meaning. Gawain's expression changed drastically as he murmured in shock, "The leaf of knowledge." It turned out that this seemingly ordinary green leaf was actually a fragment of the knowledge god's essence. When the deity fell, it descended to the mortal world along with the light of wisdom. The leaf did not carry mundane knowledge but contained a rare and precious technique called the star ring meditation method. This was no ordinary cultivation technique. It was an advanced meditation method reserved for those who had ascended to the rank of formal wizards. At first, Gawain was ecstatic, but his joy soon gave way to deep concern. The value of this knowledge was immeasurable. If it became public, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy among wizards vying for its possession. However, once the god of mystery fell, this knowledge would transform into the most lethal poison, constantly eroding his mind and corrupting his reason. What should have been a tremendous blessing now threatened to become a catastrophic disaster. Gawain felt a mix of bitter amusement and helplessness, but he quickly regained his composure. With the situation as it was, his only choice was to confront the challenges ahead. He needed to master zeroing magic to strengthen his will and elevate his abilities to a level capable of resisting the corruption that would soon descend, lest he lose control. Today marked the fall of the goddess of life, signifying the beginning of the 1000th year of the wizard era. Gawain recalled a crucial piece of information. The fall of the goddess of life and the god of mystery were separated by 3 months. This meant he had 3 months to prepare for the trials that awaited him. Gawain exhaled deeply. Though 3 months was a tight time frame, it was enough for him to devise a plan. Determination gleamed in his eyes as he steeled himself for the challenge that would shape his destiny. Gawain carefully retrieved the life ceremony and secured it with utmost caution. The black tower silently sank back into the holy pool, as if it had never appeared. He swiftly restored the shrine to its original state, then dragged the merman's corpse into the sanctuary, shoving it into a safe hidden in the corner. Methodically, he erased all traces of his presence, his movements precise and efficient. Finally, he took the cross key and locked the stone door of the sanctuary tightly. Carrying the merman's suitcase, Gawain quickly left. As he passed the altar, a sudden thought struck him, and he bent down to hoist up the corpse of Pastor Beard. If this formal wizard could be converted into a skeleton, he might retain some of his power. However, just as he was about to step out of the church's main door, Gawain came face to face with several returning temple knights. The knights froze at the sight before them, their expressions instantly twisting in rage. Damn it! How dare you desecrate Pastor Beard's body? One knight roared. I order you to put him down immediately. This is unforgivable. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the knights had already drawn their long swords, the screech of metal on metal echoing sharply. Like enraged bears, they charged at the slight figure of Gawain, intent on tearing him to shreds. Gawain remained unflinching, his steps steady. He raised his left hand, the ring on his index finger glowing faintly. In an instant, an invisible wave of force swept out at a sharp angle. The knights at the forefront bore the brunt of the attack, managing only to let out muffled grunts before their eyes rolled back and they collapsed unconscious. Their bodies were flung backward a good 4 or 5 meters by the sheer momentum. Works like a charm, Gawain thought with a flicker of satisfaction, wasting no time as he left the church and headed straight for his old family home. The streets of Antler Town were in utter chaos. Cries and screams echoed everywhere as gangs and criminals seized the opportunity to wreak havoc. The weak were bullied, the wealthy were robbed, and order had completely disintegrated. Gawain, unfazed, pressed on toward his home. When he arrived, he found the courtyard gate wide open and the interior in disarray, clearly ransacked. Fortunately, his most important belongings were hidden in the underground vault, so the losses were minimal. Damn thieves, Gawain cursed under his breath as he shut the gate. With the corpse still on his back, he made his way to an open patch of ground in the garden. He carefully laid the body down, then took 2 pristine blue sapphires from his pocket and gently placed them into the empty eye sockets of the skull. Gawain stroked the skeletal ring on his 4th finger and aligned the skull with the corpse. Channeling his magical energy, he activated necromantic magic. A faint white phosphorescent flame emerged from the skull's mouth, drifting slowly onto Pastor Beard's body. The pale flames ignited instantly, consuming the clothing and flesh. When the flames finally subsided, all that remained was a skeleton. The phosphorescent fire began to condense, gathering entirely within the skull's eye sockets, its color deepening. Under Gawain's watchful gaze, the blue sapphires crumbled to dust, and the white flame transformed into a vivid blue blaze, burning fiercely in the hollow sockets. The skeleton began to tremble, emitting a series of cracking noises. Slowly, it rose to its feet and knelt before Gawain, completing the final stage of the transformation ritual. Gawain touched the skeletal ring again, sensing that the skeleton recognized the ring as its master rather than himself. But that didn't matter so long as he wore the ring. He had full command over the skeleton. Turning toward his bedroom, Gawain walked inside, the skeleton trailing obediently behind. Once Gawain entered, the skeleton stood guard outside the door like a dutiful knight. Not bad at all, Gawain remarked with a satisfied nod. Gawain stepped out of the bedroom, nodding with satisfaction. He casually tossed an old coat of halters to the skeleton, which clumsily pulled it on. Once it was fully dressed, Gawain immediately tested the skeleton's combat abilities. While it couldn't wield divine magic and could only perform basic physical attacks, its indestructible body was astonishing. Neither blades nor swords could leave so much as a scratch on it. Not bad, a perfect meat shield, Gawain mused to himself. He ordered the skeleton to stand guard at the door as he returned to his bedroom. Finally, there was time to carefully examine the merman's inheritance. Gawain studied the brownish leather chest in front of him, 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. It had 2 hidden clasps but wasn't locked. He cautiously undid the clasps and called out toward the door. Come in. The skeleton pushed the door open and stepped inside, reaching out to take the chest. Without hesitation, it used its bony fingers to pry the chest open. At that moment, a beam of white light shot out from the chest and embedded itself precisely into the skeleton's left cheekbone. As expected, a trap, Gawain sighed in relief, taking the now open chest from the skeleton's hands. The interior of the chest's lid housed a delicate spring mechanism, and inside were several neatly arranged items. 2 hardcover books, a crystal ball, a sealed seashell, a beautiful conch, a finely crafted scale, and several transparent glass bottles and test tubes containing powders or liquids. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Gawain first placed the crystal ball and hardcover books on the bed. He picked up the seashell and carefully pried it open, revealing a handful of large pearls inside. A nice little fortune, he thought happily, closing the shell and setting it aside. Next, he picked up the conch and toyed with it, attempting to channel magic into it. He felt resistance. This must be an enchanted item, he surmised. Increasing the flow of magic, he quickly erased the lingering magical imprint within and discovered its Purpusia message conch, capable of transmitting and receiving messages. Setting the conch aside, Gawain examined the scale. A ring of text was inscribed on it, not in Nobian script, but something similar, likely from the Pandora language family. After some guesswork, he deciphered its meaning. School of Oceanic Arts, Tomorrow's Ark Realm, Mogul Deep Sea Sorcerer Academy, 7th Wave Rider Morgan. Tomorrow's Ark Realm? Gawain muttered with a frown. This is completely beyond my understanding. He speculated that the scale was likely the merman's identification token and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only I could enter that academy. What a shame. He guessed that the academy was likely hidden deep in the vast oceans, a place secluded enough to escape the god's attention and support the establishment of a sorcerer's academy. Setting the items aside, Gawain organized the glass bottles and test tubes before picking up the two hardcover books. One was titled General Knowledge of the Wizarding World, printed in type, while the other was called Morgan's Wizard Notes, handwritten. He began flipping through General Knowledge of the Wizarding World and found it packed with a wide range of topics: the origins of wizards, an introduction to different schools of magic, elemental theories, bestiaries of magical creatures, guides to magical potions and materials, and even common languages and general knowledge. Impressive, this is practically an encyclopedia of wizardry. Once I finish this, I'll be able to fill in the gaps in my systematic knowledge and truly become a wizard apprentice. Turning to the section on material guides, he compared the items in the glass containers and identified several materials. In the section on general knowledge, he recognized the contents of one particular test tube, which thrilled him: a potion called Tears of the Water Spirit, capable of increasing magical capacity, something he desperately needed. Excellent. Gawain opened the test tube and gently swirled the pale blue liquid. Seeing it was uniform and untainted, he drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, he felt a warm dampness on his face. Wiping his cheek, he realized he had unknowingly started crying. What a strange potion, he murmured, shaking his head. He could feel his spiritual energy boiling, drawing in particles of energy from the surrounding environment. Letting the potion do its work, Gawain opened Morgan's Wizard Notes. The first page bore a familiar phrase: "Praise the God of knowledge, and thank the Mother of Wizards for her blessings." He turned to the next page: Wizard Year 993. After 2.5 years of wandering, the great future Wizard King, prospective leader of the Mogul Mermen, and soon-to-be greatest wave rider, Morgan, finally reached the long-dreamed-of tomorrow's Ark Realm. Gawain flipped through the notes of the late King of Wizards, Morgan, his heart brimming with excitement. This invaluable record meticulously detailed Morgan's journey of cultivation, containing priceless knowledge. He could hardly wait to start organizing the contents, and soon, one precious piece of information after another unfolded before him. The first and most critical was the deep sea meditation method, followed by 3 carefully chosen spells: water manipulation, fish summoning, and mage hand. Further along were 2 zeroing spells Morgan had painstakingly acquired: water barrier and 5-fold ice arrow. After finishing his organization, Gawain couldn't help but burst into laughter. It felt as though Morgan was his lucky star, delivering exactly the foundational meditation method he urgently needed. This would undoubtedly aid him in enhancing his mental strength. Suppressing his joy, Gawain focused intently on studying the deep sea meditation method. He read it 5 times in a row before an uneasy feeling crept in. He muttered to himself, "I wonder if I have an affinity for water elements." According to the notes, meditation methods were closely tied to elemental affinity. Only those with the corresponding elemental affinity could practice the related meditation techniques, and the deep sea meditation method belonged to the oceanic school, requiring water elemental affinity. However, testing for elemental affinity was not straightforward, often necessitating specialized, precise instruments. In the absence of such tools, practitioners could only rely on personal exploration and experience. Fortunately, each meditation method included a testing procedure to determine whether a practitioner was compatible with it, effectively serving as a single-element affinity test. Gawain decided to give it a try. Sitting cross-legged, he cleared his mind and followed the meditation instructions to begin his first deep spiritual perception. As his breathing slowed and his heartbeat steadied, he seemed to enter the spiritual realm. With deliberate control, threads of his mental energy connected and intertwined, forming tendrils of spiritual power that cautiously pierced through the mist, reaching beyond the spiritual world. In an instant, Gawain saw countless dazzling specks of light. Energy particles, he thought with delight, but his spiritual tendrils began to falter under the strain. Quickly regaining focus, he followed the meditation instructions, guiding the tendrils to mimic the movement of water. As the motion continued, blue specks of light in the distance began drifting toward him. It worked. Gawain was overjoyed. The gathering of blue light confirmed that he indeed had an affinity for water elements. Regardless of the affinity's strength, this laid the foundation for practicing the deep sea meditation method. The only difference would be the speed of progress, but Gawain wasn't overly concerned about that after all. He had his unique Padoan system that allowed him to directly allocate points for upgrades. Suppressing his excitement, Gawain manipulated the spiritual tendrils to capture the gathering light particles before decisively retreating from the spiritual realm. Without any complex procedures, the captured water elements swiftly transformed into his own magical energy. Once he calmed himself, Gawain recalled the specific training methods outlined in the deep sea meditation method. There were 2 main approaches. The first was regular meditation, which could gradually improve and restore mental and magical energy, though it required long-term persistence due to its slow effects. The second was inscribing will runes, a more challenging but highly effective method. Each completed will rune would cause a significant transformation and surge in mental strength, making it a primary training method for wizards apart from standard meditation. As for using medicinal aids, while such options existed, potions capable of affecting mental energy were extraordinarily rare and not easily accessible. For an ordinary wizard apprentice, it is challenging to sustain long-term progress. Advancing to a full-fledged wizard requires not only perseverance, but also overcoming significant hurdles, such as the growth of spiritual power. This process can often take years, decades, or even longer. Gawain's ancestor, Alfred, serves as the best example of this arduous journey. Taking a deep breath, Gawain focused his mind, preparing to directly challenge the inscription of the will rune. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the intricate structure of the first will rune. Using his will as the guide and his spiritual energy as the medium, he cautiously began the process of engraving. However, as soon as he started, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on him. It felt as though his mind had been struck by an invisible hammer, and the lines he was inscribing instantly collapsed. Fortunately, it was only the beginning, and no chain reaction was triggered. The tremor in his mental world subsided as quickly as it came. Unwilling to give up, Gawain tried again, and again up to 5 attempts, each ending in failure. Although the consumption of spiritual energy was minimal, the repeated failures left him utterly exhausted, as though he had worked tirelessly through the night. Is it supposed to feel this unbearable? Gawain muttered as he rubbed his temples in pain, his consciousness gradually returning to normal. With a bitter smile, he reflected that engraving will runes was inherently a trial of spiritual endurance and growth. How could growth come without pain? How could tempering oneself be easy? In comparison, normal meditation was far simpler, but its progress was painfully slow. Looks like I'm definitely not a genius, Gawain remarked self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. His gaze shifted to his pay-to-win interface. With an unprecedented abundance of points available, it was time to make some significant upgrades. Wizard talent, grade 1. Level, low-tier wizard apprentice. Meditation, deep sea meditation technique LV01. Skills, biological modification LV023. Alchemist LV175. Archery LV5 master. Tricks, summon crow LV17. Illumination LV35. Pay-to-win points, 2,293.08. Since the deep sea meditation technique was already unlocked, Gawain decided to start there. He clicked the upgrade button 3 times in succession, quickly advancing the meditation technique to level 3. Waves of insight flooded his mind like a tide, and within mere moments, it felt as though he had inscribed the will rune thousands of times. His understanding of the deep sea meditation technique reached a profound level. When Gawain opened his eyes, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the upgrades had only consumed 163 pay-to-win points. Without hesitation, he continued upgrading, clicking twice more. The deep sea meditation technique surged to level 5, and his comprehension of it reached near perfection. Ordinary will runes were no longer a challenge for him. However, the last 2 upgrades consumed 510 pay-to-win points, bringing the total cost for the 5 upgrades to 922 points. Gawain couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, this windfall came from inheriting the church's legacy, a rare and precious opportunity. For now, level 5 would suffice. Gawain turned his attention to other areas. He couldn't neglect his tricks, biological modification, or alchemist skills. Most importantly, his wizard talent was the cornerstone of his progression. Without further hesitation, Gawain embarked on a new round of upgrades. His fingers flew across the virtual interface as the pay-to-win points rapidly dwindled. When everything settled, his interface had transformed. Name, Gawain Clover. Wizard talent, grade 3. Level, low-tier wizard apprentice. Meditation, deep sea meditation technique LV51. Skills, biological modification LV31. Alchemist LV21. Archery LV5 master. Tricks, summon crow LV5 potent. Illumination LV5 potent. Pay-to-win points, 450.08. Both tricks had reached the level 5 cap, now marked with the potent designation, significantly enhancing their effectiveness. Biological modification had advanced to level 3, though its value was limited due to its current focus on steel feather and iron claw modifications. Alchemist had also gained a level. The most striking improvement was in his wizard talent, which had jumped 2 levels to grade 3. Gawain was astonished to discover the steep cost. Advancing to grade 2 had used 50 points, while reaching grade 3 had consumed a staggering 500 points. He speculated that achieving grade 4 wizard talent might require an astronomical 5,000 points, far beyond his current means. For now, Gawain decided to save his remaining points. On one hand, he wanted to prepare for acquiring a 3rd trick. On the other, He needed to reserve resources for future challenges requiring unwavering willpower. As for his third trick, he had three potential options in mind: manipulating water currents, attracting aquatic creatures, or the mage hand. After careful consideration, Gawain finally chose the mage hand cantrip. He believed that, as a land-dwelling creature, the other two cantrips would have little practical use for him. Just as Gawain was about to meditate to recover his depleted mental energy, a sudden commotion broke the silence, interrupting his quiet time. His expression instantly turned grim as he swiftly grabbed his short bow and quiver, deftly climbing onto the courtyard wall. The scene before him made Gawain's heart tighten. A group of masked thugs was ransacking the home of his neighbor, Alba. Alba was slumped against the wall, clutching his abdomen with both hands, groaning in pain. Mark had been pinned to the ground by three burly men, while poor Aunt Marianne was being held up by two others, as a third thug sneered and began tearing at her clothes. Damn those gangsters, Gawain muttered under his breath, quickly recognizing who they were. They were members of a local gang taking advantage of the chaos to commit their crimes. With practiced efficiency, Gawain drew 3 arrows from his quiver and began his display of sharpshooting. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The 3 arrows shot out like lightning, striking the necks of the thugs surrounding Marianne with deadly precision. They let out blood-curdling screams, clutching their wounds before collapsing to the ground. It was only then that the other gang members realized the danger. There's a kid on the wall. One of them shouted in panic. Nickel's dead. My brother. Watch out for his arrows. Gawain's face remained emotionless as he quickly drew another 3 arrows. 2 found their mark in the faces of thugs rushing toward him, while the third struck the one attempting to seize Alba. Be careful, he's a sharpshooter. The gang members cried out in fear. Get a door shield. Damn it. Why is there a sharpshooter here? Throw something at him. Seeing the enemy preparing to counterattack, Gawain decisively jumped down from the wall, retreating swiftly to his bedroom doorway while commanding his skeleton to enter the room. The gang members finally recognized Gawain. That kid lives next door. He's old Holt's son. They roared in fury. We've lost 6 brothers, let's kill him. Big guy, take the lead. Don't let him escape. Alba's house descended into chaos. Moments later, the 7 remaining gang members regrouped outside the courtyard gate. With a powerful kick, they burst through the door and charged in, brimming with hostility. Clearly trained, they took Mark hostage as a human shield and advanced cautiously, concealed behind 2 door panels. Gawain fired 2 heavy arrows in quick succession. Though they pierced the door panels, they failed to hit their targets. He deliberately showed a frustrated expression and took a few steps back. Emboldened, the gang members taunted him. Kid, put down your bow, and maybe we'll leave your corpse intact. Fire 1 more arrow, and he'll kill your friend. Brave Mark shouted. Gawain, don't worry about me, just shoot. His words were cut short by 2 punches, and his mouth was gagged. Gawain slowly loosened his bowstring, lowering his right arm. The gang members burst into triumphant laughter. A sharpshooter, huh? I've been a bounty hunter myself, one of them sneered. They thought Gawain had surrendered, unaware that the young wizard apprentice had far more tricks up his sleeve. Gawain raised his left hand expressionlessly, and the ring of mind glimmered once again as it charged with magical energy. An invisible wave instantly enveloped everyone around him. The gang members, still basking in their triumph, and Mark, who was still struggling, suddenly blacked out and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gawain acted swiftly. He stepped forward, drew a dagger, and efficiently slit the throats of 6 of them, leaving only 1 alive. Then, he picked up the unconscious Mark and dragged him into the neighboring room. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered Aunt Marianne, who had rushed over in a panic. She clutched Mark tightly, tears streaming down her face. Behind her, Alba stumbled forward, clutching his bleeding stomach, trembling. Seeing that Mark was merely unconscious, Alba let out a sigh of relief, but guilt soon consumed him. This must be the punishment of the goddess of life for my change in faith, Alba murmured to himself. I know it must be. Gawain rolled his eyes and reminded him. Uncle Alba, you'd better drink a hemostatic potion quickly. If you bleed any more, you'll die. Also, the goddess of life has already fallen. What? Impossible. Alba gasped in shock. Gawain explained briefly. I just came from the church. The statue of the goddess is shattered, and all the priests and clerics are dead. Antler Town will be chaotic for the next few days. Your family should stay indoors until Baron Orcas takes control of the town and things start to stabilize. Leaving the stunned Alba and Marianne behind, Gawain turned and returned to his yard. Alba, snapping out of his daze, muttered, young Gawain feels more and more unfamiliar to me. Marianne, when did he become such a sharpshooter? I swear, not even old Hunter Nad is a fraction of his skill, and he's still so young. Marianne, furious, slapped Alba across his long face and roared. If Gawain weren't a sharpshooter, my little Mark wouldn't have made it back. Are you cursing my Mark? Alba, Gawain saved our entire family, and you didn't even thank him. I'm so disappointed in you. Alba replied weakly. Marianne, you're right. But I'm feeling weaker and weaker. Let's go home and talk there. Back in the yard, Gawain meticulously searched all the corpses. Aside from weapons, he unexpectedly found 13 gold dragons, several dozen silver stags, and a small pile of copper stars. He pocketed the money, dragged the bodies out of the yard, and discarded them on a distant street. After this ordeal, Gawain no longer felt like meditating. He decided to take advantage of the chaos in Antler Town to settle his grudge with the gang once and for all. After all, it was just a small gang, and he now had the strength to deal with them. Gawain packed all valuable items into a leather case and hid it in his underground chamber. With no concerns left, he concealed his face and slipped out into the night, beginning his hunt for the gang members. A skeleton carrying the sole survivor trailed behind him. When Gawain returned, the sky was already lightening. His robe was stained with blood, and in his hand was a gruesome, severed head, the head of Skullcrusher Soren. The once feared opponent who had terrified him was now defeated. That night marked not only the gang's night of revelry, but also their downfall. All the wealth they had painstakingly amassed ultimately fell into Gawain's hands. Gold points, 1,629.66. Not bad. Gawain grinned, casually tossing the head onto the ground. He planned to visit the public cemetery outside the town at daybreak to pay his respects, putting an end to the karma linked to his former self. Afterward, Gawain took a cold shower and changed into clean linen clothes. Retrieving the leather case from the underground chamber, he held the pure crystal orb he had obtained from the church and began meditating. Once his mental strength was restored, he started inscribing a will rune. When his mental strength was exhausted, the first will rune was already 1/5 complete, with no errors or waste. This was the immense advantage of the deep sea meditation method at level 5, overarching and commanding. At this pace, he calculated it would take no more than 2 days to inscribe the first will rune completely. It was worth noting that the entire meditation method consisted of only 36 will runes. Although the complexity and difficulty increased with each one, Gawain's current progress had already far surpassed that of an average third-class wizard apprentice. Even those with 5th-class talent might not match his speed. Gawain glanced at the panel and noticed that his physique had quietly increased to 1.1 under the nourishment of magic, surpassing that of an average adult. This small improvement brought him a hint of joy. As for his magic, thanks to consuming the tears of the water sprite and practicing the deep sea meditation technique, his mana capacity had risen from 5 to 9. While it hadn't yet reached the tenfold limit of his mental strength, he was not far off. With continued training, a breakthrough seemed just within reach. After a simple meal of white bread to stave off hunger, Gawain left the skeleton behind to guard the house. Carrying the wrapped head and some alcohol, he stepped out into the desolate streets. Most doors and windows were tightly shut, and only a few brave souls hurried past. Not lingering, he quickly completed the ritual and returned home. Over the following days, Gawain focused on meditating to restore his mental strength and inscribing willpower runes. The process was grueling and excruciating, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, only taking brief walks in the courtyard when the pain became unbearable. Despite the hardship, his progress was swift. 2 days later, Baron Orcus and his knights officially took control of Antler Town. With the church no longer restricting him, the Baron finally achieved his goal of becoming the de facto ruler of the town. For now, Antler Town regained a superficial peace. That afternoon, Baron Orcus began meeting with representatives from various trades in the town. However, the results of these meetings seemed to displease him greatly. Enraged, he bellowed, "They still don't seem to realize their new positions. They can't even meet my simplest demands. This is utterly disappointing. Robert, my steward, summoned Soren. It's time to teach them a little lesson." The elderly steward hesitated, his expression troubled, and replied in a low voice, "I'm sorry, my lord. Soren was killed during the chaos 2 nights ago, along with his entire gang." This news hit Baron Orcus like a hammer blow. He first pressed his hand to his forehead, then erupted in fury. "Who? Tell me who killed my loyal hound. They'll have them crucified now. They'll personally behead them and display their head as a warning." The steward cautiously responded, "My lord, the culprit is rumored to be a small dwarf who can send people to the goddess realm with a single gesture. Others claim it was a skeleton clad in clothing. It was said this skeleton killed Soren, the Skullcrusher, and took his head. Those fools even gave him a title." "What title?" the Baron demanded sharply. "The Dark Reaper," the steward replied quietly. While Baron Orcus raged, Gawain had just completed the inscription of his first willpower rune. As the completed rune materialized before him, his mental world stabilized and began to expand slowly. He felt an immediate surge in his mental strength, and his previously exhausted body found some relief. Exiting his mental realm, the updated data appeared on his panel. Physique, 1.1. Mental strength, 1.5. Mana, 1,212. His mana capacity had increased by 3 units, and his mental strength had risen by 0.3. Gawain calculated in his mind, "If every rune adds 0.3 to my mental strength, I only need to inscribe 6 willpower runes to ascend from a low-level wizard apprentice to a mid-level wizard apprentice." But he quickly realized this assumption was overly optimistic. No, The growth in mental strength becomes harder the further one progresses. I must be underestimating the challenge. Shaking his head, Gawain recalled the general knowledge of the wizarding world. A mid-level wizard apprentice required a minimum of 3 points in mental strength, while a high-level apprentice needed at least 5 points. Advancing each level granted 3 additional spell slots. However, to ascend to a full-fledged wizard, a minimum of 10 points in mental strength was necessary. This was a long and arduous journey, and he had only just begun. Since advancing one's mental strength becomes increasingly difficult, Gawain knew that even if he engraved all 36 will runes, he still wouldn't reach the minimum threshold of 10 required to become a formal wizard. He decided to focus on meditation, gradually improving himself over a long period. With a level 5 meditation technique, becoming an intermediate wizard apprentice was a breeze for him, but time was tight. Had to master steadfast will within 3 months. To achieve this, Gawain needed the support of a formal wizard organization or academy. Fortunately, Baron Hodman's runestone presented an opportunity. Stroking his chin, he silently formulated a plan. First, enhance his strength, then retrieve the runestone. Baron Hodman wasn't a resident of Antler Town but the lord of the neighboring Lighthouse Town. The journey from Antler Town to Lighthouse Town would take 2.5 days, with dangerous magical creatures lurking in the wilderness along the way. Gawain decided to wait until his extraordinary raven was fully cultivated before setting out to ensure his safety. In the days that followed, Gawain shut himself in and focused on 3 tasks: engraving the second will rune, analyzing the mage's hand spell, and cultivating the raven. Even though the herbal shop reopened, he only met briefly with Alba twice in the courtyard. Day after day, Gawain dedicated himself to his training. 3 days later, he successfully analyzed the mage's hand spell and recorded it in his panel. 5 days later, he engraved the complete mage's hand rune structure in his mental world and upgraded it directly to level 5 using golden points. 7 days later, the second will rune was completed, increasing his mental strength by 0.3. Meanwhile, the raven cultivation progressed steadily. 9 days later, the first 5 ravens completed their initial magical nurturing, and Gawain began engraving the steel feather and iron claw modification runes into them. 2 weeks later, the engraving was finished, but only 3 of the original 9 ravens survived. By the 21st day, these 3 ravens began showing signs of molting and fell into a deep sleep. 2 days later, raven number 1 and number 9 died one after another, leaving only raven number 7, which woke up with a significantly increased appetite. A month later, Gawain packed his belongings, secured the windows and doors, slung a short bow over his back, and carried a suitcase as he left the courtyard. Alba and his family of 3 were already waiting outside the gate. Mark ran up excitedly, exclaiming, "Are you really going on an adventure? Are you heading to the kingdom's capital, Asturias, or the northern Oviedo? Gawain, you're so brave. You're my idol. I want to go too. This is so cool." Alba frowned and pulled Mark aside, trying to dissuade him. "Mr. Gawain, you really shouldn't leave. Once you're gone, the herbal shop will close again, and I'll be out of work. You're still so young. You have plenty of time ahead. Can't you reconsider staying?" Gawain shook his head firmly and handed the prepared papyrus and key to Alba. "My decision is final. The herbal shop is in your hands now. The papyrus contains some of my insights on potion making. If you can learn from it, great. If not, you can switch to another trade. Keep the key to help me tidy up the courtyard occasionally." Alba quickly accepted the items, clutching the papyrus tightly to his chest. Marianne held Gawain's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. "Gawain, will you come back someday?" "Maybe," Gawain replied with a bitter smile. He picked up his suitcase and bundle and walked away. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, tossing a shiny gold coin into the air with a grin. "Uncle Alba, this is for you. I told you, the Clover family always keeps their word." With that, Gawain wasted no more time and strode toward the outskirts of Antler Town. Perched on a treetop, a reed raven, larger than an ordinary one, let out 2 sharp cries before spreading its wings and flying off to follow him. Lighthouse Town is located on the southwestern border of the Kingdom of Nobia, originally a desolate land under the jurisdiction of Earl Elgin. During the Third War to resist the invasion of the Kingdom of Saxe, this land was granted to the ancestors of Baron Hodman. The advantageous coastline brought abundant fish harvests to the town, and generations of the Hodman family turned the salted fish industry into a thriving business, exporting far and wide. Today, Lighthouse Town has grown into a prosperous town with a population of nearly 5,000. However, its remote location has left Lighthouse Town under the persistent shadow of the Saxe Kingdom, which worships the god of war. This ongoing threat has weakened the influence of the church, especially after the mysterious death of the previous priest. The church has remained abandoned for 2 years. Gawain silently recalled the information he had gathered at the tavern while striding out of Stag Antler Town. As soon as he left the town, a skeleton that had been waiting in the woods emerged quietly and skillfully took the suitcase and parcels from Gawain's hands. Gawain paused, tilted his head to scan the sky, and only then realized that the raven was nowhere to be seen. Number 7. Number 7. Number 7. He called out several times, but received no response. Gone off to play again, he sighed helplessly. Number 7, an extraordinary raven, had the intelligence of a mischievous 7 or 8-year-old child, currently at its most unruly age. The bond between Gawain and Number 7 stemmed from two factors. First, the closeness developed during its upbringing, where Gawain acted as a surrogate parent. As long as he didn't mistreat it, betrayal was nearly impossible. Second, a mysterious link formed through a powerful raven summoning spell ensured that, as long as the distance wasn't too great, Number 7 could sense Gawain's call and return to him. Come back. Gawain took a deep breath and began to cast the raven summoning spell. As the mysterious energy rippled outward, a dark figure soon appeared on the distant horizon, darting toward him like an arrow. Number 7 circled above Gawain for a moment before gracefully landing on the skeleton's shoulder, letting out a few caws, as if explaining itself. Gawain frowned and sternly reprimanded. Don't wander too far next time, or there'll be no food for you. Behave. This is your last warning. With that, he pulled a meat pie from his pack, broke it into pieces, and fed it to the raven. After satisfying the mischievous bird, Gawain and his group continued along the trade road toward Lighthouse Town in the southwest. After traveling for half a day, just as Gawain was about to stop for a meal, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the nearby woods. An ambush. As a master archer, Gawain instantly recognized the sound of arrows being loosed. He quickly stepped back while the skeleton moved forward to shield him. A scattered volley of over a dozen arrows flew their way, with 3 striking the skeleton but merely catching on its clothes. Gawain remained unharmed. Before Gawain could react, Number 7, who had been napping on the skeleton's shoulder, was startled awake. Letting out an angry caw, it spread its wings and darted into the woods. Moments later, a series of screams echoed from the trees. What is that creature? Hard my eyes. Shoot it. Kill it. It's a monster. Run. Why is there a monster? Ill-distracted John. Take the others and kill those 2 travelers. Amid the chaos, a stout man in leather armor burst out of the woods, wielding a large axe and flanked by 2 accomplices. As he charged at Gawain, he shouted wildly, Kill them. Gold and glory for all. Kill. Bandits. Gawain raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Under Gawain's command, the skeleton army charged forward, intercepting 3 enemies at the waist. The clash lasted only a moment before the pudgy warrior grew increasingly alarmed. Struggling to fend off the skeleton's taunting attacks, he roared, Something's off. Randy, go kill the kid in the back. Watch out, big guy. The wiry Randy responded, leaping out of the fray. His single-handed sword danced through the air as he lunged at Gawain with a sinister grin. Nobody. You shall die by the blade of quick blade, Randy. Gawain remained expressionless, waiting until Randy closed the distance to within 5 meters. Suddenly, his right hand shot out like lightning, gripping Randy's neck and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Before Randy could react, Gawain slammed him violently into the ground. Ugh, ugh. Randy hit the earth with a sickening thud, his body feeling as if it had shattered, and pain racked his insides. His mouth gaped open, desperately trying to suck in air, but only pained groans escaped. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his eyes began to lose focus. Gawain stepped forward, picked up the fallen single-handed sword, and cleanly severed Randy's head. Nodding slightly, he remarked indifferently, Nice sword. It's mine now. By the storm god. The 2 remaining enemies were stricken with terror, abandoning the skeletons and fleeing for their lives. Gawain drove the sword into the ground, and the short bow on his back flew into his hands as if by its own will. He knocked 2 arrows simultaneously, and with 2 quick, sharp twangs of the string, the fleeing enemies collapsed, each struck in the back. Retreat. Quickly, retreat. Panicked cries echoed from the woods as footsteps rapidly faded into the distance. Come back, Gawain commanded, stopping the skeletons from pursuing into the forest. He carefully searched the 3 corpses, finding only a handful of copper coins. Recharge. Gawain converted the copper coins into in-game currency and waited patiently for Raven Number 7 to return. A month quietly passed, and Gawain's stats had undergone significant changes. Constitution 1.1, Spirit 1.8, Mana 1517, and the cantrip Mage Hand had advanced to level 5 with a powerful enhancement. Most astonishingly, his in-game currency had increased instead of decreasing, reaching a total of 4,442.19. This was the result of Gawain secretly selling pearls. The dozen or so large pearls fetched over 3,000 silver bucks, all converted into in-game currency. As for the gemstones in his possession, their value was beyond estimation. However, since gemstones were precious spellcasting components, Gawain was in no rush to sell them. With his in-game currency well stocked, he decided to keep them for personal use. Currently, Gawain was engraving his 4th will rune, and his spirit stat had reached 1.8. Once the 4th rune was complete, his spirit would break the 2-point threshold, elevating him to the rank of a mid-level wizard apprentice. His mana had also climbed to 17 points, just 1 point shy of the maximum cap of 10 times his spirit. The evolution of the Mage Hand cantrip was particularly noteworthy. Originally capable of lifting no more than 5 kilograms within a 3-meter range, the upgraded and enhanced version extended its range to 5 meters and increased its lifting capacity to 85 kilograms, enough to effortlessly hoist a grown man. This seemingly simple cantrip now possessed considerable offensive potential. While it couldn't rival the raw strength of a knight, it was more than sufficient to overpower ordinary individuals. Whether in daily life, experiments, or combat, it had become an invaluable tool. As Gawain awaited Raven number 7's return, he showed no urgency in summoning it. Instead, he retrieved a black-covered notebook from his suitcase and began flipping through its pages. This was the cursed notebook Gawain had obtained from the Black Tower, containing numerous insidious curse spells such as Withering Bloodline, Transformation into a Toad, and Haunted by Spirits. While these curses were undeniably powerful, they all required rare and demanding spellcasting components. If that were the only drawback, Gawain might have considered learning them. However, a far graver issue existed. Since the fall of the God of Mysteries, casting any cursed spell exacted a subtle yet profound toll on the caster. This could manifest as accelerated aging, sores, hair loss, fungal growths, itching, vomiting, or other afflictions. Though not fatal, these effects were insidious and irreversible, making the caster despised and loathed by all. Gawain's understanding of the underlying cause was limited, but he suspected it was related to the mysterious curse left behind by the solidified spirit of falsehood. As such, he avoided dabbling in these spells whenever possible. Nevertheless, one piece of knowledge in the cursed notebook piqued Gawain's interest: the technique of cultivating symbiotic worms. This rare skill was specifically designed to defend against curses. By raising a symbiotic worm, the caster could gain its abilities, allowing the worm to bear the brunt of any curse. Even a lethal curse would only result in the loss of the worm. Having the intent to harm others is optional, but being prepared to defend oneself is essential. I must raise my own symbiotic worm as soon as possible, Gawain murmured to himself, his heart filled with anticipation. The cursed notebook described 3 types of symbiotic worms, which, upon successful cultivation, would be known as moths, midges, and slugs. Each type of symbiotic insect grants its host a unique ability. The Ming extends lifespan, the Ming conceals presence, and the Wa enhances physical strength. However, a sorcerer can only choose one. Gawain found himself in a dilemma, desiring longevity, stealth, and strength, but forced to pick just one. Different types of symbiotic insects cannot coexist within the same host. They would become mortal enemies. For now, Gawain set the problem aside, as cultivating a symbiotic insect required a lengthy process. He figured it would be wiser to make the decision once he had mastered the ability of unwavering willpower. Just then, a sharp caw-caw interrupted Gawain's thoughts. He looked up to see Raven number 7 flapping its wings as it emerged from a small grove, landing steadily on the skeleton's shoulder. The raven stretched its wings, shaking off the bloodstains clinging to its feathers. Gawain leaned slightly to the side to avoid the mess and asked, "What took you so long?" Raven number 7 responded, "How did everyone escape?" The two exchanged words, though their conversation felt more like a mismatch of ideas. Suddenly, Raven number 7's gaze was drawn to a corpse on the ground. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with excitement as it pounced on the body. Its talons, as hard as steel, gripped the corpse's head tightly. Its sharp beak pecked rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had plucked out 2 bloody eyeballs and swallowed them whole. The entire scene unfolded so quickly that even Gawain didn't have time to react. "Wait!" Gawain called out urgently. Raven number 7, just about to pounce on another corpse, paused and turned to look at Gawain, its gaze filled with a hint of grievance. Gawain had intended to scold it, but suddenly remembered that ravens were omnivorous birds. Swallowing his reprimand, he simply advised, "Try to eat less human eyeballs in the future, they might upset your stomach. Anything else is fair game." Raven number 7 reluctantly flew back to the skeleton's shoulder, letting out a few dry heaves. The journey that followed was relatively smooth. With Raven number 7 keeping watch, they avoided any monster attacks. Although they encountered 2 wild beasts along the way, Gawain easily took them down with his short bow. He only had to camp outdoors for one night, and by the following evening, he had completed a journey that would normally take 2.5 days. As Gawain stepped into Lighthouse Town, a pungent fishy odor assaulted his senses, nearly making him gag. He quickly covered his nose, his scalp tingling. Passers-by cast him subtle glances, seemingly accustomed to such reactions from outsiders. Since the influence of the church was minimal here, most of the fishermen worshipped the storm god from across the sea. As a result, when the god of life fell last month, Lighthouse Town was largely unaffected. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Gawain blended into the crowd as if nothing had happened. Before long, he arrived at a tavern called Monica's Kiss. Quietly, He listened to the drunken ramblings of the patrons around him, but gleaned no useful information. After finishing his last sip of ale, Gawain approached the bar and casually tossed a silver stag onto the counter. The coin spun in place, immediately catching the attention of the blonde bartender who had been showing off his skills. Without a word, the bartender pocketed the silver stag, showing no sign of underestimating Gawain due to his youth. With a graceful gesture, he placed a hand over his chest and said, "Honored sir, Tark is at your service." Gawain perched on a stool at the bar, tapping his index finger lightly on the counter. With an air of leisure, he said, "Lighthouse Town is a humble place. I'd like to hear about its history." Revealing one's intentions too early would only alert the observant. While Gawain had the strength, he was far from being arrogant. Caution suited his character. "As you wish," Tark said with a smile, speaking eloquently. 2/4 of an hour later, Gawain remarked with admiration, "The ancestors of the Hordman family were truly remarkable. Who would have thought that what was once barren land has now become the land of ale and cheese? It's all thanks to the blessings of the storm god." "Indeed," Tark replied, making a gesture of prayer. Gawain then asked, "Is Saltfish Fort still standing?" Tark nodded. "Of course. It's the pride of the Hordman family and Lighthouse Town. However, in the past 2 years, there seem to have been some issues there." Curious, Gawain pressed further. "Could you elaborate?" Lowering his voice, Tark began to recount. 5 years ago, an outsider claiming to be a servant of the goddess of life arrived in Lighthouse Town. He was incredibly charismatic but demanded that we change our faith. Through miracles, he quickly garnered the loyalty of a dozen wandering knights and even built a grand church in the center of the town. Later, he tried to convince the Baron to convert to the goddess of life. The Baron, left with no choice, made 3 agreements with the priest. First, to eat an entire basket of salted fish alone. Second, to ensure that fishermen would double their catch every trip. And third. Tark paused. It said that the priest failed to fulfill the third condition and died in the storm well of Saltfish Fort. Since then, Saltfish Fort has seemed cursed. Within a month, Baron Hordman urgently relocated to Lighthouse Town, where he's been living for the past 2 years. He's been wanting to move back, even issuing several calls for help last year. Gawain stood and bid farewell. "Thank you for sharing such an intriguing tale. It's getting late, and I should be on my way." He left the tavern briskly, already organizing the information in his mind. Based on the details he had gathered, Gawain surmised the following. First, Baron Hordman might have a background in sorcery, and the rune stone could have originated with the first Baron, though its current location, whether in Saltfish Fort or in the Baron's possession, was unclear. Second, the Baron's strength was merely that of a knight, posing no significant threat. Third, Saltfish Fort was entangled with extraordinary forces, though the specifics remained unknown. After careful consideration, Gawain decided to approach Baron Hordman first. Even a priest had perished in Saltfish Fort, so venturing there recklessly might be unwise. It was crucial to learn more about the true situation there. The next morning, Gawain donned fresh linen clothing, fed Raven 7, strapped a single-handed sword to his waist, slung a short bow over his back, and made his way to Baron Hordman's manor. Situated in the center of Lighthouse Town, the manor was formerly a church of the Life Church. After the death of the previous priest, it had been abandoned, and even the statue of the goddess of life in the square had been toppled by fishermen devoted to the storm god a year ago. When Baron Hordman moved in, he naturally took over and renovated the place. Approaching a guard on duty, Gawain said, "Please inform the Baron that I have a way to help him reclaim Saltfish Fort." The guard was about to reprimand him, but suddenly stopped. He accepted the silver stag that Gawain handed over, tapped it against his armor to hear its crisp chime, and his demeanor softened immediately. "He'll relay the message, but whether the Baron sees you or not is beyond my control." "Much appreciated," Gawain replied, narrowing his eyes as he watched the guard enter the manor. The gates of the manor slowly opened, revealing a procession of knights leading the way, followed by a retinue of attendants. Baron Hordman, dressed in opulent attire, stepped out with graceful composure. His gaze fell upon the young Gawain, and the excitement in his expression quickly faded. Nevertheless, his noble upbringing ensured he maintained a polite demeanor. "Traveler from afar, state your purpose," Baron Hordman said steadily. Gawain spoke no words. Instead, he silently removed the short bow from his back. This motion immediately put the knights on high alert as they moved to shield Baron Hordman, their eyes fixed warily on the young visitor. Gawain remained quiet, drawing 3 arrows from his quiver. The bowstring thrummed, and the arrows cut through the air. All 3 flew simultaneously, striking the flagpole atop the distant tavern with pinpoint accuracy. The extraordinary display of archery left everyone present wide-eyed in astonishment. A chill ran through the knights if such skill were directed at them. Not even their armor could provide adequate protection. Baron Hordman pushed aside the knights in front of him, his eyes betraying his amazement. Though he had encountered many skilled archers, he had never witnessed such unparalleled precision. This was no ordinary talent. It was the work of a true master. Gawain lowered his bow and offered a graceful chest salute, a faint smile playing on his lips. I trust this qualifies me as a guest worthy of the Baron's hospitality? Of course, of course. Baron Hoedman quickly recovered, his tone now earnest. It would be an honor for the House of Hoedman. He promptly ordered the knights to stand down and instructed the servants to bring bread and honeyed water, personally presenting them to Gawain. Unfamiliar with such noble customs, Gawain merely sampled the offerings symbolically before accepting the Baron's warm invitation to enter the manor. Baron Hoedman excused himself briefly to change into more formal attire. Shortly afterward, he returned to the main hall with his son, young Hoedman, to formally receive Gawain. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation turned to more serious matters. A deep sense of guilt and despair clouded the Baron's face. By the storm god, I am a sinner. I have brought shame upon the House of Hoedman. Since leaving Saltfish Keep, I have been plagued by nightmares almost every night. If you, Sir Gawain, can restore my family to our rightful place in Saltfish Keep, I am willing to offer a reward of 200 gold dragons. Gawain shook his head gently, his tone calm. My lord, before discussing terms, I believe you should first tell me in detail what happened at Saltfish Keep. You are right. Forgive my impatience. The Baron apologized hastily and began to recount the painful tale. It all began several years ago. I was reluctant to convert to the faith of the god of life, but I could not openly refuse due to the pressures I faced. So, I presented the priest with 3 conditions, the third being the drying up of the storm well in Saltfish Keep. I thought this would deter him, but he insisted on entering the storm well. Needless to say, he was never seen again. Baron Hoedman's voice began to tremble, as if he were reliving the nightmare. I remember it was the 7th night after the priest entered the storm well. The skies were dark, and I was in my room telling little Mary the story of the dragon Shrouds when I heard a strange noise. Following the sound, I arrived at the storm well and saw countless fish floating lifeless on the surface. Soon after, the well began to boil, and water gushed out from the opening. Chaos erupted throughout Saltfish Keep, and it wasn't until dawn that the water receded. After taking stock, I discovered 3 servants were missing. The Baron's voice grew heavier, laden with fear and despair. From that night onward, the storm well overflowed every evening, and people disappeared night after night. I endured this torment for an entire month before I had no choice but to flee Saltfish Keep in disgrace. That is the truth of what happened, and it has haunted me ever since. At this point, Baron Hoedman could no longer maintain his noble composure. He buried his face in his hands, sobbing quietly. Clearly, this pampered aristocrat, unaccustomed to hardship, was utterly overwhelmed by the weight of his trauma and helplessness. Gawain pondered for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed, and asked, "Do you know what's causing it?" Baron Hoedman hesitated, his voice low. "I'm not sure. Some say it's an evil spirit hiding in the well water. Others claim it's a well-dwelling demon. But I haven't seen it with my own eyes." He paused, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. "I think it must be Father Field's vengeful spirit seeking revenge against the Hoedman family. Yes, that must be it." "Evil spirit? Demon?" Gawain murmured thoughtfully, recalling the knowledge he had learned in his general wizardry classes. Evil spirits were vulnerable to soul-based attacks, with mental shock being their nemesis. Well-dwelling demons were trickier, often born from the intense resentment of someone who had died by throwing themselves into the well. While they could also be countered by mental shock, they were nearly indestructible. The only way to destroy them completely was to locate and destroy the remains of the deceased. Gawain asked a few more questions, calculating his chances of success. He finally spoke slowly. "I'll take on this matter, but it'll cost you 100 gold dragons. However, I have a small additional condition." Baron Hoedman straightened his back, his face filled with anticipation. "Please, go ahead. I want to choose one item from your collection," Gawain said calmly. "What item?" Hoedman pressed. "I'll pick something that catches my eye when the time comes," Gawain replied deliberately, leaving room for negotiation. He knew that even if Hoedman regretted it later, it would be too late by then. As for why he didn't simply take the item by force, Gawain was cautious. The rune stone in the Hoedman family's possession was clearly an heirloom, suggesting they might have a wizardry background. Gawain wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. After a moment of contemplation, Baron Hoedman solemnly declared, "I swear by the storm god and the 300 years of honor of the Hoedman family, as long as I can return to Saltfish Keep, you may choose any one item from the family's collection." "Deal." Gawain nodded in agreement. Hoedman then offered to host a banquet for Gawain, but he politely declined. Unwilling to waste time, Gawain decided to head directly to Saltfish Keep for an investigation. The Baron also proposed sending knights to assist him, but Gawain refused. Even without a church in Lighthouse Town, Gawain remained cautious. Having knights around would only hinder him. He preferred to act alone. With the Baron seeing him off, Gawain left the estate. After a quick breakfast, he took Raven number 7 and departed Lighthouse Town, meeting up with the skeleton waiting outside. Together, they set off for Saltfish Keep. Saltfish Keep was perched atop a low mountain 3 miles southwest of Lighthouse Town, resembling an impregnable military stronghold. Backed by the sea and strategically positioned to provide mutual support with Lighthouse Town, it was an ideal defensive location. In the event of a siege, as long as there was enough fresh water and food, it could hold out for a year or more. Unfortunately, it now lay in desolation. Before noon, Gawain reached the foot of the hill. He glanced up briefly, then began his ascent. Raven number 7, perched on the skeleton's shoulder, seemed displeased with Gawain's slow pace. It let out a sharp caw and flew ahead toward the castle. "Be careful," Gawain called after it, quickening his pace. Soon, he arrived outside Saltfish Keep. The sight before him confirmed the rumors of its abandonment. The castle walls were covered in creeping plants, with patches of plaster peeling away. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and even the tallest watchtower had partially collapsed due to years of neglect. Although the Baron had assured him that the castle was safe during the day, Gawain remained vigilant. He instructed the skeleton beside him, "Go scout ahead." The skeleton silently crossed the drawbridge, wandered around the grounds, and returned unharmed. "Let's go," Gawain said, somewhat reassured. He gripped his short bow and stepped into the keep. The damp soil underfoot suggested that water had overflowed from the well the previous night. He surveyed the castle, finding it eerily silent, no signs of life or anything of value. It didn't appear to have been abandoned in haste. Gawain quickly surmised that the Baron must have sent people to clear out anything useful after the evacuation. This meant the rune stone was likely already in the Baron's possession. With that settled, he only needed to deal with whatever was lurking in the storm well. He stopped wandering aimlessly and headed straight for the rear garden. As soon as he stepped in, he heard the cawing of Raven number 7. Picking up his pace, he found the Raven perched on the edge of a well, dropping small stones into it. This well, without a doubt, was the infamous storm well. Gawain walked over, puzzled, and looked at Raven number 7, who was busy by the well. "What are you doing?" he asked. The Raven let out 2 croaks in response, picked up a pebble nearby, and continued tossing it into the well. Curiosity got the better of Gawain, and he leaned over to peer into the well. The pitch-black depths revealed nothing, so he tapped his temple with a finger. Instantly, a powerful illumination spell activated, sending 2 piercing beams of white light from his eyes that lit up the entire storm well. The water rippled as fish darted about on the surface, startled by the sudden brightness, and quickly dove deeper to hide. Gawain marveled at the upgraded level 5 illumination spell. Not only had the runes been optimized, but the ability to project light from both eyes simultaneously greatly enhanced its versatility. Raven number 7 seemed unimpressed with Gawain's actions. It dropped a pebble at his feet and let out 2 irritated squawks. Gawain ignored the bird and muttered to himself, "Sea fish? It seems this storm well is indeed connected to the ocean." He examined the well's walls closely and noticed intricate patterns etched into the stone, patterns that felt oddly familiar. Frowning, Gawain struggled to recall where he had seen such markings before. Dispelling the illumination spell, he turned his attention to the unique construction of the well. This well was wider and deeper than ordinary ones, entirely constructed from tightly fitted stones. Its craftsmanship far surpassed that of typical wells, though years of neglect had left the rim covered in dirt and debris. Gawain drew his dagger and carefully began cleaning the well's edge. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye, a fragment of sapphire embedded in the rim. His curiosity piqued. He quickly cleared away the remaining grime. To his astonishment, the rim was not only inlaid with scattered gemstones, but also inscribed with intricate patterns that formed a mysterious design. A sorcery array, Gawain realized with a start. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a small portion of the runes, which bore a resemblance to the fish-attracting enchantment he knew. With minor adjustments, it could be activated. However, much of the array remained an enigma. Determined to investigate further, Gawain retrieved a rope and a half-rotted wooden bucket. He drew up half a bucket of water from the storm well, only to find 2 finger-length sea fish swimming inside. Raven number 7 was overjoyed at the sight, quickly pecking one of the fish to death, swallowing its eye, and urging Gawain to draw more water. Ignoring the raven's demands, Gawain scooped up a handful of the water and sniffed it carefully. "Freshwater," he exclaimed in surprise. It seems this array can also convert seawater into freshwater. This revelation gave Gawain a new appreciation for the strategic value of Salty Fish Fort. With sea fish for food and freshwater to survive, this place is self-sufficient. Its terrain is so defensible that even a prolonged siege would be futile. What a remarkable stronghold, he mused, growing ever more convinced that the Hodman family had the backing of a sorcerer. Otherwise, the existence of this magical storm well would be impossible to explain. However, these discoveries did little to resolve Gawain's immediate predicament. He dared not descend into the well recklessly, fearing the skeletons might not be able to handle any lurking dangers. After much deliberation, he decided to wait until nightfall, hoping the creature within the well would emerge on its own, giving him the chance to strike. As night fell, the well began to change. The sea fish disappeared, the water churned violently, and the surface steadily rose until it overflowed the rim. Perched nearby, Raven number 7 was startled by the sudden activity. It flapped its wings frantically, flying up to the tallest watchtower while letting out alarmed cries. As the well water continued to overflow, the streams gradually spread in all directions, taking over various areas. Before long, the water began to boil violently. A pale, slimy hand emerged from the well, followed by a second and a third. Standing atop the watchtower, Gawain's eyes glowed faintly with white light, allowing him to clearly see the scene below even in the dead of night. He watched one grotesque creature after another crawl out of the well. They were soaked, emanating a foul stench of decay, and aimlessly wandered through salted fish fort. Corpses, Gawain muttered under his breath. It seems the true culprit is the spirit of the well. He exhaled lightly, confirming the identity of the monsters. Gawain knew that the well spirit was infamous for its enchantment-like sorcery, capable of easily luring the living to drown themselves in the well's waters. The deceased, under the influence of this dark magic, became the spirit's puppets. However, these reanimated corpses lacked significant combat ability, weaker even than some trained militia. Gawain's eyes glimmered as he quickly formulated a plan. He tied a prepared rope to the watchtower, letting the other end dangle outside the forted contingency for a swift escape if the battle turned dire. He then gave a few orders to a skeleton companion beside him, instructing it to descend the tower. Once everything was in place, Gawain drew his short bow and let loose an arrow with a sharp whistle. The arrow struck a corpse squarely in the neck. Yet the creature seemed unfazed, its stiff body turning to face the watchtower, its hollow gaze fixed on Gawain. It let out a strange, guttural wail, akin to the rasping breath of a dying old dog, and began to stagger toward the tower through the water. The surrounding corpses, as if responding to a call, started to converge and join the charge toward the watchtower. Gawain fired another arrow, this time aiming for the creature's head. The arrow pierced through its skull, and the corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The weak spot is the head, Gawain noted calmly. Without haste, he continued firing arrow after arrow, each one bringing down a corpse. Soon, a large number of them lay motionless. However, 7 or 8 corpses managed to reach a blind spot in his line of sight and began climbing the tower stairs. Gawain nocked 3 arrows simultaneously, silently waiting for the creatures to come into view. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water caught his attention. The well water had already reached the base of the tower and was slowly creeping upward toward him. That fast, Gawain murmured in surprise, taking a couple of steps back. The water surged from 3 directions, closing in rapidly. At the same time, eerie whispers echoed in his ears, making his eyelids grow heavy and his mind clouded. Just then, Raven number 7 let out a sharp cry, snapping Gawain back to his senses. He looked down to find his legs already enveloped by the well water, which was slowly climbing higher. He struggled to break free, but found the water had turned viscous and sticky, like glue. Even with his strength surpassing that of an average man, he couldn't escape its grip. Meanwhile, the remaining corpses had reached the top of the tower and were lunging toward him. Raven number 7 screeched furiously, swooping down on the nearest corpse. Its iron-like talons gouged deep gashes into the creature's face, causing foul, pus-like liquid to splatter everywhere. The stench was overwhelming, making one gag. Alarmed, the raven flapped its wings and retreated to a safer distance. Gawain, not daring to let his guard down, snapped his fingers. A radiant orb of light, as bright as the sun, appeared before him, illuminating every corner of the watchtower in blinding clarity. A series of horrifying screams erupted as the advancing corpses froze in place and then collapsed one by one. The well water binding his legs disintegrated instantly, retreating down the stairs in a hasty flow. That was close. Gawain exhaled in relief but grew cautious again, worried that the well's spirit might retreat back into the storm well. He dismissed the illumination spell with a wave of his hand. However, as soon as the light faded, the fallen corpses began twitching, struggling to rise once more. Gawain quickly drew the single-handed sword at his waist and methodically stabbed through the head of each corpse, ensuring they stayed down. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from below the tower, followed by heavy, rhythmic thuds that shook the entire structure. It felt as though some massive entity was ascending the stairs. Gawain rushed to the stairwell and peered down. As expected, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters in height, was making its way up. The figure was entirely composed of well water, with a torso and limbs but no facial features. Each step it took was deliberate and heavy. The well spirit. Gawain's expression turned grim. He sheathed his sword and drew his short bow again, firing 3 arrows in quick succession. The arrows struck the giant, one in the head, one in the neck, and one in the chest. However, the creature seemed unbothered. The watery surface of its body rippled as the arrows passed through, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Seeing the giant approaching, Gawain quickly dropped his short bow and focused all his energy on channeling magic into the spell runes of his mental realm. With one hand extended forward, he pressed into the air, unleashing an invisible force that struck the staircase like thunder. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive heavy blows, and the old, decaying staircase could no longer bear the strain. It collapsed with a deafening crash. The giant roared in fury as it fell from the arrow tower, instantly dissolving into a pool of well water. Gawain had barely taken a breath of relief before the water eerily began to coalesce, reforming into the giant once more. This time, it abandoned the staircase altogether and climbed the tower walls like a spider. Refusing to back down, Gawain used his mage's hand to grab nearby stones, hurling them relentlessly at the giant. The stones struck the watery form, splashing droplets everywhere, but failed to halt its advance. As seconds turned into minutes, the supply of stones ran out, forcing Gawain to retreat further. The giant finally reached the top of the arrow tower, ready to crush the living being before it. But just as it prepared to strike, it suddenly sensed something and whipped its head around to stare at the storm well in the back garden. Letting out an earth-shaking roar of rage, it turned abruptly and prepared to leap down from the tower. "Not so fast," Gawain said with a cunning grin. Raising his left hand, he unleashed a psychic blast that had been lying in wait. Before the giant could jump, an invisible wave of force swept across, causing it to stumble and kneel. The water composing its body sloshed off like mud, leaving it visibly diminished. But Gawain wasn't done. Channeling his own magic into the psychic ring, he wasted no time in releasing another blast. The giant could no longer hold itself together and dissolved entirely into a pool of water. Yet the water retained a strange consciousness, gathering itself into a cohesive mass and attempting to roll off the tower. Gawain, controlling the mage's hand, repeatedly struck the water core until it was scattered entirely. Standing atop the arrow tower, Gawain glanced toward the storm well and muttered under his breath, "Don't let me down." He then quickly descended the tower using a rope and ran toward the well. As he entered the back garden, he saw a skeleton emerging from the storm well, carrying a set of bones. The well was boiling over, its water erupting several meters high, accompanied by furious roars. "Done!" Gawain exclaimed in delight, grabbing the skeleton and making a run for it. As they exited the garden, he turned back to see the water spirit from the well reforming into a massive water giant, roaring as it gave chase. With every step it took, the surrounding water surged into its body, causing it to grow larger and larger. "Move, move," Gawain urged, sprinting out of Salted Fish Fort. Looking back, he saw the water giant closing in, now towering over 10 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain. Each of its steps made the ground quake. Gawain skidded to a halt, pulled out flint, and quickly ignited the dry wood he had prepared in advance. Taking the bones from the skeleton, he unhesitatingly threw them into the flames. Dusting off his hands, he exhaled in relief. "It's over." The giant roared and charged forward, raising its foot to stomp down on Gawain. But before it could land the blow, its massive body dissolved into water, leaving only a despairing, resentful roar echoing through the night. "It's over," Gawain murmured again, finally letting his guard down. The fire crackled and hissed, reducing the bones to charcoal. When the flames died out, the water spirit never reappeared. Gawain knew it had been completely vanquished. He sat down nearby, cross-legged, and began meditating to recover his spent magic. Meanwhile, his loyal skeleton stood watch, guarding the hard-won victory. When Gawain's magical energy was fully restored, he led the skeletons back to Saltfish Castle. Upon reaching the storm well, the water had returned to calm. Once again, Gawain commanded the skeletons to explore the well, but twice they returned with no results. After a moment of hesitation, he abandoned the idea of entering the well himself. The unknown magic array carved within and the priest who had perished there made such a venture far too perilous. Weighing the risks, Gawain decided to proceed cautiously. As night fell, Gawain spent the night in Saltfish Castle. The night passed peacefully, with no further overflow from the well. The next morning, he cast a summoning spell, and before long, the weary crow number 7, which had fled the previous night, returned, landing listlessly on his shoulder. "Why did you run off last night?" Gawain asked. The crow weakly flapped its wings and spat a few times on the ground, looking as if it was about to retch. Gawain raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Aren't crows scavengers? How are you disgusted by the smell?" "Caw," the crow croaked, seemingly in complaint. "Don't wander off again. Follow my orders," Gawain scolded lightly. He then fished a few large sea fish out of the storm well, feeding the fish eyes to crow number 7, while roasting half a fish for himself to satisfy his hunger. After breakfast, Gawain left Saltfish Castle and set off toward Lighthouse Town. Along the way, he happened to cross paths with Baron Hodman, who had come to investigate. After a brief exchange, they went their separate ways. The next morning, Gawain exited the Baron's manor in Lighthouse Town, a relieved smile on his face. Though the process had been somewhat challenging, he had finally obtained the rune stone he had long sought. The stone, about the size of a baby's fist, was pure white, with sharp edges and mysterious symbols and patterns etched across its surface. Steadying his emotions, Gawain carefully infused a trace of magical energy into the rune stone. Instantly, the stone emitted a faint glow, and in his mind's eye, a phantom arrow appeared, pointing in a specific direction. He exhaled softly, his smile widening. This rune stone was not a magical artifact, but a simpler creation of runic craftsmanship, one of its functions being navigation. The final destination it indicated was either a wizard academy or a wizard organization. Gawain planned to use this rune stone as a token to join their ranks, bolstering his determination to achieve his goals. Only by doing so could he hope to survive the looming, enigmatic calamity. After a quick lunch, Gawain left Lighthouse Town without delay. With the skeletons and crow number 7 in tow, he followed the rune stone's guidance, crossing forests and rivers, winding through paths. 2 days later, the group arrived at the Dinara Mountains, located on the border between the Kingdom of Nobia and the Kingdom of Sykes. Before them stood an abandoned mine entrance. Is this it? Gawain double-checked the rune stone's direction before grabbing his satchel and instructing the skeletons to scout the mine. 15 minutes later, the skeletons returned unharmed, giving Gawain enough confidence to proceed. With crow number 7 on his shoulder, he entered the mine. Venturing deeper into the abandoned tunnels, they soon reached a fork. Using the rune stone's guidance, Gawain marked the path and chose the rightmost tunnel to continue. In the pitch-black mine, Gawain snapped his fingers, conjuring a soft white light above his head. He examined his surroundings carefully, but quickly lost interest. Looks like an old iron mine, he muttered to himself, then sent the skeletons ahead to scout while he and crow number 7 followed closely behind. After passing through 7 more forks, the tunnel grew increasingly narrow. The oppressive silence was broken only by the sound of footsteps his and the skeletons. Perched on his shoulder, crow number 7 occasionally let out uneasy calls, seemingly unable to bear the stifling atmosphere. Gawain, too, felt tense, cautiously pressing forward. Fortunately, after navigating another fork, the space began to widen. Suddenly, Gawain felt a faint breeze on his face, invigorating his spirit. He quickened his pace, catching the scent of moisture in the air. When he emerged from the tunnel, the sight before him left him speechless. A vast underground space opened up. Towering stone pillars stood like a forest, reaching toward the cavern ceiling. A small river flowed quietly ahead, teeming with lively fish and shrimp. Moss and glowing mushrooms dotted the riverbanks, adding a touch of mystique to the subterranean world. Across the river, several pairs of glowing green eyes flickered, belonging to beasts drinking from the water. Gawain's eyes widened as he took in the astonishing scene. Then, he noticed a stone tablet standing nearby. Approaching it, he saw an inscription in Pandora's common tongue. "Welcome to the underground world." It turned out to be the underground world. Gawain suddenly understood. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the labyrinthine mine tunnels before him were undoubtedly an entrance to the subterranean realm. Letting out a light sigh, he recalled the information he had gathered with a complex expression. The underground world was a place teeming with diverse races and rampant magical creatures. Due to its restrictive terrain, no unified kingdom had formed here. Instead, it was comprised of independent city-states. The scarcity of resources and harsh living conditions had given rise to a chaotic order. The law of the jungle prevailed, with the strong revered above all. The mightiest among them were honored with the title of hero, often wielding control over city-states or noble power. Gawain suddenly realized that the wizard organization he was searching for might very well be located in the underground world. The weak presence of the church here made it an ideal place for wizards to live in seclusion. He stepped toward a small river not far away, startling the beasts on the opposite bank, which scattered in all directions. Raven number 7, seeing this, became restless and took off from Gawain's shoulder, darting like an arrow toward the fleeing animals. Gawain himself was famished, but he merely called out, "Don't go too far," without stopping it. He quickly approached the riverbank and ordered the skeleton, "Go test the depth of the water." Without hesitation, the skeleton waded into the river, which at its deepest only reached its waist. Seeing this, Gawain felt reassured and climbed onto the skeleton's back to cross the river. Just as he reached the other side, he heard Raven number 7's panicked cries. Turning to look, Gawain's eyes widened as white light flashed in them. He saw Raven number 7 dodging frantically in midair as arrows whizzed in all directions. Gazing into the distance, he spotted 5 creatures chasing the raven and shooting arrows. Without a moment to lose, Gawain swiftly drew his short bow and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 of the creatures fell to the ground in an instant, caught off guard. The remaining 2 were startled, rolling on the ground before shrieking and retreating. "Stay where you are," Gawain commanded sharply. Caw, emboldened by Gawain's support, Raven number 7 turned and dove at the remaining creatures. It ferociously clawed at one creature's head before dispatching the last one in the same manner. The raven then gleefully began pecking at the creature's eyes. This time, Gawain did not intervene. Instead, he approached to closely inspect the corpses. These creatures were small and filthy, with dark green skin and green blood. They had pointed ears, long noses, and sharp, jagged teeth. Their faces were frozen in expressions of terror. They wore little more than a few scraps of cloth for modesty and carried wooden bows and arrows. The arrowheads gleamed, hinting at poison. Goblins, Gawain murmured thoughtfully. He recalled that goblins were indeed a type of subterranean humanoid species, infamous for their cruelty and cowardice. While individually weak, they lived in tribal groups and could be troublesome to deal with. Let's go. Worried about attracting unnecessary trouble, Gawain called out to Raven number 7 and quickly left the scene. The terrain of the underground world was incredibly peculiar, with maze-like passages everywhere. Some areas were spacious, while others were narrow and cramped. The pathways resembled a honeycomb, with dead ends and branching routes intertwined. A moment's inattention could lead to getting lost. Even with the guidance of a rune stone, Gawain still took many wrong turns. He advanced cautiously along the way, stopping to eat roasted meat 5 times. At last, he reached an area shrouded in mist. Guided by the rune stone, Gawain pushed through the dense fog and arrived in front of a structure. At this point, the rune stone in his hand ceased to respond. Gawain stared at the building before him, muttering in confusion, "Is this a lighthouse?" Gawain tilted his head back, gazing at the towering oak lighthouse shrouded in mist, a sense of doubt stirring within him. He glanced around, but the dense fog obscured everything, making it difficult to discern directions. Understanding the situation, he began walking toward the lighthouse and ascended the spiraling staircase until he reached the wooden cabin on the top 2 levels of the tower. "Knock, knock, is anyone there?" Gawain called out loudly, his voice echoing within the hollow structure. There was no response from inside the cabin, only silence. He hesitantly pushed the wooden door, which opened without resistance. Stepping into the cabin, Gawain carefully examined his surroundings. A thin layer of dust covered the chairs, suggesting the place wasn't entirely abandoned, just rarely visited. This realization brought him slight relief. He continued climbing up to the 2nd level. Pushing open the next door, he was greeted by the sight of a uniquely crafted, enormous lamp occupying the center of the room. Gawain's eyes lit up with recognition. It was a rune lamp, though significantly larger than the typical ones he had seen. He quickly approached it and discovered a piece of papyrus beneath the lamp, inscribed in Pandora's common language. "Please insert the token." Letting out a deep breath, Gawain felt completely reassured. He carefully lifted the lamp cover and gently placed the rune stone inside. Instantly, the rune stone came to life, emitting a faint but steady glow. "Done!" Gawain exclaimed with a smile, understanding that the rune lamp was now transmitting a signal to the outside world. All he needed to do now was patiently wait for someone to guide him out of the mist. Just as he was replacing the lamp cover, the crow perched on his shoulder, number 7, suddenly cawed twice. Following its gaze, Gawain noticed 2 large flower pots on the windowsill, each containing an unusual plant. The plant on the left was particularly striking, with its trunk adorned with small, white bread-like fruits. The plant on the right appeared more ordinary, resembling a peach tree, its branches laden with plump fruits. "A white bread tree!" Gawain exclaimed in delight, hurrying over to carefully pluck one of the bread-like fruits. It felt warm to the touch. As he gently broke it open, a rich aroma of wheat filled the air, instantly stirring his appetite. He crumbled the bread to feed the crow and then picked a green fruit from the other plant. The fruit was heavy, and its stem was hollow like a straw. Curious, Gawain bit into the stem and took a small sip, only to be surprised by the taste of sweet, fresh water. Realization dawned on him: these plants were provisions for visitors, offering both food and drink. It seemed this wizard organization was not as harsh toward its apprentices as he had imagined. This was undoubtedly a promising sign. Feeling somewhat at ease, Gawain ensured the crow was unharmed and then helped himself to some bread and sweet water. After a brief inspection of the surroundings outside, he returned to the small bed, sitting cross-legged to meditate. However, he refrained from engraving the 4th while immersing himself completely in rune inscription in an unfamiliar environment was not a prudent choice. Time passed, and eventually, a knock sounded at the door. Gawain immediately stood up and instructed the skeletal guard to open it. As the door swung open, a handsome young man in a gray robe stood outside. His gaze fell on the skeleton, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "Well, this is unexpected, a rare undead," he remarked before straightening his posture. "Hello, my name is Red, and I am your guide." The skeleton said nothing, stepping aside to reveal Gawain behind it. Gawain stepped forward and offered an apologetic explanation. "My apologies. It's my servant." Red awkwardly rubbed his nose and gave a wry smile. "No need to apologize, it's my mistake for being so careless. By the way, I didn't catch your name." "Gawain. Human. Yes, just like you." No. Rhett quickly waved his hands, correcting him. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Rhett Lyles, a halfort from the city-state of Thebes and a member of the Bronze Oath. I was assigned this task and came here promptly. From now on, I'll be your guide, leading you out of the Death Marsh and into the Bronze Mountains." The Bronze Oath. The Swamp of Death. The Bronze Mountain. Orcs, Gawain felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that he was about to join a wizard organization rather than a wizard academy. An organization implied an exchange of interests rather than a pure mentorship relationship. However, this might not be entirely, but at least there would be less scheming and backstabbing. He grew more cautious and inclined his head slightly. It is my honor. Now, would you mind if I step into the room to assess the damages? Please. Red agreed. Gawain followed Red into the room. The orc's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings as he observed and commented. The white breadfruit tree is intact, 2 breadfruits consumed. The honey peach tree is fine, 2 honey peaches consumed. The rune lamp is undamaged, and the furniture is intact. Good. It seems you don't need to compensate for any damage. While speaking, Red skillfully opened the lamp cover and removed the rune stone. Mr. Gawain, it's time to pack your belongings and follow me to the Bronze Mountain, Red said, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. As you wish. Gawain exhaled slightly and followed Red down the lighthouse. To Gawain's surprise, there were 2 dwarf horses waiting below the lighthouse. These creatures looked peculiar, with pairs of folded wings on either side of their backs, resembling enlarged bat wings. Is this biological modification? Gawain couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with curiosity. Exactly. Ret mounted one of the dwarf horses with practiced ease and gestured for Gawain to ride the other. He casually explained, these 2 are low-tier magic-altered creatures called bat-winged horses. They don't fly very high and have almost no combat ability, but their temperament is gentle, making them decent mounts. Mimicking Ret's movements, Gawain mounted the other horse and allowed the skeleton to stand on its back. He extended his arm, and a shadow swooped down from the lighthouse. Landing steadily on his shoulder, it was none other than Crow number 7. Ret glanced at the crow in surprise and then remarked, the Bronze Oath also has knowledge in biological modification. If you're interested, you can exchange for it later. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind, Gawain replied with a nod of gratitude. Moments later, the 2 bat-winged horses spread their large wings and began to ascend slowly. Under Ret's guidance, they flew out of the foggy area and started navigating through massive stone pillars. Ret took the opportunity to explain. That was the fog array earlier. Without a token, anyone entering it would become lost and wander endlessly until their death. Below us is the Swamp of Death. While it looks calm, it's home to many magic-altered creatures. You'll find the common swamp monsters, cavern spiders, blood-sucking vines, the terrifying swamp crocodiles, and a variety of bizarre modified beings. Only a few narrow paths are safe for passage. 3 years ago, followers of the God of the Hunt attempted an assault here, but suffered heavy losses just at the swamp's edge. Gawain silently noted this information and took the chance to ask, can you tell me more about the Bronze Oath? Of course, the Orc-ret replied, evidently quite talkative. He eagerly began. The Bronze Oath is an organization formed as a refuge for wizards. It welcomes and shelters all who arrive. Its founder is the esteemed Bronze Dragon, Orosam, who also serves as the current leader. 300 years ago, during the height of the witch-hunting campaigns, it was the leader who established the Bronze Oath to protect countless homeless wizards and apprentices, providing them with a sanctuary where they wouldn't face persecution or exile. Ret continued. Over the past 3 centuries, the Bronze Oath has grown more structured. It now consists of core members, internal members, and peripheral members. Once you reach the Bronze Mountain and complete a simple registration, you'll automatically become a peripheral member. To advance to an internal member, however, you'll need to sign a contract. The core members of the Bronze Oath are the administrators of the organization, and only official wizards can hold this position. Upon hearing this, Gawain opened his mouth slightly, furrowed his brows, and confirmed. Are you saying the leader of the Bronze Oath is a metal dragon? Ret nodded solemnly, his face showing a hint of reverence. That's right. The leader isn't just a bronze dragon, but has also ignited the light of wisdom. He is a mid-tier wizard above the 3rd circle, possessing immense spellcasting abilities and a host of illustrious titles, such as Protector of Wizards, Dragon of Wisdom, and Scholar. Gawain maintained a calm exterior, but his mind was in turmoil. He could never have imagined that the leader of the organization he was about to join was not human, but a bronze dragon, one of the metal dragons. It felt as bizarre as a sheep, after much hardship, finding itself joining a pack of wolves. Suppressing his shock, Gawain's throat bobbed slightly. He realized that this was not the era where deities had perished and human wizards reigned supreme. It was an age where wizards of all races united to resist the gods. Thanks to Ret's introduction, Gawain gained a general understanding of the Bronze Oath and felt slightly reassured. He understood that, for now, the gods and their churches were the common enemies of wizards, so he didn't need to fear persecution among them. 2 quarter hours later, a towering peak loomed into view. The mountain was broad and imposing, reaching skyward as if a colossal bronze axe had been driven into the heart of the Death Swamp. The headquarters of the Bronze Oath lay hidden within the mountain's core. 2 bat-winged horses descended slowly onto a platform halfway up the mountain. Ret dismounted with agility, gave Gawain a graceful bow, and grinned. Welcome to the Mountain of Bronze. Following Rhett's lead, Gawain entered the mountain's interior. He saw wizard apprentices bustling about, representing a variety of races. Beastmen with canine heads, stocky gray dwarfs, sharp-eared dark elves, and other peculiar creatures. Of course, there were also several wizards who appeared to be human. Half a day later, Rhett took his leave. Gawain completed his registration, officially becoming an outer member of the Bronze Oath and receiving a rune-engraved stone that symbolized his identity. He settled into a small stone chamber halfway up the mountain. The mountain's interior was reserved for core members, and while outer members could visit, they were not allowed to reside there. Deeper within the mountain were the laboratories and quarters of the senior wizards, areas strictly off-limits to ordinary apprentices. The next morning, Gawain was awakened by the loud cawing of his raven, number 7, who was evidently hungry. He snapped his fingers, and a soft white light illuminated the dark stone room. What greeted his eyes were a stone bed, a stone stool, and a stone cabinet. The air was thick with a musty, damp chill, and the cramped space lacked even a single window, its simplicity almost laughable. Gawain let out a deep sigh. Though staying on the Mountain of Bronze was free, the living conditions were abysmal. However, finding a safe place to settle outside would be even more challenging. Regardless, he did not plan to remain here for long. The fall of the God of Mysteries was just over a month away, and when that happened, the entire world of Pandora would be subjected to the curse of mystery. All beings who had interacted with the mystical arts would face a compulsory test of willpower. Those who failed would transform into grotesque monstrosities. The most dangerous places would undoubtedly be the wizard strongholds. When the curse descended, many wizards might fail to withstand it, succumbing to madness and wreaking havoc. They would slaughter weaker wizard apprentices before ultimately vanishing into the gray mist. If the mid-tier wizard and bronze dragon, Sam, were present at the Mountain of Bronze, his immense power might be enough to forcibly suppress the chaos. However, Gawain had learned yesterday that Sam was away in the astral realm. The current administrator of the Mountain of Bronze was his disciple, vice leader Karot, a short-tempered and easily angered three-circle wizard of troll lineage. Gawain suspected that Karot might not withstand the curse of mystery, which would spell disaster for the entire Mountain of Bronze. Gawain knew he couldn't stop the impending catastrophe. His only option was to protect himself, solidify his willpower before the event, and then stay far away. Of course, if the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind salvaging some of the Mountain of Bronze's inheritance. Gawain carefully hung the rune-engraved stone he had obtained yesterday on his waist, his movements slow and cautious. He opened his leather suitcase and meticulously organized his belongings. A few yellowed parchment books and some inexpensive trinkets were carefully placed into a stone cabinet, entrusted to the loyal skeleton for safekeeping. Once everything was in order, Gawain picked up the suitcase and rubbed his stomach, which was hollow from hunger. He nodded towards the raven perched on his shoulder, raven number 7, and pushed open the door, stepping into the dim underground world. Today's schedule was packed, and he mentally mapped out his plans. First, purchase some daily necessities, then head to the library within the mountain to exchange for steadfast will the main purpose of his trip. If time allowed, he also intended to learn more about the terms of becoming an internal member. As long as the conditions weren't too harsh, he was prepared to join. After all, internal members enjoyed many privileges in the Bronze Mountain. Higher access permissions, better accommodations, and even free access to witchcraft far more convenient than struggling alone. The underground world was shrouded in perpetual darkness. The creatures here had long evolved night vision, but Gawain lacked such an ability. Even with the faint glow of scattered moss, his vision remained blurry. Within a short stretch of the mountain path, he stumbled 3 times, scraping his knees and palms. Left with no other choice, Gawain snapped his fingers and cast an illumination spell. To avoid unnecessary attention, he deliberately dimmed the light, making it appear like an ordinary lighting spell. Finally, the trading area came into view. Gawain brushed off the dirt on his clothes and carefully examined the rudimentary marketplace. Aside from a few standalone wooden huts in the center, there were rows of empty stalls. Perhaps it was still early, as there were only a few passers-by. Strolling between the empty stalls, Gawain eventually spotted a vendor conducting business. The vendor was a beast man with a toad-like head, his appearance somewhat menacing. On the stall were several glass jars containing clumps of pale yellow, sticky, clustered pellets. Noticing someone approaching, the beast man raised his head. "Want to buy a jar?" "What is this?" Gawain asked curiously. "Eggs of cave spiders, absolutely delicious," the beast man replied with a toothy grin, revealing sharp fangs. Feeling a wave of nausea, Gawain quickly waved his hand and walked away, heading toward the wooden huts in the center. He found that 3 of the huts were empty, with only one having an open window. Peeking inside, Gawain saw an old man sitting in meditation. Clearing his throat, Gawain caught the old man's attention. The old man opened his eyes, glanced at him coldly, and said, "Not open yet," before closing his eyes again and resuming his meditation. Gawain sighed with a bitter smile and began wandering around the trading area. About half an hour later, the place gradually became livelier, with an array of strange and dazzling goods that overwhelmed the senses. Approaching another wooden hut, Gawain saw a young woman inside, meticulously shaping her eyebrows. She glanced at him, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Putting away her mirror, she laughed coquettishly. What an adorable little thing. Just as Gawain was about to greet her, she licked her bright red lips and added, "It's been so long since I've tasted such fresh blood. How nostalgic." Gawain's expression froze, and he replied stiffly, "I'm here to buy a food tree." The woman's playful smile faded as she adopted a more serious tone. "I've got the cheapest white bread trees, delicious roasted fish trees, steak trees, snail trees, salmon trees, human head trees, sheep head trees, and the latest creation, a seafood tree that yields 12 kinds of seafood." Frowning, Gawain asked, "How much for the white bread tree?" "1 magic stone per tree," the woman quoted. The magic stone. Gawain frowned and reached for his coin pouch at his waist. There were still some gold dragons left, but not a single magic stone. The woman quickly noticed his predicament, and a sly glint flashed in her eyes. She pulled out a crystal-clear glass cup and said sweetly, "If you don't have magic stones, you can trade your blood instead. Just a small cup like this, and you can get a white breadfruit tree. This is a special exception I'm making just for you." "No need." Gawain declined firmly, pulling out a small glass vial from his pocket. A thin layer of silvery sand covered the bottom, shimmering faintly in the dim light. He held it up in front of the woman and asked tentatively, "Would you accept something like this?" "Mithril?" The woman's eyes widened, and a look of barely concealed delight spread across her face. Gawain nodded in confirmation. The woman immediately said, "You'll need to examine it first." "Go ahead." Gawain carefully removed the stopper and poured out a single grain of the silver sand. The woman took out a circular device and began a meticulous inspection. Gawain couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. This silver sand was the residue left after he recharged with silver stags. He had long suspected it might be mithril, but had never been able to confirm it. After a moment, the woman set down her device and nodded. "It is indeed mithril, but there's very little of it. Do you have more?" "None," Gawain replied, though inwardly he was ecstatic. While he didn't have more mithril, he did have some gold sand. If the silver sand was mithril, the gold sand was likely the rarer and more valuable aurum. The woman didn't press further. She took the vial containing the mithril and carefully weighed it on a tray. Less than 2 grams, she calculated. At 2 magic stones per gram, it's worth 3 magic stones in total. You wanted a white breadfruit tree, right? I'll give you the rest of the magic stones shortly. Gawain suppressed his excitement and selected a white breadfruit tree and a honey peach tree, pocketing the remaining magic stone as change. He then made 2 more trips to the trading area and used a few gold dragons to purchase some daily necessities. Back in his stone cottage, Gawain arranged the potted plants neatly and tore off 2 pieces of bread to enjoy. As he chewed, he carefully examined the 2 remarkable modified plants. They required no watering or fertilizing, yet produced a steady supply of bread and fresh water, truly astonishing. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Right, I think I have a book called A Guide to Cultivating White Breadfruit Trees." Stuffing the remaining bread into his mouth in a few quick bites, he crouched in front of the cabinet to rummage through it. Before long, he found the book in question. Flipping through it quickly, Gawain soon closed it and murmured, "So it's a magical trick." With his current level 3 knowledge of biological modification, he could comprehend most of it after a single read. The cultivation of white breadfruit trees involved a field called Lesser Magical Trick Applications, Level 3, a rather peculiar area of study. Tracing it back further, it connected to a zeroing spell called Magical Trick, which could almost manifest one's desires. The modified breadfruit tree didn't need water or fertilizer because it absorbed energy particles directly from the air. "Fascinating," Gawain remarked, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The guide only taught him how to cultivate white breadfruit trees, containing very shallow knowledge and no information about actual sorcery. Otherwise, he would have loved to learn the magical trick, spell, and master it once he advanced to a mid-level wizard apprentice. "I wonder if the library has it," Gawain thought wistfully, shaking his head. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, thumb-sized diamond-shaped stone, the magic stone commonly used in transactions among wizards. It contained pure, natural magical energy that was incredibly easy to channel. Magic stones could restore magical energy, power spell formations, serve as energy sources, and even increase the success rate of potion crafting. Gripping the magic stone tightly, Gawain silently intoned, "Recharge." When he opened his hand again, the magic stone had turned to powder. Glancing at his recharge interface, he saw that his points had increased to 5442.19, an impressive gain of 1,000 points. A single gold dragon could add 10 recharge points, while a magic stone added 1,000, equivalent to 100 gold dragons. This matched the exchange rate in the trading area. However, for Gawain, recharging with gold dragons or silver stags was far more cost-effective. Not only did it yield the same recharge points, but it also provided additional rewards of aurum and mithril. Gawain pondered for a moment and decided to avoid directly using magic stones for recharging in the future, as it seemed somewhat wasteful. After tidying up the stone house and leaving the skeleton to guard it, he set off on his journey once again, accompanied by the well-fed raven number 7. Before long, Gawain cast an illumination spell and arrived at the entrance to the mountain's interior. This was his second time venturing into this mysterious place. At the entrance, two crouching beast-like golems stood like loyal sentinels, their ruby-like eyes scanning the passing apprentices with vigilance. From time to time, they murmured to each other in low tones. The moment Gawain appeared, their gazes immediately locked onto him. Calmly, Gawain displayed the identity engraving on his waist and politely inquired, "Hello, I'd like to visit the library. Could you tell me the way? Also, I'd like to apply to become an internal member." The golem on the left buzzed mechanically and replied, "Take passage 7 for the library. For internal membership applications, proceed to passage 5. Thank you." Gawain expressed his gratitude and strode into the mountain. Behind him, the golem on the right grumbled in dissatisfaction. What a stingy little fellow. He didn't even offer a single copper star. I'm a bit annoyed now. The golem on the left tried to console it. Forgive him, Elanchus. He's just a kid. All right, I'll forgive him this time, for Orosam's sake. But there won't be a next time. Next time, I'll remind him, the right golem muttered. Gawain followed passage 7 deeper into the mountain. After about 15 minutes, he finally arrived at the library at the end of the path. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed from above. Identity verification required. Two fist-sized metallic eyes emerged from the bronze library doors, projecting intersecting beams of white light that scanned Gawain from head to toe. The mechanical voice continued. External member detected. Verifying access level. Low-level access. Low-level access members are permitted 3 entries per month. Pets and servants are prohibited from entering. Looking up at the horn-shaped runic device overhead, Gawain quickly placed raven number 7 on the ground. With the command, "Access granted," the 2 bronze doors silently swung open. Gawain let out a small sigh of relief, gave the raven a few instructions, and stepped inside. Upon entering, his attention was immediately drawn to a peculiar figure seated behind an oak counter on his left, a bespectacled octopus-like creature. Its tentacle-like appendages were flipping through a parchment-bound book. Sensing Gawain's arrival, it spoke without looking up. Low-level access is restricted to the first floor. Higher levels are off-limits. If you wish to exchange for spells or knowledge, prepare magic stones. A single trick costs 1 to 3 magic stones, while a zero-ring spell requires 10 to 20 magic stones. Gawain felt a bit awkward, as he had already used up his last magic stone. Not wanting to leave empty-handed, he hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, may I take a look at the exchange list?" The octopus creature finally lifted its gaze, its intelligent eyes scrutinizing Gawain for a moment. For an instant, Gawain felt as though he were being observed by a dragon, his entire body frozen and his mind nearly paralyzed. The creature then shifted its gaze, adjusted its glasses, and casually replied, "As you wish." With that, one of its tentacles extended from beneath the counter, swiftly rummaging through the shelves behind it. In no time, it tossed a piece of parchment onto the counter. Gawain exhaled deeply, as though he had been granted a reprieve from certain doom. Realizing he was likely in the presence of a formidable official wizard, he dared not meet the creature's eyes again. Instead, he carefully picked up the parchment and began to study it intently. Gawain stood in the library of the Bronze Oath, his gaze intently scanning the exchange list. 13 spells were listed, each marked with the number of magic stones required. Bone manipulation for 1 stone, grease step for 1, magical perception and concealment for 2 stones each, mage's hand for 2 stones. He reviewed the list twice, but failed to find the spell he longed for, steadfast will. Disappointment surged within him as Gawain reflected on his initial reason for joining the Bronze Oath. Without access to this spell, how would he fend off the mysterious curse in a month's time? Worse still, having touched the leaf of knowledge and learned the high star ring meditation method, his risk of turning into a monster was higher than that of an ordinary wizard apprentice. A wave of panic washed over him, but Gawain quickly steadied his thoughts. He respectfully put the exchange list down and addressed the octopus-like creature nearby. "Excuse me, but the spell I wish to exchange for isn't listed here." The octopus creature looked at him curiously. "Little one, what spell are you looking for?" "Steadfast will," Gawain replied honestly. The creature seemed thoughtful. "That spell is quite uncommon. We at the Bronze Oath have never included it in our collection. Why are you interested in learning such a niche spell?" Prepared for such a question, Gawain explained, "I've dabbled in potion making, but I'm often distracted by the illusions generated during the process, which lowers my success rate. I was hoping to learn a spell that could strengthen my willpower." He seized the opportunity to ask, "Would you happen to know of any similar spells?" The octopus creature shook its head. "None." Gawain's heart sank, and he was about to leave when the creature added, "However, while there are no spells, there are 2 zero-ring wizardry techniques of a similar nature." Gawain's spirits lifted as he suppressed his excitement and respectfully inquired further, The creature explained, "These two zeroing techniques are called mechanical mind and calmness. They're quite niche, so not many apprentices study them. If you want to exchange for them, each will cost 10 magic stones. Thank you for the information. They'll fetch the magic stones at once," Gawain said, bowing before hurrying out of the library. The octopus creature wobbled its large head and resumed reading, muttering to itself, "What a peculiar little fellow." Gawain returned to his stone hut with Raven number 7, opened his trunk, and took out all his gemstones along with some miscellaneous items. He then made his way to the mountaintop trading area. After clearing out the miscellaneous items, he sold the gemstones in 5 batches and finally sold his aurum. In total, he managed to gather 15 magic stones, nearly depleting his entire savings. After careful consideration, Gawain returned to the library and exchanged 10 magic stones for the zeroing wizardry technique, mechanical mind. These two techniques had similar effects but distinct characteristics. Mechanical mind provided a sustained enhancement to the practitioner's mental focus and willpower, functioning almost like a semi-passive skill. Calmness, on the other hand, could be actively cast on oneself or others but had a limited duration. Given the potential for long-term contamination after the mysterious calamity, Gawain chose the more reliable mechanical mind, though he felt a twinge of regret for passing up calmness. Deep down, Gawain still preferred steadfast will. This rudimentary spell had the unique ability to fundamentally enhance willpower, something the other two wizardry techniques couldn't match. He silently resolved that, if given the chance, he would replace one of his spells to learn it. After acquiring mechanical mind, Gawain didn't return to his stone hut right away. Instead, he entered Passage 5, intending to apply for internal membership in the Bronze Oath. However, when the Orcish lady presented the contract, Gawain immediately hesitated. The contract detailed both privileges and obligations. The privileges were enticing, including free access to basic meditation methods, resource allocation, mentorship, and organizational training. But the obligations were far more demanding, requiring members to follow the organization's orders and work for it for 50 years. Apologies for the trouble. Gawain declined without hesitation and quickly left. His experiences in his previous life as a laborer had made him unwilling to compromise again. More importantly, he knew that in a decade or two, the gods would perish, ushering in the age of wizard wars. As a human among the non-human-dominated Bronze Mountains, he would likely face a grim fate if he stayed. Gawain returned to the stone chamber and sat on the edge of his bed, his brows furrowed in deep thought. His gaze swept across the room before settling on the wizard's notes lying on the desk. Taking a deep breath, he began organizing his next steps. Initially, he had planned to clear a spell slot by removing a minor spell, making room for steadfast will. However, after acquiring the Zero Circle spell Mechanical Mind, the situation changed. Unable to immediately study this newly obtained spell, Gawain realized that his top priority was to advance to a mid-level wizard apprentice as quickly as possible. Only then could he gain 3 additional spell slots to accommodate Mechanical Mind. Time was pressing, and Gawain calculated his options. Advancing, deciphering, and inscribing within just over a month was a challenging task. His eyes scanned the corners of the room, as if seeking potential resources. The trading district rarely offered potions to aid meditation, and when they did appear, their prices were far beyond his means. With a wry smile, Gawain shook his head. Though he was a level 2 alchemist, the ancestral notes contained no suitable recipes for his needs. The only formulas available were for standard potions like Vitality Potion and Boiling Blood Potion. Even with his skill in earning magic stones, achieving his goal in such a short time seemed unlikely. At that moment, Gawain's gaze fell on the Krypton panel, and he felt a wave of relief. If he wanted to accelerate the process of inscribing will runes without access to proper potions, there were only 2 options: upgrade the deep sea meditation method or enhance his wizard talents. Without hesitation, Gawain sprang into action. He first upgraded his wizard talent to level 4, consuming 5,000 Krypton points. Although there were no noticeable changes in his body, the substantial expenditure left him feeling a pang of regret. Seeing that his remaining Krypton points were insufficient to upgrade the deep sea meditation method, Gawain decisively headed to the trading district. He converted his 5 remaining magic stones into gold dragons, recharged his balance, and sold off his aurum to fund 3 consecutive upgrades to the meditation method. Looking at the panel displaying his stats level 4 wizard talent and level 8 deep sea meditation method, Gawain's lips curved into a faint smile. With these stats, even an experienced wizard apprentice would find it hard to match, he murmured to himself. Now, it all depends on my efforts. Locking his door, Gawain immersed himself fully in the task of inscribing will runes. The level 8 deep sea meditation method did not disappoint. Within a single day, he successfully inscribed the 4th will rune, pushing his mental strength from 2 to 2.1. In the days that followed, Gawain shut himself off from the outside world. He devoted nearly all his time to inscribing will runes, occasionally taking breaks to decipher Mechanical Mind, Water Barrier, and 5-fold Ice Arrow. During his rare moments of leisure, he also ventured into the mountains to catch insects, experimenting with feeding them magic to cultivate companion creatures. When visitors knocked on his door or extended invitations, Gawain ignored them entirely. Time flew by, and more than half a month passed in this relentless routine. Through tireless effort, Gawain inscribed rune after rune in his mental world. The fifth rune, the sixth rune until finally, as the seventh will rune was completed, a surge of powerful energy coursed through him. His mental strength leaped from 2.7 to 3.0, and his mental world expanded, granting him 3 additional spell slots. In just a few short months, Gawain had achieved what typically took ordinary wizard apprentices years to accomplish. He successfully advanced to a mid-level wizard apprentice. Finally, I've advanced. Gawain exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the panel. He noticed that the 3 newly deciphered zero-circle spells had been added to his repertoire. This meant he could embark on a new journey of upgrades. A confident smile played on his lips, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation for the future. In addition to symbiotic creature cultivation, several other subjects were also integrated into Level 3 biological modification studies. Gawain carefully examined his data panel, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Name: Gawain Clover. Age: 13. Physique: 1.1. Spirit: 3.0. Mana: 2,830. Talent: Tier 4. Level: Intermediate Wizard Apprentice. His skill list was impressive. Meditation: Deep Sea Meditation Technique LV 87. Biological Modification LV 323 including Steel Feather and Iron Claw Modification. Minor Magical Trick Application, Carnivorous Plant Acidic Membrane Transplant, and Symbiotic Creature Cultivation. Alchemy LV 21. Archery LV 5 Master. Gawain murmured to himself, "Not bad, but now isn't the time to relax." He quickly made a decision to upgrade all 3 zeroing spells to LV1 before starting with the engraving of Mechanical Mind. Calculating the time, he fully immersed himself in this arduous task. 5 days later, Gawain finally completed the engraving of the Mechanical Mind spell rune. Instantly, a cool sensation swept through his brain, his emotions becoming exceptionally calm, his stray thoughts significantly reduced, and his thinking noticeably sharper. While he should have felt thrilled, he found himself devoid of any emotional reaction. He tried exiting the Mechanical Mind state, and the familiar sensations immediately returned. He grinned and murmured, "This mechanical state is indeed excellent. It should help with meditation, analysis, and even rune engraving." Unwilling to remain content, Gawain immediately upgraded the Mechanical Mind to LV5, the maximum level. He nodded with satisfaction and then attempted to activate the spell. It took a full 5 seconds for the spell rune to be successfully triggered. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, all emotions and desires were stripped away, leaving behind pure rationality. He felt as though he had transformed into a precise computer, capable of effortlessly solving complex geometric problems. Gawain soon realized the true purpose of Mechanical Mind was to assist in thinking. When he canceled the spell, he was surprised to find that the casting had consumed 5 units of mana, 5 times the cost of a basic trick. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with the merman, he finally understood why the creature had failed to cast a spell before. Dying zeroing spells required preparation time, and often needed casting mediums. Although the power had increased, the higher mana consumption and longer casting time left Gawain slightly troubled. He suddenly realized the importance of enchanted items for wizard apprentices, as the spells solidified within them could be cast almost instantaneously. However, given that Mechanical Mind was an auxiliary spell, these drawbacks were not critical. Without dwelling further, Gawain cast the spell on himself and, using the Mechanical Mind state, began engraving the remaining 2 zeroing spells in his mental world. With the assistance of Mechanical Mind, his efficiency improved significantly. In just 3 days, he successfully engraved both spells. Finally, Gawain used up all his remaining mana points to upgrade Water Barrier to LV5 and 5-fold Ice Arrow to LV3. With these 2 combat spells for offense and defense, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Magic: Mechanical Mind Level 5, Strong Support. Water Barrier Level 5, Strong Defense. 5 consecutive Ice Arrows Level 3. 1 mana points left, 53.4 spent, mana depleted. Gawain's face lit up with joy, but he quickly restrained his expression, his demeanor turning somber. He calculated silently only 7 days remained until the fall of the God of Mysteries. When that time came, the calamity of mysteries would descend, veiling towns in gray mist and unleashing a terrifying tide of chaos. The church would be too occupied battling the creatures within the mist to hunt down sorcerers, gradually wearing themselves down. Gawain realized this was an age of both terror and opportunity. Countless genius sorcerers would rise, but just as many would fall. As a mere mid-level sorcerer's apprentice, he bitterly acknowledged his insignificance, knowing he didn't even qualify to participate in the hunt for deities. The only thing he could do was protect himself and quietly build his strength. He ran his fingers through his messy, unkempt hair and tugged at his sweat-stained gray robe. Raven number 7, which had been confined for over a month, lay limply on the table, staring blankly at the insects inside 3 compartmentalized boxes. These insects were larvae for cultivating companion bugs, earthworms, mosquitoes, and snails. After being fed with magic, they had already reproduced 3 generations, showing noticeable changes compared to the first generation. Gawain inspected the insects, picking out the dead ones and tossing them to Raven number 7, who perked up immediately, pecking at them eagerly. He opened the wooden door, and the cries of over 20 ravens echoed in the darkness outside the stone house. This was the second batch of ravens he was modifying. Though they had yet to be engraved with steel feather and iron claw runes, they were progressing steadily. Gawain broke apart some white bread and scattered it as feed, while Raven number 7 flew out to flaunt its dominance. Gawain began experimenting with a newly learned combat spell. He focused on his mental realm, channeling magic into the water barrier rune. 2 seconds later, the rune lit up, and he immediately crushed the honey peach in his hand. Fresh water surged backward, flowing along his arm and forming 3 tightly connected elliptical water shields around his body. The shields were so dense that they were nearly impossible for others to see through. Gawain focused his mind and steadied his breath as he began to cast the water barrier spell. 3 seconds later, 3 layers of crystalline, translucent water shields formed around him, resembling an indestructible fortress. He thought to himself that this level 5 defensive sorcery was truly extraordinary, far surpassing ordinary zeroing spells. With his current mana reserves, he could cast it 6 times in succession, enough to make it nearly impossible for an advanced wizard apprentice to break through in a short time. To test the barrier's strength, Gawain turned and commanded the skeleton in the stone hut to attack. The skeleton launched itself like an arrow, punching the water shield with full force. The surface of the barrier rippled faintly, but the first layer remained unshaken. Feeling slightly reassured, Gawain continued to direct the skeleton to intensify its assault. Thud, thud, thud. The skeleton unleashed a barrage of punches like a storm. After more than a dozen strikes, the first layer of the water shield finally shattered. The second layer endured a similar onslaught before breaking apart. By the time the third layer was breached, the skeleton's frame was nearly disassembled from the force of the countershock. Gawain grinned in satisfaction, a sense of security welling up inside him. He silently calculated. The skeleton's attack power was less than 1 point, slightly stronger than the force of his own arrows. Each layer of the water shield had a defensive capacity of about 2 points, making it impenetrable to an average person. However, an advanced wizard apprentice could deal attacks exceeding 3 points, and a full-fledged wizard could reach as high as 10 points. Even so, Gawain sensed that the level 5 water barrier still had untapped potential. Crushing a honeydew peach in his hand, Gawain cast the barrier again, this time experimenting with altering its form. Under his mental guidance, the outermost layer of the shield twisted and reshaped, gradually transforming into a thick water shield that covered his upper body. He continued to manipulate it, compressing the shield until it condensed into a palm-sized heartguard mirror, clear and radiant like ice. The skeleton attacked again with full force, yet it failed to leave so much as a mark on the heartguard mirror. Excitement surged within Gawain as he realized that the mirror's defensive strength was at least 5 points, sufficient to withstand attacks from an advanced wizard apprentice. He further adjusted the spell, leaving the outer and inner layers unchanged while transforming the middle layer into a head-sized heartguard mirror that orbited around him, ready to be deployed in critical moments. Next, Gawain turned to test an offensive spell, the 5-fold ice arrow. He plucked 2 honeydew peaches to use as casting mediums, knowing that as a non-aquatic creature, he couldn't store sufficient water within his body at all times. Without a water source, he could still cast the spell, but it would require drawing trace amounts of moisture from the air, significantly increasing casting time and reducing the spell's power. Standing firmly, Gawain began to cast. After 2 seconds of charging and 1 second of focusing, 5 thick ice arrows materialized before him. With a wave of his hand, the arrows shot forward, piercing through the air and striking the sturdy outer wall of the stone hut 10 meters away. Each arrow embedded itself nearly halfway into the wall, releasing a chilling aura. Gawain estimated that the spell's power was close to 3 points impressive for a level 3 5-fold ice arrow spell. If he could advance it to level 5, both its power and range would increase significantly, potentially rendering his conventional archery entirely obsolete. Gawain finished his bath and changed into a gray robe. Though it appeared plain, the robe was crafted from the silk of cave spiders, soft, durable, and far superior to the silk of nobles. One such robe cost a gold dragon at the very least, marking it as the most basic tier. Yet, as a wizard's apprentice, he had to maintain an air of dignity. After locking his room, he grabbed his leather case, took his raven, and headed toward the trading district. His mind was busy calculating how to earn enough magic stones in the remaining 7 days to prepare for his escape. As he reached halfway up the mountain, a raven suddenly swooped overhead, letting out a piercing cry. Gawain halted and extended his arm. The raven, marked with the number 11, landed on his arm, its eyes filled with urgency as it kept glancing back. Gawain frowned, sensing something amiss. He immediately released the raven and hurried back. When he returned to his dwelling, he saw the stone house's door wide open, with the sound of rummaging echoing from within. Someone had taken advantage of his absence to rob him. Furious, Gawain was about to storm in but stopped himself. He suddenly recalled the rules of the Bronze Mountain. Wizard apprentices were forbidden from harming one another. If the thief denied the act, he would have no grounds to file a complaint and might even face false accusations. Taking a deep breath, Gawain quickly made a decision. He stepped back a few paces and melted into the shadows. After all, there wasn't much of value left in the stone house. His truly precious items, like the enchanted ring and the knowledge tree leaf pendant, were always on him. Even the cursed notebook and the ancestral journal were safely stored in his leather case. All that remained in the stone cabinet were ordinary books. Before long, a shadow darted out of the house, clutching 2 food tree pots in its arms, and fled in haste. Gawain's expression darkened as he lightly tapped raven number 7, signaling it. The raven silently spread its wings and took off in pursuit. Gawain strode into the house, finding it in complete disarray. The skeletal guard by the door had been dismantled, its pieces scattered everywhere, with only the skull lying forlornly by the bedside. Picking up the skull, Gawain noticed that the soul flame within its eyes had been extinguished. Damn it! Gawain roared in anger, hurling the skull to the ground with force. Though not particularly strong, the skeleton had been crafted from the body of a priest, making its bones unusually sturdy. Losing such a reliable assistant for no reason was infuriating. As for whether he could take on the thief, Gawain had no doubt. A wizard apprentice who resorted to theft could hardly be a formidable opponent. Gawain checked the stone hut once again and discovered that, in addition to the 2 food trees that had been stolen, several parchment books were also missing. Fortunately, the 3 nests of insects had been overlooked by the thief, sparing him the trouble of cultivating them again. Just as he finished tidying up, raven number 7 flew back, letting out a low caw. Gawain immediately understood and instructed, "Lead the way." With that, he strode out of the stone hut, while raven number 7 leisurely took the lead. They quickly left the Bronze Mountains and traveled westward for about 2 miles, entering an increasingly desolate area. Finally, they stopped near a stone pillar at the edge of the Death Swamp. Gawain gestured for the raven to hide and cast a water barrier on himself before cautiously circling around the stone pillar. What lay before him heightened his vigilance. 10 meters away, a cluster of mushrooms surrounded a massive boulder, roughly 3 meters square. Even more unsettling were the dozen or so bizarre plants around the boulder, each standing taller than a person and bearing enormous trumpet-shaped flowers. Man-eating flowers. Gawain's heart tightened, and he immediately abandoned the idea of approaching. He dispelled the water barrier and quietly concealed himself behind the stone pillar, waiting for the thief to appear. He knew that while man-eating flowers were not particularly strong attackers, they emitted a piercing scream when provoked, often used by wizard apprentices as an alarm. Gawain surmised that the thief's lair might be hidden beneath that massive boulder. Time passed slowly, and the cold, deathly silence of the surroundings was hard to endure. Suddenly, a faint call from raven number 7 overhead alerted Gawain. Moments later, heavy footsteps sounded behind him. Startled, Gawain quickly moved to the other side of the stone pillar. Just then, a coarse, raspy voice called out from afar. Who's there? Mort sees you." Gawain held his breath, thinking he had been discovered. However, raven number 7 called out again and then flapped its wings, flying away. The shadowy figure in the distance stopped, cursed, "Damn raven, I'll stew you one day," and then continued forward, carrying a heavy bundle. Gawain let out a quiet sigh of relief, silently praising raven number 7's cleverness. He had assumed the thief was hiding in an underground lair, but it seemed the figure had gone out thieving again. He quickly cast a water barrier on himself and began channeling his magic. The footsteps grew closer, and Gawain prepared himself. As the shadowy figure was about to pass, Gawain suddenly darted out from behind the stone pillar, launching a thick ice arrow with a swift motion. The arrow streaked across the 5-meter gap, piercing the figure's chest. The impact sent the figure flying, and before it could even scream, another ice arrow struck its face, cutting the cry short. 3 more ice arrows followed in quick succession, pinning the figure to the ground. Sword in hand, Gawain approached quickly. The figure's hood had fallen back, revealing the head of a rat. The ratman's wide, terrified eyes stared up, its face almost entirely mangled by the ice arrow. Yet, the ratman was still alive, struggling to speak. Wait. The ratman managed to gasp out. Without hesitation, Gawain slashed the ratman's throat. The creature gasped and convulsed violently. At that moment, raven number 7 flew down from the darkness, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It landed on the ratman's face and used its sharp claws to gouge out the eyes, swallowing them with satisfaction. The ratman died in agony and resentment. Unlike his first kill, Gawain was now accustomed to such encounters. The only difference was that this time, his opponent was a ratman wizard apprentice. He picked up the hooded cloak, hoisted the corpse and the bundle, and charged straight toward the man-eating flowers under the protection of his water barrier. To his surprise, the man-eating flowers did not attack. Gawain hesitated for a moment before realizing that the rat man must have carried an item that rendered the plants indifferent. Wasting no time, he pushed the massive boulder aside with all his strength. As expected, a dark, gaping hole was revealed. He tossed the ratman's corpse into the hole first. Seeing no traps, Gawain followed closely behind, descending into the darkness. The tunnel was cramped and dark, but fortunately, Gawain, being only 13 years old and slim, could move through it with ease. He lay flat inside the tunnel, holding his breath and staying perfectly still. Only after confirming that the earlier skirmish hadn't drawn any attention did he finally exhale in relief. Carefully, he dragged the corpse further into the depths of the tunnel. Not long after Gawain entered the cave, a blue-feathered crow flew in from the distance and perched on a broken stone pillar. It opened its beak and, to Gawain's surprise, spoke in human words. "Indeed, I can smell the stench of death." The crow looked around, its head bobbing as it continued. "But this place is no longer a safe zone. It's too close to the death swamp, which is beyond my jurisdiction. Never mind, better to stay out of trouble." With one last glance at the massive stone, the crow spread its wings and disappeared into the darkness. The tunnel was far from an easy path, winding and twisting, riddled with traps and branching passages. Luckily, Gawain was protected by the water barrier, allowing him to push forward without harm. After half an hour of arduous crawling and maneuvering, the passage began to widen. From the initial tight space where he could only crawl, he eventually reached a point where he could stand upright. Finally, Gawain emerged into a massive cavern nearly 100 meters wide. Finally made it. Gawain let out a long breath, dropping the corpse and his bag onto the ground. He glanced around while gasping for air. The cavern was a chaotic mess, piled high with various items, resembling a giant, disorganized general store. His eyes immediately caught sight of at least 10 modified food trees, mostly common ones like white breadfruit trees and honey peach trees, including the two he personally owned. Among them were rarer varieties, such as roasted beefsteak trees and salmon trees. There was even a grotesque sheephead tree, its branches adorned with severed sheep heads. These were all Riaditoet delicacies, rich in flavor and aroma, with each tree valued at no less than 2 magic stones. Jackpot! Gawain grinned as he casually picked up a cloak. He had already noticed that it was a magical item, but the lingering ratfolk magic imprint on it had prevented him from identifying its properties. He instructed the crow on his shoulder to keep watch while he sat cross-legged, channeling his magic into the cloak to slowly erase the imprint. After about 15 minutes, Gawain expended 2 units of magic to successfully remove the imprint and replace it with his own. At the same time, he learned the cloak's full details. It turned out to be a low-tier magical item called the Shadow Cloak. It contained a zeroing spell called Shadow Concealment. When activated, it would gradually consume magic power to gather surrounding shadows and hide the wearer's form, creating an effect close to invisibility as long as the wearer remained still. While movement would disrupt the invisibility, the cloak would still obscure the wearer's appearance, making them look like a moving shadow that could easily slip out of sight. Not bad, Gawain thought, pleased, as he casually slipped the cloak over his shoulders. He then searched the rat folk's corpse again, finding only 3 magic stones, which he pocketed. Next, he untied the bag on the ground, discovering a pile of white crystals, some of which bore faint carving marks. Their purpose was unclear, and their value seemed minimal. Gawain speculated that these might have been stolen by another apprentice sorcerer. Gawain set his belongings aside and began rummaging through the clutter in the cavern. His nimble fingers sifted through the chaotic pile, his sharp eyes scanning for anything of value. Before long, he carefully pocketed a dozen faintly glowing gems. Just as he was about to continue his search, a cylindrical object caught his attention. "This is a rune furnace?" Gawain murmured in surprise, gently cradling the head-sized furnace in his hands. He inspected the surface closely and was astonished to find it was still in relatively good condition. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully set the furnace upright on a clear patch of ground, took a deep breath, and cautiously channeled a small amount of magic into it. With a muffled boom, a pale blue flame suddenly ignited atop the furnace. The flame was otherworldly and intense, clearly no ordinary fire. Gawain's eyes sparkled with delight as he adjusted the flame's size, mentally calculating the value of this unexpected treasure. As a level 2 alchemist, Gawain had long relied on a crude oil lamp for his work. He had often lingered in the trading district, yearning for one of those expensive rune lamps, but even the cheapest ones cost 10 magic stones far beyond his budget. And now, from this pile of discarded junk, he had stumbled upon a nearly new and finely crafted rune furnace, worth at least 20 magic stones. Gawain speculated that it might have been stolen by ratfolk and abandoned here, fearing it would be recognized if sold in the trading district. Regardless of its origin, this treasure was now his to claim. Buoyed by this unexpected find, Gawain redoubled his efforts. His hands moved deftly through the clutter, and before long, he uncovered a collection of alchemical tools, a crucible, test tubes, spatulas, empty glass bottles, and more. He carefully set these aside and continued his search. About half an hour later, Gawain's hand brushed against something hard. With effort, he dragged it out and discovered a blackened box. As he began to wipe it clean, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his hand. He quickly dropped the box and saw 2 rows of bloody bite marks on the back of his right hand. Damn it! Gawain cursed under his breath as he jumped back from the pile. After inspecting his wound and confirming it was just a superficial injury, he sighed in relief. He cleaned and bandaged the wound before cautiously approaching the box again. This time, Gawain drew the short sword from his waist and used its tip to carefully maneuver the box out. After wiping the surface clean with a rough cloth, he revealed a peculiar briefcase. The box was slightly smaller than his own travel case, entirely black, and covered in fine-scale patterns. 2 menacing eyes on either side seemed to glare at him, and the handle resembled a monstrous mouth, its sharp, white teeth gleaming ominously. Testing the handle with his sword tip, Gawain watched as the teeth immediately bit into the blade, leaving a notch. He silently thanked his luck that he hadn't grabbed it with his bare Honda, might have lost a finger. Upon closer examination, he realized the teeth were part of a complex mechanical lock with a biting force of about 1 degree. Intrigued by the strange contraption, Gawain cast a water barrier spell to envelop his hands before attempting to input various combinations. Each attempt was met with a snapping chomp, but the water barrier shielded him from harm. Minutes turned into hours as Gawain tirelessly tried different combinations. His magic reserves dwindled, the water barrier repeatedly shattered and reformed. Just as he was about to give up, a crisp click broke the silence. The lock finally opened. Gawain exhaled in relief, carefully noting the sequence of the lock's mechanisms. He cautiously opened the case to find a white, fleshy interior with a cavity roughly the size of a human head. It reminded him of the stomach lining of some creature. He gingerly extended his left hand into the cavity and was astonished to discover an unexpectedly vast space inside. After feeling around for a while, he tilted the case and retrieved several items: 2 small pouches and 6 leather-bound books. The first pouch contained 13 magic stones, while the second held dozens of colorful gemstones. The contents of the books were even more captivating: earth meditation techniques, geovital breathing method, brute strength technique, shape-shifting arts, stone to mud transformation, and a guide to cultivating and utilizing giant man-eating plants. Gawain's eyes gleamed with excitement. These discoveries promised boundless opportunities for his future. Gawain crouched down, carefully inspecting the spoils before him. This disorganized pile of items was undoubtedly the entire stash of the rat men. He first carefully stored away the faintly glowing mana stones and gemstones, then picked up a stack of parchment books and began leafing through them one by one. As he turned the pages, Gawain's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Earth meditation, geomantic breathing technique, fossil to mud, brute force spell, shape-shifting magic. These names of wizard spells and tricks echoed in his mind. Among them, shape-shifting magic particularly caught his attention. This spell allowed the caster to temporarily transform into another creature, enabling effortless swimming through water or soaring through the skies. Gawain couldn't help but think to himself that this would be the perfect way to compensate for his current shortcomings. However, reality soon dampened his enthusiasm. His spell slots were already full, each one indispensable, leaving no room to learn a new spell in the short term. But Gawain was not disheartened. His gaze returned to earth meditation, and he began to calculate in his mind. If he could master a second meditation technique, it might increase his spell slots and even accelerate his advancement to a higher-level wizard apprentice. With just a modest expenditure of resources and some time to inscribe willpower runes, this goal was not out of reach. Placing the parchment books back where they belonged, Gawain reached into the leather trunk and grabbed the stomach pouch. As he infused it with mana, he felt the residual magic imprint of the fishmen gradually fade, replaced by his own mark. Through this feedback, he learned the detailed properties of the enchanted item. This special item, named the crocodile leather trunk, was crafted from the body of a living adult swamp giant crocodile. It contained 3 solidified zero-circle spells: sealing spell, lightness spell, and basic animation curse. The stomach pouch served as a storage space, capable of holding 7 to 8 living people. Thanks to the lightness spell, the trunk's weight was only 10 of its actual mass. However, it had a critical flaw: it couldn't directly store flesh and blood items, as they would be rapidly digested. To store such items, they had to be sealed in containers like glass jars or ceramic pots. Gawain could barely contain his excitement. With his collection of items growing, his original small trunk had long since become inadequate, forcing him to store even books in stone cabinets. Now, this massive crocodile leather trunk completely resolved his storage issues. He quickly packed items like the rune forge, parchment books, and food tree into the crocodile leather trunk, resetting the mechanical lock combination. From now on, this trunk was his exclusive possession, and anyone attempting to steal from it would be met with a biting attack. After dealing with the belongings, Gawain turned his attention to the corpse of the rat man. He removed the skeletal bone ring from his hand, expending 2 blue gemstones to transform the ratman's body into a skeleton soldier. Watching the newly risen skeleton soldier, Gawain let out a cold laugh. Since you destroyed my skeleton, I'll make you my beast of burden. Gawain gritted his teeth in frustration, grabbed the crocodile leather case, and started heading back. He quickly climbed out of the underground tunnel, but as soon as his head emerged, a dozen man-eating plants around him opened their massive blossoms and lunged at him, emitting sharp, ear-piercing screeches. However, before they could touch him, they were repelled by the water barrier surrounding his body. Once he fully emerged from the tunnel, Gawain immediately instructed skeleton number 2, who had followed him, to push a boulder over the entrance to seal it. After ensuring everything was in order, he wasted no time and walked away briskly. Though he could have claimed this spot as a long-term residence, its proximity to the Bronze Mountain made him uneasy. He wasn't sure whether the chaos set to erupt in 7 days would reach this area. To be safe, he decided it was best to stay far away from the Bronze Oath. Back at the stone house, Gawain quickly took out over a dozen potted food trees from the crocodile leather case. Although most of the meat fruits on the branches had already been partially digested by their stomach-like sacs, the trees themselves were undamaged and would bear fruit again in a day or 2. He then assigned skeleton number 2 and crow number 7 to stand guard while he sat cross-legged on his bed to restore his depleted magic power. Once his magic had fully recovered, Gawain made several trips to the trading area, selling most of the food trees. The unexpected windfall earned him 19 magic stones, bringing his total to 35 stones when combined with his previous saving some modest but respectable fortune. Gawain couldn't help but sigh. Inheritance truly is the most dependable wealth. He set aside 5 magic stones for emergencies and converted the rest into gold dragons and silver stags, directly recharging his account. His in-game currency skyrocketed, finally stabilizing at 30,053.4 points, enough to support his indulgences for a good while. Feeling quite satisfied, Gawain returned to the stone house. He first upgraded the 5-fold ice arrow spell to its max level, LV 5, before diving into the study of the earth meditation technique. After a brief test, he was surprised to discover that he also had an affinity for earth elements. While unexpected, he didn't dwell on it. Multiple elemental affinities weren't particularly rare among wizard apprentices. Once the technique was recorded on his interface, he immediately leveled it up to LV 5. In the following days, Gawain focused on engraving willpower runes, modifying crows, and nurturing 3 companion insects. For days later, he emerged from his sealed room. Dressed in a gray robe, Gawain had a crow perched on each shoulder, crow number 7 on the left, and the newly transformed number 11 on the right. Unfortunately, 13 other crows had perished during the engraving process, and 3 more were still undergoing the grueling metamorphosis. How many would successfully evolve remained uncertain, as the transformation was akin to passing through the gates of death. Survival was entirely up to them. The earth meditation technique had allowed him to inscribe a second willpower rune, but the results were underwhelming. Aside from a more stable mental domain, it had only increased his mental energy by 0.2 and granted him 1 additional cantrip slot. Gawain began considering which cantrip to choose. Various options flashed through his mind: water manipulation, fish attraction, stone to mud, earth pulse breathing. However, he felt these cantrips had limited potential and usefulness. Suddenly, Gawain remembered a unique cantrip he had seen in the library. His heart stirred at the thought. Conveniently, he still had 1 last visit to the library left this month. After some quick preparations, he grabbed his crocodile leather case and headed into the mountain's depths. There, he spent 2 magic stones to acquire a cantrip called Mana Concealment. This passive skill allowed him to partially mask the magical fluctuations generated when casting spells. Its counterpart, Mana Detection, worked as its direct opposite. The effectiveness of either depended on the user's abilities. Leaving the library, Gawain felt a tinge of disappointment. He had specifically inquired about the guild leader's whereabouts, only to learn that Orosum the Bronze Dragon had yet to return to the Bronze Mountain. This extinguished the last flicker of hope in his heart. Returning to the stone house, Gawain packed up his belongings, including the 3 crows still undergoing transformation. He instructed skeleton number 2 to carry several pots of food trees and insect nests. Taking 1 final glance at the Bronze Mountain, he turned and descended without hesitation. With only 3 days remaining until the mysterious cataclysm, it was time to leave. He thought to himself, by the time I return, the Bronze Oath will likely be unrecognizable. Along the way, every wizard apprentice Gawain encountered stared at him in surprise. A few even tried to strike up a conversation, but he ignored them all. Upon reaching the edge of the death swamp, Gawain skillfully cast a water barrier around himself and ventured along a winding path deeper into the swamp. His lean figure gradually disappeared into the thick, pervasive mist, with two ravens perched steadily on his shoulders. Not long after entering the death swamp, skeleton number 2, walking ahead, was suddenly trapped by a large net that fell from above. Startled, the two ravens took flight, while Gawain came to an alert halt, quickly scanning his surroundings. Soon, he noticed a spider the size of a wash basin crawling out of its nest beside the path. Covered in gray and black bristly fur, the spider blended so seamlessly with the environment that it was nearly invisible when still. A cave spider. Gawain felt a slight sense of relief as he recognized the creature. Seeing that the skeleton was still struggling to tear apart the web and unable to assist, he decisively pointed at the approaching spider and commanded, "Kill it." The two ravens in the air immediately responded, letting out sharp, piercing cries as they dove down. The cave spider showed no fear, opening its mouth to spit a glob of white adhesive substance into the air. The ravens deftly dodged and began engaging the spider in combat. Taking advantage of his water barrier for protection, Gawain boldly stepped forward. He swiftly drew the single-handed sword from his waist and tossed it into the air. An invisible hand caught the sword midair, and as Gawain extended his arm, the blade drove down with precision, pinning the cave spider to the ground. The spider let out a shrill screech, writhing violently in its final struggle. The two ravens seized the opportunity to swoop in, clawing and tearing until the spider was dead. Thick greenish liquid splattered everywhere, releasing a nauseating stench. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose from all around. Gawain focused his gaze and saw countless small spiders swarming out of the nest like a tide, surging towards them. "If the big one is dead, what chance do you little pests have?" Gawain muttered coldly as he pressed his right hand downward. An invisible mage hand slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, crushing hundreds of spiders in an instant and leaving a massive palm-shaped imprint on the earth. He struck 3 more times in quick succession, killing large swaths of the small spiders, causing the remaining ones to scatter and flee. The two ravens, having feasted on the cave spider's eyes, gleefully chased after the fleeing spiders, pecking at them. Gawain called out, "Come back." At the same time, he used the mage hand to dismantle the web entangling skeleton number 2. Upon inspection, the skeleton was unharmed, but the 3 food-bearing trees it carried showed slight damage. Without hesitation, Gawain plucked all the meat from the grilled meat tree and retrieved several large ceramic jars from his crocodile leather box. He packed the meat inside for preservation, sealed the jars tightly, and stored them along with the food trees in the box. This method was both safe and convenient. The crocodile leather box, utilizing a stomach-like storage mechanism, could not store living creatures or raw flesh. However, the food trees were specially modified plants capable of absorbing energy particles from the environment to survive, allowing them to remain alive inside the box. Finally, Gawain carefully dissected the cave spider's corpse, obtaining 2 valuable materials, a cave spider fang and a cave spider silk gland. He meticulously packed away these spoils of battle and prepared to venture further into the death swamp. Gawain carefully stowed away the freshly gathered materials, contemplating their uses in potion crafting and the creation of enchanted items, with the potential to fetch a price of 1 or 2 magic stones. He directed skeleton number 2 to scout ahead as he cautiously continued his journey through the perilous death swamp. The rune-carved stone hanging at his waist, a symbol of his status as an outer member of the Bronze Oath, occasionally flickered, warding off most of the powerful magical creatures bound by the pact. Even so, Gawain's journey was fraught with danger. The venomous fangs of cave spiders and the foul stench of swamp monsters posed constant threats. Yet, his exceptional skills in the protection of the water barrier allowed him to navigate each perilous encounter. After half a day's arduous trek, Gawain finally emerged from the swamp and entered the mist-laden outskirts. Using the guidance of the rune-carved stone, Gawain easily navigated through the fog, leaving the territory of the Bronze Oath. Just as he prepared to find a place to hide from an impending mysterious calamity, the mist behind him began to churn violently. His expression changed as he swiftly ducked behind a broken stone pillar. "Ha ha ha!" Laughter boomed from the mist as a stocky yet sturdy figure emerged. The newcomer carried an enormous spiked warhammer, slamming its head heavily into the ground. The impact sent dirt scattering, forming a solid armor of earth around his body. With a heavy stomp, his hands and feet suddenly swelled, clearly invoking some kind of brute force technique. The uninvited guest cracked his thick neck, his gaze locking onto the stone pillar where Gawain was hiding. In a gruff voice, he bellowed, "Come out, pigman! The great gray dwarf Legate is here to smash your skull." When Gawain did not appear, Legate grew furious. He charged forward with his warhammer. "Wind's agility," he shouted, a gust of wind propelling him into the air. Using the cave walls for momentum, he quickly closed the distance to the stone pillar, swinging his hammer with devastating force. Boom! The stone pillar shattered instantly, revealing a figure scrambling to its feet. "Pathetic human," Legate sneered, his warhammer already descending. With a sickening crunch, the figure was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a section of the cave wall before stubbornly rising again. Just as Legate prepared to deliver a fatal blow, his eyes caught sight of Gawain standing in the distance. Momentarily stunned, he saw Gawain holding a short bow, protected by the shimmering water barrier. Gawain frowned and asked, "It seems you're also a sorcerer's apprentice of the Bronze Oath, and of intermediate rank. We're part of the same organization with no grudges between us. Why attack me?" Legate's face twisted with indignation as he roared. "A filthy pigman like you is unworthy to stand alongside the noble grey dwarves." With that, he charged at Gawain with astonishing speed. Gawain loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, but Legate evaded them effortlessly. Judging the situation, Gawain decided against immediately casting his 5-fold ice arrow spell and continued firing arrows instead. Finally, one arrow struck its mark, but it merely lodged itself in the earth armor like a twig, failing to penetrate. "Your arrows are as soft as a winch's necklace." Legate taunted with a booming laugh as he reached Gawain. Suddenly halting, he swung his warhammer directly at Gawain's head, shouting, "Die!" At the last moment, Gawain dropped to the ground. Legate hesitated, preparing to attack again, but his expression turned to horror as he noticed 5 thick ice arrows concealed behind Gawain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice arrows shot through the air, leaving Legate no time to dodge. "No!" he cried out in despair, hurriedly slamming his hammer into the ground. A massive cloud of dust erupted, engulfing a radius of nearly 10 meters. Gawain quickly retreated from the dust cloud as 2 ravens, which had been lying in wait, swooped down. They hovered silently, ready to reveal the outcome of this sudden and intense battle as the dust began to settle. As the dust settled, the ground was stained with fresh blood, but the grey dwarf, Legate, was nowhere to be seen. Gawain scanned his surroundings warily and quickly spotted the trail of blood leading away not toward the misty region, but northwest, away from the fog. Gawain hesitated for a moment. The grey dwarf was merely a mid-level wizard apprentice who had already exhausted all 3 of his zeroing spells, posing little threat. Now severely injured, this was a rare opportunity. "After him!" Gawain commanded, waving his hand. Instantly, 2 crows flapped their wings excitedly, letting out sharp caws as they darted forward. Gawain followed closely behind, with skeleton number 2, still wobbling after nearly being smashed to pieces, trailing after him. They navigated the intricate underground whirlwinding tunnels, deep caverns, and forests of stone pillars. Gawain kept his eyes fixed on the intermittent blood trail on the ground, pursuing for nearly 2 hours, but failing to catch up to the grey dwarf. With this much blood loss, he can't possibly survive, Gawain thought, pressing onward. Suddenly, the space ahead opened up. A massive underground expanse unfolded before him. Bioluminescent moss adorned the rock walls, colorful mushrooms scattered across the ground, wild beasts roamed, and insects and birds filled the air with their cries. In the distance, a fortress constructed of colossal stones stood tall and imposing. A city-state. Gawain's heart skipped a beat. Hearing the crows' calls nearby, he quickened his pace. The 2 crows were circling a figure collapsed on the ground. It was the grey dwarf, Legate. 2 gaping wounds, the size of infant fists, marred his back, the result of Gawain's 5-shot ice arrow spell piercing through his earth armor. Legate was still struggling, desperately crawling toward the distant city-state, but his blood was nearly drained. "You overestimated yourself," Gawain sneered, pressing the grey dwarf's head into the dirt with his boot. He quickly searched the dwarf's body, but found nothing, not even a single magic stone. The spiked hammer Legate had used earlier was also missing. He must have hidden his belongings along the way, Gawain muttered, rubbing his chin. Reluctantly, he gave up. They had chased him for over 10 miles, and there were too many potential hiding spots. Without the dwarf's guidance, it was impossible to locate his stash. As Gawain stepped back, the 2 crows immediately descended upon the corpse, fighting over the dwarf's eyes and cawing joyfully. "Eat, eat, that's all you ever do. After devouring so many eyes, I've yet to see any improvement in you. Just a bunch of gluttons," Gawain scolded irritably before kicking the dwarf's body into a nearby pit. He hesitated briefly, then decided to head toward the distant city-state with the 2 crows in tow. After Gawain departed, skeleton number 2 staggered into the pit, clumsily collapsing onto the grey dwarf's corpse. It began dismantling the body, replacing its own shattered bones with the dwarf's blood-soaked ones piece by piece. Before long, skeleton number 2 emerged from the pit, fully renewed, and shuffled after Gawain. A flock of scavenger birds soon descended. Some fought over the remains of the corpse, while others perched on skeleton number 2, pecking at the scraps of flesh clinging to its frame. About half an hour later, Gawain finally approached the massive stone city-state. Gawain stood at the edge of the wilderness outside the city-state, his gaze sweeping across a scene that chilled him to the core. Scattered across the barren land were wildlings, crawling on all fours with heavy shackles around their ankles, struggling to move across the cracked, arid earth. Their backs were hunched, their fingers deformed and calloused from years of foraging, as they desperately gathered sparse mushrooms and shriveled moss. Around them, gray dwarf soldiers sat astride the wildlings' backs with an air of arrogance. Their whips cracked through the air, mercilessly striking the exposed skin of the wildlings, leaving bloody welts in their wake. The wildlings howled in agony, writhing on the ground, but none dared to stop their work. "You filthy pigs! You don't even deserve to walk upright," one of the gray dwarf soldiers bellowed, raising his whip again and lashing down viciously. Another gray dwarf sneered at a frail wildling and said mockingly, "Hey, scum, Lord Aiden has his eye on your sister. Make sure she gets a proper bath today, clean her up good. Tonight, I want her lying in my lord's tent." "I'm going to. Get away, you disgusting pig. Stay far from Lord Aiden," he suddenly snarled, turning to roar at a wildling who had ventured too close. Gawain froze in place, his face dark with fury. A storm of rage boiled within him as he realized, to his horror, that the so-called filthy pigs were of the same species as himself. The gray dwarves had not only enslaved humans, but treated them as less than slaves, less than animals. In that moment, he finally understood why the gray dwarf legate had sought to ambush him. To the gray dwarves, humans were far too lowly to even be considered as candidates for wizard apprentices. "Pigs, pigs, pigs," Gawain murmured under his breath, his eyes growing colder and more menacing. He began to stride toward the gray dwarf soldier called Aiden, each step seemingly trampling on the dignity of the gray dwarves. Aiden noticed Gawain and rode his wildling mount forward to meet him. He looked Gawain up and down as if appraising a piece of merchandise, then burst into laughter. "Well, today's my lucky day. Lord Aiden has found himself a pig so clean." He pointed his whip at Gawain and was just about to issue an order. "Lord Aiden commands you to get down," and before the words left his lips, Gawain, consumed by fury, raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Aiden instantly screamed, clutching his head, his face contorted in terror. Gawain's hand remained clenched in midair, an invisible force gripping the gray dwarf's head and lifting him off the ground. The surrounding crowd was paralyzed with shock, staring dumbfounded at the unbelievable scene before them. "Die!" Gawain growled, tightening his fist. The gray dwarf's head exploded in midair, and his headless body fell to the ground like a rag doll, twitching grotesquely. A chorus of panicked screams erupted all around. The wildlings, still on all fours, scattered like frightened animals, fleeing madly toward the city-state. In mere moments, the wilderness was empty. Gawain stood there for a moment, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He scanned the area and finally spotted one pitiful figure left behind, a wildling unable to move after being beaten by Aiden's whip. Gawain approached the wildling, who immediately curled into a ball in terror. The wildling's body was filthy and emaciated, so thin that Gawain couldn't even tell whether they were male or female. "What's your name? How old are you? Why are you underground?" Gawain asked repeatedly, but the wildling only cowered, burying their frightened gaze in their chest, refusing to answer. With a sigh, Gawain opened his crocodile skin bag and took out a piece of white bread from the food tree. He offered it to the wildling. The scent of wheat drew the wildling's attention, and they cautiously peeked out. Seeing the bread, they snatched it quickly and devoured it ravenously like a starving beast. After finishing the bread, the wildling seemed to relax slightly. Gawain tried again. "What's your name?" After a long pause, a hoarse, stammering voice finally emerged. "Rat droppings." Gawain shook his head in exasperation and handed the wildling another piece of bread. The wildling clutched it tightly to their chest, as if guarding a treasure. Gawain pointed toward the distant city-state and asked, "Do you know what that place is?" The gray dwarf city," the wildling stammered. "How many people like you are there inside?" "People? No, not people, pigs. Lots of pigs. Tell me about the gray dwarf city." The wildling, who called himself Rat Droppings, hesitantly described. Many strong gray dwarves, luxurious homes, delicious food, spears, armor, Lord Gawain, and hero Lurk. Although Rat Droppings' account was fragmented and lacked specific details, Gawain managed to glean some useful information. He learned that the gray dwarf city was ruled by two powerful figures, the city Lord Gawain and a hero named Lurk. According to the rules of the underworld, heroes are typically equivalent to knights on the surface. However, the chaotic nature of the underground races and their tendency to mate with strange creatures often endow their heroes with unique bloodlines and bizarre abilities, far surpassing ordinary knights. Gawain was well aware of this fact. When the Duergar legate fled toward the Duergar city in his dying moments, Gawain immediately realized that there might be opponents in the city-state who were as powerful as, if not stronger than, himself. Out of caution, he dropped a piece of white bread as a decoy and quickly headed in the opposite direction, away from the city. After walking a dozen steps, Gawain glanced back and saw Rat Droppings crawling on all fours, limping and following him. He neither drove him away nor extended a helping hand, but simply continued forward. Eventually, he stopped in front of a secluded cave, choosing it as a temporary shelter. Gawain carefully opened his backpack and checked its contents. He discovered that a crow undergoing molting had died and proceeded to bury the corpse. Next, he selected a few dead insects from the box where he cultivated companion bugs, feeding them to number 7 and number 11. Once these tasks were completed, Gawain sat cross-legged and began meditating to restore his depleted magical energy. Meanwhile, not long after Gawain's departure, the Duergar hero Lurk received the news. He immediately mounted his bear steed, Big Paw, and led 2 squads of Duergar soldiers in a thunderous charge out of the city-state. Upon reaching the headless corpse of the Duergar Aiden, they found no clues. Furious, Lurk roared. That damn outsider dares deceive Lurk, the hero. With a single command, Big Paw tore the informant apart on the spot, the bloody scene sending shivers through the Duergar soldiers. Sensing his master's rage, Big Paw pounded its chest like a drum with its massive front paws. Lurk let out a long howl, his voice like thunder reverberating in all directions. Soon, flocks of birds and wild beasts emerged from the darkness, silently gathering around Lurk as if paying homage to the king of the wilds. Lurk ordered his soldiers to scatter all their food on the ground. Standing tall on Big Paw's towering shoulders, he declared, "My kin, accept the gift of Lurk, the king of the wilds. An intruder has trespassed into this wilderness and cruelly slain our noble Duergar soldier. I need your help. The king of the wilds demands every piece of information about this outsider." The beasts howled in unison, and the birds responded with piercing cries. They swarmed over the food, consuming it entirely before dispersing swiftly in all directions. Witnessing this scene, the Duergar soldiers grew even more reverent toward Lurk. Lurk was their hero, possessing the formidable power of a wild heart. It was said that he was the offspring of a Duergar and a demon bear, raised in the wilderness with wolves as his father and bears as his mother, born with a natural talent for commanding the wild. At the age of 12, he was accidentally discovered by the city lord Gawain and brought back to the city-state to be personally raised. Upon reaching adulthood, Lurk completed his trials and even formed a pact with the invading demon beast Big Paw, automatically ascending to the rank of hero and becoming the pride of the Duergar. At that moment, Gawain, meditating in the cave, suddenly heard the sharp cries of 2 crows. They shot out of the cave like arrows. Rising to his feet, Gawain stepped outside to see his 2 crows in midair, hunting down a flock of sparrows. One bird after another fell lifelessly to the ground. Awoo! The howls of wolves echoed intermittently through the darkness, resonating in the night sky. The name, Lurk, sent a shiver down the spine of the rat-like figure crouching on the ground, causing it to let out a terrified shriek before scrambling into the shadows on all fours. Gawain frowned slightly, realizing that the city-state hero Lurk might be pursuing them. A thought crossed his mind. Could this man control beasts? Faced with an unknown enemy, Gawain dared not act recklessly. He decisively waved his hand and commanded, "Retreat." Without hesitation, the group began withdrawing toward the Bronze Mountains. Skeleton number 2, stationed outside the cave, followed closely behind, while the 2 crows abandoned their hunt for smaller birds, covering each other as they retreated. They hadn't gone far when pairs of glowing green eyes emerged, closing in on them. Acting quickly, Gawain cast an illumination spell. He flung a glowing orb behind them, which arced gracefully through the darkness and burst into brilliant light upon landing, revealing the pursuing wolf pack in stark detail. Awoo! The sudden brightness temporarily blinded the wolves, sending them into a panicked frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Gawain clutched his crocodile skin case and resumed his escape. The 2 loyal crows circled overhead, diving like arrows at any approaching birds, their talons effortlessly crushing the skulls of their prey. After shaking off the wolves, Gawain sprinted another half a mile, arriving at a desolate sandy plain. Noticing something unusual about the soil beneath his feet, he prepared to leave quickly. But from the darkness ahead came suspicious noises. Gawain tapped his temple lightly, and 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, instantly illuminating the scene. 2 massive black bears were roaring as they charged toward him. "Attack!" Gawain commanded. Skeleton number 2 immediately moved to intercept them, while Gawain halted and swiftly drew 2 arrows from his quiver, knocking them onto his short bow, but holding his fire. As the skeleton engaged the bears, Gawain suddenly released the arrows. Roar! The black bears let out agonized howls as the arrows struck their left eyes. Though they toppled skeleton number 2 in their frenzy, their charge was cut short as they collapsed midway, writhing in pain. Gawain murmured with slight regret, "Too bad they're just black bears." He could use bear bile to refine physical enhancement potions, but he had already consumed 2 doses made from black bears, rendering further use ineffective. Still, he wasn't one to waste resources. Drawing his single-handed sword, he approached to dissect the bears. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Faint tremors resonated from beneath his feet, growing stronger by the second. The crows above let out uneasy cries, as if urging Gawain to flee. His expression turned grave as he retreated step by step, crushing a honeydew peach to cast a water barrier around himself. Boom! The ground beneath him erupted violently, flinging Gawain into the air. A monstrous snake head emerged from the earth, its gaping maw snapping toward him. The serpent's head was as large as a water barrel, its dark yellow scales glinting ominously. Even the portion of its body exposed above ground stretched 5 or 6 meters. If it managed to catch him midair, not even his magical defenses could save him from being devoured. Though fear flickered across Gawain's face, his mind grew sharper. In the split second before the snake's jaws closed, he cast Mage's Hand, pressing an invisible palm against the creature's mouth. The hand disintegrated instantly, but the recoil propelled Gawain out of the snake's reach, sending him tumbling to the ground. Regaining his footing, he grabbed his case and bolted. The brief encounter had been enough for Gawain to identify the creature. It was the Withering Serpent, also known as the Mangster Giant Snake, a fearsome magical beast with ancient lineage, as described in the common knowledge of the wizarding world. Fully grown, it could reach nearly 100 meters in length and rival the power of a formal wizard. Though this serpent was clearly not yet an adult, its strength was formidable. The sheer force of the recoil alone indicated its attack power far exceeded level 2, making it a challenge even for advanced wizard apprentices. For Gawain in his current state, it was an insurmountable foe. Hiss! The serpent let out a displeased hiss, but didn't immediately pursue Gawain. It first swallowed the 2 bare corpses nearby, then slowly stretched its body, emerging fully from the ground. Flicking its forked tongue, it began slithering after Gawain. Wherever it passed, the soil lost all moisture, turning into dry sand and leaving a terrifying trail in its wake. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Gawain sprinted wildly, his heart pounding violently, and his clothes soaked with sweat. The sound of pursuit behind him grew closer, like a relentless curse he couldn't shake off. Suddenly, he whirled around, hurling a ball of illumination magic behind him. In the blinding light, he caught sight of the terrifying Senia Mangster serpent over 30 meters long, slithering closer, now less than 20 meters away. In desperation, Gawain shouted at skeleton number 2 behind him, "Hold them off!" The loyal skeleton number 2 immediately stopped in its tracks, assuming a battle stance. However, its courage far exceeded its strength, and in an instant, the massive serpent swallowed it whole, leaving no trace behind, not even a shard of bone. The serpent drew nearer, and cold sweat poured down Gawain's forehead like rain. In despair, he shouted, "Wonka! Wonka! Where are you?" Before his voice faded, a cacophony of wolf howls and beast roars erupted ahead. Hope flickered in Gawain's heart, and his legs seemed to gain renewed strength, propelling him forward even faster. As the sounds of the beasts grew louder, an arrogant voice rang out. "You filthy, lowly pig! You dare speak the name of the great hero Wonka? Ha ha! Are you here to kneel and beg for my mercy? No, no, it's far too late for that. I swear I will sever your head to prove my glory. I'll hang it on the city walls and feed your corpse to my companions, letting your flesh and blood turn to waste." The moment the voice ceased, the beast pack charged toward Gawain. But as they neared, their eyes fell upon the colossal Mangster serpent behind him. A wave of oppressive energy emanating from the mighty creature swept over them. The beasts whimpered in terror, some collapsed to the ground, trembling and soiling themselves, while the braver ones turned tail and fled, their limbs flailing, abandoning all thoughts of their so-called wild king or any commands. Seizing the chance, Gawain dashed through the panicked beast herd and came face-to-face with Wonka, who was mounted atop a massive bear. This gray dwarf appeared quite unremarkable, but his steed was anything but ordinary. The giant bear, nearly 5 meters long, exuded an imposing presence. Wonka had already sensed the disturbance ahead. With a long spear in hand, he stood on tiptoe, trying to peer into the distance. When his eyes landed on Gawain, his face contorted with rage. He struck the bear's head heavily with his spear, urging it forward to attack. Gawain, uninterested in confrontation, veered sharply to the left and fled. "Stop that filthy pig!" Wonka bellowed, trying to rally the beast pack, only to realize that the animals around him were all fleeing in terror. His gaze instinctively shifted forward, and finally, he saw the Mangster serpent devouring the beasts. Wonka's face turned pale, then flushed red as he muttered, "Mangster, Mangster." The serpent suddenly raised its head, its golden vertical pupils fixing coldly on Wonka. The dwarf instinctively shrank back, clutching at his wildly beating heart. Yet, his expression grew increasingly fervent, and his voice rose with excitement. "I feel you, Mangster. Mangster, Mangster." The massive serpent ceased its feast, its enormous body gliding forward slowly. Luang's face was now beet red. Trembling, he extended his right hand, stammering, "Let me touch you just once." To everyone's astonishment, the Mangster serpent gradually lowered its head, its icy gaze softening. Luanka finally reached the serpent's snout. Standing on tiptoe, he strained to stretch his hand further. Just a little closer, just a bit more. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air and struck the giant serpent directly in the eye. The arrowhead pierced through its eyelid, and blood gushed out instantly. The Mangster serpent's gaze turned icy cold, filled with murderous intent. Luanku shuddered violently as a chilling fear shot through him. He screamed in terror. No. But before his cry could fade, the half-meter tall Luanku was swallowed whole by the Mangster serpent in one swift motion, without even a chance to struggle. 100 meters away, Gawain lowered his short bow and murmured softly, "What a tragic tale." He quickly stowed his weapon and disappeared into the darkness like a phantom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar broke the silence. Roar, the previously calm great paw bear went berserk, throwing caution to the wind as it engaged the Mangster serpent in a fierce battle. The sounds of biting and roaring echoed relentlessly, the ferocity of the fight carrying far into the distance. Half an hour later, the battle finally came to an end. The satiated Mangster serpent slithered away leisurely, leaving behind a battlefield of utter devastation. 15 minutes later, Gawain cautiously emerged from the shadows. Step by step, he approached the battleground, where the ground was littered with signs of the struggle, deep claw marks, splattered blood, and trampled vegetation in disarray. The wild animals, paralyzed with fear, had long scattered, leaving behind only a collapsed, massive shadow. Just as I thought. Gawain clapped his hands together with excitement and exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew the Mangster serpent couldn't swallow the great paw bear." He quickly stepped forward to investigate and confirmed that it was indeed the corpse of the magical great paw bear. Its entire skeletal structure was shattered, and its body was covered in foul-smelling slime. It appeared the Mangster serpent had attempted to swallow the bear, but ultimately had to abandon the effort due to its insufficiently large mouth. Wasting no time, Gawain drew his single-handed sword and skillfully dissected the bear. He carefully collected the bear's bile into glass bottles, 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, filling them to the brim. Each bottle of magical bear bile was equivalent to 3 doses, and with 3 bottles, he had enough to craft 9 physical enhancement potions. Beyond personal use, he could sell the surplus for profit. He also deftly cut off the bear's paws and heart, collected several bottles of its blood, and packed some bear meat. While he didn't need these items immediately, they would be invaluable for feeding his insects in the future. The blood and flesh of magical beasts were rich in energy, which could accelerate the breeding process of his companion insects. After tidying up, Gawain picked up his crocodile skin case and prepared to leave. Suddenly, faint voices calling out could be heard in the distance. "Lord Luanku, Lord Luanku, Lord Luanku." Gawain paused mid-step, his face darkening with a chilling expression. In a low voice, he muttered, "The late-arriving gray dwarf soldiers, huh? Perfect." He first summoned his ravens, calling back number 7 and little 11, who had scattered earlier. Then, he cast a water barrier on himself for protection. Seeing that he still had half his magic reserves left, he silently moved toward the source of the voices. Thus began a one-sided hunt. By the time the last gray dwarf soldier fell, his skull crushed by little 11 in a moment of terror, Gawain had already traversed much of the wilderness and arrived near the gray dwarf city. "Only one hero remains," Gawain whispered, his shadowy hood concealing his face as he gazed at the dark, looming city. Though he couldn't see what lay within, he could imagine the miserable conditions the humans must be enduring. If he had the strength, he would have rescued them, but the city lord, Gawain, was an insurmountable obstacle. Gawain was undoubtedly far stronger than the now-digested Luanku. Taking such a risk was out of the question, had to be cautious. Gawain shook his head, abandoning any thoughts of sneaking into the city. He wasn't some impulsive, hot-blooded youth. To him, his own survival was far more important than saving others. Just as he was about to leave, a rustling sound came from the pack on his back. Gawain's heart leapt with joy as he quickly took off the pack. The moment he opened it, a shadow darted out, soaring into the air before circling a few times and landing on his shoulder. "Let me see which little darling this is," Gawain said, wincing as the bird's claws dug into his shoulder. Despite the pain, his face lit up with delight. He rummaged through the pack's contents and murmured, "Ah, it's number 18. Very good, very good." Squawk, squawk, the raven, number 18, flapped its wings excitedly, as if responding to Gawain's praise. Gawain pulled out some meat from his case, tore it into pieces, and fed it to the bird. When he lifted the pack again, he noticed that the last raven inside had died from the strain of its transformation. With a sigh, Gawain quietly buried the fallen raven in the wilderness before continuing on his journey. Life and death are governed by fate. Gawain gazed at the scene before him, a faint sense of disappointment welling up in his heart. He had spent over 2 months carefully selecting and nurturing 28 robust crows. Using his level 3 expertise in biological modification, he had enhanced the crows with steel feathers, iron claws, and inscribed runes. Yet, the results fell short of his expectations. 17 crows successfully underwent the modification process, but most of them perished during the subsequent critical metamorphosis. In the end, only 2 crows managed to evolve into extraordinary magical creatures, red-eyed crows. Gawain quickly did the math. The success rate of the modifications was a mere 7.1, and the survival rate during the metamorphosis was even more dismal, only 11.7. Truly, The process was fraught with peril, a narrow escape from death. Gawain turned his gaze to the parasitic insects. These tiny creatures had already reproduced to the fourth generation, with the original generation long gone. He pondered silently. To cultivate true parasitic insects, at least 10 generations of reproduction would be required. Only then would they have a chance to evolve into creatures like the Ming, Meng, and Hua. Time was pressing. There were only 2 days left until the mysterious calamity. Gawain sighed lightly, using his magic to feed the insects for a while before resecuring the pouch containing the insect nest onto his back. Picking up his crocodile leather case, he prepared to head back. Just then, 2 crows swooped down, fighting fiercely over a gray dwarf's eyeball. They clashed midair, their battle intense. On Gawain's shoulder, the little crow known as 18 watched the scene with envy, itching to join in. As Gawain continued on his way, he soon stumbled upon the corpse of a gray dwarf, evidently killed by the crows. A thought struck him as he looked at the body. Perhaps eliminating Gawain didn't require his direct involvement after all. Half a day later, a gray dwarf soldier guarding the city gate was relieving himself against the wall when he suddenly noticed a severed gray dwarf head. Startled, he hastily pulled up his pants and cautiously picked up the head. Turning it over, he was shocked by the hollow eye sockets staring back at him. He cried out in alarm. "It's Von the lion!" Hearing the commotion, other gray dwarves quickly gathered, creating a chaotic scene at the gate. "It's really Von, no doubt about it, I swear." "Oh no, my brother. Wasn't Von following Lord Wonka to hunt down the swine man? How did he end up dead here? Could something have happened to Lord Wonka?" "This is bad. Hurry, report to the city lord." In the castle, Gawain, who had been savoring his blood wine, was alerted by the uproar. After some turmoil, he led 2 squads of gray dwarf soldiers out of the city, following the traces left behind. Gawain, concealed under his shadow cloak, watched from behind a stone pillar in the distance. He was taken aback by Gawain's size. This gray dwarf stood over 4 meters tall, practically a small giant. Moreover, a peculiar black lion accompanied him. As Gawain observed, the black lion suddenly turned its head in his direction, letting out a low growl. Gawain, carrying a massive axe on his shoulder, stopped in his tracks, rubbing the lion's mane. "What is it, my companion?" he asked with a frown. The black lion growled again. Gawain glanced into the distance, but, seeing nothing unusual, reassured the lion. "Perhaps it was just a startled deer, my friend. We can't afford to delay. We have business to attend to." With a wave of his massive hand, he commanded, "Move out." Only after Gawain and his men had moved far away did Gawain step out from behind the stone pillar, murmuring in astonishment, "A silent stalker." The black lion was indeed a silent stalker, a formidable magical creature. It excelled in stealth and ambush, equipped with sharp vision capable of piercing through many forms of concealment. Though Gawain had remained motionless and hidden under the shadow cloak, the lion had still sensed his presence with just a few glances. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, his plans might have been ruined. Taking a deep breath, Gawain felt a surge of relief. "That was close," he muttered to himself. Gawain grinned, his gaze falling on the raven perched on his left shoulder. Raven number 7. The jet-black bird regarded him with an intelligent glint in its eyes. "Follow them from a distance," Gawain instructed in a low voice. "Fly high, don't let that lion spot you. If they suddenly turn back, come and warn me immediately." Raven number 7 let out a low croak and spread its wings, flying off into the distance. Meanwhile, a small creature named Little 18, who had been hiding atop a stone pillar, seized the opportunity to land on Gawain's shoulder, taking over the spot where number 7 had been. "Well then, it's time for us to act," Gawain muttered to himself, stepping toward the city-state. A sly smile crossed his face. Gawain had fallen for his trick, lured away from the city, leaving no one behind capable of stopping him. Even better, the trail Gawain was following led to the sandy lair of the Mangster serpent, a place where even a slight misstep could result in being swallowed alive. Before long, Gawain reached the outskirts of the city-state. He noticed that the guards at the gates were more vigilant than usual. After a moment of hesitation, he decided not to risk a direct confrontation. Gawain could return at any moment, and it was not the time for reckless action. He quietly approached a section of the city wall far from the gates. Summoning his mage hand spell, he extended his right hand, conjuring an invisible force that gripped the cracks in the wall. With a firm pull, Gawain scaled the wall like a gecko. Repeating this maneuver several times, he effortlessly climbed over the barrier and landed inside the city. Thud! As he landed, the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. He stumbled, momentarily thinking he had triggered a trap. Looking down, he realized it was a partially collapsed burrow, resembling a dog's den. Just then, a disheveled woman crawled out from the hole. Upon seeing Gawain, her face filled with terror, and she opened her mouth to scream. Gawain quickly used his mage hand to grip her head, rendering her unconscious with a slight squeeze. She can't even recognize her own kind. How pitiful! Gawain sighed, a wave of suppressed emotion rising within him. The unconscious woman appeared young, but she was barely covered with rags for modesty. Her body, blackened and misshapen from years of crawling, bore the marks of her suffering. In his mind, Gawain could still hear the scornful curses of the grey dwarfs. You filthy pigs aren't even fit to walk upright. Pigs, huh? Gawain sneered coldly, shoving the woman back into the burrow. Cloaked in shadow, he swiftly made his way toward the castle at the city's center. Along the way, he witnessed the stark contrast between the two races. The grey dwarves lived in excess, indulging in every luxury, while the humans were treated worse than animals. Some butcher shops even slaughtered human children on the spot. Vile beasts! Gawain cursed under his breath, raising his right hand slightly. The grey dwarf butchering meat suddenly began choking, his face contorted in terror. He struggled desperately, but his body was gripped by an invisible force, unable to move. Within moments, he collapsed lifelessly behind the chopping block. Gawain pressed on, weaving through alleys and avoiding two patrols of grey dwarf soldiers. Based on his observations, he estimated the city's population, over 2,000 grey dwarves and slightly fewer humans, numbering just over 1,000. This meant the grey dwarves likely had no more than 300 to 400 soldiers. Considering the 2 squads of 50 he had already eliminated, along with the 2 squads Gawain had taken with him, their remaining forces were dwindling. If he struck decisively, the enslaved humans might have a chance to overthrow their oppressors. Yet even if they succeeded, their future would remain bleak. They had no heroes of their own. In the underground world, heroes were kings. A race without a hero or one that had lost its hero was doomed to a tragic fate. Pushing such thoughts aside, Gawain soon arrived outside the castle. This was Gawanti's residence, undoubtedly the most opulent place in the entire Grey Dwarf city. Its treasures of gold and silver were precisely the reason for Gawain's mission. Gawain stood silently in the corner, his figure shrouded in a shadowy cloak. 2 ravens perched on his shoulders, their eyes glinting with a menacing light. Grey dwarf soldiers patrolled the area, oblivious to Gawain's hidden presence. After half an hour, he conjured a water barrier and drew a single-handed sword, tossing it lightly into the air. An invisible hand caught it steadily, and his form emerged from the shadows. The patrolling soldiers immediately noticed him and charged forward, shouting angrily, "Filthy pig! This is no place for you. Seize him." One of them grumbled, "Where was Won't when he was supposed to be patrolling? If the steward finds out, we'll be reprimanded again." Without a word, Gawain stepped forward. 5 meters away, the single-handed sword suddenly swung, decapitating the lead grey dwarf soldier with a single strike. Blood sprayed as the head rolled to the ground. The other dwarves recoiled in horror. "Damn it! Can someone tell me how that sword is moving on its own?" One soldier cried. Another wailed, "No, my brother." A third roared in fury, "It must be that pig. Kill him." Gawain remained expressionless as he controlled the sword to continue its deadly work. Though his swordplay was unrefined, the strikes were precise and cunning. Alternating between horizontal slashes and direct thrusts, the grey dwarves found themselves overwhelmed. Within 2 strikes, one dwarf fell. The battlefield quickly turned into a river of blood. "Oh gods, I'm going to die!" One grey dwarf screamed in despair. Another cursed, "Damn Won't. Why hasn't he come to help yet?" The soldiers on the front line broke ranks, retreating in panic. The castle guards finally noticed the commotion and rushed to the scene. Gawain shouted, "Shao Shur bop." The 2 ravens shot forward like arrows, their iron talons targeting the back of the dwarves' heads. They moved like grim reapers through the enemy ranks, swiftly claiming lives. By the time reinforcements arrived, the ground was already littered with corpses. The guard captain, Won't, remained composed as he barked orders. "Form up. Archers, ready. Fire." A volley of arrows forced the ravens to retreat. Won't drew his crossed sword and commanded, "Shields up front, archers behind. Advance." The grey dwarves marched forward in disciplined formation, their shields giving them a sense of security. Suddenly, someone in the ranks cried out, "He's a sorcerer." Gawain had already completed a 5-arrow ice spell, conjuring 5 massive ice arrows as thick as an arm, radiating an intense chill. "Go!" The first ice arrow shot out like a massive ballista bolt, smashing through shields, carving a bloody path through the soldiers, and embedding itself in the castle's outer wall. "Go!" The second arrow followed swiftly. "Go! Go!" With every step forward, Gawain unleashed another arrow. By the time the final arrow was ready, the remaining grey dwarves had already broken ranks, fleeing in terror and abandoning their weapons. "Go!" The last arrow struck, pinning the screaming guard captain to the ground. The 2 ravens immediately swooped down, pursuing and finishing off the fleeing soldiers. Moments later, the 50-strong grey dwarf unit lay annihilated, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. Gawain stepped over the blood-stained streets, ascending the castle's stone steps one by one. Suddenly, an elderly grey dwarf appeared before the castle gates, blocking his path. The old man wore a grey robe, leaned on a staff, and his long, immaculate white beard nearly touched the ground. He glared at Gawain and demanded sharply, "A wizard's apprentice with such stature, why have you slaughtered the innocent?" Gawain raised an eyebrow, surprised. You're a wizard's apprentice as well. The old man let out a disdainful snort and struck his staff against the ground with a thud. This is the Lord's residence. It is not a place for the likes of you. Then I'm exactly where I need to be. Gawain sneered, extending his hand. An invisible force sent the old man sprawling to the ground. Gawain was about to strike a fatal blow when he saw a pale green liquid seeping from the old man's sleeve. In an instant, it formed an oval-shaped shield around him. Gawain summoned the mage's hand to crush it, but the shield only deformed slightly. Frustrated, he called forth 2 crows to aid him, but even their attacks failed to break through. Struggling to his feet, the old man shouted angrily, "Human wizard, this war is of your making." With that, he pulled 2 vials, one white, one red, from his sleeve. Gritting his teeth, he uncorked the white vial and poured its contents onto the ground. A thick smoke erupted, filling the air. The 2 crows, disoriented and panicked, faltered mid-flight, crashed to the ground, and soon lay lifeless. Gawain stepped back, alarmed, but the old man suddenly hurled the red vial. Sensing danger, Gawain rolled aside, narrowly avoiding it. The vial shattered on the ground, releasing a burst of orange-red flames that engulfed a 3-meter radius. The fire licked at the water shield, hissing and crackling, but it failed to penetrate. Relieved, Gawain quickly moved out of the fire's reach, preparing to unleash a 5-shot ice arrow spell. 1 second, 2 seconds. Seeing Gawain emerge unscathed, the old man's confidence faltered. Panicking, he fumbled for his last red vial and hurled it with all his might. But his strength failed him, and the vial shattered halfway up the steps, igniting another blaze. The old man's face darkened, and he roared, "You forced me to this." He tore open his gray robe, revealing 2 limp, octopus-like tentacles sprouting from his chest. As his face grew paler, the tentacles swelled and extended as if filled with blood. "I'm ready to," Gawain sneered, conjuring 5 ice arrows as thick as an arm in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the arrows shot forward in a cross formation, leaving the old man no room to escape. The old man's eyes widened in desperation as he swung his now tumtor-long tentacles with all his might. The ice arrows collided with the tentacles, shattering them piece by piece. Driven by an intense will to survive, the old man managed to deflect 4 arrows slightly, causing them to graze past him, their chilling aura palpable. But the final arrow pierced through his defenses, shattering the shield and leaving a gaping, bloody wound in his leg. "I stopped them. I stopped them." The old man gasped in exhilaration, his face lighting up with a crazed relief. Seizing the moment, Gawain closed in, extending his right hand. An invisible force gripped the old man's head. Gawain's smile turned cold and sinister. "Sorry, looks like it's too late for you." With a sickening crack, the old man's expression froze as his head exploded, spraying red and white matter everywhere. His headless body swayed briefly before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Gawain quickly approached the 2 fallen ravens, feeling a slight sense of relief. He carefully picked up Xiaoxi, inspecting it closely and finding it merely unconscious. Gawain gently infused a trace of magic into Xiaoxi's body, and it suddenly shuddered, opening its dazed eyes to look at him. After confirming Xiaoxi was unharmed, Gawain placed it on his shoulder and used the same method to awaken Xiaoxiba. Next, Gawain began to carefully search the old man's corpse. Aside from the modified tentacle-like arm, he found a small vial strapped to the inside of the forearm. The vial was labeled Sleeping Potion and contained a white liquid, clearly the culprit that had caused the ravens to lose consciousness. Gawain carefully stored the peculiar potion, considering it a worthwhile find. Turning to the 2 ravens on his shoulder, Gawain issued a command. "You 2 stay outside and don't let anyone in. If any Durgar soldiers attack, just keep them occupied." Although the ravens couldn't fully understand, they followed Gawain's guidance and flew up to the towering rooftop. As he stepped into the castle, Gawain immediately spotted a group of servants peering outside, a mix of Durgar and humans, both male and female. The moment they saw Gawain, they froze in terror before screaming and scattering in all directions. "Stop right there," Gawain shouted sternly, but no one obeyed. He quickly advanced, extending his right hand to summon the Mage Hand spell, grabbing the fastest fleeing Durgar boy and slamming him onto the hard stone floor. With a deliberately menacing tone, Gawain threatened, "Move, and you die." This display caused the other servants to freeze in place as though under a paralysis spell. Gawain stepped into the crowd, his voice cold as he asked, "Who can tell me where the castle's treasure room is?" The room fell silent until a human girl hesitantly stepped forward from the corner, saying timidly, "Yes, sir, I know." Gawain nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Good. First, take me to that old man's bedroom." The girl quickly complied, leading the way. Gawain noticed that although her clothes were tattered, she could walk upright, unlike the humans outside who were treated like livestock. It seemed being a servant of the castle lord afforded her some privileges. However, such matters did not interest him. 2/4 of an hour later, Gawain had cleared out all the valuables in the castle, leaving with a sense of accomplishment. Among his spoils was a diary he had found in the old man's bedroom. Skimming through it, Gawain gleaned some information about the old man. His name was Alvin, and he was the castle steward. In his youth, Alvin had been identified as having the lowest level of magical talent and had gained the favor and tutelage of a previous castle lord, even visiting the Bronze Oath. However, due to his limited aptitude, he eventually returned to the Duergar city decades later and became the steward for the current castle lord. Gawain thought to himself that the magical knowledge in the diary would require careful study later. At that moment, the human girl caught up to him, nervously asking, "Sir, are you leaving?" Gawain casually replied, "With Guante's fate uncertain, I'll take this opportunity to eliminate some of the Duergar soldiers in the city. If you seize the chance, you might be able to overthrow their rule. As for me, I don't plan to stay here much longer." The young girl looked at Gawain in fear, her voice trembling. But we don't have our own hero. Can't you stay?" Gawain shook his head resolutely, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He noticed that despite her panic, the girl could express herself clearly. "Do you know why my people live in the underground world?" he asked. The girl suppressed her disappointment and took a deep breath before replying. "My lord, I am not entirely sure. I was born here underground, but I've heard my grandfather mention it once. He said that about 100 years ago, the underground world launched a massive invasion. They broke through our towns, captured our ancestors, and enslaved them below. That's how our generation came to be." "Ah," Gawain murmured thoughtfully, realization dawning on him. If that's true, then there might be a passage leading to the surface near the city. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his crocodile leather case and took out a sharp tooth. Tossing it to the girl, he explained, "I don't need this, so we'll give it to you. It's called the vampire fong. If you replace one of your own teeth with it, it will activate. I believe it might help you." With that, he turned and walked out of the castle. The girl caught the vampire fong with both hands, her excitement almost bringing her to tears. She bowed deeply toward Gawain's departing figure. "Samantha will forever remember your kindness." When she stood up, however, she noticed the surrounding servants closing in with greedy eyes. Samantha quickly drew the dagger from her waist, waving it twice with a feigned fierceness. "Anyone who dares take another step will be sent to hell by Samantha. The Lord chose me, and with one call, you'll all meet your end here. Come on, I dare you." Seeing their hesitation, Samantha gritted her teeth, reversed her grip on the dagger, and pried out one of her own canine teeth, quickly pressing the vampire fong into place. The fong instantly fused with her flesh and blood. The onlookers, now filled with fear, backed away and dared not make another move. Gawain paid no mind to the commotion behind him. As he exited the castle, he was met with a battalion of over 100 Grey Dwarf soldiers, the last remaining force of the Grey Dwarfs. "Fire!" came the command, and a dense rain of arrows shot toward Gawain. However, the arrows struck an invisible barrier, a thin veil of water, and fell harmlessly to the ground. The soldiers' faces turned pale with fear. Gawain chuckled coldly. "Looks like I won't have to waste time hunting you down one by one." He slowly raised his left hand, and the ring on his index finger, the ring of soul, emitted a faint glow. A wave of invisible energy swept forward in a broad arc wherever it passed. The Grey Dwarf soldiers fell like wheat, collapsing unconscious in neat rows. "Leave none alive." Gawain drew the single-handed sword from his waist, and 2 ravens descended from the sky, swiftly reaping lives. The distant crowd erupted in chaos. The Grey Dwarf civilians trembled uncontrollably, while the enslaved humans instinctively straightened their backs, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They marveled silently. "So, we humans can stand tall. So, even the mighty Grey Dwarf soldiers can die. So, humans can have heroes too." After slaughtering all the Grey Dwarf soldiers, Gawain didn't linger. He left the castle with his ravens, walking down the street with steady steps, passing through the city gates unchallenged. No Grey Dwarf dared to stop him. Once outside the gates, he glanced at the stone marker reading "City of the Grey Dwarfs" and muttered, "Seems a bit misleading now." With that, he kicked the marker over and strode away. After leaving the city, Gawain took shelter in a nearby cave. While waiting for Raven 7 to return with news, he sat cross-legged and began meditating to restore his depleted magic. Once his magic was fully recovered, he opened a journal and began reading. 3 months of study, and I've finally mastered the Pandora script. The city lord praised me as a genius among the Grey Dwarfs. As the future sorcerer, it's time to document my journey. Ox stole 2 copper stars from me, though he won't admit it. A boring day. So tired. He'll skip writing today. It's been 6 months, and the city lord still hasn't given me the rune stone he promised. Maybe he's forgotten. Should I remind him? No, perhaps I'm being too impatient. He'll wait a little longer. Goodness, Haley confessed her feelings to me today, but she's too plump. I like Miss Lydia instead. Gawain quickly skimmed through these trivial entries and continued reading further. Damn it, turns out I have a first-tier talent. Gawain closed Alvin's diary, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This worn-out notebook chronicled the bitter and painful journey of a low-level wizard apprentice, with despair and helplessness seeping through every word. Alvin's spiritual power had stagnated almost entirely. He once longed for the comforting warmth of mushroom soup in the Grey Dwarf City and decided to return to his hometown. But before that, he spent over 30 years of savings to exchange for knowledge of a few potions: sleep potion, guardian potion, and combustion potion. Gawain carefully studied the recipes and crafting notes for these three basic potions. With his level 2 potion-making skills, he easily understood most of the content. While these potions were incredibly useful for a low-level wizard apprentice like Alvin, they were merely supplementary for Gawain, though they did add more options to his arsenal. The diary painted a heart-wrenching picture. Alvin, burdened with the lowest first-tier wizard talent, faced repeated setbacks. He tried to join the Bronze Oath, but was coldly rejected. For a single dawn potion, he endured 3 months of torment from another wizard apprentice. To learn a meditation technique, he had to accept a wizard's condition, lying obediently on the experiment table as a test subject. Luckily, I have the pay-to-win system, Gawain thought with relief. He too had started with a first-tier wizard talent, but had upgraded to a fourth-tier talent using the system, making him a small prodigy. He glanced at the system panel, his heart brimming with joy. Pay-to-win points, 54,539.55. This trip to the castle had increased his points from under 30,000 to over 50,000, equivalent to more than 2,000 gold dragons. This wealth even surpassed the accumulation of many surface aristocrats. The gain was primarily due to the underground world's abundance of gold and silver, combined with the Grey Dwarf City-State's relatively closed-off economy, which left Gawain with a golden opportunity. Additionally, the leftover mithril and aurum from his purchases had also accumulated to nearly half a bottle, which was equally valuable. Gawain stared at the system panel and noticed a symbol next to his fourth-tier wizard talent. He calculated that it would take just 50,000 points to upgrade to the 5th tier. After careful consideration, he decided to enhance his talent. After all, talent provided comprehensive benefits, and the higher, the better. With a single thought, his 4th-tier wizard talent instantly advanced to the 5th tier. Although he didn't feel any immediate changes, Gawain knew that many aspects had improved. His meditation efficiency increased, his mana and spiritual power recovered faster, his spiritual world became more stable, and inscribing willpower runes now required less effort. These subtle changes would continue to impact him, growing more evident over time. Wizard talent, 5th tier. Pay-to-win points, 4,539.55. Gawain stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that the 5th tier wizard talent isn't the limit? He didn't dwell on it further. Instead, he retrieved a stack of papyrus from his crocodile leather chest and resumed analyzing the unfinished spell of magic concealment. Though seemingly insignificant, this spell could prove invaluable for ambushing others or hiding himself. Every use of witchcraft, even the simplest trick, disturbs the surrounding energy particles, creating magical fluctuations of varying intensity. The more powerful the spell, the greater the magic consumption and the more intense the fluctuations. Many magical creatures in the wild can sense these disturbances, and so can sorcerers trained in magic detection. To avoid exposing every move to watchful eyes, concealing one's magical energy is the best option. Otherwise, even a minor spell or trick during exploration could invite unforeseeable dangers. Gawain sat intently in the cave, the quill scratching softly against the parchment. He was fully absorbed in recording the essentials of magic concealment, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, a sharp caw of a raven pierced the silence. Gawain looked up to see raven number 7 flying into the cave. What's the situation? Gawain extended his forearm, allowing the raven to perch. Raven number 7 let out 2 caws before spreading its wings and flying off. Gawain frowned in puzzlement, but wasted no time. He quickly gathered his belongings, grabbed his crocodile leather case, and hurried out. After running for nearly half an hour, Gawain stopped in front of a partially collapsed cave. Raven number 7 landed on his shoulder, pointing its beak toward the cave. As Gawain approached, a low, menacing growl emanated from within. He immediately halted, his brow furrowing. The silent hunter? Gawain paused for a moment, noticing that the creature did not emerge. He cast a water barrier on himself and cautiously moved toward the cave entrance. His eyes glimmered faintly, and the interior of the cave came into sharp focus. Inside was indeed the black lion he had encountered before, but it was a shadow of its former self. The lion's body was covered in wounds, and it lacked the strength even to stand, lying feebly in the corner like a lamb awaiting slaughter. So it was all a bluff, Gawain muttered, realizing that his plan to pit one predator against another had likely succeeded. Judging by the black lion's miserable state, he guessed that Gawain had fared poorly against the Mangster serpent, perhaps even perished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have parted ways so easily. A grin spread across Gawain's face as he strode into the cave. The black lion struggled to rise, its sharp claws scratching deep grooves into the ground, but its hindquarters refused to obey. as if paralyzed. What a pity, Gawain remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. If he had a pet contract scroll on hand, he could have tamed the silent hunter as a magical companion. Unfortunately, such scrolls were exorbitantly expensive, worth over 100 magic stones far beyond his current means. Gawain did not strike, merely watching coldly as the black lion succumbed to its injuries after futile struggles, bleeding out in the process. He moved quickly, collecting a large amount of the lion's blood in glass vials, feeding its eyes to the raven, and inserting 2 sapphires into the hollow sockets. Finally, he raised his left hand, pointing the skull-ringed finger at the lion's body. A chilling wind howled. 15 minutes later, Gawain emerged from the cave, followed by a skeletal beast nearly 3 meters long. He looked up at the dark sky, his expression grave. One day left. Mounting the skeletal beast, Gawain set out with his 3 ravens to track down Gawain, determined to eliminate him completely. Despite their wandering search, they found no trace of him. Gawain even returned to the city-state, but found no sign of Gaunt's return. This led him to conclude that Gaunt was likely dead, his body probably dragged into the underground lair of the Mangster serpent. The withered serpent truly lives up to its ancient bloodline, Gawain muttered, his estimation of the serpent rising. He ceased his aimless search, instead finding a secluded cave to settle in. There, he continued to study the art of magic concealment, while patiently awaiting the arrival of the mysterious calamity. Caw, caw, caw. On this particular day, 3 crows that had been slumbering in the cave suddenly awoke, emitting a series of uneasy cries. Gawain, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, felt his mind waver as a strange murmur reached his ears. Jilly, Galoo. Shalini too. The sound seemed to carry an enchanting power, drawing his thoughts deeper and deeper into its grip. At the same time, Gawain noticed black threads emerging on his skin, gradually crawling over his face like a spiderweb. He abruptly opened his eyes, a strange green light flashing within them. Looking down, he found that his hands had somehow transformed into writhing tentacles. Despite the bizarre changes, Gawain remained unusually calm. He analyzed the situation. Auditory hallucinations, visual distortions, and some unknown, terrifying corruption lurking within me, trying to twist my mental state. If this continues, I might turn into a grotesque monster. Is this what they call a mystical curse? Realizing the urgency, Gawain immediately activated his level 5 mechanical mind. With this remarkable ability, intrusive thoughts and delusions were forcibly stripped away, allowing clarity and rationality to take control once again. The hallucinations began to fade and eventually vanished almost entirely. The black lines on his face also receded, retreating beneath his skin, though it seemed they could resurface at any moment. Close call. Gawain exhaled in relief, grateful that his foresight and vigilance had helped him survive the most perilous moment since his arrival in this world. Standing up, he checked on the crows and the skeletal beast, finding them unharmed. Gawain speculated, the corruption targets all living beings in the Pandora world, but it primarily affects knowledgeable mages. It has little impact on ordinary creatures or common folk. The real threat lies in the gray mist. He quickly made his way to the cave entrance and looked out. Sure enough, wisps of mist were seeping in from the void, slowly gathering and spreading across the desolate wilderness. Gawain muttered under his breath, from now on, the gray mist will shroud the towns. It embodies the remnants of the gray mist and the god of corruption filled with hatred and curses, aiming to annihilate all life in Pandora. When civilization thrives, the mist recedes. When civilization falters, it advances. Periodically, it will surge into terrifying waves of gray mist. Pandora will either be reborn stronger than ever or fall into an eternal abyss of ruin. Returning to the cave, Gawain swiftly packed his belongings. He hoisted a crocodile skin case, climbed onto the back of the skeletal beast, donned his shadowy cloak, and covered his nose and mouth with a damp cloth. Time to move out. Keep up, he called. The skeletal beast darted out of the cave, carrying him on its back. The 3 reed crows followed closely, circling once before perching on the beast's skull, curiously observing the drifting gray mist around them. The journey was silent. Gawain cautiously avoided the territory of the Mangster serpent as he headed toward the Bronze Mountain. Before even leaving the wilderness, he was attacked by wild beasts 3 times. Though he easily dispatched them, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Adjusting the damp cloth over his face, he murmured, "The wilderness will only grow more dangerous from now on." Pushing aside his worries, he continued on his way. Gawain was well aware that the gray mist not only obscured vision, but also carried the power of hatred and curses. Breathing it in would gradually strip beings of their true nature, cloud their minds, and turn them into bloodthirsty, savage creatures filled with hatred for humanity. This was the root cause of the beast's attack on Gawain. Prolonged exposure to the gray mist not only increases the likelihood of beasts mutating into monsters, but also causes a dramatic rise in the number of monsters born in the wilderness over time, escalating the danger significantly. Fortunately, The magic of the wizards was effective in dispersing the gray mist, giving Gawain a slim chance of survival. After leaving the wilderness, Gawain deliberately slowed his pace. Half a day's journey later, the gray mist grew denser, drastically reducing visibility. After pressing forward for another half an hour, the silhouette of the bronze oath finally came into sight, and the outer fog array began to faintly appear. Suddenly, 3 red-eyed crows descended from the sky. Overexposure to the gray mist had left them agitated and restless, their eyes glowing an even deeper crimson. Crow number 7 shook its head frantically. Little 11 pecked at the skull of the skeletal beast, and little 18 scratched itself incessantly, all striving to remain lucid. Only the skeletal beast, being an undead creature that required no breathing, remained unaffected. Hold your positions, Gawain commanded sharply, placing his palm on number 7's head and channeling magic into its body. The magic circulated twice, forcing all the gray mist into one corner. Crow number 7 let out a loud burp, expelling the mist from its body, and immediately regained clarity of mind. One at a time, no pushing, Gawain patiently dispelled the gray mist from the other 2 crows. He then retrieved a rune-engraved stone from his crocodile leather case and tied it to his waist. Guiding the skeletal beast, he traversed the foggy area and soon arrived at the edge of the death swamp. Suddenly, a muffled roar echoed across the entire death swamp. It's not over yet. Gawain's pupils contracted, and without hesitation, he turned and dashed into the mist. Such a massive commotion could only mean that official wizards were engaged in combat. As an intermediate wizard apprentice, he had neither the qualifications to intervene nor the desire to take risks. His purpose here was simply to collect some of the Bronze Oath's legacy. If the situation became untenable, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon his mission. After retreating 2 miles from the foggy zone, Gawain finally allowed himself to relax a little. He found a narrow cave for shelter, refrained from sending the crows on reconnaissance missions, sealed the entrance, and focused on deciphering the magic concealment spell. Half a day later, the analysis was complete. Gawain immediately leveled it up to level 1 and began inscribing the rune in his spiritual realm. Thanks to his 5th-tier talent, it took him only a day to complete the rune inscription and fully master the trick of magic concealment. Through testing, he found that level 1 magic concealment could suppress 70 of magical fluctuations, which was commendable. Gawain then advanced it to level 5, its limit, significantly enhancing its effectiveness. At this level, it could obscure nearly 99 of magical fluctuations. Even when casting the most powerful 5-fold ice arrow spell, the resulting fluctuation was so faint that it dissipated entirely after spreading just 3 meters, greatly improving its practicality. Trick: Magic Concealment Level 5, highly effective. Excellent. Gawain nodded in satisfaction. He plucked a few pieces of fragrant, grilled steak from a nearby food tree, feeding them to the 3 red-eyed crows before enjoying a piece himself. Using magic, he meticulously tended to the insects he was raising. Afterward, he sat cross-legged and resumed inscribing the 8th rune in his spiritual realm. Half a day later, Gawain opened his eyes. Sensing the timing was right, he fastened the rune-engraved stone around the neck of the smartest crow, number 7, and unsealed the cave entrance, sending it out to scout the area. Shortly after, number 7 returned safely, nodding to Gawain in confirmation. All right, let's move. Without further hesitation, Gawain mounted the skeletal beast and left the cave. Glancing around, he marveled at the density of the gray mist. Even with the aid of an illumination spell, his visibility extended only a dozen meters. Of course, this was intentional, as he kept his magic output low to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Let's go. Gawain lightly nudged the skeletal beast's flank, heading toward the Bronze Oath. Along the way, he noticed little 11 on his shoulder frequently craning its neck upward. Curious, Gawain followed its gaze, and in an instant, a chilling sensation shot down his spine. Through the dense gray mist, a massive figure loomed silently overhead, floating just 10 meters above him. Most of its body was obscured by the mist, with only the lower portion visible. 2 scythe-like legs pierced through the corpses of robed figures, while tentacle-like appendages dangled beneath it. These grotesque limbs oozed pus, crawling with maggots, and coiled around severed, anguished heads. The horrifying sight sent shivers through Gawain's entire being. Drip, drip, 2 drops of pus landed on Gawain's hand, instantly corroding into 2 bloody pits. The boy remained motionless, his gaze frozen as if he were a statue. Only when his eyes began to sting and dizziness swept over him did he gently close them. Throughout the ordeal, Gawain's expression did not change in the slightest. His mechanical mind automatically activated the moment it sensed danger, allowing him to make the smallest movements necessary to avoid detection. Gawain was fully aware of the terrifying creature above him, and had even recognized its identity, a octopus monster who was once a formal wizard of the Bronze Mountain Library, now forcibly transformed into a grotesque abomination within the gray mist. After a long moment, Gawain opened his eyes to find that the monster had vanished. He let out a deep breath and quickly bandaged the wound on his hand. Fortunately, the injury wasn't severe. Gawain silently thanked his luck that the pus hadn't landed on his face. Otherwise, he would have been disfigured at such a young age. After a brief hesitation, Gawain decided to press on. Passing through the foggy zone and the eerie dead marsh, he finally caught sight of the half-collapsed bronze mountain. Surveying his surroundings, he found no signs of the living or the dead, only traces of battle and bloodstains scattered across the ground. Gawain stood in silence for a long time before murmuring to himself, "The bronze oath is over." Without delay, he released 3 crows and urged his skeletal beast toward the bronze mountain. Soon, he arrived at the base of the mountain and cautiously climbed along the broken path to its midsection. However, the entrance to the mountain's interior was blocked by massive boulders, and the 2 guardian golems had been reduced to fragments of stone. Gawain was deeply disappointed but unwilling to give up. He commanded the skeletal beast forward and cast a 5-shot ice arrow spell. The ice arrows whistled through the air and struck the smallest boulder with force, but they only penetrated 2 inches deep. Gawain frowned. Realizing these were no ordinary stones, they had been reinforced with sorcery, their hardness surpassing even steel. Not even his nearly level 5 ice arrows could break through. And considering that the average advanced wizard apprentice's spell strength was only around level 3, even a formal wizard would find this a challenging task. Lost in thought, Gawain suddenly recalled a spell called Stone to Mud. This spell, originating from the rat folk, was perfect for dealing with stone. If he could cast it, he was 90 certain he could carve a path into the mountain's interior. The only problem was that he no longer had any available spell slots, meaning he would have to erase one of his existing spells to learn a new one. Summoning crows, light spell, mage hand, mana concealment. Gawain weighed his options repeatedly, but found it hard to decide. Summoning crows maintained his connection with his 3 reeded crows and was indispensable. The light spell was crucial for navigating the underground world. Mana concealment, which he had just learned, would only grow more important in the future. The only seemingly less critical spell was mage hand, but giving it up would mean losing an excellent combat tool and the equivalent of half a helper. Gawain found himself stuck in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. At that moment, a black-feathered raven swiftly flew in from the northern mountains and landed lightly atop the skull beast's head. The raven, named Xiao, immediately began gesturing with its wings, as if conveying some crucial message. Gawain watched its movements thoughtfully and then commanded, "Lead the way." Gawain rode the skull beast, following Xiao as they circled toward the back of the mountain. After a short journey, his gaze caught a blurry figure sitting cross-legged on a massive boulder, seemingly lost in meditation. Gawain cautiously directed the skull beast closer, studying the figure's back, and suddenly found it somewhat familiar. Raising an eyebrow, Gawain tentatively called out, "Rhett." The person flinched as if startled, turning sharply. Upon recognizing Gawain, he let out a long breath of relief. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, and he hesitated before saying, "I know you. Your name is what again?" "Gawain," Rhett Lyles exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Yes, that's it." His face lit up with joy for a brief moment before it quickly fell again, his tone filled with sorrow. "I remember being your guide. It's only been a few months, yet our bronze pact has ended up like this, truly unpredictable. At least you're still alive." Rhett glanced at the skull beast beneath Gawain and remarked, "I recall you were accompanied by a different undead creature back then, right?" "That's correct," Gawain confirmed with a nod. Although he had a decent impression of Rhett, their limited interactions made him cautious. Gawain turned his gaze toward the mountains below, but found his view obscured by thick, gray fog. He asked, "Besides us, has anyone else survived?" "Yes," Rhett replied. "Over the past couple of days, I've seen 7 or 8 wizard apprentices, but I wasn't familiar with most of them. One of them seemed quite deranged, not in great shape. Everyone's been wary of each other, so we haven't interacted much. A few have already left in the past couple of days. Have you encountered any official wizards?" Gawain pressed. "No." Rhett shook his head, his expression heavy. "The battle back then was intense. I only survived by hiding in a crevice, and even then, I was nearly buried by falling rocks. By the time I got out, things had already turned out this way." Gawain gestured toward the mountain peak. Rhett immediately understood. The trade area was completely destroyed. The first few people who made it out scavenged everything useful. There's nothing left up there now. Abandoning the idea of climbing the mountain, Gawain continued questioning, "What are your plans?" Rhett fell silent, lowering his head. Gawain pointed toward the mountain's interior. "The Bronze Pact is utterly destroyed. As survivors, we should inherit its legacy and resources. I think we should try to enter the mountain's core." "It's no use," Rhett replied, shaking his head. "Some have already tried. The entrance is blocked by massive stones reinforced with sorcery. With our strength as wizard apprentices, we can't move or break them." "Not necessarily," Gawain said confidently. "I have a way to open it, but I'll need some help." Rhett's head snapped up, his face full of surprise and excitement. Really? Of course. All right, I'll go gather people. Rhett dashed down the mountain with urgency. Gawain rode the skull beast back to the entrance. Initially, he had planned to secretly claim the legacy for himself. However, after learning that other wizard apprentices had survived, he realized that any action on his part would quickly draw their attention. Avoiding detection was nearly impossible. Since that was the case, he decided to gather all the survivors and bring everything into the open. This way, they could share the risks, prevent ambushes, and allow others to handle the spell Stone to Mud, instead of using up his own limited spell slots. With these considerations in mind, Gawain finalized his plan. Still, he decided to prepare a contingency. He summoned 3 ravens back to him, gave them instructions, and sent them to patrol the perimeter of the Bronze Mountain before quietly waiting. Before long, Rhett returned with another person. The newcomer was dressed in elegant red attire, tall and slender, with handsome features and a faint smile. He looked like a young nobleman in his early 20s, though his complexion was somewhat pale. This is the vampire Sonny, Rhett introduced. There's also the orc Covier. He knows where the others are and when to gather them. He should be here shortly. And this is Gawain from the human race has a way to enter the mountain's core. The two exchanged nods as a form of greeting. Soon, 4 more individuals arrived one after another. They were the Boorman Covier, the gnome Talk, and the troll siblings Susan and Miller. The siblings, over 3 meters tall with ash-gray skin, had a terrifying appearance. It was said they were distant relatives of Vice President Corot and internal members of the Bronze Pact. They had only survived because they were away on other matters at the time of the disaster. Gawain, lacking the ability to sense magical power, couldn't determine the specific levels of the group. He simply had an instinctive feeling that the gnome Talk seemed weaker, while the others were on par with himself. Of course, in a real fight, the outcome would depend on everyone's individual skills. The 7 gathered, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The vampire Sonny stood with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone. Now that we're all here, Mr. Gavin can begin. At Sonny's cue, Gavin stepped forward, carefully retrieving a roll of yellowed papyrus from his coat and raising it gently. This is the spell, Turn Stone to Mud. I believe most of you have heard of it, he said evenly, though there was a faint, almost imperceptible trace of nervousness in his tone. The group exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding passing through their eyes. This spell was indeed listed among the offerings in the library of the Bronze Oath, but due to the limited capacity for learning magic, few deemed such an obscure skill worth choosing. Gavin continued, if anyone is interested in learning it, feel free to step forward. His words hung in the air, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. The group glanced at one another, hesitant and unsure. Suddenly, the troll Susan lumbered forward, her barrel-like torso swaying as she moved. From her bulging purse, she pulled out a small vial containing a clear liquid. I have a cleansing potion here, she said, her voice tinged with excitement. Drink it, and it'll quickly erase any existing runes without causing side effects or disrupting the spirit world. You'll be ready to learn a new spell immediately. Sonny cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence. I can compensate with 3 magic stones, he offered coolly, though there was a subtle note of anticipation in his tone. I can too. Ritter, the orc-like figure, quickly chimed in, eager not to miss the opportunity. The Boorman Cavil bared his tusks, puffing out his chest covered in coarse bristles. His voice rumbled low and deep. He'll let him punch me 3 times. As his words faded, all eyes turned to the gnome Talk. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Talk instinctively hunched his shoulders, his head lowering as insecurity radiated from him. Stammering, he finally spoke. I want to learn it. Gavin's expression became complicated, but he remained silent. Stepping forward, he handed the papyrus inscribed with the Turn Stone to Mud spell to Talk. In this ruthless underground world, Gavin knew that all he could do was follow the rules for now and wait for a chance to rise above them. Thank you. Talk stammered as he accepted the papyrus, his voice trembling. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself to decipher the intricacies of the unfamiliar spell. Just then, a sudden voice sliced through the tense atmosphere. Quite the gathering, isn't it? The voice carried a mix of familiarity and unease, prompting everyone to instinctively raise their guard. They turned as one toward the base of the hill, where gray mist churned and a figure hobbled toward them. It was a werewolf human in body but with the head of a wolf, yet his appearance was disturbingly grotesque. One leg was thick while the other was spindly. Patches of fur were missing, exposing mottled skin. His arms had morphed into writhing tentacles, and one of his eyes was blind, hanging limply against his face. Blood stained the corners of his mouth, and with his remaining eye, he fixed the group with an unsettling gaze, curling his lips into a twisted smile. So, everyone's here, he rasped, his voice suddenly darkening. But why wasn't I invited? As his words ended in a snarl, a string-like object fell from his mouth. The werewolf quickly snatched it up, stuffing it back into his maw and chewing noisily. Gavin frowned as he recognized what it was, a rat's tail. Ritter leaned in close to Gavin, speaking in a hushed tone. That's Jack, the werewolf. He's one of the Bronze Oath members. Ever since the last incident, he's been off. His mind's not right, and he's been acting crazier every day. I didn't expect him to end up like this in just 2 days. Though the mysterious calamity from 2 days prior had passed, its lingering curses continued to wreak havoc. Jack had narrowly survived, but the corruption of his spirit was severe. If left unchecked, his descent into madness would only deepen. Eventually, his mind would collapse entirely, his spirit consumed by the gray mist, transforming him into one of the twisted abominations that lurked within. What was even more alarming was the growing likelihood that this phenomenon would become more widespread, its roots tangled in layers of enigmatic and sinister causes. Perhaps it was due to a failed experiment, an advanced form of sorcery, an encounter with a creature too powerful to comprehend, or even an injury. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the fact that times had changed, and knowledge now came with a price. Experiments were knowledge, sorcery was knowledge, creatures were knowledge, even injuries stemmed from knowledge. Knowledge was everywhere, and so was its corruption. Gawain let out a deep sigh, his brows furrowed. He's lost control. Although this was the first time Red had heard such words, he seemed to grasp their profound meaning instantly. Gawain offered no further explanation, knew these 4 words would eventually spread and become a forbidden phrase that struck fear into the hearts of sorcerers. The werewolf Jack scanned everyone present with piercing eyes, his expression dark and menacing. "It seems you're not too happy to see me, are you?" he growled through gritted teeth. "Welcome, welcome." The vampire Sonny clapped his hands enthusiastically, trying to ease the tension in the air. Jack's face twisted into a sinister grin as he fixed his gaze on Sonny. With a chilling laugh, he sneered. "Well then, how about I have a taste of your heart?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a thick, whip-like tentacle shot toward the vampire with lightning speed, aiming to rip his heart out. Sonny barely managed to dodge the fatal strike, his figure blurring as he sidestepped just in time. Jack's expression shifted once more, now brimming with rage. "You were lying to me all along," he roared, turning his fiery gaze toward the others. "And so were all of you." The gnome Tok, startled by Jack's sudden outburst, stumbled backward in fear. His obvious cowardice immediately caught the werewolf's attention. Limping forward, Jack closed in on Tok, his 2 tentacles slithering out like venomous snakes, coiling toward the gnome's neck. But Tok wasn't entirely defenseless. With surprising agility, he employed a trick called greased lightning, slipping and dodging Jack's attacks in a clumsy, almost comical manner. The others stood by, offering no assistance, instead observing the gnome closely. Soon, disdainful expressions appeared on their faces. They had quickly discerned that Tok was nothing more than a low-level apprentice sorcerer, posing no threat to anyone. As Tok narrowly avoided one close call after another, Gawain finally stepped forward. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force seized Jack's tentacles, halting them midair. Caught off guard, the werewolf staggered backward as Gawain flung the tentacles aside. "We have more important matters to attend to," Gawain said firmly. "Let's not waste time." Tok, gasping for breath, looked at Gawain with gratitude. Thank you," he stammered. Gawain merely nodded kindly in response. At that moment, the Borman Cavils suddenly charged at Jack, shouting angrily. "Damn it! Cavils had enough of your crap. Come on, let me land a few punches." With that, he lunged at the werewolf, and the two began to wrestle. Miller, the giant troll and brother of Susan, cracked his thick neck and finally spoke. "Guess I could use some exercise too." Taking 2 massive steps forward, his towering 3-meter frame loomed over Jack like a mountain. He planted a single hand on the werewolf's head and effortlessly pressed him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Cavil, seeing the troll's overwhelming size, wisely backed off, muttering curses under his breath. "Howl!" Jack let out an enraged roar as his clothes tore apart in an instant. "Damn it!" Miller yanked his hand back with lightning speed, grimacing in pain. Jack had transformed into a grotesque, mangy black wolf and had bitten Miller during the struggle. Furious, Miller pounded his chest with his fists. His gray skin began to take on a stony texture as he activated a rudimentary spell. Charging toward the black wolf, he bellowed, "Let me show you what I'm made of." Miller attempted to grab the wolf in a crushing hold, but Jack's agility allowed him to evade the attack with ease. The werewolf retaliated by sinking his teeth into Miller's ankle before darting away, disappearing into the dense gray mist that surrounded them. Suddenly, 5 thick ice arrows whistled through the air, heading straight for the black wolf. Jack's fur stood on end as he twisted and turned, barely dodging the first 3 arrows. The last 2, however, struck their mark, piercing his torso and pinning him against the rocky mountainside. Miller wasted no time. He pounced on the immobilized wolf, raining down blow after blow until Jack's head was reduced to an unrecognizable pulp. The group turned to Gawain in astonishment. It was clear that he had conjured the deadly ice arrows. Mounting his skeletal steed, Gawain's face was etched with disappointment. "We came here for something far more important, not to waste time brawling. Frankly, I'm disappointed. Perhaps I never should have brought any of you along." With that, he urged his mount forward, heading down the mountain. Pausing briefly, he looked back over his shoulder. "Talk, follow me." "Ah. Oh. Yes, Mr. Gawain," the gnome stammered, snapping out of his daze. He hurriedly scrambled after Gawain on his short legs, leaving the rest of the group standing in uneasy silence, exchanging bewildered glances. The vampire Sony shrugged indifferently, his face expressionless. Seeing this, the Halfrek quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "It'll take little Tokay a few days to master the fossil to mud spell. Why don't we all disperse for now and reconvene in a few days?" The troll Susan hurried over to Miller, asking with concern, "Brother, are you hurt?" The Borman Covier, on the other hand, wore a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Gawain is right. We've been far too careless. If it weren't for his timely intervention, that scoundrel Jack would have escaped. If he had, we'd definitely be in serious trouble." With that, Covier turned and left. For days later, the 7 of them gathered again at the entrance carved into the mountain's interior. Each of them imprinted their magical signature onto a contract scroll. The terms were simple and straightforward, aimed at preventing any attacks among themselves. While the contract's binding power was weak and the penalties for breaking it minimal, it was better than nothing. Only when the wizards fully pledged allegiance to the Eye of Truth and signed a new contract under its witness would a stronger binding force be possible. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the gnome Tokay stepped forward and pressed his palm against the boulder blocking the entrance. As he cast the fossil to mud spell, the hard stone gradually softened and began to flow like sand. Before long, a head-sized hole had melted through the rock. The group, thrilled by the sight, urged him eagerly, "Keep going." Tokay awkwardly withdrew his hand and scratched his head. "I'm out of magic." The vampire Sony sneered disdainfully, while the Borman Covier grumbled, "What a useless fool." The troll Susan pulled a vial from her purse and casually tossed it to Tokay. "Hey, race, a lesser mana potion. Drink it and restore your magic." "Thank you," Tokay said, delighted, as he caught the vial. He tilted his head back and drank it, then sat down to meditate. Gawain noticed the empty vial on the ground and guessed that Susan might be an alchemist. As a member of the Bronze Oath, she likely had access to rare formulas. Testing the waters, he asked, "I'm an alchemist too, Miss Susan. Would you be interested in trading formulas?" Susan perked up. "What formulas do you have?" Gawain listed a few. Dawn Elixir, Boiling Blood Potion, Sleeping Draught, Guardian Potion, and Burning Elixir. Susan shook her head in disappointment. She clearly already knew how to brew them all. Feeling a bit dejected and realizing he was wasting his breath, Gawain fell silent. He stepped aside, opened his crocodile skin case, and pulled out a container of roasted steak, which he began to devour. Over the past few days, through Red, he had managed to gather some supplementary ingredients. Using bear bile as the main component, he had brewed 5 doses of Constitution Potion. After drinking the first dose the previous night, his constitution had increased by 0.2, reaching 1.3, and was still improving. However, the enhancement came with a side effect: an increased appetite. He had already eaten 5 servings of steak the night before, and now he was hungry again. As Gawain was halfway through his steak, the troll Susan approached him. She handed him a piece of papyrus and, towering over him, said, "Thanks for helping my brother last time. Consider this formula a token of appreciation." Without giving Gawain a chance to refuse, she turned and walked away, her broad frame swaying as she left. Gawain was surprised. Upon examining the papyrus, he realized it was the formula for a lesser mana potion, the very thing he needed. He thought to himself, well, no point in refusing a gift. Silently, he tucked the unexpected treasure away. Gawain put away the lesser magic potion and muttered to himself, "That gnome, Talk, may not be much to look at, but at least he has a decent heart." With the potion's effects enhancing him, Talk quickly managed to clear a path leading into the mountain's interior. "Move aside." The Borman, Cavil, roughly grabbed Talk and flung him aside. Without hesitation, Cavil bent his bulky frame with surprising agility and squeezed into the narrow mountain entrance. Gawain stepped forward to help Talk to his feet, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Talk's eyes reddened as he pointed ahead and stammered, "K. Cavil." Gawain shook his head and reassured him, "It's fine. He can't carry off the Bronze Oath all by himself." Talk lowered his head, rubbed his eyes, and murmured, "All right. Out of the way. If you're not going in, I will." The vampire, Sonny, shoved Talk aside and became the second to enter the mountain's interior. However, as soon as he bent down, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. Sonny froze in fear, quickly retreating and stammering. That was Cavil's voice. Everyone immediately grew alert, stepping back cautiously. Gawain pulled Talk along to a safe distance and crushed a honey water peach in his hand, summoning a water barrier around himself. All eyes were fixed on the half-man-high opening. After a few more agonized screams, an eerie silence descended over the mountain's interior. Sonny's face twisted with uncertainty as he muttered, "Could Cavil be playing a trick on us?" Just as his words fell, a grotesquely deformed pig's head appeared at the entrance. Cavil's face was twisted with terror as he screamed, "Quick, pull me out. It's biting my leg." It hurts so much. Hurry, please, hurry. Sunny instinctively backed away. Gawain extended his right hand, summoning an invisible force that grasped Cavil and tried to pull him out, but the effort was in vain. Nearby, the Halfrek chanted under his breath, conjuring a gray whip from his palm that coiled around Cavil's head. Together, the two strained to pull him out, finally managing to extract half of Cavil's body. I'll help. The troll, Miller, stepped forward, wrapping his massive arms around Cavil's head and pulling with all his might. With the combined strength of all three, they finally dragged Cavil out of the cave. But the sight before them made everyone gasp in horror. Cavil's lower body had turned entirely to stone, rigid and lifeless. Even more chilling, his left calf was completely missing, the stump covered in gruesome bite marks. Gawain's expression darkened as he realized they had already lost a companion at the start of their journey. Acting quickly, he used a mage's hand to move a large boulder and seal the entrance, preventing anything from emerging. Cavil writhed on the ground, howling in pain. Strangely, no blood flowed from his severed limb. The group looked on, uneasy and unnerved. The troll Susan pulled a vial from her pouch and tossed it to the boarman. This is a lesser healing potion. Drink it. It won't regrow your leg, but it might ease your pain. Cavil's trembling hands barely managed to uncork the potion before he drank it. His agonized expression softened slightly as some color returned to his face. Gasping for air, he muttered, it hurts so much. Seizing the moment, Sunny crouched next to him and demanded, Cavil, what attacked you? The boarman stared blankly into the gray mist beyond, his voice weak and trembling. It was a scorpion. The moment I went in, it attacked me. I was about to activate my super strength, but it stung my left leg. Then my body started to turn to stone. The pain. It was unbearable, like it was piercing my soul. His voice cracked as he suddenly became more animated, his eyes pleading as he scanned the group. Tears streamed down his face as he begged. Please, someone save me. I'll give you everything I own, all of it. Just save me, don't want to die. Gawain knelt down to examine him and saw that Cavil's lower body had completely petrified. Shaking his head, he sighed, indicating there was nothing he could do. Susan also shook her head and said, this is irreversible petrification. Cavil collapsed onto the ground, his spirit utterly crushed. His lips quivered, his eyes vacant. Suddenly, black lines began to emerge from beneath his skin, spreading rapidly across his body. Alarmed, the group instinctively stepped back. Rhett shouted, he's losing control. He cast a meaningful glance at Gawain. Before anyone could act, Sunny stepped forward. His fingers extended into razor-sharp claws, and with a swift motion, he pierced Cavil's temple, mercifully ending his suffering. As he withdrew his bloodied claws, Sunny licked them with his tongue. Noticing the group's stares, he shrugged innocently and explained, I was just trying to end his pain. The group fell silent, a faint sense of shared dread hanging in the air. Gawain's eyes darted, unwilling to miss the opportunity to claim the legacy of the Bronze Oath. He deftly shifted the topic. Everyone, what are your thoughts on the scorpion monster that attacked Heir? The Halfrek hesitated, his brow furrowed. But the troll Susan spoke up. I think I might know what it is. As all eyes turned to her, she began to explain. My brother and I used to live in the Mountain Hollow district, and I know a little about the elders within the organization. About half a year ago, there were rumors that an elder had captured an ancient blooded creature called the Manstein Stone Scorpion. I can confirm that. Rhett suddenly interjected, stepping forward. I saw that scorpion with my own eyes. Its size rivals that of a plow ox, and it has a fearsome namestone singer. They say a fully grown stone singer is as powerful as a proper sorcerer and can petrify people with just its voice. Gawain raised an eyebrow. So it's not fully grown? Correct, Rhett nodded. At most, it's comparable to an advanced apprentice sorcerer. Hearing this, the group's tension eased slightly. The fear of the unknown gave way to a clearer understanding of their enemy. Now that they knew the nature of the threat lurking within the mountain, they felt more confident about their chances of victory. The group immediately launched into a heated discussion, quickly formulating a sound strategy. The gnome Talk expanded the cave's entrance, the vampire Sony set traps, and the troll Miller prepared a wooden shield. Meanwhile, Rhett, the Halfrek, cast a series of zero-circle spells, summoning 3 cavern spiders from the Death Marsh. Once Talk had widened the entrance sufficiently, Gawain used Mage Hand to move the stones blocking the cave. At Rhett's command, the 3 basin-sized cavern spiders scuttled inside, one after another. However, the first spider let out an ear-piercing shriek of terror as soon as it touched the entrance and fell silent. The remaining 2 recoiled in fear, but before they could retreat, a white blur struck them both in quick succession. They froze, their bodies stiffening as they began to turn to stone. The group held their breath, their eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Troll Miller cast stone skin, his flesh turning to a rock-like texture as he gripped his wooden shield and stepped forward. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from within the cave. A massive stone sphere rolled out, crushing the brittle branches at the entrance with a series of sharp cracks. The group froze, caught off guard. Susan gasped. Quick, that's the stone singer. Vampire Sony's pupils constricted as he hastily pointed at the dry branches near the entrance. In an instant, the branches came to life, transforming into thorny vines that lashed out toward the stone sphere. But it was too late. The sphere had already rolled past. Sony's face twisted in fear as he turned and bolted. Miller will not fall. The troll roared, slamming his shield into the stone sphere with all his might, bolstered by a surge of raw strength. But the sphere suddenly unfolded, revealing itself to be a massive stone scorpion, as large as an ox. Its tail lashed out with lightning speed, striking the wooden shield dozens of times until it shattered. The tail then darted forward again, aiming straight for Miller's chest. Frozen in terror, the troll had no time to dodge. At the last moment, Rhett's whip lashed out, coiling around the scorpion's tail with precision. But the force it exerted was far greater than he expected, and Rhett was flung violently against the cave wall. He crumpled to the ground with a pained groan. Miller seized the opportunity to sidestep, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Got it. A low voice pierced the tense atmosphere as the battle reached its boiling point. Susan the troll extended her fingers, releasing a red beam of light like a laser that shot straight at the stone singer. At the same time, Gawain, mounted on his skeletal beast, gathered his magical energy and unleashed an ice arrow. However, the stone singer's scorpion tail moved with incredible agility, first accurately intercepting the red beam, and then effortlessly swatting the ice arrow away. It's hit by my weakening ray. Susan cheered excitedly. Gawain's spirits lifted as he noticed the stone singer's movements had visibly slowed. Seizing the opportunity, he waved his hands, sending 2 more ice arrows whistling through the air. The stone singer barely managed to block one, but the other struck its head directly. Before the group could celebrate, they watched in horror as the sharp ice arrow shattered like fragile glass, leaving only minor cracks on the creature's tough outer shell. Fear gripped everyone's faces. Gawain's pupils contracted, and he quickly made a decision. Let it go? Clear the path, he shouted. The group snapped out of their daze, and the troll Miller scooped up the bloodied halforc, Red, and moved aside in haste. Yet, the stone singer seemed fixated on Miller, chasing after him with its massive pincers raised. In a split second, Gawain shot another ice arrow, this time embedding it into the ground directly in the stone singer's path. The creature halted, its compound eyes swiveling to focus intently on Gawain atop the skeletal beast. Gawain gripped his last ice arrow tightly, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Unexpectedly, the stone singer curled into a massive stone sphere and rolled down the mountainside with a thunderous rumble, vanishing into the dense gray mist. The group let out a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. From a crevice in the rocks, the gnome Tok emerged and immediately complained. Sonny ran off. Miller's fury erupted. That damned vampire. Cowardly and deceitful. Everything was perfectly set up, but his useless trap nearly got us all killed. Gawain cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. Forget about him. Let's focus on what's important. How's Rhett's injury? Is it serious? Miller's face darkened. His internal organs might be ruptured. It's not looking good. Just then, Rhett approached, coughing but managing a faint smile. It's not as bad as Miller says. Just a minor injury. Besides, I've already taken Miss Susan's healing potion. It won't affect my ability to move. Miller turned and patted Rhett on the shoulder, visibly moved. Good to see you're okay, brother. Then, with a hint of regret, he added, if only you were as strong as the late Covier, I'd marry my sister to you in a heartbeat. Rhett, my good brother, you're just too frail. I'm sorry, but as her brother, I have to think about my sister's future happiness. Susan gently tugged on Miller's sleeve, while Rhett awkwardly responded, I'm not worthy of Miss Susan. Enough. Gawain interrupted the increasingly uncomfortable conversation, urging, we've got work to do. He dismounted from the skeletal beast and ordered it to scout ahead into the mountain's interior. Once the area was deemed safe, the 5 of them entered one by one, arriving at a familiar hall. They found that most of the 13 passageways at the back of the hall had collapsed, with some completely sealed off. Mixed emotions of relief and concern filled the group. Gawain carefully surveyed the surroundings, noting that only passageways 3, 4, 7, 9, and 13 were still barely accessible. Rhett began explaining. Passage 3 leads to the laboratories, including basic labs for apprentices and advanced ones for official mages. There's rumored to be a 3rd level as well. Passage 4 is the storage area for supplies. 7 leads to the library. 9 takes you to the Whispering Garden. And 13 is the creature incubation pool. Gawain casually asked, where did the people living here usually stay? Rhett pointed to the completely sealed off first passageway and sighed. Passage 1 was the residential area. I wonder if anyone survived. Gawain moved to pat Rhett on the shoulder in sympathy but realized, somewhat awkwardly, that he wasn't tall enough. Glancing around, he asked, what's everyone's plan? Should we split up or stick together? Susan was the first to speak. I want to go to the Whispering Garden. All right, then we'll go our separate ways, Gawain said, agreeing readily. Everyone, stay safe. After exchanging nods, the group of 5 dispersed, each choosing their own target. The troll's siblings, Miller and his sister, wasted no time and dashed toward the Whispering Garden in Passage 9, their footsteps echoing loudly in the vast hall. The Halfrek hesitated briefly before finally deciding to head to the storage room in Passage 4, his heavy breathing betraying his inner unease. The gnome, Talk, remained rooted in place, his brows furrowed as he weighed his options. Gawain, however, showed no hesitation and strode directly toward Passage 7, which led to the library. To him, knowledge was the most precious treasure, far surpassing any material gain. It was also the only path he was familiar with, which gave him a sense of confidence. Just as Gawain exited the hall, Talk appeared to have made up his mind and prepared to head into Passage 3, which led to the laboratory. But before he could proceed, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Talk spun around abruptly, only to see a blurred figure rushing toward him. His face turned pale, and without a second thought, he bolted into Passage 3 as though something terrifying was chasing him. Once inside the passage, Gawain promptly cast a spell, enveloping himself in a watery barrier for protection. He commanded his skeletal beast to take the lead while he followed cautiously, advancing step by step into the depths of the corridor. Along the way, he observed numerous signs of battle. The walls were riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks, and the floor was littered with rubble and broken weapons. Midway through the passage, a significant collapse nearly blocked the path, forcing Gawain to carefully navigate around the debris. Despite the perilous journey, Gawain and his skeletal beast made it to the library's entrance unscathed. However, the sight before them was alarming. The 2 massive bronze doors had collapsed, and the ground in front of them was covered in foul-smelling pus-like liquid. The skeletal beast cautiously stepped forward into what appeared to be a detection zone. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed repeatedly. "Identify yourself! Identify yourself! Identify yourself!" The shrill, monotonous tone reverberated through the empty corridor. Gawain looked around and quickly traced the voice to a horn-like device embedded in the stone wall. Reacting swiftly, Gawain used a mage hand spell to pick up a piece of rubble and jam it into the horn's opening. The grating sound stopped abruptly, and silence returned. Satisfied that there were no other immediate threats, Gawain issued a low command. "Move forward." Obeying the order, the skeletal beast stepped into the library. As it entered, rune lamps above began to light up one by one, bathing the entire space in an eerie blue glow. Gawain followed closely, his eyes scanning the area. He quickly spotted at least 5 or 6 headless corpses sprawled on the ground, all wearing gray robes, clearly the remains of wizard apprentices. Gawain approached the bodies cautiously, using his mage hand to search them thoroughly. His efforts were rewarded. He collected 17 magic stones and 2 parchment-bound books. Flipping through the books, he found that one detailed tricks for manipulating skeletons, while the other covered zero-ring magic, partial petrification. While the tricks seemed of limited use, the partial petrification spell was a practical defensive magic capable of temporarily turning parts of the body to stone, enhancing resistance and mitigating attacks. Not a bad start. Gawain nodded in satisfaction, carefully storing his findings in a crocodile leather case. After a quick sweep of the ground floor, where most of the books appeared to be mundane, he decided to proceed with the skeletal beast to the second basement level. He recalled the octopus creature mentioning that the truly valuable knowledge and spells were hidden there. However, upon reaching the staircase, Gawain was startled to find that the stairs leading down to the second level had been completely destroyed. The staircase was in utter disarray, evidence of a fierce battle. Gawain cast a light spell, conjuring a glowing orb that descended into the second level and hovered in midair. "Illuminate!" Gawain snapped his fingers, and the light intensified, instantly brightening the entire second level as if it were daylight. The scene that greeted him was shocking. The massive space was filled with debris, shredded paper, shattered stone, and splintered wood scattered everywhere. It looked as though a devastating storm had swept through, leaving almost nothing intact. Gawain's heart sank, but he pressed on undeterred. He nimbly mounted the skeletal beast, using its strength to leap down to the lower level. The moment he landed, his eyes fell upon a grotesque sight. A headless corpse impaled on a bone spike, pinned against the wall in a horrifying display. Even a brief glance at the corpse caused Gawain's eyes to sting as if pricked by needles. Then, as he continued to look, the figure began to distort and shift in his vision, morphing into a kaleidoscope of twisting patterns. Waves of dizziness overwhelmed him, accompanied by faint, incomprehensible whispers echoing in his ears. Worse still, he noticed thin black threads slowly emerging from beneath his skin. Contamination! Gawain's mind screamed in alarm. He realized he was in the grip of some sinister and otherworldly peril. Gawain's heart tightened as his mechanical intellect activated instantly. His gaze locked onto the corpse before him, realizing it might be the remains of a formal sorcerer, now turned into a source of corruption. The illusions and abnormalities receded like a tide, and Gawain exhaled in relief before commanding the skeletal beast beneath him to move forward. He manipulated his invisible mage's hand to meticulously search the corpse, but found nothing. Just as disappointment set in, a small finger suddenly detached from the body and fell to the ground. Gawain's eyes narrowed as he extended the invisible hand to pick it up, only to see the finger bone transform into a triangular-headed green snake in an instant. The snake coiled briefly before lunging like lightning at the mage's hand, biting it apart in one swift motion. Gawain grunted in pain, feeling the backlash as the mana within him surged uncontrollably, leaving him temporarily unable to cast spells. Taking several deep breaths, he quickly stabilized the chaotic magic with his mental focus. When he looked at the green snake again, Gawain felt a flicker of joy instead of fear, sensing a new discovery. He dared not approach rashly, and, seeing the green snake coiled motionlessly, engaged it in a battle of attrition with the mage's hand once more. After 2 tense minutes, the snake seemed to exhaust its energy and reverted to the severed finger. Cautiously, Gawain used the mage's hand to pick it up and, after confirming it was harmless, took it into his own hands. He attempted to infuse it with his own mana but was met with a powerful resistance he couldn't overcome. Gawain glanced at the corpse, deep in thought. Could this be a sorcerer's artifact? The idea filled him with excitement, even in his mechanical state of mind. Sorcerer's artifacts were precious tools usable only by formal sorcerers, yet here he was, a mere apprentice, with the chance to possess one. Suppressing his emotions, Gawain carefully stored the severed finger in his crocodile skin case. He dismounted from the skeletal beast and began rummaging through the scattered debris of paper and wood. After some effort, he unearthed a new discovery: several large fragments of parchment. Piecing them together, he identified 3 zero-circle spells: Stone Skin, Featherfall, and Burning Hands, as well as a partially intact first circle spell model, the Orosam Transfiguration spell. The name, derived from the leader of the Bronze Oath, suggested its extraordinary nature. Gawain painstakingly organized these valuable finds and packed them all into his crocodile skin case. Riding the skeletal beast, he left the library and made his way back through the passage to the main hall. Finding no one around, he decided to head toward the storage room in passage 4, but soon discovered the path was blocked. The tunnel completely collapsed. With no other choice, Gawain returned to the hall and opted for passage 13, which led to the incubation pool. However, all he found there were broken eggs and traces of something having licked them, no signs of any living creatures. Retreating once more to the hall, he finally chose passage 3. The skeletal beast led the way, scouting ahead, while Gawain followed cautiously. They reached the apprentice laboratory area without incident, where rows of small, numbered rooms came into view. Gawain urged the skeletal beast to pry open a door. Inside, they found a ransacked laboratory filled with various tools, constructs, workbenches, and isolation chambers. But the most valuable item, the runic furnace, was missing. Realizing the place had already been looted, Gawain exited the room and pressed forward with the skeletal beast. Midway through, he encountered several sealed laboratories and commanded the skeletal beast to break down their doors. However, a translucent protective barrier blocked their way. Gawain ordered an attack, and the skeletal beast began hammering the barrier relentlessly. An alarm blared as the assault continued, and after more than 20 strikes, the barrier finally shattered. The moment the skeletal beast tore open the door, a dark figure sprang from within, knocking it to the ground. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. The creature was a gelatinous being, its entire body coated in slime, and it wore the tattered gray robe symbolic of a sorcerer's apprentice. However, it had lost its eyes and nose. Its entire face had transformed into a grotesque, gaping maw. Its long tongue, covered in sharp, backward-facing barbs, presented a horrifying sight. A monster. Gawain instinctively stepped back 2 paces, immediately recognizing the revolting creature as a product of a transformed wizard's apprentice. He surmised that the laboratory's enclosed nature must have prevented it from returning to the gray mist. Gawain swiftly cast Mage Hand, attempting to crush the monster's head from a distance. However, his magical grip felt as though it was trying to grab a slippery eel, failing to exert any force. Each successive attempt met with failure. Fortunately, his skeletal beast intervened, entangling the monster and buying Gawain precious time. He quickly activated his mind ring to unleash a psychic blast, only to discover that the creature was completely immune to such attacks. Looks like I'll have to get serious, Gawain muttered to himself as he retreated a few more steps. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a honey peach and began focusing his energy to cast a 5-fold ice arrow spell. Magical energy flickered at his fingertips. Sensing the danger, the monster violently broke free from the skeletal beast's hold and lunged toward Gawain. Its elongated tongue shot out like an arrow, aiming directly at him. Gawain stood motionless as the tongue struck his protective water shield. With a muffled thud, he calmly crushed the honey peach in his hand, instantly forming 5 crystalline ice arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, Gawain launched 3 of the ice arrows. The first struck the monster's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy, pinning it against the wall behind it with immense force. The next 2 arrows followed swiftly, piercing through the creature's head. The monster let out a blood-curdling scream as its body began to dissolve, melting into a pool of black sludge that writhed on the ground. What a stubborn thing, Gawain muttered with a frown. This was his first encounter with a fully formed monster, and it proved far more difficult to kill than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he released the remaining 2 ice arrows, pinning the writhing sludge to the ground. The black sludge emitted an ear-piercing screech, struggling desperately to break free. Gawain remained vigilant, commanding his mage hand to strike repeatedly while directing the skeletal beast to bite and pummel the creature. After over 100 relentless attacks, the sludge finally ceased moving, disintegrating into foul-smelling, rancid liquid. Ugh! Gawain suppressed the urge to vomit. Finally dead, covering his nose and mouth, he instructed the skeletal beast to open the door. Once he confirmed there was no further danger, he cautiously stepped into the laboratory. Before him lay a well-preserved laboratory. On the experiment table was a decayed, lifeless rodent-like magical creature, bound in place. Surrounding it were various tools, materials, and miscellaneous items. Gawain deduced that some form of biological modification experiment had been conducted here, likely a common endeavor among wizard apprentices. They don't have a cheat system like mine. Their only option is trial and error to gain knowledge, Gawain thought, feeling a mix of relief and newfound respect for the apprentice's efforts. Enduring the overpowering stench, Gawain quickly disposed of the rotting flesh and opened the experiment table to retrieve a rune furnace installed within. Not bad. This rune furnace is worth at least 12 or 20 magic stones, he remarked with satisfaction. While it couldn't compare to the one he was currently using, it was still quite valuable. Carefully, he stored the rune furnace in his crocodile leather case. Surveying the room, Gawain's gaze landed on a private storage cabinet nearby. He casually opened it, and his eyes lit up. Materials, wands, books, scrolls, and a dazzling array of items were neatly packed inside, an absolute treasure trove. Another inheritance to claim, Gawain said gleefully, rubbing his hands in excitement. He ordered the skeletal beast to guard the door while he meticulously examined each item in the cabinet. Suddenly, a particular book caught his attention. Earth Meditation Technique. Gawain skillfully cast the zero-ring spell, Triple Fireball, silently marveling at how similar it was to his own 5-fold ice arrow spell, both being optimized versions of zero-ring spells. His eyes fell on a bag of magic stones, and a smile of delight instantly lit up his face, as if he had stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. Carefully, he inspected the other items. A flame mushroom caught his attention, and his mind began calculating how to use it to concoct a combustion potion. A plant emitting an eerie aura made him wary. He cautiously stowed it away, fearing its potential toxicity. When he picked up a wand, though uncertain of its exact properties, he carefully put it aside for safekeeping. However, as he unfolded a small scroll, Gawain's expression froze. With deliberate caution, he channeled a trace of magic into it, and immediately felt a response. A look of astonishment and joy spread across his face. A pet contract scroll, Gawain murmured in surprise. A soul contract like this is worth at least 100 magic stones. He couldn't help but marvel at the previous owner's status, likely an advanced apprentice wizard. Gawain felt both excitement and hesitation, unsure how best to use such a precious scroll. He pondered. The reed crows were the simplest option, but all 3 were modified creatures with limited potential. For them to continue developing, Gawain would need to repeatedly enhance them. Besides, they were already his trusted companions, linked to him by a mysterious connection formed through summoning. Using the scroll on them seemed like a waste. Gawain understood that a pet contract established a deeper soul bond, a symbiotic relationship. This bond could create derivative abilities, and the greater the pet's potential, the stronger these abilities would become. If he chose the reed crows, the most he could gain would be shared vision or sensory enhancements. Forget it. I'll decide later, Gawain muttered, shaking his head and setting the dilemma aside for now. He carefully packed all the items into a crocodile leather case, then picked up his wand and left the room. As he walked, he used his own magic to erase the previous owner's magic imprint on the wand, heading toward the next laboratory. Learning from his past mistakes, Gawain stopped outside the door and prepared his 5-fold ice arrow spell. He also commanded his skeletal beast to attack the protective barrier. As the piercing sound of an alarm rang out, the barrier was quickly destroyed, and the door was forced open. However, the room turned out to be an empty laboratory, devoid of the magical creatures he had anticipated. Seems like I got greedy, Gawain muttered self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. He retrieved the rune furnace and moved on to the next laboratory. After breaking into 5 laboratories in succession, Gawain found himself with a considerable haul. Meanwhile, he had completely erased the magic imprint on the wand, allowing him to uncover its full details. The wand, named the Redstone Wand, was a high-grade enchanted item, 1 foot long and 1 inch thick, with a redand white ring at its tip. It was crafted from a unique magical material called Fury Redstone and inscribed with intricate runes forming 6 complex rune structures. It not only housed a zero-ring spell known as Fireball, but also possessed 2 effects: magic reduction and amplification. It could reduce magic consumption by 15 during casting and enhance the power of fire and earth element spells by 10. The only downside was that Gawain had never studied fire or earth element spells, making the wand somewhat incompatible with his expertise. Nonetheless, he wasn't disappointed. Aside from the knowledge leaf and severed finger, the redstone wand was one of the most valuable items he owned, almost on par with the pet contract scroll and far superior to the other lesser enchanted items he had collected. Just as Gawain was about to test the power of the fireball spell, a head suddenly peeked out from a laboratory ahead. Upon spotting him, the person's face lit up with joy, and they called out, "Mr. Gawain," while running toward him. Gawain turned to look, surprised. "Tak, you're here too?" The gnome Tak ran until he was 5 meters away from Gawain, only to be stopped by the skeletal beast. Panting heavily, he pleaded in a desperate tone, "Mr. Gawain, you have to save me." Gawain frowned, staring intently at the panting dwarf, Tokay, who stood before him, covered in blood and tattered clothing. "What happened? Is Sony hunting you?" Gawain asked cautiously. Tokay nodded desperately, tears carving streaks through the dirt on his face. "Yes, it's that vampire. As soon as you left, he stormed into the hall and chased me relentlessly." His voice trembled as he pulled back his gray robe, revealing his bloodied, battered body. "Look, this is all his doing. That demon wants to torture me to death." Gawain's brows furrowed deeper, and doubt gave way to belief. "Where is he now?" he asked. "I don't know," Tokay replied, his voice shaking. "He forced me to open the laboratory and wanted to use me as a scapegoat. But then some terrifying creature emerged from inside, and I managed to escape while they fought. I've been hiding in that lab over there ever since." He pointed behind him. "But I heard Noishi might have gone ahead, probably down to the 2nd level." Gawain narrowed his eyes. The 2nd underground level housed the wizard's laboratories, filled with invaluable relics, but also fraught with danger. Encountering a monster transformed from a full-fledged wizard was almost certain death. However, if such creatures were confined within the labs, they shouldn't pose a threat unless someone foolishly opened the doors. Weighing his options carefully, Gawain decided not to take the risk. He spoke calmly. "From the moment he fled, we were no longer on the same path. Let him be." He then turned to Tokay. "What's your plan? If you want to leave, now's your chance." Tokay hesitated for a moment before responding earnestly. "Mr. Gawain, let me follow you. I can be of help." Gawain found the suggestion amusing and replied casually, "All right, you can tag along for now." Seeing Gawain's nonchalant reaction, Tok's face flushed with urgency. "Mr. Gawain, I'm serious. I've studied magical perception. I can sense which labs have monsters inside. I can help you avoid danger." Gawain's expression grew solemn. He realized that Tok's escape from the vampire might not have been mere luck. It was likely a calculated move, deliberately luring Sony into a lab with a monster to make his own getaway. Never underestimate any wizard, not even the lowest-ranked apprentice, Gawain reminded himself. He nodded in agreement. "All right, you can come with me. We'll call this a partnership. If we find anything valuable, you'll get a share." Tokay bowed deeply, full of gratitude. "Thank you. Besides magical perception, I'm also good at fleeing quickly. I used to know Fireball, but it got replaced with Petrify." Gawain asked offhandedly, "How long have you been with the Bronze Oath?" Tok's tone grew somber as he recalled his past. "I come from a vast city-state ruled by Lady Alexia, the daughter of God. Her beauty could outshine gemstones and wither blooming flowers. Countless heroes were captivated by her. I've seen her with my own eyes," he said wistfully. "Later, I was discovered to have the potential to become a wizard, so I followed Elder Lucas and rode the shadowed earth drakes to this place. It's been 7 or 8 years now." A hint of longing flickered in Tok's eyes. "But my greatest wish isn't to become a wizard. It's to one day return to the city-state of Quebec and spend my twilight years under the laurel trees. That's where I truly belong." The dwarf Tok wiped the tears from his face, realizing his loss of composure, and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I've been rambling too much." Gawain murmured softly, "Quebec city-state." His brow furrowed slightly, and he asked with some confusion, "Then why didn't you apply to become an internal member of the Bronze Oath? With the organization's resources and mentorship, 7 or 8 years would be enough for you to grow into a mid-level wizard apprentice." An awkward expression appeared on Tok's face, and his voice dropped. I only have 2nd-tier wizard talent. They rejected me." "All right," Gawain said, rubbing his forehead, realizing he had never struggled with talent and had overlooked the plight of lower-level wizard apprentices. He quickly changed the subject. "Let's skip the small talk and get to business. I need your help selecting a laboratory that has a magical creature inside." "No, no, no, that's far too dangerous." Tok stepped back in alarm, shaking his head frantically. Gawain gave a confident smile. "Danger also means opportunity, Tok. You should trust in my abilities. Talk hesitated for a moment, but seeing Gawain's resolute expression, he reluctantly agreed, though not without a warning. Then please, Mr. Gawain, be extremely careful. Those creatures are terrifying. I truly don't want to encounter one again. Don't worry, Gawain replied firmly. Talk began channeling his magical senses, quickly walking past the tightly shut doors of the laboratories. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed to one of the doors. Mr. Gawain, there's movement inside this one. All right, step back. Gawain commanded decisively. Once Talk had retreated, he swiftly pulled out 2 honey water peaches, activated a water barrier, and began preparing a 5-fold ice arrow spell. Once ready, he ordered his skeletal beast to attack the magical shield protecting the door. The shield was soon broken. As the door opened, the skeletal beast immediately surged forward, blocking the entrance with its massive body. However, the moment it moved closer, it was forcefully pulled into the room and tightly absorbed by a writhing mass of flesh, rendering it powerless to resist. This is horrifying, Talk shouted in terror, retreating further. Without hesitation, Gawain raised his hand, unleashing 5 ice arrows that shot through the air and struck the fleshy mass with precision, embedding themselves deeply. The creature let out an ear-piercing screech as numerous intestines extended from its body, flailing wildly in an attempt to ensnare its enemy. However, their length was insufficient to reach Gawain, who stood safely at a distance. Feeling slightly reassured, Gawain activated the redstone wand in his hand. Within moments, a fireball began to form at the wand's circular tip, growing rapidly to the size of a human head. Go, he commanded, sending the blazing fireball hurtling forward. The flailing intestines intercepted the fireball at the doorway, preventing it from entering the room. However, the intense heat ignited several of the appendages, releasing a pungent, burnt odor. At the same time, Gawain noted the fireball's specific stats. Even with the redstone wand's 10 power boost, its attack strength only reached 3 units far below the 5 units of the 5-fold ice arrow. Still, the fireball's lower mana cost, requiring just 2 units, meant he could cast it up to 16 times given his current reserves. Just as Gawain felt a twinge of disappointment, a harrowing scream erupted from the fleshy mass. The burning intestines recoiled like electrified wires, spreading the fire to the rest of the creature. Its cries grew even more anguished. Gawain's eyes lit up as he realized that fireballs might be more effective against magical creatures than ice arrows. He quickly recharged his wand, and 2 seconds later, launched another fireball that struck the creature's main body with precision. Amidst its agonized wails, the mass of flesh ignited, its screams fading as it burned intensely. Concerned that the laboratory might be destroyed by the fire, Gawain hurried forward, using his mage hand to grab hold of the burning flesh and drag it out of the room bit by bit. The skeletal beast finally broke free from its confinement, leaping out of the flames. Apart from losing a few ribs, it remained largely unharmed and fully functional. Talk cautiously approached, his face filled with admiration. Mr. Gawain, you're the most powerful wizard apprentice I've ever seen. Gawain shook his head, his gaze fixed on the monster being gradually consumed by the flames. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Among intermediate wizard apprentices, he might count as a strong one, but compared to advanced wizard apprentices, the gap was significant. It wasn't just a matter of offensive power, merely the ability to wield 6 different zeroing spells put them far beyond his reach. At this moment, the best he could muster was the 5-shot ice arrow spell. For other spells, he had to rely on enchanted items, leaving his methods far too limited. Not to mention, those advanced apprentices, older and with deeper foundations, some of them had grown so powerful it was almost unbelievable. Just then, the gnome Tokay continued to praise him. Your humility is equally admirable. Gawain chuckled silently and turned to enter the laboratory. The gnome, understanding his place, stayed at the doorway without following. Gawain quickly scanned the room, now mostly burned, and headed straight for the storage cabinet. Using Mage Hand, he carefully opened the cabinet to find only a frog-shaped plush toy inside. With caution, Gawain used Mage Hand to pick up the toy. Only after sensing no danger did he take it into his hands. The texture was surprisingly lifelike, resembling that of a real frog, which intrigued him. He attempted to channel magic into it, but got no reaction. Puzzled, Gawain grabbed the rune furnace and exited the room. Holding up the plush toy, he asked the gnome at the door, "Do you recognize this?" Tokay's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed with envy, "That's the lady's frog purse. It can sell for dozens of magic stones. Mr. Gawain, you just need to scratch its chin, and it will spit out whatever's inside." Gawain's eyes lit up, and he immediately tried scratching the toy's chin. Ribbit, the frog plush croaked and opened its mouth, spitting out a small pouch. From the crisp sound it made upon hitting the ground, it was clear the pouch likely contained magic stones. Gawain scratched a few more times. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Soon, a small pile of items appeared on the ground. Parchment books, a makeup mirror, a few sets of women's clothing, rings, and other jewelry. Without hesitation, Gawain pocketed the pouch of magic stones and pointed to the parchment books. I promised you could copy these books, but as for the other items, you can only pick one. Thank you. Tokay stammered excitedly and randomly picked up a pendant. Gawain said no more, gathering up the remaining items and tucking the frog purse into his pocket. He began to consider its utility. Though it wasn't an enchanted item, just a simple rune artifact with limited control and a drawer-sized space, it still had its uses. For instance, the retrieval order. The last item stored would be the first to come out. If he only stored magic stones in it, it could be quite convenient. Gawain quickly formed a plan. He decided to use the frog purse to store honey peaches. This way, he could stockpile a large number of them and retrieve them easily from his pocket whenever needed, ensuring uninterrupted spellcasting. Additionally, he could store some valuable items deeper inside for secure, portable storage. Just as Gawain was about to lead Tokay to their next laboratory, he suddenly heard movement. Turning his head, he saw the troll's siblings, Miller and his sister, arriving alongside the halforc Ret. After a brief exchange, the five of them went about their tasks. Ret acted alone, scavenging the laboratory Gawain had just left. Since there were no monsters there, Gawain didn't bother to warn him. Meanwhile, the Miller siblings had grander ambitions. They bypassed Gawain and headed straight for the second basement level. Gawain hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to take any risks. With thorough preparation, he relied on his 5-ice arrow spell and fireball spell to annihilate 2 magical beasts, reaping substantial rewards. Just as he was about to attack the next laboratory, the figure of the troll Susan suddenly appeared ahead. "Run, run quickly!" Susan cried out as she ran, her voice trembling. "The vampire Sony has unleashed Shadow Serpent. Son of them is fully grown. Run for your life." Upon hearing this, Gawain leapt onto the back of his skeletal beast without hesitation and commanded sharply, "Run!" The skeletal beast broke into a furious gallop, but was caught up in a matter of moments by the massive strides of Troll Susan. Taking the opportunity, Gawain asked, "Where's Miller?" "My brother was bitten to death," Susan replied, her voice heavy with grief. Even as the words left her mouth, she surged forward like a gust of wind, leaving the skeletal beast far behind and catching up to the orc Red in an instant. Gawain felt a chill run down his spine and urged the skeletal beast to accelerate. It was at this moment that the gnome Tok finally reacted, shouting as he ran, "Mr. Gawain, save me!" Gawain glanced back and saw no trace of the serpents, so he slowed slightly and cast Mage Hand to grab the approaching gnome. Just as he lifted Tok into the air, he suddenly felt a weight pulling down. Tok sensed it too and screamed in terror, "Something's biting my foot!" Gawain's pupils contracted as he spotted a small black snake head, no larger than a palm, materializing out of thin air and sinking its fangs into Tok's left foot. With a forceful tug, Gawain managed to pull off Tok's shoe, freeing him before yanking the gnome back entirely. Without missing a beat, Gawain flung Tok onto the skeletal beast's back and commanded it to run at full speed again. Tok, still trembling from the ordeal, stammered out his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Gawain. You've saved my life again." Looking back, his face contorted in confusion. Its Knight disappeared again. Gawain said nothing, using the moment to cast a water barrier around himself. Just as he finished, Tok let out another startled cry. "It's the vampire. He's coming so fast. He's catching up." Gawain turned to see Sony, the vampire, rapidly closing the distance. His movements were almost weightless, each light step propelling him nearly 10 meters forward. Despite his speed, Sony kept glancing nervously over his shoulder. Featherfall. Gawain's heart sank as he recognized the spell. Without hesitation, he suddenly waved his hand backward. Sony, caught off guard in his full sprint, was struck squarely in the face by Gawain's Mage Hand. With a grunt of pain, the vampire spun and crashed to the ground. Sony quickly scrambled back to his feet, only to have his left arm bitten by a snakehead that appeared out of nowhere. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he glared venomously at Gawain before ripping the snake off and continuing his pursuit. Within moments, he had closed the gap again, but this time Gawain spun around and unleashed an ice arrow. Sony's eyes widened in shock and fury as he hastily stopped in his tracks. The ice arrow struck the ground just inches from his right foot, sending shards of frost scattering. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, Sony prepared to charge again when another ice arrow came hurtling toward him. He dodged awkwardly, gnashing his teeth. "Gawain, don't push your luck." Ignoring the threat, Gawain fired 3 more ice arrows in quick succession. Sony was forced to halt and evade the projectiles, each one whistling ominously as it flew past. After dodging the final arrow, Sony raised his left hand and made a strange gesture toward Gawain in the distance. 2 seconds later, a tangible energy spike shot through the air, covering dozens of meters in an instant. It barely missed the gnome's head and struck Gawain's water barrier with a loud impact, creating ripples but failing to penetrate. "Energy missile." Tok cried out in terror, clinging tightly to the skeletal beast and pressing himself flat against its back. Gawain also lowered himself closer to the beast's body. "Damn it!" Sony cursed, his frustration mounting. Just as he prepared to fire again, his body suddenly froze, and a suffocating sensation filled the air. Slowly, he turned his stiff neck toward the empty void around him, his voice trembling. "Two released you. You can't hurt me." A piercing, blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Gawain whipped around abruptly, just in time to witness a horrifying scene. A massive snake's head, with its gaping maw, swallowed the vampire's Sony whole. The shadow serpent. Gawain's heart sank as he instantly realized this was the adult shadow serpent Susan had warned them about. This terrifying serpent, carrying an ancient bloodline, was as powerful as a full-fledged sorcerer, far beyond what an apprentice could contend with. Gawain dared not linger. He immediately urged his skeletal beast forward, charging into passage 3. Without stopping, he dashed into the hall and hurried toward the mountain's exit. Seeing a large boulder already blocking half the entrance, he shouted urgently, "Wait! Let us out first! Quickly move!" Hearing his cries, the troll Susan and the halforc Rhett worked together to push the boulder aside. Gawain seized the opportunity to dash out of the mountain and leapt nimbly off the skeletal beast's back. The group swiftly worked together to reseal the entrance with the boulder. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting the relief of narrowly escaping. Rhett glanced uneasily at the sealed entrance and suggested, "We should get out of here as fast as we can." "Yes, yes," the gnome Tok chimed in hurriedly, his voice trembling with fear. "That's an adult shadow serpent. A single boulder won't hold it for long. Let's go now." However, Susan gritted her teeth and said firmly, "I'm not leaving. The vampire Sony hasn't come out yet. He killed my brother. I need to hear his screams with my own ears. I must avenge him." Tok looked at Gawain, then quickly lowered his head. Gawain rubbed his nose and said calmly, "The vampire is already dead. The shadow serpent swallowed him whole. Tok and I both saw it with our own eyes." "Yes, yes." Tok nodded fervently, seizing the moment to console her. "Your enemy is dead, and Mr. Miller's soul can finally rest in peace. Miss Susan, we shouldn't dwell in pain forever. We need to move forward." The group began descending the mountain. Gawain, riding on the skeletal beast's back, glanced at the cave entrance, now obscured by thick gray mist, and casually asked, "Miss Susan, how many shadow serpents are there in total?" "5, maybe more," Susan replied curtly. She didn't dwell on Miller's death for long, as loss was all too common in this perilous underground world. Instead, she muttered in frustration, "I'd like to know which fool decided to raise shadow serpents in a lab." Gawain absent-mindedly touched his crocodile skin chest box, which contained a pet contract scroll. He thought to himself, if given the chance, he'd love to contract a shadow serpent. With its ancient bloodline, the abilities it could unlock would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, he quickly reminded himself that now was not the time. Just then, Rhett suddenly halted and asked with a puzzled expression, "Did you hear that sound?" "No," the others replied. "It sounded like wings flapping." Rhett insisted. The group immediately stopped and scanned their surroundings warily. A tense, suffocating atmosphere enveloped them as an overwhelming sense of dread began to creep in. Gawain suppressed his unease and cast a light spell. The glowing orb floated forward like a firefly, then suddenly flared brightly. The gray mist receded in an instant, revealing a shocking sight that left the group breathless. Looming before them was an enormous head, its surface covered in rusted scales, with towering bone spikes jutting upward from its crown. Its eyes were as large as water tanks, and the entire head was larger than a laboratory. The group froze, holding their breath, paralyzed by the sheer terror of the monstrous sight. They had no idea what to do next. As soon as Gawain's eyes looked forward, he was struck by a searing pain, as though lightning had pierced through him, and it felt as if his eyeballs were about to burst. His mechanical mind activated instinctively, barely managing to resist the overwhelming impact. However, the others fared much worse. Screams echoed around him as they writhed in agony on the ground, mumbling incoherent words while visions overwhelmed their senses. Even more horrifying was the sight of black threads crawling out from beneath their skin like spiderwebs, spreading rapidly across their bodies, an unmistakable sign of contamination spiraling out of control. At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the mountain. A colossal dragon appeared, opening its enormous maw and letting out a light sneeze. Instantly, blazing white flames descended like divine miracles upon the group. Gawain felt a soothing warmth envelop him as the anomalies and corruption melted away like snow under the sun. The other three also recovered, standing up shakily, their faces still pale with lingering fear. "Apologies, little ones," the dragon spoke in a deep, resonant voice, its words carrying an undeniable authority. The massive creature gently swung its head, transforming into an elderly man dressed in white robes, with long white hair flowing down to his ankles. A single monocle adorned his face, which radiated wisdom and kindness. The old man gazed toward the entrance of the mountain with a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Can someone tell me what has happened here?" "Ah, Guildmaster." Rhett, the halforc, was the first to respond, his face a mixture of excitement and confusion. The old man nodded lightly, his voice calm, yet commanding. Indeed, I am Orosarm, the Bronze Dragon, founder and leader of the Bronze Oath. Guild Master. Guild Master. Gawain quickly followed the others in bowing deeply, instinctively shrinking into himself, hardly daring to breathe. He knew full well the immense power of the figure before him, a mid-tier mage beyond the third circle, capable of obliterating them with a mere sneeze. The Halfrek immediately began recounting everything he knew. Orosarm listened in silence, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he murmured softly, "It seems we have done something incredibly foolish." The others were visibly puzzled, but Gawain's heart skipped a beat. He keenly sensed the weight behind those words. Orosarm, the Bronze Dragon, was likely involved in, or at least aware of, an operation to slay the god of mysteries. Though this was Gawain's first encounter with a superpower of such magnitude, his emotions were a blend of awe and reverence. Yet he was well aware that such matters were far beyond his reach. Orosarm let out a deep sigh and asked, "Have you seen Karot?" "No," Rhett replied. "Uncle has been working in the Vice Guild Master's office and hasn't appeared since the incident." Orosarm shifted his gaze to Susan, the troll, and asked curiously, "Karot is your uncle?" "He's a distant relative," Susan admitted, her cheeks flushing, though she dared not lie. Orosarm nodded slightly and advised, "Wait here for a while. I will return shortly. With the Bronze Oath now reduced to just the few of you, if you're willing, I intend to entrust you to an old friend of mine for care. However, from this day forward, the Bronze Oath shall cease to exist." Without giving them a chance to respond, Orosarm sighed deeply, his figure dissolving into a streak of white light that disappeared into the dense gray mist, leaving the four of them staring at each other in silence. Rhett was the first to break the quiet. "So, what are your plans?" Susan's expression was resolute. "I'll follow the guild master's guidance. He wouldn't let us down." The gnome spoke hesitantly. I just want to return to the city-state of Quebec. If the guild master can send me there, that would be enough." He then turned to Gawain and asked, "What about you, Mr. Gawain?" "I don't have any particular plans," Gawain replied nonchalantly. In truth, he lacked nothing at the moment. He had meditation techniques, spells, a collection of magic stones, and even a magical artifact. All he wanted now was to find a safe place to organize his resources and quietly enhance his strength. His goal was to raise his mental power to level 5 as soon as possible, advancing to the rank of senior wizard apprentice. Once he achieved that, he could learn 3 additional zero-circle spells, significantly boosting his power and survivability. Even the impending fall of the God of Time in 6 months would have no direct impact on him. As for the future, Gawain only remembered fragments of what was to come. After the fall of the God of Time, the gods would retaliate, culminating in the demise of the wizard leaders. This would deal a heavy blow to the confidence of wizards, sending them into a prolonged period of obscurity. It wouldn't be until a prodigious wizard rose to prominence like a comet, only to fall just as suddenly, that the balance of power between wizards and gods would shift. From then on, wizards would rise to prominence, while the gods would be forced into a state of decline. Beyond this, Gawain's foreknowledge ended, and he understood that from here on out, he would have to rely on his own efforts to navigate the challenges ahead. The Halfrek keenly observed everyone's expressions. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. "I think having an organization is always a good thing." No sooner had he finished speaking than the gnome hastily objected. "But we can't just join without knowing anything about it, can we?" The two went back and forth, neither willing to concede, until they both turned away in silence. Not long after, Orosam appeared before them once again. His appearance hadn't changed, but his expression was noticeably calmer. He glanced at the gnome with a faint look and spoke in a steady, yet commanding tone. "Orosam is not a dictator." That single sentence was enough to make Tok's legs go weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Orosam continued, "Therefore, little ones, I will respect all of your choices. Now, it's time to decide, will you stay, or will you go?" "I'm following the leader," the troll Susan blurted out almost instinctively. "Me too," Rhett the Halfrek followed without hesitation. The gnome Tok buried his head even lower, too afraid to look up. Meanwhile, Gawain hesitated and cautiously asked, "Leader, could you tell us more about where we're headed?" "Of course." Orosam gave Gawain an approving look before explaining in detail. "Our destination lies in the astral plane, far from the material world. It's a wizarding academy founded by an old friend of mine, called the Tower of Black and White." At the mention of the astral plane, Gawain's heart sank, and he immediately felt a sense of dread. He recalled that the early battles between wizards and the gods had largely taken place in the astral plane, including the fallout after the fall of the God of Time. Those conflicts had led to the annihilation of numerous wizarding factions in the astral plane, and even the wizard leaders were not spared. If he were to go there, he might only find temporary safety for half a year before facing relentless pursuit and likely death. After weighing his options, Gawain decided against heading to the Tower of Black and White. Choosing his words carefully, he replied, "I'm sorry, leader, but compared to the Tower of Black and White, the Bronze Covenant feels more familiar and comforting to me. I choose to stay here. Very well, I respect your choice, Orosam said with a casual smile, though he felt a touch of appreciation for Gawain's honesty. After a moment of thought, Orosam handed Gawain a black and white paper boat. This is an admission token for the Tower of Black and White. If you ever make it to the astral plane, you might still have a chance to join. Then, turning to the gnome Tak, Orosam teased. As for you, little gnome, just give it UP, I won't be going to the Republic of Quebec. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Orosam waved his hand, and in an instant, he disappeared with Susan and Rhett. Tak abruptly raised his head to look toward the mountain peak, his face filled with shock. What terrifying magical energy. Oh no, I'm going to faint, I am about to pass out. Gawain also looked toward the peak, but saw nothing except 3 reed crows screeching as they flew toward him. Atop the mountain, a massive funnel of swirling gray mist was spinning faster and faster. Orosam took one last look at the bronze mountain below, murmuring softly, "Goodbye, Bronze Covenant." With that, he was teleported out of the underground world and emerged on the surface. Orosam ran a hand through his long beard, and in an instant, he transformed into an enormous bronze dragon, hundreds of meters long. Carrying the unconscious Susan and Red on his back, he soared into the distance. Along the way, he passed over a battlefield where soldiers from 2 kingdoms were locked in combat. The dragon's shadow blotted out the sun, causing the soldiers to look up in awe. Suddenly, horrific screams echoed across the battlefield as one soldier after another was forcibly transformed into grotesque monstrosities. Orosam's heart sank as realization struck him. So, I've become the source of corruption. Orosam flapped his wings with a bitter smile, soaring higher into the sky. Suddenly, blinding beams of light shot up from below, but they were effortlessly deflected by his impenetrable scales. He glanced downward, his gaze burning with fury, and roared, "Damn warmongers!" Orosam harbored a deep hatred for the followers of the god of war. Tilting his head back, he let out an ear-splitting roar that echoed through the heavens. In an instant, the ground began to quake violently, and searing magma erupted from the cracks that split the earth. Like an unexpected catastrophe, the surging lava consumed the terrified figures on the ground in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Gawain was intently examining the boat-shaped enrollment notice in his hand. He speculated that it might be some sort of magical rune artifact and attempted to inject his magic into it. However, the paper boat remained unresponsive. With a resigned sigh, Gawain carefully tucked it away. At that moment, 3 reed crows returned to his side, cawing loudly. Gawain gently stroked their feathers and skillfully cleared the gray mist accumulating within them. Then, he mounted his skeletal beast, deciding to descend the mountain in search of a quiet place to organize his findings and prepare for another session of secluded training. Deep in his heart, Gawain harbored a secret wish to capture a shadow serpent as a pet. This fearsome serpent species, carrying ancient bloodlines, would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly if he could tame it. He was particularly intrigued by the potential derivative abilities it might grant him, which would be akin to gaining an additional powerful spell slot. Just as Gawain was about to leave, a gnome named Tak, still recovering from his dizziness, hurriedly caught up, panting heavily as he called out, "Mr. Gawain, wait for me." Gawain turned around, feigning confusion. "Tak, why are you following me?" Tak stammered awkwardly. "It's too dangerous here. I was hoping to seek Mr. Gawain's protection." After a brief pause, Gawain's tone softened. "It's not impossible, but we need to establish some ground rules." Tak, momentarily puzzled, asked, "What are ground rules?" Without answering directly, Gawain said sternly, "You must acknowledge me as your superior." "Understood." Tak nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, of course. Mr. Gawain keeps me safe, so I should definitely acknowledge you as my superior." "I agree." Gawain said no more, focusing instead on amusing the 3 crows as he continued toward the base of the mountain. Seeing this, Tak quickly followed and eagerly asked, "Mr. Gawain, where are we going now?" Without offering an explanation, Gawain led the gnome to the edge of the death swamp. This area, close to the dwelling of the thieving rat men, was an ideal spot for seclusion. Surveying the surroundings, Gawain noticed that the dozen or so man-eating plants had withered, leaving only a solitary boulder standing in the desolate landscape. Pointing at the boulder, he commanded, "Move the boulder aside." Though reluctant, Tak complied, struggling to push the boulder away. As it shifted, it revealed a deep underground chamber. Leaving one of the reed crows, little 18, outside as a sentinel, Gawain descended into the chamber with Tak, each settling into separate compartments. From his crocodile skin case, Gawain retrieved a food tree and arranged it neatly. He devoured 4 slabs of roast beef and 3 pieces of white bread before turning his attention to sorting the spoils of his journey. He quickly categorized the items: 142 magic stones, 17 books made of parchment, 3 scrolls, 5 potions, 8 crystals, over 100 gemstones, 9 rune furnaces, and various other materials and miscellaneous items. The most valuable treasures were placed separately: a severed finger, fragments of a Rosam's transformation spell, the red rock staff, and a pet contract scroll. These items were the entirety of the inheritance he had gained from the bronze contract. Gawain couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional bounty of his endeavors. Recharge. Gawain habitually set aside 10 magic stones for emergencies, then transferred the rest into his premium system interface. Instantly, his premium points skyrocketed to 134,129.66. Seeing the number, Gawain couldn't resist grinning, a wave of contentment washing over him. However, he quickly refocused, picking up the parchment books and flipping through them carefully. Finally, he selected 3 books, 2 of which detailed offensive zero-circle spells, triple fireball and metallic missile. Gawain's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he prepared to delve deeper into mastering these newly acquired spells. The triple fireball spell is an optimized zeroing witchcraft, similar to the 5-fold ice arrow spell Gawain had learned before. However, due to its additional fire damage, it proves to be significantly more lethal against magical creatures. Gawain's gaze shifted to another spell, metal missile. This spell, though requiring physical metal projectiles as a medium, has the advantage of an extremely short casting time, capable of firing 2 projectiles per second. It is truly a life-saving spell for apprentice wizards. Gawain recalled his mentor's teachings. The greatest weakness of wizard apprentices is their inability to cast spells instantly, leaving them defenseless in the face of sudden attacks. With this in mind, he couldn't help but feel thrilled about this spell that could launch metal projectiles in the blink of an eye. In addition to these, Gawain also intended to learn a transformation spell. These 3 zeroing spells were his top choices upon advancing to a higher-level wizard apprentice. Of course, he remained open to adjustments in his plans should he encounter better options. There was, however, one regret lingering in Gawain's mind: had never been able to access the legendary zeroing spell magic trick. Even the well-informed gnome, Tokay, knew nothing about it. Another parchment recorded the flame meditation technique. Gawain held his breath, his heart racing. He understood that without fire element affinity, the power of the triple fireball spell would be significantly diminished, even if he mastered it. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, he sat cross-legged, opened the parchment, and began to meditate. Moments later, Gawain opened his eyes, his face alight with excitement. "I really do have fire element affinity," he murmured to himself. This meant that among the 8 fundamental elements, he now possessed affinity with water, earth, and fire, nearly half of them. Gawain couldn't help but wonder, could he have universal elemental affinity? After all, the first 3 elements he encountered all displayed affinity, which seemed like a rare probability. This realization filled him with elation, as it implied he could freely learn spells of any element without being easily countered. Of course, his affinity with each element might not be particularly high, meaning no extra casting bonuses, but overall, it was still a significant advantage. Taking a deep breath, Gawain pulled his thoughts back to reality. He began tidying his belongings and picked up the severed finger. With great care, he channeled his magic into it, gradually depleting the magical imprint within. The days that followed were calm, yet fulfilling. Gawain focused on several key tasks: inscribing will runes in his spiritual world, erasing the magical imprint in the severed finger, nurturing his companion insect, modifying the 3rd batch of crows, and regularly consuming constitution-enhancing potions. Beyond these activities, he rarely left his quarters. As for Tokay, the gnome, apart from assisting with magical surveillance and copying texts at set times each day, he was free to do as he pleased, and Gawain didn't bother to interfere much. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Gawain consumed 4 doses of constitution-enhancing potions and ate generously. His physical constitution astonishingly improved by 1.2 points, reaching 2.3, more than twice that of an average person. Moreover, his height increased by half a head, and his once frail frame began to show the contours of muscle. Meanwhile, the magical energy within the severed finger was finally exhausted. Gawain cautiously channeled a wisp of magic into the finger and immediately felt a response. He stared at the severed finger in his hand, his emotions a complex mix of joy and unease. This severed finger is indeed an extraordinary magical artifact known as the Beatrix Wand, also referred to as the Phantom Weapon Wand. Its structure is incredibly intricate, comprising 19 precise rune compound formations that grant 7 powerful rune-enhancing effects, including amplification, magic reduction, and sharpness. Even more astonishing is that it is imbued with a large-scale area attack spell called Acid Waterfall. However, the most remarkable feature of this artifact is its ability to take on multiple forms, with the severed finger being just one of them. Although Gawain was merely an intermediate wizard apprentice and couldn't fully unleash the artifact's potential, even a fraction of its power was enough to fill him with excitement. He carefully examined the severed finger, slowly channeling his magic into it. When the magic reached 9 units, the finger suddenly transformed into a jet-black wand. At the wand's tip were 6 differently colored gemstones, arranged in a mysterious hexagram pattern, representing 6 elemental energies: earth, fire, water, wind, ice, and darkness. Gawain didn't stop there and continued infusing magic into the wand. When the magic accumulated to 30 units, the wand underwent another astonishing transformation, turning into an exquisite one-handed sword. The sword was 1.3 meters long, with a matte, understated hilt and a blade as bright as a mirror. Gawain swung it a few times, marveling at its perfect balance and lightness, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Not bad. Not bad at all. Gawain nodded in approval, but refrained from pouring in more magic. He knew well that the few remaining units of magic in his body were far from enough to unlock its third form. Gawain slowly unsheathed his old, nicked sword from his waist and said softly, "Old friend, it's time for your retirement." With that, he solemnly planted the old sword into the ground and picked up the one-handed sword that the phantom weapon wand had transformed into. He gently struck a rock wall with it. To his amazement, with just a slight force, the hard stone wall was effortlessly sliced through as though it were soft clay. Examining the blade closely, he found it completely unscathed. "What a sharp sword," he exclaimed in awe. "This artifact is truly remarkable. Having it in my hands almost feels like a waste." He murmured thoughtfully, "Maybe I should learn some swordsmanship in the future." Though Gawain had never been opposed to swordsmanship, he had never had the right opportunity to learn it. Now, with this magical sword, he suddenly felt a strong interest in mastering it. After all, with the help of his Padawan system, he could easily max out his swordsmanship skills. Given his current physical condition, he believed he could wield it with considerable effectiveness. For now, Gawain set the idea aside, sitting cross-legged to meditate and restore his magic. Once his magic was replenished, he infused a small amount into the sword, which promptly reverted to its black wand form. Next, Gawain began testing the wand's capabilities: illumination, summon raven, mage hand, magic concealment, water barrier, five-fold ice arrow, mechanical mind. He cast every spell he knew, including cantrips, to thoroughly assess the wand's attributes. He quickly discovered that, aside from light and lightning elements, the wand provided a significant boost to spells of other elements. To Gawain's delight, the wand's amplification effect reached an impressive 21, while its magic reduction effect was as high as 25. This single black wand increased the power of his five-fold ice arrow spell by 1 whole degree, bringing it to a staggering 6 degrees, all while reducing magic consumption. In every aspect, it far outperformed his previous red rock wand. If it weren't for the fact that the red rock wand housed a precast fireball spell and that Gawain had yet to learn triple fireball, he might have already retired it. Gawain played with the black wand for a while, unable to put it down, before carefully placing it in his frog-shaped pouch and designating it as the first item for easy access. The pouch also contained a collection of sweet, juicy honey peaches, which could be retrieved simply by tickling the frog's chin, both convenient and amusing. Afterward, Gawain turned his attention to the magical insects he had been breeding, now in their 7th generation. He sprinkled some minced meat from a large fooded bear, watching as the insects eagerly devoured it, and then added some breadcrumbs. Once he was sure they were well fed, he plucked a few fragrant, roasted steaks from the food tree and left his dwelling, heading toward the cavern's entrance. "Shoo!" Gawain whistled softly, and the sound of flapping wings echoed in the darkness. A flock of black ravens swooped down, circling overhead. "Line up. There's enough for everyone. No pushing." Gawain reassured the excited ravens while tearing the steaks into small pieces to carefully distribute among them. Once they were fed, he patiently used magic to nurture each raven's body. This time, he had summoned over 30 ravens and silently wondered how many lucky ones would successfully evolve. Gawain's current limit was around 30 crows. He stood in a shadowy corner of the underground world, the air filled with the cacophony of cawing crows. The drain on his magic and energy made him reluctant to summon more. After weighing his options, this number felt just right. As the last crow flew off after finishing its meal, a flash of white caught Gawain's eye. It was a white crow unlike any other. Its feathers were as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and at first glance, it resembled a dove that had lost its way. But it was indeed a crow, a special one summoned through his magic. Gawain vividly remembered its first appearance, when it was nearly attacked by the other crows. Fortunately, he noticed in time and provided it with special care. "Little White," Gawain called softly, extending his right arm. The white crow took off gracefully, landing steadily on his forearm. As he fed it a piece of steak he had set aside, he infused it with magic to aid its digestion. In this perilous underground world, a white crow surviving this long was nothing short of a miracle. Gawain silently hoped this unique creature would become a valuable ally. Just then, the sharp alarm cry of Little 18, one of his sentry crows, broke the moment. Gawain looked up to see gray mist churning ahead, a blurry figure flickering in and out of sight. Although he had already sensed the presence of a skeletal beast, Gawain remained on guard. "It's me," came the familiar voice of the dwarf, Talk, from within the mist. Moments later, he emerged, riding atop the skeletal beast. He scowled at little 18 and complained, "Little 18, your sentry work is seriously lacking. We've been together so long, and you still can't recognize me?" Little 18 turned its head away disdainfully, as if silently retorting, "Who do you think you are?" Gawain cut off the pointless bickering and got straight to the point. "What's the situation?" Tok dismounted from the skeletal beast and reported, "The mountain's interior entrance remains unchanged, just as we sealed it. I didn't find any trace of the guild leader passing through. Could there be other exits we're unaware of?" "Unlikely," Gawain replied, shaking his head. "Orosam is a mid-level sorcerer. Entering and exiting his own stronghold would be effortless for him." His main concern was whether Orosam had taken the shadow serpents with him. But on second thought, it seemed improbable. A bronze dragon, one of the metallic dragons, and a mid-level sorcerer would likely have no interest in a few snakes. Therefore, it was highly possible the shadow serpents were still inside the mountain, yet to escape. Half a month has passed, Gawain muttered under his breath, his unease growing. He feared that if they delayed any longer, the shadow serpents might slip out of the mountain, making them nearly impossible to capture. Suddenly, a blood-curdling crow's scream echoed through the darkness, abruptly silenced. Tok recoiled, his neck shrinking in fear. "It's happening again," he exclaimed, his voice trembling. Even the white crow on Gawain's arm became visibly uneasy. Gawain narrowed his eyes, his right hand swiftly reaching into his coat pocket. He scratched 3 times with his index finger, retrieving a black magic wand and 2 honeywater peaches. Handing the white crow to Tok for safekeeping, he crushed one of the peaches and used the black wand to cast a water barrier on himself. Without hesitation, he strode quickly toward the direction of the scream. Little 18 took off from a stone pillar and landed on his shoulder, ready to assist. Tok, meanwhile, followed hesitantly, trembling with every step. Gawain walked briskly for several paces before raising his black wand and casting a light spell. The glowing orb floated toward the source of the scream, bursting into brilliance midair and illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. A sharp, grating screech followed. On a broken stone pillar, a winged creature startled by the sudden light raised its head, its grotesque form revealed in the glow. Its face was that of an old crone, with jaundiced eyes glinting with a sinister light. The creature's body was a grotesque amalgamation of bird and human, devoid of feathers and covered only in wrinkled, aged skin. Its sharp talons gleamed coldly in the dim light. "Watch out, that's a man-faced demon bird, and its claws are venomous," the dwarf Tok warned urgently. Gawain swiftly drew the redstone wand from his belt, infused it with magic, and launched a fireball spell. The man-faced demon bird let out a piercing screech, dropping the half-eaten corpse of a crow as it took flight in a panic, shedding flakes of skin like falling snow. With an agile flip, it dodged the fireball and vanished into the darkness. Seeing this, little 18 darted after it like an arrow. "Come back. The man-faced demon bird is extremely cunning. This could be a trap," Tok shouted. At Gawain's command, little 18 reluctantly returned, casting an annoyed glare at the dwarf hiding in the rear. It was clear the creature was displeased at losing its chance to shine. Gawain sighed, dismissing the half-formed 5-fold ice arrow spell. He waved his black magic wand to summon back the illumination spell, adjusting the light to a softer glow. Tok let out a breath of relief and followed Gawain toward the cavern. They had only taken a few steps when the sound of flapping wings echoed through the gray mist. Tok shuddered. "It's back. It's hunting us. It's bound to target the weakest one. Master Gawain, please protect me." A glint of determination flashed in Gawain's eyes. He had lost 5 carefully trained crows over the past few days, and now his enemy had delivered itself to him. He patted the dwarf on the shoulder. "Don't worry." He shifted the illumination spell's light source to hover above Tok's head, causing the light to intensify. Leaving the skeleton beast and little 18 to guard Tok, Gawain cloaked himself in a water barrier and stepped into the darkness, ignoring the dwarf's stunned expression. "Master Gawain, what are you?" "Shoo." Gawain silenced him with a gesture and continued forward. As expected, the moment he left the illuminated area, the man-faced demon bird swooped down from above, its venomous claws aiming directly for his face. With a sharp screech, its talons scraped against the water barrier. "Perfect timing," Gawain sneered, transforming the black magic wand into a single-handed sword in an instant. With a swift thrust, he pierced the demon bird's heart. Black blood oozed down the blade, emitting a pungent, fishy stench. The creature let out a ghastly scream and thrashed violently. Gawain pulled the sword free and pursued it, severing one of its claws with a single stroke before slicing through its neck. The headless corpse hit the ground with a spasm, its wings flapping wildly like a decapitated chicken, scattering skin flakes everywhere. Disgusted, Gawain spat and quickly stepped back. Tok approached timidly. "Master Gawain, you're a true hero." "I'm just an apprentice sorcerer," Gawain corrected. "But you must have the qualities of a hero, I'm certain of it." Unable to stomach the blatant flattery, Gawain pointed at the demon bird's still twitching corpse. "I'm filthy. You handle the material collection." It would be my honor, Talk replied, performing an exaggerated chest salute. Leaving the skeleton beast and little 18 to guard Talk, Gawain returned to the cavern with the white crow. After cleansing himself with the water barrier, he began meditating to restore his depleted magic. Once his magical energy was fully replenished, he summoned 3 reedied crows, mounted the skeleton beast, and called Talk along as he resumed their journey toward the Bronze Mountain. He had to capture the shadow serpent soon. Any further delay, and the opportunity might slip away. The group quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gawain, on high alert, instructed the gnome to activate magical perception and remain vigilant. They began their ascent and soon reached the entrance to the mountain's interior. The opening was still tightly sealed by a massive boulder, appearing unchanged since their last departure. Cautiously, Gawain refrained from moving the boulder. Instead, he ordered the gnome to cast a spell that transformed the edges of the rock into soil. Before long, a fist-sized hole appeared in the stone wall. The gnome, Talk, asked doubtfully, "Will this really help us catch the shadow serpent?" "We have to try," Gawain replied curtly, recalling the knowledge from the common texts of the wizarding world. While both the shadow serpent and the withered serpent descended from ancient bloodlines, their origins were vastly different. The withered serpent hailed from the Comoyan serpent, whereas the shadow serpent, also known as the Cerul Black serpent, was a descendant of the Mobius serpent. One trait they all shared: insatiable hunger. Relying on this understanding, Gawain decided to lure the creature with food rather than risk storming the mountain's interior. He vividly remembered watching a shadow serpent devour a gnome, its head just the right size to fit through a small hole like this without attracting a fully grown serpent. For safety, Gawain first cast a water barrier spell on himself. Then, he opened his crocodile leather case, carefully pulled out a piece of freshly roasted steak, and placed it at the hole's entrance. He motioned for the gnome to retreat to a safe distance while he crouched nearby, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Time passed slowly. 15 minutes, then 30, then 45. Gawain's legs grew numb from squatting, yet the shadow serpent remained elusive. He began to suspect it might have left the mountain's interior, but his instincts told him otherwise. Stretching his stiff limbs, Gawain had a sudden realization. Perhaps the serpent didn't favor cooked food. He turned to the raven perched on his shoulder, Raven number 7, and whispered a few words. The clever bird seemed to understand its master's intent, tilted its head, and darted into the darkness like an arrow. Moments later, it returned clutching a dull gray finch in its claws. "Good job," Gawain praised, taking the finch. Without hesitation, he twisted the bird's wings and legs, then used his short sword to cut a bloody gash in its body before tossing it into the hole. The finch struggled weakly, letting out faint cries as blood trickled from its wound. Suddenly, the finch fell silent, trembling as it huddled in fear. Gawain quietly stepped back a few paces and cast the mage hand spell, summoning an invisible hand to hover above the hole, ready to seize the creature at any moment. Just then, a thumb-sized snake head appeared out of nowhere, biting down on the finch's neck. Its slender body followed, coiling tightly around the prey and squeezing it mercilessly. Gawain was startled by the serpent's diminutive size. Its body was barely longer than a chopstick. As he prepared to grab the small serpent, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in. A sharp, menacing head emerged from below and clamped down on Gawain's legs, trying to drag him underground. In an instant, the hunter became the hunted. "Mr. Gawain!" the gnome cried out in alarm from a distance, too frightened to approach. Reacting swiftly, Gawain gripped the edge of the hole with both hands, preventing himself from being pulled into the unknown depths. Despite the searing pain in his legs, he refused to let go of his prize. Protected by the water barrier, he ignored the underground creature biting him and focused entirely on maneuvering the mage hand toward the small serpent. Startled, the serpent dropped the finch and tried to retreat back into the mountain. However, the mage hand had already blocked its escape. The invisible hand flipped over, covering the serpent, and its fingers closed into a fist, trapping the creature securely in its grasp. "Got it," Gawain thought with relief, though he still had to deal with the peril at his feet. Gawain's face lit up with joy, but at the same time, the creature below shattered the first layer of the water shield and was now tearing into the innermost layer. It wouldn't be long before it broke through, and when that happened, Gawain could very well be ripped apart by the beast. As for the heart-protecting mirror in the middle, it proved completely useless. Though a sense of panic stirred within him, Gawain managed to keep his composure. He quickly propped himself up with one hand while gripping his single-handed sword tightly with the other. Thrusting downward, he struck 3 times in quick succession. From below, a muffled roar echoed. Gawain felt the grip on his legs loosen, finally freeing him from the creature's bite. Without hesitation, he scrambled out of the pit, crawling out in a disheveled state, and quickly put some distance between himself and the hole. Crushing a honey peach in his hand, he conjured a new water shield to protect himself. With the fresh barrier in place, Gawain felt a little more at ease. As he prepared a 5-shot ice arrow spell, he kept a vigilant eye on the pit. Suddenly, a series of guttural roars erupted from within, and a long-necked, scaly monster began to emerge, revealing half its body. Its black scales glistened menacingly, sharp claws gleamed under the light, and its cold, vertical pupils locked onto Gawain. Jagged white fangs jutted out from its maw, which resembled a vicious, scissor-like jaw. The creature looked like a grotesquely stretched and flattened crocodile. With a flick of its head, its piercing gaze fixated on Gawain. From a distance, the dwarf Tok shouted urgently, "Watch out! That's an umbral earth drake." Whoosh! Gawain fired a probing ice arrow, but the umbral earth drake lowered its head and burrowed back underground, causing the arrow to miss. His heart sank as he quickly leaped to the side. Snap! Just as he moved, the drake burst through the ground beneath him, snapping its jaws at empty air. Whoosh! Gawain's heart raced, but his reflexes didn't falter. He swiftly launched 2 ice arrows in succession, one of which struck the creature's head. With a muffled roar, the drake retreated underground once more. Not daring to linger, Gawain broke into a run, leaping onto the back of a skeletal beast as he kept a wary eye on the ground. He waited for a while, but saw no sign of the drake re-emerging. It must have been injured. Gawain thought for a moment, but had no means to pursue it further. Dismissing the remaining 2 ice arrows with a wave, he gave the order, "Let's head back." Taking the dwarf along, he made his way down the mountain. Fearing the drake might follow them, they took a long, circuitous route before eventually returning to their resting chamber in the cave. Once inside, Gawain immediately brought the mage's hand to his front. Peering through the intangible hand, he saw that its clenched fist was empty. Still, he wasn't disappointed, for he could sense the presence of a small, invisible creature within. As the mage's hand unfolded, the restrained creature was forced into visibility. It bared its tiny fangs in an attempt to bite Gawain's face, but its efforts were futile, and it could only struggle weakly. Quite feisty, Gawain chuckled, raising his left hand to release a mental shockwave. Once, twice, 3 times. The little creature finally succumbed and passed out, revealing its full form: a small snake with a head the size of a pinky finger and a body slightly longer than a chopstick. Its shimmering scales were adorned with mysterious black patterns. An unmistakable shadow serpent. Gawain was overjoyed. He carefully picked it up, feeling its cool, jade-like texture in his hand. Wasting no time, he opened a nearby leather box and retrieved his only pet contract scroll. After dripping 3 drops of his blood onto the scroll, he channeled his mana into it. As the energy flowed, the scroll began to burn, transforming into a flame that emitted no heat. Gawain picked up the flame and pressed it against the shadow serpent's head. The fire split into 2. One part entered the serpent's head, while the other surged into Gawain's mental realm. In an instant, the soul bond was forged. From that moment on, they were master and companion, bound together in fate. Hissed! The shadow serpent awoke abruptly, instinctively baring its fangs at Gawain, but it froze mid-action. Flicking its tongue, it sniffed him repeatedly before hesitating. After a moment of contemplation, it slithered onto Gawain's body, coiling around him. Finally, it settled on his left wrist, biting its own tail to form a sleek, obsidian-like bracelet. Gawain looked at it with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, "I wonder what kind of abilities it will develop." But as his gaze shifted to the gilded interface, he suddenly froze. Pet, Shadow Serpent, Ancient Bloodline 1. Gawain rubbed his chin, his eyes growing increasingly bright. He realized an astonishing possibility. Just as he could enhance his own talents, he could use his premium points to elevate his pet's bloodline purity. This discovery thrilled him, and he immediately focused his mind to tap the symbol. Premium points 527. Gawain drew in a sharp breath. Just raising the ancient bloodline concentration to 2 consumed over 500 points. However, with a reserve of over 130,000 premium points, this expenditure was a drop in the bucket. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Gawain clicked repeatedly, raising the Shadow Serpent's ancient bloodline concentration to 10 in one go. This process cost him over 40,000 premium points, with the final upgrade alone draining more than 10,000, leaving him with a pang of regret. 10 should be enough, Gawain muttered as he stopped and shifted his attention to the 3 meditation techniques he practiced: Deep Sea Meditation LV8, Earth Meditation LV5, and Flame Meditation LV1. These techniques formed the foundation of his abilities and were key to advancing as a higher apprentice wizard. He knew that the higher the level of his meditation techniques, the faster his mental power would grow, and the shorter the time needed for his promotion. Without hesitation, Gawain upgraded all 3 meditation techniques to their maximum levels. Meditation techniques: Deep Sea Meditation LV9 Water Affinity, Earth Meditation LV9 Earth Affinity, Flame Meditation LV9 Fire Affinity. Each maxed out meditation technique granted a special effect. Gawain quickly experimented and concluded that these effects slightly increased his affinity with the corresponding elements. However, the boost was minimal and had little impact on his spell power. Better than nothing, he thought to himself. Next, Gawain upgraded his skills in biotransformation and alchemy. leaving himself with just over 20,000 premium points for emergencies. Skills: Biotransformation LV41, Alchemist LV41, Pet, Shadow Serpent Ancient Bloodline 10. Premium points: 22,175.44. These premium points really burn fast, Gawain murmured with a tinge of heartache. He had originally planned to save up 500,000 points before enhancing his talents, but now it seemed like a daunting challenge. Still, with everything that could be upgraded already improved, the rest would depend on his own hard work. Just as he was preparing to meditate, Gawain suddenly felt an itch on his body. Scratching his arm, he was startled to see a large piece of dead skin flake off. Could it be an infection from the human-faced demon bird? He wondered anxiously. Checking the status on his premium panel, he sighed in relief when he saw the word healthy. He realized this might be a side effect of bonding with the Shadow Serpent, possibly related to a Suntomerge-derived ability. Setting aside his concerns, Gawain instructed Raven number 7 to stand guard before entering the mental realm to inscribe the ninth will rune from the deep-sea meditation technique. In the days that followed, Gawain once again secluded himself, focusing entirely on his training. He dedicated himself to practicing meditation techniques, inscribing will runes, nurturing symbiotic insects, modifying ravens, and feeding the Shadow Serpent. Occasionally, he passed the time by experimenting with analytical magic. The constant shedding of his skin often left him frustrated and irritable, but his mental power steadily and resolutely approached level 5. The ninth will rune, the 10th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th. Gawain advanced step by step, progressing steadily and methodically. When Gawain inscribed the 16th rune of will, his mental power only increased by 0.1, reaching 4.9, just shy of the threshold for advancing to a higher-level wizard apprentice. He scratched his arm regretfully and suddenly noticed flakes of skin falling like snow, more dramatic than any psoriasis he had ever seen in his previous life. Startled, he quickly examined his left arm. Gently scratching, pinching, and pressing it, he was surprised to see fine, hard scales emerge briefly before vanishing again. Finally, he had made it through. Gawain burst into laughter and immediately ran next door to take a bath. After scrubbing off a layer of skin flakes, healthy, smooth skin was revealed underneath. However, whenever the skin was injured, it would transform into tough serpent scales to block attacks. Testing it with a dagger, he found that even with full force, he could only leave a faint white mark on the scales. This indicated that the scales offered strong protection, likely reaching level 2 in strength comparable to the outermost water shield of a water barrier. Gawain was overjoyed, as these were merely newly formed serpent scales, and their durability could still improve over time. This newfound defense meant he had an additional layer of protection. Even if ambushed, the scales could save his life, significantly enhancing his survivability. Suppressing his excitement, Gawain prepared to feed the insects as usual. Arriving at the insect nest, he noticed an unusual silence. Lifting the black cloth covering the nest, he let out a small sigh of relief. It was the final stage. Carefully removing a few dead insects, he began counting the ones undergoing the molting reaction. There were 6 earthworms left, for mosquitoes, and 8 snails the most abundant. Gawain couldn't help but feel hopeful, wondering how many would survive the molting process to transform into their evolved forms: mings, mongs, or snails. Muttering softly to himself, he covered the nest with the black cloth again. As for which type he would ultimately choose as his companion insect, Gawain was still undecided. Mings could extend lifespan. Mongs could conceal presence even the souls or reducing one's existence to the bare minimum, while snails could continuously enhance physical constitution. Each ability was tempting, but he could only choose one, as these evolved forms were natural enemies and couldn't coexist within the same host. Shaking his head, Gawain decided to wait until the insects awakened before making a choice. After all, the molting reaction was a perilous ordeal, and it was uncertain how many would survive. He sat down cross-legged and began meditating to replenish the magical energy he had consumed earlier while inscribing. Once his magic power was fully restored, Gawain left the underground chamber and stepped outside. He whistled softly, and 5 crows flew out of the darkness, cawing as they vied for his attention. All 5 were reed crows, 4 black and 1 white. Among them were Crow 7, Little 11, and Little 18, while the other 2 were new additions. Previously, only Little White had successfully undergone transformation, and in the latest attempt, only 1 more had succeeded, number 23. The success rate of modifications was dismally low, primarily due to the unpredictable influence of the gray mist. Crows that absorbed the gray mist became irritable and aggressive, sometimes even attacking Gawain. Many had suddenly flown away, wasting his efforts. As a result, Gawain had recently refrained from taking further action, planning instead to conduct closed breeding under more controlled conditions to avoid repeated failures. He carefully cleared the gray mist from the 5 crows and played with them for a while. Just as he was about to return to the underground chamber to continue his retreat, a series of muffled booms echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Gawain turned his head toward the sound, but his view was obscured by thick gray mist. Frowning in thought, he realized the noise seemed to be coming from the direction of the Bronze Mountains, resembling the sound of boulders tumbling. Could it be? Gawain felt a surge of foreboding in his heart, but he dared not verify it recklessly. At that moment, the shadow serpent coiled around his waist suddenly appeared, raising its head and flicking its tongue, as if awaiting a command. Gawain hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and saying, "Go, but be careful." The shadow serpent hissed softly and swiftly slid to the ground. Its body, now over 2 meters long, was far larger than it had been 3 months ago. It quickly disappeared into the gray mist, vanishing from sight. Not long after, the shadow serpent returned with unsettling news. The fully grown shadow serpent had indeed emerged from the mountain's depths. Not only that, but it had claimed the entire Bronze Mountain as its lair, with its hunting range extending across the entire Death Swamp, including the underground den where Gawain resided. This revelation left Gawain feeling deeply unsafe, his mind filled with alarm. At that moment, the gnome Tokay crawled out of the den, his face full of confusion. "Mr. Gawain, what just happened?" he asked. Gawain glanced at him and replied gravely, "We might have to move." "What?" Tokay was momentarily stunned. "But we've been living here just fine. Why do we suddenly need to move?" Gawain pointed toward the Bronze Mountain and briefly recounted what had just occurred. Upon hearing this, Tokay's face turned pale, and he exclaimed urgently, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's move right away." "But where will we go? Do you have a plan, Mr. Gawain?" An image of Antler Town flashed through Gawain's mind, but he quickly shook his head. There seemed to be nothing worth staying there for. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Tokay's eyes. "Then how about taking me to the Quebec city-state, Mr. Gawain? It's the largest and finest city-state, with well-established systems, a vast population, and even wizards. It has everything you could possibly want. I swear, you'll love it there." "Quebec city-state," Gawain murmured under his breath, shaking his head slightly. "No rush." Hearing this, Toke's face fell. He opened his mouth as if to say more, but didn't dare to press further. Later, Gawain returned underground with his 5 crows and the shadow serpent, carefully sealing the entrance behind him. He resolved to focus on inscribing the 17th rune as quickly as possible, aiming to advance to the rank of senior wizard apprentice. With that, he could learn 3 more spells and have greater confidence in deciding their next move. In the days that followed, Gawain stayed underground, handling all his needs there without venturing outside. Meanwhile, the fully grown shadow serpent roamed the Death Swamp, hunting aggressively. Even from underground, Gawain could hear the distant sounds of screams and battles above. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early one morning, instead of inscribing a willpower rune, Gawain crouched silently in front of the insect nest, waiting. Before long, a golden worm-like creature emerged from the soil and began wriggling around inside the nest. "The first one is a Ming." Gawain's face lit up with joy. With this one as a baseline, his half-year of effort hadn't been in vain. After a while, a red fleshy worm shed its snail shell and slowly crawled out. Its mouth parts opened and closed, and its body alternated between stretching and contracting, resembling a wriggling red leech. "The second one is a Wa." Gawain was overjoyed. This gave him another viable option. However, his streak of good fortune abruptly ended. Gawain waited for another half an hour, but no more companion insects appeared. This meant the remaining dozen had all perished during the metamorphic reaction. At least it's Ming and Wa, Gawain thought with relief. Both of them can reproduce asexually. If it had been Ming, I'd need at least 2. Gawain's gaze shifted back and forth between the golden worm and the blood-red fleshy insect as he weighed the pros and cons. Ming symbolized longevity, while Wa represented physical endurance. This choice would shape his future path, and Gawain sank into deep contemplation. Gawain, a 14-year-old apprentice wizard, stood at a crossroads in his life, weighing his choices. His gaze fell on the insect nest in his hand, where a peculiar creature called was squirmed restlessly. "Longevity isn't a concern for now, but enhancing my physical condition is key to gaining strength," Gawain murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the single-handed sword formed by his illusionary weapon wand hanging at his waist. Resolute in his decision, Gawain retrieved a sharp dagger. Taking a deep breath, he lightly cut the back of his left hand. Blood immediately welled up, and the creature in the nest, seemed to catch the scent, writhing even more vigorously. Slowly, Gawain extended his injured hand toward the nest. Sprang forward hungrily, latching onto his skin with urgency. It wriggled toward the wound, consuming all traces of blood along the way. Then, it extended its mouthparts into the cut and swiftly burrowed into his bloodstream. Gawain felt the strange sensation of one moving through his veins. The tiny creature seemed ecstatic, greedily absorbing his blood, filtering impurities, and releasing purer blood in return. It worked tirelessly, like a miniature purification device, dutifully performing its task. After half an hour, stopped moving. To Gawain's astonishment, its body began to split in two. Now two wasps continued their purification work, consuming blood, digesting impurities, and producing even purer blood. So that's how it works, Gawain realized, marveling at the process. Purifying blood and enhancing physical condition. What a fascinating companion creature. He couldn't help but admire the little creature's abilities. However, Gawain quickly came to a regretful conclusion. Wa, having absorbed his blood and taken on his essence, was no longer pure. This meant it could not be transferred to another person without contaminating their blood. If I could sell Wa, I'd be rich beyond measure, Gawain thought with a wry smile. Still, blood purification was only a secondary function of Wa. Its true purpose was to shield its host from curses. Now, if anyone attempted to curse Gawain, Wa, imbued with his essence, would bear the brunt of it. As long as Wa thrived within him, Gawain would remain unharmed. Of course, this protection did not extend to arcane curses, those empowered and solidified by void spirits. Such curses transcended the realm of ordinary magic, reaching an unfathomable level. No wizard could evade them. They could only endure. The only way to nullify such curses was to eliminate the source void spirit. But void spirits, as higher dimensional divine entities, were among the 7 most powerful beings in the multiverse. Even approaching one was nearly impossible, let alone destroying it. Because of this, wizards could hardly avoid contamination from these entities and had no choice but to pursue the truth to resist their influence. After dealing with Wa, Gawain took out a small vial and carefully placed a golden worm-like creature, the Ming, inside. He added a magic stone as food. Since it can't be my companion creature, I'll have to find an opportunity to sell it, Gawain thought. Given Ming's ability to resist curses and extend lifespan, someone will surely pay a high price for it. Over the next 10 days, Gawain devoted himself entirely to inscribing will runes. He worked tirelessly, without sleep or rest, and finally, on the 10th day, he completed the final stroke, successfully engraving the 17th will rune from the deep sea meditation technique. In an instant, Gawain felt a surge of immense power flow through him. His mental strength abruptly increased by 0.1, reaching a total of 5 points. His mental world expanded, forming 3 new spell slots. Gawain had officially advanced to a senior wizard apprentice. Overjoyed, Gawain glanced at his magical interface and saw that the 3 zero-circle spells he had long since analyzed were now recorded there. Name, Gawain Clover. Age, 14. Constitution, 2.5. Spirit, 5. Mana, 2,750. Level, Senior Wizard Apprentice. Spells, Transfiguration LV01. Triple Fireball LV01. Metal Missile LV01. Pet, Shadow Serpent Ancient Bloodline 10. Companion Creature, Wa 8. Gold Points, 22,175.44. To his delight, Gawain also discovered that, in just 10 days, his companion creature Wa had multiplied to 8, and his physical condition had subtly improved by 0.2, reaching 2.5. If this continues, my physical condition will reach an extraordinary level, Gawain mused. Suppressing his excitement, Gawain quickly upgraded his 3 new spells to level 1. With each upgrade, his understanding of the spells deepened. Casting Transfiguration required a medium, such as feathers or scales. However, frequent use of Transfiguration came with risks. The caster could be polluted by the medium. The more forms one transformed into, the greater the contamination. Mild cases might result in a few feathers growing on the head, patches of scales appearing on the skin, or a peculiar taste for insects or rodents. Severe cases could lead to mental confusion, blurring the line between human and beast. In the worst scenarios, the contamination could affect one's bloodline, significantly increasing the likelihood of deformities in future generations. Gawain looked thoughtfully at his hands, realizing that the path to becoming a powerful wizard was fraught with both opportunities and dangers. But his eyes shone with determination as he prepared to face the challenges ahead. Gawain rubbed his chin, carefully contemplating the principles of shapeshifting. He made a firm resolution to strictly adhere to 2 key points: minimize the duration of transformations and limit the variety of forms to no more than 3. This approach would not only help him avoid contamination, but also reduce the risk of developing pica, or, worse, becoming a fragmented version of himself. After making his decision, Gawain had a simple meal of white bread and honey water, then spent some time feeding his raven and shadow serpent. Once these daily chores were done, he immersed himself in his mental realm, focusing intently on inscribing complete sorcery runes. 3 days later, Gawain not only finished the rune inscriptions, but also pushed 3 new sorcery skills to their maximum level of LV5. 1. Sorcery, Shapeshifting, LV5, a potent first circle spell, fully maxed out. With the addition of its derivative ability, Scale Armor Protection, his power had ascended to a whole new level. Whether in offense, defense, retreat, or support, he was now versatile and adept, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary opponents. Even so, Gawain remained clear-headed, recognizing that compared to some seasoned advanced sorcerer apprentices, his foundation was still lacking. Those veterans often adorned their fingers and toes with enchanted items and wore magical necklaces around their necks. They could effortlessly pull out scrolls imbued with terrifying one-circle spells or scatter a handful of rune gemstone bombs. Not to mention, they might have contracts with 10 magical pets or have modified hundreds of magical creatures. Gawain reminded himself never to underestimate any advanced sorcerer apprentice, especially those who were older and appeared eccentric. Yet, he did not belittle himself either, firmly believing he was already a formidable force to be reckoned with. Picking up the enchanted weapon staff beside him, Gawain began experimenting with unlocking its next form. As he infused 50 units of magic power, the black staff instantly transformed into a short bow with a sleek greenish-blue hue. He pulled the bowstring, and the sound of rushing wind echoed in his ears. The bow's energy concentrating feature activated, forming a glowing green energy arrow. Using the bow's precision feature for automatic targeting, Gawain released the string. With a sharp whoosh, the energy arrow struck a stone in the corner with pinpoint accuracy, reducing it to dust in an instant. "This bow is impressive," Gawain exclaimed in delight, realizing that the master-level archery skills he had previously abandoned now had a purpose once more. With a single-handed sword, a black staff, a green-feathered bow, and features like amplification, mana reduction, sharpness, energy concentration, and precision, the potential of this enchanted weapon staff captivated Gawain. He fiddled with it for a while, and once his magic power had recovered, he began experimenting with the 3 new zero-circle spells he had learned. Surveying his surroundings, Gawain bent down to pick up a white feather that had fallen from one of his ravens. Finding the white raven too conspicuous, he casually discarded the feather and instead picked up a black feather dropped by Raven 7. He then attuned himself to his mental realm, channeling magic power into the sorcery runes. In just 2 breaths, the preparations were complete. Gawain's body began to spin rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a black raven, smaller than a reedied raven by 2 sizes. From feathers to claws, from head to eyes, every detail was indistinguishable from a real raven, as if he were a living, breathing bird. "Amazing!" exclaimed Gawain, now in raven form, speaking in human tongue. His jet-black eyes sparkled with an intelligent gleam. He began fluttering back and forth within the chamber, quickly mastering the art of flight, and soared gracefully into the air. Huff, huff! Gawain maneuvered in his raven form, circling 3 times in the air before diving toward the rocky wall. His sharp claws scraped shallow marks across the stone surface. He could feel the sting of his claws against the hard rock. Realizing this form was not well suited for combat, only marginally stronger than an ordinary raven, he wasn't disappointed by this result. After all, this was just the most basic form of shape-shifting, unrefined and unoptimized. Simply mastering the instinct of flight was already an achievement. Perfectly replicating the combat abilities of a raven was understandably unrealistic. He conducted several additional tests to explore the other features of the transformation until he had mastered it completely. With a thought, the raven in midair suddenly exploded into a flurry of feathers. Amid the drifting plumage, Gawain's figure emerged, landing lightly on the ground. After inspecting his gray robe and black hair, he confirmed everything was intact. The entire transformation process had only consumed 4 units of mana. To minimize the risk of contamination, he decided that his future shape-shifting target would always be a black raven. Gawain then retrieved a rune forge, ignited it, and placed a short bow and a single-handed sword into its flames. Using Mage Hand, he controlled the molten metal, shaping it into 108 steel pellets, each the size of a soybean. After allowing the pellets to cool, he pocketed a handful and stored the rest in a crocodile leather case. From his pocket, he took out 4 steel pellets and held 3 of them between his right index and middle fingers, mimicking the gesture of firing a gun. In the blink of an eye, his spell was ready, and a strange, warped force field formed around his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. With a mere thought, 3 steel pellets shot out in quick succession, leaving 3 deep craters in the stone wall opposite him. 3 shots in a single second. Each projectile consumed 1.5 units of mana and had an attack potency of nearly 2 degrees. Gawain was thrilled by the result. As a level 5 metal missile spell, its power had exceeded his expectations. This sorcery not only delivered astonishingly rapid attacks, but could also deliver a lethal strike before an enemy had the chance to react. Afterward, Gawain began packing his belongings. The Death Swamp had become the hunting ground of an adult shadow serpent and was no longer safe. He now faced 2 options: head to the nearby Grey Dwarf City or venture farther to the Quebec city-states. While returning to the surface was also an option, the thought of the church and the gods behind it made him instinctively reject that idea. As an advanced apprentice sorcerer, Gawain's mental power had reached 5 points. To advance to a formal sorcerer, 5 conditions were required: an advanced meditation method, a dawn elixir, 10 points of mental power, a complete first circle sorcery model, and the ascension ritual. Currently, he had fulfilled 1.5 of these requirements: the star ring meditation method obtained from the knowledge tree, and the incomplete Orosam shapeshifting spell. To fully meet these conditions, joining a major faction would be the fastest route, but if he were to rely on himself, it would take time to collect the necessary resources. Such resources could only be gathered in a free trade environment, and the bustling Quebec city-states were clearly a better fit. However, before heading there, he decided to check on the survival conditions of the human population in the Grey Dwarf City. Before long, Gawain had packed everything. Carrying the crocodile leather case, he idly toyed with a few steel pellets in his right hand. Behind him trailed 4 black ravens and 1 white raven, all with blood-red eyes. After taking one last look at the cave where he had sheltered for months, he strode away. Once reunited with the gnome, he sent the shadow serpent ahead to scout the path. Only after confirming the route was safe did he mount the skeletal beast and proceed swiftly along a narrow trail through the death swamp. The dwarf Talk followed Gawain nervously, his short legs trembling uncontrollably as he occasionally glanced back over his shoulder. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech erupted from the swamp on their right, startling Talk so much that he nearly stumbled. A swamp monster, drawn by the scent of flesh, burst out of the muck with a squelching noise, its slimy body writhing as it leaped onto the path, intending to block their way. Talk froze in terror, his entire body shaking. But Gawain reacted swiftly, raising his arm the instant he heard the sound. Bang! A metallic bullet whizzed through the air, striking the swamp monster square in the forehead and reducing it to a splatter of mud on the spot. Without looking back, Gawain barked sharply, "Don't stop, keep running." It was only then that Talk snapped out of his fear, quickly jogging to catch up with Gawain. His face lit up with amazement. "Mr. Gawain, have you advanced to a higher-level wizard apprentice?" When Gawain did not deny it, Talk's expression turned to one of astonishment, followed by self-pity. "Mr. Gawain, you're not even of age yet, are you? Compared to you, I'm completely useless. If only I had half your talent." Before he could finish his sentence, Gawain, who was ahead, suddenly signaled for the skeletal beast to stop. He raised his right hand and fired 3 bullets into the gray mist ahead. Startled, Talk asked nervously, "What's going on?" Gawain didn't answer, instead urging the skeletal beast to move forward while casually casting a light spell. In an instant, the path ahead was illuminated as bright as day. They saw a massive creature, as tall as a one-story building and covered in mud, stomping around on 4 legs and emitting low growls. Its opponent was a shadow serpent, its form flickering in and out of sight as the 2 creatures fought fiercely. Gawain's heart tightened as he quickly fired all the steel projectiles in his weapon at the monster. However, this only enraged the creature. It let out a pained roar, but ignored Gawain, seemingly determined to kill the shadow serpent. Realizing this, Gawain immediately began preparing a triple fireball spell. 3 seconds later, with a flick of his black staff, 3 massive fireballs shot out, curving through the air before slamming into the monster's face, sizzling as they burned. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing into the swamp before shakily rising again. Now fully enraged, it charged toward Gawain with reckless abandon. As he commanded the skeletal beast to retreat, Gawain swiftly prepared a more potent spell, a quintuple ice arrow. The first arrow shot out with a piercing whistle, striking the monster squarely in the head. The creature let out a desperate cry and came to an abrupt halt. For the first time, it seemed to feel fear and turned to flee back into the swamp. Trying to escape now? Too late, Gawain said coldly as he waved his black staff. The remaining 4 ice arrows fired in rapid succession, all hitting their mark. The monster froze in place, its massive body trembling before it collapsed into the swamp with a thunderous crash. A shadow serpent, as thick as an arm, emerged from the shadows, coiling itself around the monster's head. It slithered into the wound left by the ice arrows, greedily devouring the creature's brain. "Little Black, return," Gawain commanded, urging the skeletal beast to quicken its pace. He was anxious that the commotion might attract the attention of an adult shadow serpent. Talk, panting heavily, caught up with them, his face full of awe. "Mr. Gawain, you actually killed a swamp giant croc." He then added regretfully, "I heard that the corpse of a single giant croc can sell for 30 magic stones." Gawain ignored Talk's lament, pulling a raven feather from his pocket as he remained on high alert, ready to cast a transformation spell at any moment. Fortunately, they encountered no adult shadow serpents before leaving the dead swamp. That was close. Gawain finally exhaled in relief as he rode the skeletal beast into the misty zone. However, he quickly realized that the mist was gone, replaced by thick gray fog. Gawain thought to himself that the fog array must have gradually lost its effect due to a lack of maintenance. The dwarf Talk leaned on his knees, gasping for air as sweat trickled down his wrinkled cheeks. "MMR. Gawain, can we take a break?" he pleaded, breathless. Gawain shot him a cold glance, but said nothing. With practiced ease, he summoned the mage hand and hoisted Talk into the air, tossing him onto the broad back of the skeletal beast as though he were discarding trash. 5 reed crows appeared out of nowhere, settling on the skeleton's frame like passengers who had been waiting for their ride. As the skeletal beast continued forward under Gawain's command, he spoke in a detached tone. Tell me about the Republic of Kabike. Huh? Talk yelped in surprise before his face lit up with joy. Mr. Gawain, you're taking me to the Republic of Kabike? Oh, heavens, this is the best news I've ever heard. It feels like a dream. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I can already see the hero's monument, the statue of the goddess, the gnome street, the vast plains of Kabike, and rows of laurel trees. Ha ha, am I dreaming again? Talk burst into laughter, but soon tears of overwhelming emotion began to stream down his face. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, panic flashing across his features. Wait, no, Mr. Gawain. The Republic of Kabike is northeast of the Bronze Mountains. We need to turn left. You're going the wrong way. Gawain replied impassively. I know. We're heading somewhere else first. All right, whatever you say. Talk muttered awkwardly, not daring to press further. Before long, Gawain and his skeletal beast returned to the desolate wilderness where the city of the Grey Dwarves was located. The barren landscape stirred memories in Gawain's mind, and the image of the ancient blooded Mangster serpent surfaced. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against seeking it out. Despite his newfound strength, he knew he might still be no match for that fearsome creature. Something wrong, Mr. Gawain? Talk asked cautiously. Nothing, Gawain replied curtly, urging the skeletal beast toward the city of the Grey Dwarfs. Soon, the city's silhouette emerged on the horizon. As they approached, Gawain's expression darkened. Once again, he saw his kin outside the city, foraging for mushrooms. They still hadn't learned to walk upright, crawling on all fours like beasts. Who let these pigs? A patrolling Grey Dwarf soldier began to shout. But before he could finish his sentence, a small projectile the size of a soybean struck him squarely in the head. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ignoring the panicked reactions of his kin, Gawain continued to drive the skeletal beast toward the city. Before long, they arrived at the gates. The Grey Dwarf guard stationed there noticed the approaching figure and immediately drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. The guard captain shouted, Outsider, lay down your weapons and submit to the inspection of the city of the Grey DW. His words were cut short by a soft pop, as he too fell lifeless to the ground. Gawain coldly waved his right hand and issued a command, leave no one alive. The 5 reed crows shot forward like arrows, their attacks ferocious beyond measure. Even more terrifying was the presence of a black snake as thick as an arm, lurking in the shadows. Each time it struck, it sank its fangs into the most vulnerable part of a Grey Dwarf's neck. In mere moments, all the guards at the gate lay dead. The crows began to squabble over the corpse's eyes, while the shadowy serpent silently slithered back into hiding. The Grey Dwarf civilians who had been watching nearby stood frozen in shock before scattering in terror, their screams echoing through the streets. Gawain cast a water barrier around himself before riding the skeletal beast confidently through the city gates. Talk followed nervously, trembling as he took in the sight of the human inhabitants along the road. Their expressions were vacant, and they moved on all fours like animals. A chill ran down Talk's spine as he stammered, ignorant, savage, brutal. Gawain, however, noticed something else. The number of humans seemed to have dwindled compared to his last visit. But now was not the time to investigate. He intended to wait for his prey to walk into his trap, then deal with the city thoroughly. It wasn't long before heavy footsteps echoed from around a street corner. Before the figure even appeared, a haughty voice rang out. You filthy pigs! Who gave you the audacity to slaughter my people? Do you not know this is the city of the Grey Dwarves? I, Guante, swear you will die a death 100 times more painful than theirs. Guante. Gawain looked up, and sure enough, there he was, the familiar figure. Still alive, Gawain thought to himself in quiet astonishment. Guante the giant strode forward, his towering frame over 4 meters tall. His golden curls billowed in the wind, and his body was clad in heavy plate armor that must have weighed hundreds of pounds. In his hand, he carried an enormous spear over 5 meters long. He exuded the aura of a lion poised to strike, radiating an oppressive and suffocating presence. This was Guante the giant, the current ruler of the city of the Grey Dwarves and its mightiest warrior. A hybrid of giant and gnome bloodlines, Guante was an anomaly among his kind. His life was the stuff of legend. He had grown up in a dark cellar, used brutal methods to overthrow the previous ruler, and seized power for himself. For over 30 years, he had reigned supreme, facing no true adversaries until he encountered the fearsome Mangster serpent. Guante suddenly stopped in his tracks, trembling as he extended his left hand to point at the skeletal beast beneath Gawain. His face was etched with pain and disbelief, his voice choked as he stammered. Buddy, is that you? Oh my God, you despicable, shameless swine. What have you done to it? Gawain shrugged nonchalantly, a teasing smirk curling at the corner of his lips. As you can see, those words were like a spark igniting a powder keg, instantly setting Guante's fury ablaze. His eyes turned bloodshot, muscles tensed like a bull ready to charge. Ea! Guante roared, a deafening howl that shook the ground as he stormed toward Gawain. His voice thundered across half the city-state. I swear, I will bury you just like I buried those swine who dared to defy me. I'll make your head into a chamber pot. From a distance, the onlooking gray dwarf commoners were electrified by the scene. They seemed to be fueled by adrenaline, chanting in unison, Hero Guante! Hero Guante! Crush him! Make that swine kneel and beg for mercy. Their shouts echoed wildly. My blood is boiling, ooh-ah, ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Faced with such a spectacle, Gawain remained composed. He quickly cast his most powerful five-fold ice arrow spell, summoning 5 arm-thick ice arrows that lined up before him. With a casual flick of his black magic staff, he sent one arrow flying as a test. Roar! Guante, now charging at full speed, let out an earth-shaking battle cry. With a swift swing of his spear, he deflected the speeding ice arrow with a single strike. Gawain's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, he unleashed the remaining 4 ice arrows. A flicker of panic crossed Guante's face, but he immediately roared, Spear of Blood. In an instant, his spear turned blood-red. With all his strength, he swung it, barely managing to block 2 of the arrows. However, the last 2 broke through his defense, piercing through his armor and embedding deeply into his flesh. Guante let out a muffled groan, barely managing to stay upright by leaning on his blood-red spear. His charge came to a halt, and the cheering gray dwarves fell silent, holding their breath as tension filled the air. Suddenly, Guante erupted with another earth-shattering roar, Ea! He hurled his spear with all his might, not even glancing at the outcome, before turning and fleeing at a speed even faster than his initial charge. The gray dwarves, stunned at first, quickly turned pale with fear and scattered in all directions. Is that it? Gawain scoffed internally as his skeletal beast easily dodged the flying spear. Raising his right hand, he launched a barrage of level 5 metal missiles at Guante's retreating figure. One by one, steel pellets struck Guante's back and helmet, leaving dents in his armor and sparking a series of blinding flashes. As Guante neared the street's corner, Gawain urged his skeletal beast to give chase. He relentlessly pursued, all the while pulling more steel pellets from his pocket and firing them. The pellets struck Guante's Achilles tendons and the gaps in his armor, blooming into vivid splashes of blood. Where do you think you're running? Gawain sneered coldly as he waved his right hand. The reed crows circling nearby immediately shot forward like arrows, chasing after Guante. But when Gawain reached the corner in hot pursuit, he was stunned to find that Guante's massive figure had vanished into thin air. What's going on? Gawain muttered, his mind racing with questions. He had only taken his eyes off Guante for a few seconds, and with a physique over 4 meters tall, it seemed impossible for him to disappear so quickly. Gawain promptly commanded the crows to fan out and search the area, determined to ensure Guante wouldn't escape. Dismounting from his skeletal beast, Gawain carefully examined the trail of blood on the ground. Following it for several steps, he arrived at the door of a small house at the corner. Go! He ordered his skeletal beast to push open the slightly ajar door. Inside was a cramped cell. Gawain scanned the room warily, ensuring there were no immediate threats before cautiously stepping in under the protection of his water shield. His sharp eyes swept over every item in the room. The grindstone, water buckets, clay jars, stone bowls. He meticulously inspected every corner that could possibly hide someone, but found nothing unusual. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a shadowy serpent suddenly emerged, gliding ghost-like toward a small clay jar barely the size of a palm. This jar was slightly smaller than the others, with the only distinguishing feature being a lid. Its forked tongue flickered incessantly, as if sniffing for something. Gawain cautiously approached, and immediately noticed that the jar seemed newly placed. The traces around it were quite obvious. His brow furrowed as he recalled the mysterious disappearance of Guante last time, suspecting that the body had been dragged into the lair of the Mangster serpent. Erring on the side of caution, Gawain took a few steps back and cast Mage Hand to lift the jar. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, the jar remained absolutely immovable. His eyes sharpened with suspicion. This seemingly ordinary clay jar was definitely not what it appeared to be. After a moment's contemplation, Gawain decided to unleash his most powerful spell, the 5-fold ice arrow. In an instant, 5 ice arrows formed before him, each brimming with a chilling force of 6 degrees. Go! With a wave of his black staff, the ice arrows whistled through the air and struck the jar with precision. With a clang, the ice arrows shattered, and the jar toppled over, its lid rolling to the ground. At that moment, a blood-soaked Guante tumbled out of the jar in disarray, looking like a rat hiding in a grain bin. Gawain burst into laughter and wasted no time launching another attack. 4 ice arrows shot out simultaneously, slicing through the air with sharp whooshes. Guante screamed in terror, No, you can't kill me. But the ice arrows showed no mercy. 2 pierced through his arms, which he had raised in a futile attempt to shield his head, while the other 2 struck deep into his heart. Guante collapsed to the ground. With his final breath, he glared venomously at Gawain before falling still. Gawain, ever vigilant, reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of steel pellets, and cast metal missile. The spell slammed into Guante's helmet, denting it beyond recognition. Still not reassured, Gawain transformed his black staff into a green feather bow. He drew the bowstring and fired an energy arrow. With a loud bang, the arrow hit its mark, blasting the helmet clean off. Just then, Guantaho appeared lifeless, suddenly opened his eyes, and let out a guttural roar. Like a starved tiger, he lunged at Gawain by the door. Gawain reacted swiftly, retreating from the room in a panic. With a thunderous crash, Guante's massive form slammed into the spot where Gawain had just been standing, shaking the entire room violently, almost to the point of collapse. Gawain glanced back with lingering fear, seeing Guante once again motionless. Yet he remained cautious. Drawing his green feather bow once more, he fired 2 energy arrows directly into Guante's head. This time, Gawain finally exhaled in relief. Using Mage Hand, he carefully searched Guante's corpse but found only a few gemstone rings and no other spoils. Gawain stepped into the room and approached the toppled clay jar. Curling his index finger, he sent a trace of magic into it with a light flick. A low, resonant hum filled the air as information about the jar revealed itself to Gawain. The jar was called the Vessel of Arad. It wasn't a magical artifact, but a simple rune construct casually crafted by a wizard. Its purpose was straightforward. It served as a receptacle for trash, capable of digesting anything placed inside, from scraps of paper to miscellaneous debris, and even urine and feces. Its storage capacity was vast, but if left undisturbed for 12 hours, the contents would be treated as waste and completely dissolved without a trace. Urine, feces, Gawain's expression turned complex. He hadn't expected it to be something so mundane. Gawain frowned as he looked at the clay jar in his hand, feeling a tinge of disdain. But after a moment's thought, he reminded himself that this was the creation of a formal wizard, far more valuable than ordinary enchanted items. Whether for personal use or for sale, it held considerable worth. With a flick of his mage hand, he effortlessly lifted the jar, now devoid of Gawain's weight. Peering inside, he saw only pitch-black darkness, like the mouth of an unfathomably deep well. He carefully probed the jar with his mage hand, confirming it was empty, before striding out of the room. Just as he stepped outside, Gawain noticed a group of gray dwarf commoners hiding in the distance. He let out a cold snort and commanded, "Capture one alive." The skeletal beast obeyed instantly, lunging forward. In no time, it returned with a barely breathing gray dwarf in its jaws. After some interrogation, Gawain pieced together the full story. As he had suspected, the young girl hadn't disappointed him. After his departure, she had used the vampire Fong to rally a human resistance force, quickly subduing the gray dwarves who had lost their hero and taking control of the entire city-state. However, Gawain's return had completely turned the tide. Samantha, the girl in question, had been gravely injured and forced to flee, while the entire resistance army was brutally buried alive. Buried alive. This time, Gawain was truly enraged. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword, decapitating the gray dwarf. He roared, "Slaughter them all. Leave no gray dwarf alive." The reed crows cawed excitedly, screeching caw, 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 as they darted like lightning toward the distance. Bang! A tightly shut door was smashed open, revealing a trembling elderly gray dwarf cowering under a bed. Gawain, mounted on his skeletal beast, appeared in the doorway, surveying the scene from above. "I hear you're a master swordsman among the gray dwarves," he remarked, tossing a rusty iron sword at the old man. His tone was cold and commanding. "Show me your swordsmanship. Teach me, and I might spare your life." "Really?" The old man stammered, his voice quivering. "The Clover family always keeps its word," Gawain replied icily. "Very well." The old man gritted his teeth and crawled out from under the bed. He cautiously picked up the iron sword and assumed a starting stance. "What I'm about to demonstrate is the gray dwarf's swift sword technique. Watch closely." Before he could finish, Gawain struck. You broke your promise," the old man cried out in terror. "Gray dwarves are the exception," Gawain replied coldly, leaving the courtyard on his skeletal beast. Behind him, a bloodied head rolled across the ground. Not long after, the gnome Tok staggered out of the gray dwarf city, his steps unsteady and his heart gripped with fear. "It's too horrible, he muttered, bending over to vomit repeatedly. 5 reed crows flew out of the city, their feathers soaked in blood, radiating an eerie and terrifying aura. Gawain emerged from the city gates, seated on the shoulder of a massive skeletal giant, silently wiping blood from his single-handed sword. This skeletal giant was his new mount, reformed from Gawain's corpse and far more powerful than the skeletal beast. He tossed the blood-stained papyrus into the Allard trough, then sheathed his sword into his frogskin pouch. Patting the giant's skull, he signaled it to kneel. Jumping down from the giant's shoulder, Gawain retrieved a runic furnace from his crocodile-skin chest, replaced the mana stone, and ignited the flames, slowly adjusting the temperature. Glancing at the still vomiting gnome, he said coldly, "Get over here and help." Mr. Gawain shook his head and used Mage's hand to pick up the scattered pieces of plate armor from the ground, tossing them into the furnace. He skillfully rolled steel beads in his hands and worked alongside the gnome talk for half a day, finally melting the last piece of iron. Gawain carefully placed the cooled steel beads into a pouch and quickly tidied up. Turning towards the city gate, he waved farewell. Under his command, the skeletal giant began to lumber away into the distance. Talk, riding a frail donkey, hurried to catch up. The city gate was crowded with onlookers who silently watched Gawain's departing figure, their eyes filled with a mix of reverence, fear, gratitude, and hope. No one dared to speak. They simply stood in quiet awe as the legendary figure disappeared from sight. To them, Gawain was a paradoxical existence, the destroyer of the grey dwarves, yet a bearer of hope, a butcher, but one who slew the oppressors of their people. He rode atop the skeletal giant, his waist adorned with a radiant sword. With a wave of his hand, he could summon frost, and with a rub of his palms, he could ignite flames. To his enemies, he was a nightmare. To those wandering in the grey mist, a formidable force. And to humanity, a great hero and protector. Seated firmly on the broad shoulders of the skeletal giant, Gawain glanced at the 5 ravens perched quietly on the other side, their necks tucked as they dozed. He shifted his gaze to the shimmering interface of his panel, noting the swift swordsmanship LV1 ability in his skill section. Aside from the treasures of Arad's canal, this was one of his only gains from the Grey Dwarf city, excluding the scattered gold and silver, of course. Swift swordsmanship, Gawain muttered under his breath, calculating the remaining 20,000 gold points he had. He silently chanted upgrade 4 times, and swift swordsmanship quickly reached its LV5 limit. Waves of insight followed, greatly enhancing his understanding of swordsmanship. Gawain gently stroked his single-handed sword, which resonated with a crisp, clear tone. Closing his eyes, he tightened his grip on the hilt and began practicing his sword techniques atop the skeletal giant's shoulder. His moves were swift as the wind, precise like a leaping antelope, and within moments, he flawlessly executed all 32 forms of swift swordsmanship. Glancing at the panel, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The skills section now displayed Swift Swordsmanship LV5 Master. Behind him, Tok stared in amazement, his mouth agape. Snapping out of his daze, the gnome hastily urged his donkey to catch up, his face full of admiration. "Mr. Gawain, I never expected you to be such a masterful swordsman. When I was a child, my dream was to become a swordsmanship expert." Tok placed a hand over his chest in a solemn gesture of respect. "I offer you my highest regards." Gawain sheathed his sword with a slight nod and asked, "Are you sure the Kibik Commonwealth is in this direction?" "Yes, I'm certain," Tok replied seriously. "The Kibik Commonwealth lies to the northeast. As long as we head northeast, we will reach it." "How far is it exactly? And why didn't you return on your own?" Gawain pressed. Tok scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "Well, I'm not entirely sure. The underground world is complex and treacherous. A journey that might only be a few dozen miles could take half a month. If we encounter dead ends or blocked paths, we'll have to backtrack and find another route. The dangers and unexpected challenges are endless. When I came here, I rode a Shadowland lizard, which was quick and convenient, but it still took me over half a month. If I tried to go back alone, I'd surely perish along the way. And the biggest problem is that the route passes through a place called the Undersea. The waters there are teeming with piranhas and magical creatures. I wouldn't stand a chance." "The Undersea?" Gawain murmured thoughtfully. "Tell me more." They chatted as they traveled, soon leaving the desolation of the Grey Dwarf city behind and entering a tunnel. After walking 2 miles, they realized it was an insect tunnel, too narrow to pass through, forcing them to turn back and find another route. The rest of their journey was fraught with peril. They encountered a beholder, a minotaur tribe, hostile magical creatures blocking their path, terrifying underground worms, and monstrous abominations lurking in the grey mist. Every step was taken with the utmost caution, advancing only by carefully assessing and overcoming each challenge. Half a month later, they finally reached the fabled Undersea. The black waters churned violently, stretching as far as the eye could see, vast and boundless like an ocean. Yet, this dark expanse of water inspired an unsettling dread, as though it concealed countless unspeakable dangers. The dwarf Tok scurried to the edge of the Earth Sea, eagerly scooping up seawater and gulping it down. Suddenly, a pebble whizzed through the air and struck him squarely on the forehead. "Ouch!" Tok cried out, clutching his head as he turned to see who had thrown it. Perched leisurely on a tall coconut tree by the shore was a lithe figure dressed in black. Tok, boiling with anger, shouted, "Why did you hit me? Are you crazy?" The woman in the tree cast a cold glare at the dwarf, casually toying with a few pebbles in her hand, as if ready to throw another. Tok, terrified, scrambled away, shouting as he ran, "Sir Gawain! Sir Gawain! There's a crazy dark elf woman here." "Foolish dwarf," the woman spat through gritted teeth. her silver teeth audibly grinding together as she let out a disdainful snort and turned her head away. At that moment, Gawain approached slowly, riding atop a skeletal giant. His steady voice broke the tense atmosphere. Talk, you've misunderstood the young lady's intentions. Seawater isn't safe to drink. She was likely just trying to warn you, not harm you. Really? Talk blinked in confusion. Seeing Gawain nod in confirmation, he immediately put on a sincere expression and apologized to the woman in the tree. Beautiful dark elf lady, please forgive Talk's rudeness. The woman lifted her chin arrogantly, her tone dripping with contempt. Ignorant dwarf, you probably don't realize the gravity of the situation. Let Lilith enlighten you. The seawater is teeming with the eggs of blood-sucking parasites. If not dealt with in time, they'll hatch and infest your body, feeding on your blood. Your weight will gradually decrease, and within 3 years, you'll be in the arms of death. If I were you, I'd do everything possible to vomit up the seawater I just drank. Maybe there's still time. Talk's face went pale at her words. He immediately ran to the side, bending over and retching loudly, the sound of his gagging echoing through the air. Gawain scrutinized the woman who called herself Lilith, noticing her pointed ears, which confirmed Talk's claim of her dark elf lineage. After a moment of thought, he cautiously asked, Miss Lilith, am I to understand that you were trying to scare or even retaliate against Talk? Lilith remained unfazed, looking down at him with a sharp gaze. And you, unknown strongman, are you willing to gamble your companion's life on that assumption? Gawain shrugged, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring with this fiercely competitive woman. Instead, he changed the subject. Are you planning to cross the Earth Sea? Of course, Lilith replied with a haughty snort, her posture exuding the confidence of a victor. Then why haven't you set out yet? I'm waiting for the ghost ship. The ghost ship? Gawain raised an eyebrow in surprise. Care to explain? Lilith glanced at the skeletal giant beneath Gawain and the 5 reed crows nearby, before nodding slightly. There's not much to explain. Ever since the gray mist descended, ghost ships have been the only vessels capable of safely navigating the Earth Sea. It said they made ancient pacts with the sea's monsters, and only those who abide by the terms of the pact can safely reach the other side. Gawain pondered her words. His initial plan had been to store the dwarf and the skeletal giant in the Alarid Ark and transform himself into a crow to fly across the Earth Sea. However, his attempt revealed that the reed crows couldn't bear such a massive load. He then considered acquiring a large ship, but now that option seemed unfeasible as well. If that was the case, he had no choice but to follow the rules here and take the ghost ship to cross the Earth Sea. When do you think the ghost ship will arrive? Gawain inquired. It could be a few days or as long as half a year. I've been here for over 10 days and haven't seen one yet, Lilith replied. All right, Gawain muttered, understanding the situation. His gaze briefly flickered toward the glowing interface of the Padoan system. Constitution, 2.7, Spirit, 5.1. After half a month of arduous travel, Gawain could feel the changes within his body. The number of parasitic worms had doubled to 16, and his constitution increased by 0.2, reaching 2.7. However, the 18th willpower rune of the deep sea meditation method stubbornly resisted completion. The runes grew increasingly complex, the engraving process took longer, yet the stimulation to his spirit was negligible. Unable to afford distractions while traveling, Gawain temporarily set aside the deep sea meditation method and turned to practicing 2 other meditation techniques. This decision proved effective, resulting in a slight increase of 0.1 in his spiritual power. Gawain sighed softly, thinking to himself how wonderful it would be to have meditation or spirit-enhancing potions. Even if he mastered the meditation techniques to their peak, it would still take time to raise his spirit to 10. The right potion could significantly expedite the process. Though there was no pressing urgency, he yearned to strengthen his abilities as quickly as possible. After all, the stronger he was, the safer he would be. Feeling bored, Gawain idly fiddled with a few steel balls. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a commotion by the seaside. Through his perception, he noticed his pet, the shadow serpent, swimming into the local sea. He opened his mouth to call it back, but reconsidered. During this time, the shadow serpent's appetite had grown significantly, and it had developed rapidly. No longer as fragile as it once was, it now had the ability to protect itself. Its ancient bloodline had also strengthened, with its bloodline concentration reaching 10. Just then, the gnome Tokay trudged over, looking exhausted and complaining with a distressed expression. Mr. Gawain, I think I might not have vomited everything out yet. I swear, the bloodworm eggs must have hatched in my stomach. I can feel them moving. Gawain caught a glimpse of Lilith stifling a laugh and calmly reassured him. Tokay, stop scaring yourself. But no, I really, Tokay tried to argue but was sternly interrupted by Gawain. As a wizard apprentice, Tokay, have you completely lost your basic sense of reason? The gnome hunched his shoulders and muttered softly, but I can clearly feel it moving. The 3 of them waited idly by the seaside for an hour and a half, but the ghost ship never appeared. Lilith nimbly leapt down from a coconut tree, her movements as agile as a panther. She flicked her ponytail and, with a short sword in hand, began walking away from the coast. Gawain seemed to ponder something for a moment before calling out, "Follow her." The gnome hesitated for a second before hurriedly jogging to catch up. The donkey he had been riding earlier had met its end halfway through the journey, killed by a man-faced lion. Meanwhile, the shadow serpent, now full and content, leisurely crawled out of the sea and followed at the back of the group. Before long, the trio arrived at a small valley nearby, where a two-story building came into view. A tattered flag fluttered atop the building, bearing the words, "Guest's Haven," written in common language. "So there's an inn here," Tokay said excitedly. "After more than half a month on the road, I can finally take a hot bath." Gawain felt a slight sense of relief as well. He jumped down from the shoulder of the skeletal giant he had been riding, patted the creature, and gestured for it to hide in a secluded spot to avoid alarming others. He then brought only the raven, Xiaobai, with him as he followed Lilith into the inn. The moment he stepped inside, Gawain was mildly surprised. He had expected the place to be desolate, but instead found it bustling with life. 3 rows of large wooden tables were packed with patrons, drinking and chatting boisterously. Lilith stopped in front of one of the tables, slapped her bandaged hand on it, and said with feigned menace, "Beardy, it's your turn to wait for the ship tomorrow." The minotaur known as Beardy was in high spirits, his gaze lingering greedily on Lilith's figure. He replied nonchalantly, all right, it's just 1 day per person. If you agree to let me have a go with you, I can even cover your turn." Disgusting minotaur. Lilith snorted coldly and turned to head upstairs. "This feisty little thing is just my type," the minotaur muttered regretfully, smacking his lips. Then, noticing Gawain and the gnome at the door, he suddenly exclaimed loudly, well, more newcomers." The other patrons turned their heads in unison, their faces showing expressions of intrigue and curiosity. The dwarf crouched behind Gawain, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Gawain frowned, sensing that something was off. A minotaur staggered to his feet, holding a mug of ale, and walked toward them. His drunken voice carried a hint of menace. "Hey, newcomers, do you know the rules around here?" Gawain raised an eyebrow. "What rules?" The minotaur grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "This inn's run by an old cripple, skinny as a twig. Everything here is provided by us. Since you're here, you've got to pay your share." Gawain nodded, appearing to find the explanation reasonable. Nearby, someone jeered, "The boss likes this pretty boy. Smooth skin and all. Even that dwarf behind him might do." The crowd erupted into laughter. The minotaur's grin faded as he pointed at the raven perched on Gawain's shoulder. "The old man says we're out of food tomorrow. How about we use your bird to make soup?" Seeing Gawain frown, the minotaur immediately turned hostile. "Not willing? Then well, just cook the 2 of you." It was then that Gawain realized they were planning to eat them. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly smiled. "All right." With that, he pushed the raven, Xiaobai, forward. The minotaur reached out to grab it, but Xiaobai slapped him hard with a wing. The minotaur cried out in pain, stumbling back, then roared angrily, "You little punk, trying to mess with me." Smack! A crisp sound echoed as the minotaur's right cheek swelled up. He looked around in confusion. "Who hit me?" Smack! Another slap landed, leaving him dazed. He glared at everyone around him before finally fixing his gaze on Gawain. Gawain shrugged innocently. The minotaur hesitated, then turned toward the merman in the corner. Smack! A third slap struck, and the minotaur's face swelled like a pig's head. The crowd stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Furious, the minotaur grabbed an axe from under the table and charged at Gawain. Die! Bang! Gawain raised his hand, and a metal pellet burst into the center of the minotaur's forehead, spraying blood. The minotaur dropped to his knees, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. Blood foamed from his mouth as he choked out, It was you." Then he collapsed, lifeless. Gawain toyed with a few steel pellets in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the now silent crowd. Suppressing his killing intent, he said calmly, "Apologies, we didn't know the rules. Consider the minotaur our contribution." With that, he walked straight toward the inner rooms. The crowd parted to let him through. Gawain approached the corner where the old merman cowered and asked, "Elder, are there any vacant rooms?" Yes, there are," the old merman stammered, his voice trembling slightly. The old man rubbed his bleary eyes, as if startled awake from a deep sleep. He quickly nodded and limped toward the staircase, leading Gawain and the dwarf trailing behind him up to the 2nd floor. Downstairs, the crowd finally exhaled in relief and began whispering among themselves. "Looks like we've encountered someone tough this time," a voice murmured. "Who would have thought such a pretty boy could strike so ruthlessly?" another chimed in. The bearded man grinned. All that musklite's not light at all. It'll feed us for days." Gawain followed the old man to the 2nd floor and began questioning him about his background. "Where are you from, old man?" he asked. "Just a drifter, begging for scraps," the old man replied curtly. "How old are you this year?" "Can't remember." "At your age, are you all alone?" The old man sighed and began to speak slowly. "I belong to the Dikla mermen. In my youth, I loved adventure. I married twice and had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Back then, I made a living on the Sea of Earth. It was a good life, though never a peaceful one. But they all died taken by the storms. I grew too old to venture out again, so I decided to stay here and beg for food. Gawain pressed further. Were ships able to navigate the Sea of Earth before? They were, the old man recalled. It was dangerous even then, but not like it is now. Ever since the gray mist appeared, ships can't find their way on the Sea of Earth anymore. Unless it's a ghost ship, every vessel that sets sail is doomed. He gestured toward the window. You might not know this, but there used to be a thriving fishing village behind this inn. It was abandoned not long ago. Now, this inn barely hangs on. Who knows, it might shut down any day now. How often do ghost ships appear? Gawain asked. Hard to say. The old man shook his head. But it shouldn't be long now. Seeing that he wouldn't get any more useful information, Gawain stopped asking questions. He casually handed the old man a silver deer coin and then settled down on the second floor of the inn. The next morning, Gawain opened the window, and 5 crows eagerly flew in. Line up. Behave. No pushing. Gawain fed the crows with breadcrumbs and bits of roasted beef. Once they were fed, he sent the smallest crow, number 23, to the seaside to wait for the ghost ship. He then picked up a piece of bread and began eating. Just then, the old merman's voice came from outside the door. Young master? Young master. The old man entered with a steaming bowl of soup in his hands. Thanks to you, young master, everyone got to eat their fill today. I picked out the best cuts of meat for you to try my cooking. Gawain glanced at the bowl and nodded. All right, thank you. No trouble, no trouble, the old man said nervously, waving his hand as he bowed and left the room. Gawain continued munching on his bread, ignoring the soup. A few greedy crows cawed, and with his permission, they immediately swooped in and devoured the soup in no time. Not long after, the old man's voice came again from outside the room. Young master, I knocked on the room next door. Your servant isn't resting there? He didn't respond. Gawain put down his bread and stepped out of the room. Talk, talk, he called a few times before forcefully pushing the door open. Inside, the dwarf Talk was lying on the bed, drenched in sweat, his head tossing and turning as if trapped in a nightmare. Talk, Gawain shouted, amplifying his voice with magic. The dwarf finally woke up, groggy and weak. And Master Gawain. Before he could finish, he suddenly coughed up blood and clutched his stomach, crying out in pain. Gawain frowned. What's going on? My stomach, something's biting me from the inside. Oh, Talk groaned in agony. The old merman, who had followed them in, looked shocked. He cautiously said, Young master, has he drunk raw water from the Sea of Earth? Yes, he accidentally drank a few sips yesterday, Gawain replied. That explains it, the old man said. He's been infested by a flesh-eating eel. It's hatching and devouring his intestines. Is it serious? Gawain asked. The old man sighed. In the past, it wouldn't have been too bad. A herbalist could prepare a few doses of deworming tonic, and that would be it. But now, the herbalists have long since left this place. Without the tonic, he won't last more than 15 days. Within that time, the eel will eat through his organs and burst out of his belly. The dwarf Tokay was terrified out of his wits upon hearing this, his fear momentarily suppressing the pain in his abdomen. He clutched Gawain's sleeve, wailing with a trembling voice. Mr. Gawain, you have to save me. I was supposed to die in the city-state of Kabaik, but I don't want to perish here. Gawain frowned impatiently and turned to the elderly merman. Old man, do you happen to know the ingredients for making a pest-repelling potion? The merman elder looked embarrassed and shook his head, indicating he couldn't help. Gawain sighed and escorted the elder out of the room. Standing at the doorway, Gawain fell into deep thought. As a level 4 alchemist, if he knew a few of the ingredients, he could deduce the formula for the pest-repelling potion based on his understanding of their properties. However, having no knowledge of underground herbs left him at a loss for the moment. Even so, it didn't mean he couldn't find a way to cure the dwarf. Gawain re-entered the room to find Tokay sprawled on the bed like a lifeless dog, his eyes dull and lifeless. Shaking his head in exasperation, Gawain didn't even bother scolding him. Reflecting on their journey together, it was as if they were two extremes. Gawain had devoted almost all his time to inscribing willpower runes, while the dwarf had only meditated half-heartedly when bored, as though he had given up on the path of a sorcerer. Despite this, Gawain couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He extended his left hand, activating the psychic ring he wore. Tokay clutched his head in pain, letting out a muffled groan before fainting. Gawain stepped forward, recharged the ring, and directed 3 consecutive psychic blasts at Tokay's abdomen. When Tokay regained consciousness, Gawain patiently guided him through some techniques for channeling magical energy, teaching him how to use it to kill the parasitic eel larvae inside him. The next day, after a night's sleep, Tokay woke up with only mild dizziness, and the abdominal pain had indeed disappeared. Over the next half-month, Gawain rarely left his room. Apart from assigning 5 ravens to take turns waiting by the shore for the ghost ship, he spent nearly all his time inscribing willpower runes in his room. He paid no attention to the mundane affairs downstairs, and no one dared to disturb him. After 2 weeks, Gawain successfully inscribed the 7th willpower rune for the flame meditation technique. He felt his mental strength increase by another 0.1 point 0.1, his mental world slightly expanding, and he gained an additional spell slot. Gawain mused to himself that every new meditation technique seemed to grant an extra spell slot, which undoubtedly increased their value. He resolved to try collecting the meditation techniques for the other 5 elements, curious if they might also enhance sorcery slots. As Gawain was lost in thought, his ears twitched at the sound of footsteps outside the room. Recognizing the familiar tread as Lilith's, he guessed she was here again to barter for food, something that had happened several times over the past 2 weeks. Sure enough, her voice soon came from outside the door. Mr. Gawain. Mr. Gawain. Instead of answering personally, Gawain sent Raven number 7 to handle it in his place. He continued contemplating which spell he should learn next. He now had access to not only the spells he had collected, but also 3 additional ones. Tokay had learned his compensation for saving Tokay's life multiple times and escorting him along the journey, which Gawain accepted without hesitation. Gawain silently listed the spells he could choose from: water manipulation, fish attraction, bone control, geomantic breathing, slippery footing, magical perception, stone to mud transmutation, and ignition. Each held unique magical potential, and he needed to carefully weigh his options to select the one that best suited him. Various spells flashed through Gawain's mind, and he swiftly ruled out 3 from the Gnome Society and the ignition spell. Complementing the strengths of his companions, he decided these weren't necessary for now. After a moment of contemplation, Gawain chose to learn water manipulation to prepare for the upcoming journey across the ocean. Focusing intently, Gawain mastered the spell in less than a day, recording it on his panel and immediately advancing it to level 1. Over the next 2 days, he concentrated on inscribing the spell's runes. The moment the runes were completed, a peculiar change occurred in Gawain's mental world. The runes representing the 5-fold ice arrow spell and the water barrier spell began to converge toward the water manipulation rune. The 3 runes gathered around water manipulation, forming a mysterious connection. A sudden realization struck Gawain, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. He quickly exited his mental world and retrieved a honeydew peach from his frog-shaped pouch. However, after a brief hesitation, he put it back into his pocket and instead turned his attention to the honeydew peach tree nearby, slowly raising his right hand. With a soft rustling sound, a peach on the tree moved without any wind. A stream of water flowed out, gathering into a sphere in front of Gawain and morphing into various shapes: dogs, humans, and other forms in turn. Gawain chuckled softly and began casting the 5-fold ice arrow spell. The water sphere quickly solidified into 5 ice arrows as thick as calves. Without even firing them, Gawain could sense the difference. The casting time was reduced by 0.5 seconds, and the power had increased by 18.5. Even without the help of the magical wand he possessed, the attack strength was nearing 6 degrees. With the wand's amplification, it could even exceed 7 degrees. Amid his excitement, Gawain pondered the phenomenon. It reminded him of the synergy concept from games in his previous life. He murmured, "So there's a synergy between runes of the same elemental type, enhancing each other. Does this mean the more spells I learn from the same element, the stronger they become?" But he quickly realized the limitations. The runes were laid out on the lower plane of his mental world, with spell runes in the center and sorcery runes on the periphery. Each spell rune could only correspond to a maximum of 2 sorcery runes. A sudden idea struck him. I could learn another water element spell to replace one of the existing ones. That way, I could form a synergy between 2 water element spells and 4 water element sorceries, significantly increasing their combined power. He waved his hand, dispersing the condensed ice arrows back into water, and proceeded to test the water barrier. As expected, the defensive strength had improved. Although the base value was still low and hadn't reached 3 degrees, the control was noticeably smoother. He experimented with reshaping the 3-layered water barrier, adjusting its defensive strength in different areas, and even merged the layers into one for a stronger single-layer shield. Gawain tried bringing the water shield closer to his skin, and to his amazement, it transformed into a water suit. Excited, he continued experimenting until he crafted an ultra-thin, full-body water armor, covering himself entirely, including his head. After testing its strength, he was astonished to find it reached 5 degrees. The water armor on his head gradually receded to his neck as Gawain reflected, "Water manipulation has been incredibly useful to me. I should have learned it sooner. I've wasted too much time figuring things out on my own." He decided not to dwell on it further and solidified the water shield into its water armor form for quick activation in the future. Combined with his scale armor, his survivability had significantly improved. Spell: Water Manipulation, Level 5, Enhanced. Not bad. Gawain nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly thought of the discarded ignition spell. Paired with the 3-fold fireball spell he had already mastered, it seemed there could be another synergy, this time with fire elements. Gawain's eyes lit up momentarily, but he quickly shook his head. He thought to himself, A bond spell requires at least 3 spells of the same elemental school to activate. Otherwise, I would have noticed it by now. Currently, the fire school only has ignite and triple fireball spells. One more is missing. There is a burning hand spell, but it's incomplete and cannot be learned. He glanced at the redstone wand in his hand. Though it contained a solidified fireball spell, it did not provide any method for learning it. Gawain made a mental note. Fireball is a common 0-level spell. I should be able to find it at a wizard gathering or trademark it in the future. He then refocused on his training. As he sat cross-legged in meditation to replenish his mental energy, he heard a disturbance coming from the crocodile leather chest. Opening it, he reached inside and pulled out a faintly trembling conch shell. A sound-transmitting conch. Gawain muttered, puzzled as he examined the item he had once acquired from the merman apprentice, Morgan. Having been forgotten in the chest for so long, it was now unexpectedly active. He held it to his ear and heard a faint voice. Come back, come back, come back. Narrowing his eyes, Gawain found the voice strangely familiar. His expression shifted as he quickly left the room to search the area, but there was no sign of the old merman. Climbing to the rooftop, he was met with a fine drizzle. There, he saw the old merman standing in the wind and rain, clutching something in his hands as he played a melody. Hearing footsteps, the old merman turned around in alarm. His facial muscles twitched briefly before he forced a calm demeanor. Ah, young sir, what brings you out here today? Gawain frowned and demanded, what were you blowing? Nothing at all. You must be mistaken. The old merman replied nervously, shaking his head while clenching his right hand into a fist. Gawain took a step closer, extending his hand. Hand it over. No, no. The old merman panicked, hiding his right hand behind his back. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly leapt off the rooftop. Gawain reacted swiftly, casting Mage Hand to catch the old merman midair. However, the rain-soaked merman was surprisingly slippery. Twisting his body, he slipped free from the magical grip and fell heavily to the ground. Struggling to his feet, he limped away in an attempt to escape. Gawain's expression hardened. He raised his hand and fired a metal bolt, striking the old merman's left leg with precision. Ah! The old merman cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared beside the old merman. The merman's eyes lit up with hope. Quick, take me away. I've been exposed. Before he could say more, there was a sharp crack. The old merman's eyes widened in shock, his throat emitting a guttural gasp of pain. The cloaked figure had crushed his throat with one hand, snatched the item from his grasp, and turned to flee. Gawain's face darkened. He fired a series of metal bolts, but just before they struck, they veered off course, missing the target entirely. A wizard apprentice. Gawain exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter another spellcaster in this small inn, let alone one bold enough to act so brazenly in his presence. Quickly, he cast a water shield on himself and whistled sharply before giving chase. To his astonishment, Gawain found that even with his 2.7 physique, he couldn't keep up with the fleeing figure. Alarmed, he realized this encounter might be far more unusual than he had anticipated. Gawain abruptly halted in his tracks, his fingers deftly slipping into his pocket to retrieve a sleek, jet-black raven feather. He closed his eyes, muttering an incantation under his breath, and in an instant, he cast a transformation spell. In the blink of an eye, his form twisted and morphed into a raven with glossy feathers, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky to pursue the mysterious figure. As the raven, Gawain dived through the air, his wings slicing through the wind with a sharp whistle. He quickly overtook the fleeing figure, circling above their head before plunging downward. Amid a flurry of feathers, Gawain reverted to his human form, landing steadily in front of the figure to block their path. Caught off guard, the figure came to an abrupt stop. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding shadows seemed to come alive, rapidly coalescing into a massive, pitch-black hand. The shadowy hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, aiming to seize Gawain with crushing force. Startled, Gawain hastily summoned a mage's hand to defend himself. However, his shield proved fragile as paper, shattering instantly under the black hand's pressure. Before Gawain could react, the enormous hand had him firmly in its grasp. Pathetic, a disdainful chuckle echoed from beneath the figure's hood. The black hand tightened its grip, as if intent on crushing Gawain into pulp. Yet, despite 2 forceful attempts, the hand failed to achieve its goal. Instead, a teeth-grating sound of friction echoed from its palm, as if it were squeezing something extraordinarily hard. Begone, the figure growled, flinging Gawain far into the distance. Just as the figure turned to flee, a sharp pain shot up his left leg. Looking down, he saw a thick, black serpent coiled tightly around his calf, its fangs buried deep into his flesh. You dare! The figure roared in fury, commanding the massive shadowy hand to crash down on the serpent. But the snake was unervingly agile, releasing its grip in an instant and vanishing into the ground like a ghost. Boom, boom, boom. The figure frantically struck the ground with the shadowy hand, but the serpent remained elusive. Uneasy and wary of another ambush, he limped forward, his pace significantly slowed by the injury to his leg. Trouble, indeed, Gawain muttered, staggering to his feet with a dizzy head, as if he'd just endured a wild roller coaster ride. Thankfully, his water armor had absorbed the brunt of the impact, sparing him from harm. After a brief moment to steady himself, Gawain resumed the chase. With the shadow serpent tracking the figure from the darkness, Gawain quickly caught up. Maintaining a safe distance, he began preparing his most powerful spell, the five-fold ice arrow. With a flourish of his black magic staff, 5 thick ice arrows shot forth, whistling through the air toward their target. Yet, a strange force deflected them off course, and not a single arrow found its mark. A nemesis for ranged attacks, Gawain muttered in frustration, momentarily at a loss. The figure ahead sensed Gawain's pursuit and abruptly turned, stomping the ground with force. With a thunderous crack, the earth beneath Gawain split open, threatening to swallow him whole. Fortunately, Gawain had been alert and evaded the trap with agile precision. Another stomp from the figure sent the ground fissuring again. Gawain narrowly dodged the second attack, but knew he couldn't allow his adversary to continue unchecked. Seizing a brief moment while the figure was casting, Gawain retrieved another raven feather and once more transformed into a raven, taking to the skies. The figure, caught off guard by this sudden move, hesitated. "Fellow apprentice of the arcane, must we really be at odds?" he called out. Wary of the menacing black hand, Gawain kept his distance, replying, "You're the one who started this. If you hadn't stolen from me, we wouldn't be fighting here." The cloaked figure faltered, his tone softening. "This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to target you specifically. That item was mine to begin with, and you—" "No, it's mine," Gawain interrupted firmly, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. The figure's anger flared but was tempered by pragmatism. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the object in his hand, his jaw clenched. "Fine, take it. Let's settle this," he said, tossing the item to the ground before limping away. Gawain descended, returning to human form, and cautiously retrieved the object with a mage's hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small, pitch-black conch shell, even smaller than his communication conch. Seeing no immediate danger, Gawain pocketed the shell and transformed into a raven once more, continuing his pursuit. The chase between Gawain and the cloaked figure unfolded in the dense gray mist. "You despicable coward. All you know is sneak attacks. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight," the cloaked figure's enraged voice echoed through the fog. Like a seasoned hunter, Gawain moved stealthily within the thick mist. He knew that a wounded prey was the most dangerous, so he waited patiently for the right moment. The cloaked figure, controlling a massive black hand, struck out wildly, but could never touch Gawain. As time passed, the snake venom began to spread through the cloaked figure's body. His face turned dark, his breath grew faint, and he finally collapsed to the ground. Gawain stepped out of the mist, raised his hand, and fired a metallic projectile that hit the figure squarely in the chest. The cloaked figure's eye shot open as he tore off his hood. To Gawain's shock, the face beneath was identical to that of the old merman, except the eyes were like two pitch-black whirlpools. Instinctively sensing danger, Gawain's mechanical mind activated, allowing him to break free from the illusionary gaze just in time. The cloaked figure coughed up black blood and, in a desperate struggle, pulled out a cloth bag. "Spare me, and all of this is yours. Otherwise, we'll both perish," he threatened, dumping a pile of items in front of him in an attempt to bargain with Gawain. Without hesitation, Gawain fired 3 more metallic projectiles, piercing the figure's skull. The cloaked man let out a bitter laugh as the magical disguise faded, revealing an unfamiliar merman face underneath. A ruby he had been holding fell to the ground and exploded instantly, releasing searing flames that engulfed everything within a 3-meter radius. Gawain rushed forward and used his mage hand to salvage what he could from the flames, but only managed to recover a small portion. Frustrated, he kicked the cloaked figure's corpse several times before carefully inspecting the remaining items. Most of the scroll materials and parchment books had been destroyed by the fire. All that remained intact were 7 magic stones and a high-purity crystal ball. Gawain collected these and began examining the remnants of the parchment books. After sorting through them, he managed to extract fragments of knowledge and spells. Introduction to Alchemy, Parts 1 and 2. Theories of Bloodline Modification. And 30 Circle Spells Magical Disguise, Shadow Grasp, and Force Field Shift. Unfortunately, none of the spells were complete and could not be practiced. Gawain felt a pang of frustration, especially over Shadow Grasp, a spell with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Reflecting on the black hand the cloaked figure had summoned, he couldn't help but lament the significant loss from this encounter. Gawain sighed and put away the black conch. This enchanted item, called the Ghost Conch, contained a spell to summon ghostly apparitions. Blowing it would call forth a ghost ship. He realized this could be part of a larger conspiracy, but the merman shaman apprentice who had orchestrated it was already dead by his hand, which gave him some relief. As he returned to the mountain hollow, Gawain noticed that the elderly merman he had killed earlier by crushing his throat was now lying lifeless. A crowd had gathered around the corpse, pointing and murmuring. There were noticeably more people than before. Choosing not to involve himself, Gawain skirted around the group and headed directly toward the inn. Suddenly, a rough voice shouted from behind, "Stop right there." Gawain pretended not to hear and kept walking. A werewolf clad in leather rushed forward and grabbed his shoulder. The werewolf bared his sharp fangs, his foul breath overwhelming, and growled, "Hey, kid, Wolf told you to stop. Are you deaf?" Before Gawain could respond, the werewolf, who called himself Wolf, jabbed a clawed finger at him and shouted, "Everyone look. This kid just came back from outside. He must be the one who killed the old man." Wolf looked smug, clearly expecting the crowd to echo his accusation. But an eerie silence fell over the gathering. The older onlookers who had been there earlier gazed at him with pity, while the newcomers observed cautiously. Wolf's confidence crumbled as awkwardness set in. Enraged, he roared, "What? Am I wrong?" At that moment, a young dark elf woman named Lilith stepped forward from the crowd and sternly rebuked him. "Wolf, stop slandering Mr. Gawain." Wolf's face twisted in fury. He snarled back, "Shut up, you little dark elf wench. This has nothing to do with you. Don't you dare question the great wolf." Still unsatisfied, he jabbed a finger at Lilith and sneered. "Everyone knows dark elf women are as lowly as succubi. Look at this wench is probably just smitten with this pale-faced kid." Lilith's cheeks flushed with anger. She drew a short sword from her belt and shouted, "You fool, Wolf. Lilith challenges you to a duel." Hearing this, Wolf burst into laughter. He shoved Gawain aside and strode toward Lilith. "Fine. Let the mighty wolf and this little dark elf have a proper duel," he sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. He'll defeat you, capture you, and take you back to Wolf's bed. He'll make you mine, thoroughly and completely. I can hardly wait." With that, Wolf extended his claws and lunged at Lilith. The crowd quickly scattered, leaving a wide open space for the confrontation. Gawain watched the sudden conflict unfold and thought to himself, "Is this a damsel saving the hero?" He had initially planned to leave, but then felt it would be ungracious to walk away. Deciding to stay, he blended into the crowd, observing how the situation would play out. The horn of the duel had sounded, marking the beginning of a life-or-death battle between the werewolf Wolf and Lilith. Underestimating his opponent, Wolf was struck in the shoulder by Lilith's swift blade before he could even make a move. Blood instantly drenched half of his body, and his agonized howl pierced the night sky. Realizing the strength of his adversary, Wolf's fury ignited. He tore off his leather jacket, letting out a long howl toward the moon as his body twisted and transformed under its glow. In the blink of an eye, a massive wolf, standing over a meter tall at the shoulder, appeared before Lilith. His injuries seemed to have abated, and his powerful limbs launched a ferocious assault on her. "Watch out," came an urgent warning from the sidelines, but it was too late. Before Lilith could react, her back was slashed by the wolf's claws, leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds that quickly soaked through her clothing. She let out a groan of pain, swiftly adjusted her stance, and adopted a defensive posture. Her palm, gripping the sword, was slick with sweat, which was soon absorbed by the cloth wrapped around the hilt. Lilith's gaze sharpened, abandoning any thoughts of attack as she focused entirely on parrying the werewolf's relentless onslaught. The giant wolf sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "Ha ha ha, is this all you've got, little girl? I wonder if you're just as wild in bed. I'll strip you bare." His claws continued to leave cuts of varying depths on Lilith's body, and before long, she was drenched in blood, her breath growing weaker. Finally, Lilith could no longer hold herself upright. Dropping to one knee, her short sword sank into the ground, drained of strength. Seeing this, Wolf burst into gleeful laughter. "Lunar eclipse blade," he roared, eagerly lunging at his seemingly helpless prey. At that critical moment, Lilith suddenly raised her head, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. She swiftly hurled a dagger hidden in her sleeve, striking the giant wolf's left eye with precision. Wolf let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground and writhing in pain as his front paw clutched at his injured eye. Lilith staggered to her feet, her short sword gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Without hesitation, she drove the blade through the wolf's skull, ending the duel decisively. I did it," Lilith murmured, her voice trembling with disbelief. However, the excessive blood loss left her body swaying unsteadily. She barely managed to stay upright, and when she lifted her head, expecting cheers of victory, she was met instead with gazes filled with a sinister desire. A chill ran down Lilith's spine as she instinctively stepped back, only to collapse to the ground, her strength utterly spent. The crowd fell silent, the air thick with an ominous tension. At last, another werewolf could no longer restrain himself and leaped forward from the crowd. He approached Lilith with a cruel smile, his eyes alight with greed. "Since Wolf is dead, as his kin, it's only right for me, Chark, to finish what he started." "Never," Lilith growled through clenched teeth, forcing herself to thrust her short sword. However, her feeble resistance was easily swatted aside by Chark's claws. For the first time, fear flickered in Lilith's eyes as she desperately scanned the crowd for help. But the onlookers simply stared with ravenous eyes, frustrated that they hadn't acted sooner. Confident of his victory, Chark sneered. Don't worry, I'll be far more vigorous than Wolf. He roughly gripped Lilith's fragile neck, ready to make his next move, when his body suddenly shuddered. He staggered, then collapsed heavily to the ground. Move aside, a deep voice commanded. Gawain strode forward, kicking Chark's lifeless body aside. He looked down at Lilith and asked curtly, Can you walk? Lilith froze in shock, but quickly nodded upon regaining her senses. Yes. Good. Follow me. Gawain spoke no further, turning toward the inn. Lilith struggled to her feet and stumbled after him. The crowd parted like frightened animals, clearing a path for the pair to leave. Once they were beyond the crowd, Lilith couldn't resist glancing back. Tears rolled down her cheeks against her will. She silently vowed to herself, Lilith, you must stay strong. Taking a deep breath, she wiped her tears away and quickened her pace, following Gawain's figure into the unknown future. After the two left, the rest of the group finally dared to approach and examine Cherk's body. They cautiously moved closer and discovered a small bloody hole in the back of his head. This finding made everyone gasp in shock, silently thankful that they had escaped danger. 2 days later, a commotion suddenly erupted by the shore. A goblin came running back to the inn, shouting excitedly. The ship is here. The ship is here. He had just seen a massive black ship slowly approaching from the sea. The news spread through the inn like wildfire. Everyone hurriedly packed their belongings, eager to board the ship and leave this perilous place. However, in a room on the inn's second floor, the sound of violent coughing broke the atmosphere of excitement. Lilith, who was recovering from her injuries, was awakened by the noise outside. She struggled to get out of bed but collapsed repeatedly due to her wounds and a high fever. Weakly, she called out, Is anyone there? Lilith needs to board the ship too. Can someone help me? But her voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd, and no one paid her any attention. Despair washed over Lilith as she realized she would be forgotten in this deserted corner. Once everyone boarded the ship, she would be left alone to face the threat of death. Fear, confusion, regret, and helplessness surged within her like a tide. In the end, she bit into her blanket and broke down in tears. Meanwhile, Gawain stood silently on the inn's rooftop, calmly observing the hurried crowd below. After a moment of thought, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a raven feather. In an instant, he transformed into a raven and spread his wings, flying toward the sea. Before long, Gawain spotted the dilapidated three-masted ship, nearly 50 meters in length. He circled around the vessel without alarming the people boarding it. He perched on the tall mast and used a ghostly conch he carried to sense the ship, confirming that it was indeed the ghost ship bound to the conch. Gawain flew to the door of the captain's cabin, only to find it sealed shut, with only a crystal window the size of a human head. He hopped to the window, wiped away the grime with his wings, and tried to peer inside. Suddenly, a pair of pale, eerie eyes appeared on the other side of the glass, pressing against the crystal and startling Gawain. When he steadied himself and looked again, the eyes had vanished. Could there really be a ghost imprisoned inside? Gawain wondered to himself. He carefully examined the captain's cabin once more and noted that, apart from the heavy layer of dust, its layout was no different from a typical ship. Weighing his options, Gawain decided to stick to his original plan. He spread his wings and flew away from the ghost ship, heading back to the inn. From the air, he saw a familiar figure hurrying toward the ghost ship. Gawain landed in front of the figure, who came to an awkward halt. It was the dwarf Talk. Mr. Gawain. Talk stammered, trying to explain, I just want to get back to the Kibik city-state as soon as possible. You understand, right? Gawain remained silent for a moment before stepping aside. He removed the red rock wand from his belt, which he no longer needed, erased its magical imprint, and handed it to Talk. Take care of yourself. Live well. Return this to me the next time we meet. Talk knelt in shame, holding the wand with both hands, and choked out. Talk Talon will forever remember your kindness. When he looked up again, Gawain had already transformed into a raven and flown away. Wiping his reddened eyes, Talk quickened his pace toward the ghost ship. Gawain stepped into the inn, finding the usual bustle of the first floor replaced by an eerie silence. He ascended the stairs to the second floor, intending to return to his room, when a faint sound of sobbing reached his ears from afar. Someone still here? He wondered, his curiosity piqued. Following the sound, he stopped at a room at the far end of the hallway. Only then did he remember that the injured dark elf, Lilith, was staying there. Gawain gently pushed the door open, the wooden hinges creaking softly. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Lilith looked up warily, her eyes catching the sliver of light spilling through the doorway and the silhouette of a man standing there. She froze, staring at him in surprise. Awkwardly, Gawain stood at the door and said, Sorry, I forgot to knock. Lilith snapped out of her daze, her voice trembling with excitement. Tus it, Mr. Gawain? It's me, he replied with a nod. Are you okay? You didn't leave? Lilith asked, her voice filled with disbelief. No, I'm waiting for the next ship, Gawain answered honestly. A flicker of hope lit up in Lilith's eyes, and a wave of warmth filled her heart. Her slender fingers clutched the edge of the blanket tightly, her voice quivering with emotion. Thank you. Gawain blinked in surprise before realizing what she meant. Lilith had misunderstood, thinking he stayed behind for her sake. He chose not to correct her assumption and simply smiled. It's nothing. I'm in no rush. A few weeks here won't make much difference. They'll make sure Shao-Chi brings you food and water every day. Thank you so much, Lilith said gratefully. Seeing that Gawain was about to leave, she hesitated before asking, Mr. Gawain, are you a wizard? Gawain paused, then shook his head. Just a humble apprentice, not a full-fledged wizard. Can you use magic? She pressed further. Of course, but I'm afraid I don't know any healing spells, he admitted. Could Lilith become a wizard? She asked, her voice holding a glimmer of hope. Gawain thought for a moment before replying. That's hard to say. Becoming a wizard isn't easy. It requires innate talent and elemental affinity, which can only be determined through testing. Only a very small number of people are fortunate enough to have those qualities. Lilith had never considered herself one of the lucky ones. Suppressing her disappointment, she shifted the topic. Mr. Gawain, would you like to hear my story? Gawain found himself intrigued by the dark elf. In this and filled with shady characters, she stood out. She managed to remain untainted, consistently buying bread and water, and even standing up for strangers. In the harsh, cutthroat underground world, Lilith seemed to possess a rare and admirable quality. He pulled up a stool by the bed and sat down with a smile. It would be my honor. Lilith's face flushed slightly, and she appeared a bit uneasy. Taking a deep breath, she began recounting her tale, from being a daughter of a lesser branch in a prominent dark elf family, to being chosen as a sacrifice for the death god Heir, to her escape from the city-state as a fugitive, and finally to her current life as a wandering outcast. Her story was fraught with hardship, yet it shone with resilience and hope. What was even more admirable was Lilith's unwavering commitment to helping the weak, staying virtuous, and refusing to align herself with evildoers. She steadfastly pursued her dream of becoming a hero, viewing each trial as a test of her resolve, and believing that one day she would awaken the blood of a hero and become a revered heroine. What an extraordinary story, Gawain said sincerely, clapping his hands as he stood. Lilith lowered her head shyly, her voice soft. Mr. Gawain, I still don't think I've done enough. I couldn't save little Radish, and I carelessly let the pear vendor escape. I've blamed myself for so long. You've already done so much, Gawain said gently, his tone comforting. Don't be too hard on yourself. Gawain comforted Lilith with a few kind words, then gave a mysterious smile and said, as Miss Lilith's only audience, I believe I should present a special gift for the occasion. Lilith's eyes lit up with a hint of expectation, though she seemed a bit shy. In a soft voice, she asked, Really? Of course, Gawain replied with a smile, nodding before turning around and leaving the room. As Lilith sat there, feeling both anxious and intrigued, the sound of flapping wings came from outside the window. A raven, known as Number 7, landed gracefully on the windowsill with a small glass vial in its beak. Tilting its head, the raven gave Lilith, who was leaning against the headboard, a curious glance before spreading its wings and hopping onto the bed. It dropped the vial onto the covers before retreating. Lilith was no stranger to this raven. Eagerly, she picked up the vial, and her eyes sparkled as she read the label. Constitution Elixir. Croak, croak. The raven called out twice, gesturing insistently at the vial with its beak. Without hesitation, Lilith uncorked the vial and sipped the elixir in small amounts. Once the raven saw its task was complete, it let out another call and flew out the window. Before long, Lilith felt her eyelids growing heavy. She yawned and soon drifted into a deep sleep. When she awoke the next day, she felt a pang of hunger but was surprised to find her energy levels unusually high. Testing her body, she found she could sit up in bed with ease. Looking over, she noticed a table laden with food, white bread, honeyed peaches, and even a few slices of succulent roast beef. Praise Mr. Gawain, Lilith exclaimed joyfully. Carefully, she got out of bed and enjoyed a hearty meal. Feeling much better, Lilith decided to go for a walk. She arrived at Gawain's door and was about to knock when something caught her attention. She hesitated, stepped to the left, and cautiously extended her hand forward. Suddenly, her fingertips brushed against something cold. A jet-black serpent's head materialized out of thin air, its icy eyes locking onto her like a predator eyeing its prey. Lilith froze, her soul seemingly gripped by an overwhelming chill, her body rendered immobile. As the serpent's fangs drew closer, a melodic voice rang out from inside the room. Xiaohei, stop fooling around. With a hiss, the serpent's head retreated and vanished once more. Lilith let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest to calm her nerves. At that moment, Gawain opened the door. He glanced at Lilith from head to toe and nodded approvingly. You're recovering quite well. Lilith gave a reserved smile, her face filled with gratitude. It's all thanks to the elixir you gave me, Mr. Gawain. Without it, I would have been bedridden for at least half a month. As she spoke, she pulled a hardcover book from her belongings and handed it to him. Since you seem skilled in alchemy, I thought this might be of use to you. Gawain took the book, initially indifferent, but his expression shifted as he read the title on the cover. Pharmacopoeia? Lilith explained. I took this from the Church of Heir, the death god. Because of this book, I was hunted by Father Pruck and only narrowly escaped. As Gawain flipped through the pages, various potion recipes unfolded before him. Sheep transformation potion, foolishness potion, awakening potion, strengthening potion, healing potion, purification potion, night vision potion, frost potion, forgetfulness potion, and finally, the necromantic potion combination of the previous 21 potions. Gawain drew a sharp breath. It was an entire, comprehensive potion system. Though it belonged to the Death Church and differed from a wizard's alchemical practices, many of the potions could still be useful to him. However, most of the recipes required a key ingredient called holy water, which was notoriously difficult for outsiders to obtain. As for the necromantic potion, it far exceeded the level of basic potions, reaching the realm of formal wizards. A mere glance at its recipe made Gawain's eyes sting with pain. Quickly closing the book, Gawain tried to decline. This is far too valuable. I'm just glad it can help you, Mr. Gawain, Lilith replied with a bright, innocent smile so pure and genuine that, for a fleeting moment, even the calculating Gawain felt a pang of guilt. Gawain stopped being polite and accepted the gift. His expression suddenly grew serious, and he fixed his piercing gaze on Lilith. After the gray mist descended, did you read the contents written on it? Lilith was momentarily taken aback, her slender brows furrowing slightly. No, I didn't. I only glanced at it briefly before. Gawain exhaled in relief. Good. If you had, you might already have turned into a monster. The knowledge on it isn't something you can handle right now. Forcing yourself to look at it would only bring pain and corruption. Seeing Lilith's somewhat confused expression, Gawain decided not to explain further. He turned and walked into the room, with Lilith following closely behind. As soon as she entered, Lilith was stunned by the scene before her. A peculiar food tree occupied one corner of the room, its branches laden with an assortment of fruits and edibles. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a small potted plant could produce such an abundance of food. Before long, Lilith shifted her attention elsewhere. She asked softly, Mr. Gawain, was that snake earlier your pet? Yes, its name is He, Gawain replied succinctly. Lilith's eyes lit up. Can I hold it? Gawain turned to look at her, clearly surprised. Lilith hurriedly explained. I just felt a sense of closeness when I saw it. I just want to spend a little more time with it. Gawain frowned slightly, scrutinizing Lilith as though seeing her for the first time. Words flitted through his mind. Dark elf, shadow serpent, bloodline? Lilith, feeling uneasy under his gaze, stammered. Two didn't mean any offense. Gawain waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. It's a small matter. Lilith's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed excitedly. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gawain. Gawain smiled faintly and called out. Xiao He. The shadow serpent, coiled by the doorway, revealed its form reluctantly and slithered into the room. It raised its massive head, its black crystal-like slitted eyes gazing down at Lilith with an air of disdain. Lilith, undeterred, stepped forward eagerly. My name is Lilith. It's so nice to meet you. Hiss, the shadow serpent turned its head away arrogantly. Lilith, however, reached out and wrapped her arms around the shadow serpent's neck. A moment later, she turned to Gawain with excitement written all over her face. Mr. Gawain, I can feel it, me blood feels like it's boiling. I think I'm awakening. Gawain immediately stepped forward to examine her, taking her wrist and checking her forehead. Finding no obvious abnormalities, he trusted Lilith's instincts. With a sigh, he remarked, perhaps this is your destiny. Who knows? In a few days, I might have to start calling you Hero Lilith. Lilith's face flushed red, her eyes filled with gratitude. This is all thanks to you, Mr. Gawain. Without you, I wouldn't have had this chance. I'd still be struggling to survive my injuries. Gawain smiled and said nothing more. He began carefully observing Lilith's physical reactions. For a sorcerer's apprentice, a hero in the midst of awakening was the perfect subject for study and opportunity not to be missed. At first, Lilith seemed a bit uncomfortable with Gawain's handsome approach, but she quickly grew accustomed to it. Half an hour later, she had fallen asleep, still holding the shadow serpent in her arms. This indicated that, after facing life and death experiences, Lilith's subconscious had come to trust Gawain deeply. Otherwise, she would have been on guard, at the very least. Gawain found this quite gratifying. What had been a small effort on his part, requiring little cost, had unexpectedly nurtured a potential heroine. Moreover, her figure, appearance, and even her temperament were exceptional. Of course, his appreciation was purely objective and respectful. After all, Gawain was still just a 14-year-old boy, though his mature demeanor often made people overlook his age. How could he possibly harbor any ill intentions? Time passed quickly as Gawain and Lilith spent half a month together at the inn. Occasionally, travelers would approach, only to be scared away by the towering skeletal giant standing guard outside. One day, Tired of staying indoors, Gawain decided to spar with the Nara-covered Lilith outside the inn. Under the bright sunlight, the two exchanged blows, their swords flashing with every movement. Gawain wielded his black magic staff as a sword, his movements appearing slow but actually lightning fast, each strike precisely blocking Lilith's attacks. His stance was steady, his gaze piercing, and every motion exuded the aura of a seasoned sword master. Too slow, Gawain teased effortlessly while countering her attacks. How can this be called a fast sword? Is this all the legendary heroine Lilith can do? Before his words had fully settled, Gawain launched a sudden counterattack, moving as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. Caught off guard, Lilith staggered back 3 steps, her clothes damp with sweat. Clenching her silver teeth, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. "They'll give it my all now." With that, Lilith slowly retreated, her figure gradually fading into the shadows. Gawain, now on high alert, scanned his surroundings carefully, his steps light and deliberate. Suddenly, he took 2 quick strides to the left, his magic staff striking out like a viper, pointing straight ahead. "Lilith, your sweat betrayed your position." Lilith reappeared, Gawain's staff resting against her throat. She lowered her short sword with a defeated expression. "Am no match for you." Retracting his staff, Gawain smiled and offered reassurance. "You're not as bad as you think. For someone newly awakened as a heroine, it's normal not to have full control over your abilities yet. With practice, you'll keep improving. Believe in yourself." Lilith nodded earnestly. "He'll remember your advice." Standing before Gawain, she resembled a humble apprentice eager to learn. Just 3 days ago, Lilith had successfully awakened as a heroine, greatly enhancing her physical capabilities and granting her a shadow stealth ability. This newfound power only deepened her awe of Gawain's seemingly boundless strength. Suddenly, a loud caw interrupted their conversation. The watchful crow, Xiaobai, flew in from the distance, landing on Gawain's shoulder and whispering a few words into his ear. Stroking Xiaobai's feathers, Gawain chuckled. "Xiaobai brings good news." "Could it be?" Lilith asked hopefully. "That's right, the ghost ship has returned," Gawain confirmed. However, instead of joy, Lilith's face fell, tinged with disappointment. "I thought we'd be staying here for a few more months, but it seems we're leaving so soon. I had planned to cross the Sea of Shadows and search for the legendary coronation site of the first Dark Elf Queen to seek a heroine's awakening, but I've already awakened halfway through the journey." "Isn't that a good thing?" Gawain asked, puzzled. But once we reach the other side, we'll have to part ways with you," Lilith murmured, her voice carrying a note of reluctance. "There's no such thing as a feast that lasts forever," Gawain said with a gentle smile. "Now, hurry up and pack your things." "All right," Lilith replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm as she followed Gawain back to the inn to gather their belongings. When the two stepped outside again, the towering skeletal giant, over 4 meters tall, was already waiting by the door. Gawain, carrying a crocodile leather suitcase and dressed in a gray robe, effortlessly climbed onto the giant's bony hand and settled on its shoulder. With a sharp whistle, he signaled the giant to march toward the Sea of Shadows. "Wait for me, Gawain," Lilith exclaimed, snapping out of her thoughts. She quickly slung a small pack over her shoulder and hurried after him. 5 crows also emerged from the inn, following closely behind. Before long, the group arrived at the edge of the Sea of Shadows. In the distance, a ghost ship, nearly 50 meters long, was slowly approaching the shore. It was a weathered, 3-masted wooden vessel, seemingly the same one that had ferried them here. "Go inspect it," Gawain commanded with a wave of his hand. The 5 crows immediately flew toward the ghost ship, circling and scanning every corner. After a brief moment, they returned, signaling that the ship was clear of any abnormalities. Gawain then directed the skeletal giant to step onto the deck. Lilith followed with a graceful leap, landing lightly behind him. Gawain landed lightly on the shoulder of the skeletal giant, fiddling with a few steel beads in his hand as his sharp eyes scanned the deck warily. He meticulously checked every corner, but found no bloodstains or bodies, which allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. He cautiously circled the ship twice before stopping outside the captain's quarters. Raising his hand, he knocked on the sealed cabin door. The thud, thud, thud echoed clearly through the silent ship. After waiting for a moment and receiving no response, Gawain hesitated before deciding against forcing the door open. He knew all too well that reckless actions could damage the ship, and if it became unseaworthy as a result, the consequences would be disastrous. The two of them returned to the deck, only to find that the ghost ship remained motionless. Gawain frowned and turned to Lilith, asking, "Do you remember anything about the legend of the ghost ship?" Lilith pondered for a moment before replying. "It said that the ghost ship once made an ancient pact with the creatures of the abyssal sea. Only those willing to abide by the terms of the pact can safely reach the other shore." Gawain's eyes lit up as he pressed further. "What are the specific terms of this pact?" Lilith recalled. "I think it states that anyone aboard the ghost ship must not catch or eat the fish of the abyssal sea, or calamity will follow." "Catch or eat fish," Gawain murmured thoughtfully, slowly making his way to the ship's edge. Leaning over, he gazed at the water below, where numerous fish swam around the ghost ship, some even leaping out of the water and shimmering under the moonlight. As time passed, he noticed the fish seemed to be gathering in increasing numbers. Attracting fish? Gawain narrowed his eyes, wondering if the ghost ship was imbued with some kind of enchantment that drew the creatures near. He couldn't help but regret that the gnome Talk wasn't with him at the moment. With Talk's magical perception, he might have been able to determine if the ghost ship was emitting magical energy and deduce whether it was the creation of an ancient sorcerer. As Gawain was deep in thought, Lilith suddenly pointed toward the shore and whispered, "Look, it seems someone is coming." Following her gaze, Gawain saw a bulky figure wrapped in a black cloak, huffing and puffing as they ran toward the ship. The figure's heavy breathing sounded like the wheeze of a bellows. Soon, the cloaked individual reached the shore, bending over and bracing their hands on their knees as they gasped for air. After a moment, they looked up and spotted the two figures on the deck. Tugging their cloak tighter, they hesitated before finally mustering the courage to shout, "My name is James. May I come aboard?" Gawain stroked his chin and replied calmly, "This isn't my ship. Do as you please." "Thank you," James stammered, clearly excited. He attempted to board the ship, but, due to his bulky frame and clumsy movements, nearly fell into the sea. Lilith, quick to react, tossed a rope to him, helping him clamber onto the deck. After assisting James, Lilith returned to Gawain's side and whispered, "He reeks of decay. It's overwhelming. He might be seriously ill." Gawain was about to ask for more details when the sound of hoofbeats reached his ears. Turning sharply, he saw three figures emerging from the misty haze in the distance. At the forefront were two fully armored knights. They wore complete suits of armor with chainmail cloaks and imposing horned helmets. Their mounts were not ordinary warhorses, but massive stags, larger and more muscular than any horse. The two knights flanked a third figure riding behind them, a tall, slender, middle-aged man. He sat astride a pure white unicorn, dressed in an opulent black silk robe. Gawain noticed an unusual emblem resembling a scythe embroidered on the chest of the man's robe. As the trio approached, Gawain's sharp eyes caught a peculiar detail. Each of them had only 4 fingers on their hands. This discovery sent a chill down his spine, and he silently speculated that these 3 might be savage beings from the underground world. Lilith hid behind Gawain as though startled, her face filled with unease. Her gaze was fixed on the figures in the distancia: temple knight riding a great horned stag and a priest astride a unicorn. "They are followers of the god of death, Scylla," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "They might be here to capture me." The 3 figures stopped at the shoreline and exchanged a few brief words. The priest, named Damien, raised his hand and was the first to board the ship. His unicorn stepped back a few paces before surging forward in a graceful leap, landing effortlessly on the tall deck. "Father Damien is truly remarkable," one of the knights praised. "If we hadn't hurried at full speed, we might have missed this ghost ship." "Indeed," another agreed, "and that would have delayed the investigation by at least 3 months." However, the 2 knights, clad head-to-toe in armor, encountered difficulties. Their heavy armor and cumbersome mounts were far less agile than the priest's unicorn. They were forced to dismount and laboriously attempted to haul their stags onto the deck, but their efforts were in vain, leaving them panting with exhaustion. Father Damien stood on the deck, seemingly oblivious to the scene. At last, one of the knights lost his patience and bellowed, "You fools on the deck! Can't you see the knights are in trouble? Get over here and help, or you'll regret it later." Gawain and Lilith remained motionless, but James, resting in a corner, quickly ran to assist. After much effort, he managed to pull the 2 great horned stags onto the deck. One of the knights, still fuming, shot Gawain and Lilith a glare before kicking James to the ground. He spat in disgust and cursed, "You filthy wretch, get out of my sight. Even a latrine smells better than you." James kept his head down, silent and subdued. Lilith's anger flared, and she was about to confront the knight when Gawain grabbed her arm. He shook his head gently, prompting Lilith to reluctantly step back, her expression crumpling in frustration. The knight, emboldened by their lack of response, became even more arrogant. He cast a few more taunting glances their way, and when Gawain remained unmoved, the knight, now furious, kicked James again and sneered, "Dirty scum, were you raised on filth?" James curled up on the deck, as though accustomed to such treatment. "Enough." Father Damien, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally spoke, his tone calm, yet commanding. "Knight chap, your anger should not be directed at the lambs of our divine God. They are already pitiable enough." Knight chap immediately composed himself, making a gesture of prayer as he bowed respectfully. "The Father is right. I repent before the divine God." Father Damien nodded in satisfaction and approached James. He crouched down, gently placing a hand on James's head, and spoke kindly. "James, are you a follower of the god of death?" No, I worship the god of time," James replied instinctively, only to realize his mistake. He raised his face, marked by sores and dark blotches, and stammered, "How? How do you know my name?" Father Damien smiled enigmatically. "The divine God knows all." He then whispered something to James, who suddenly collapsed to his knees, sobbing. "I have sinned. I shouldn't have hated Robin for his bullying. I shouldn't have harbored such dark thoughts. I shouldn't have stolen Aunt Sally's black donkey when I ran away from home. I shouldn't have burdened it with my awful weight, leading to its death under the strain. I I am guilty. I repent. Father Damien, I am willing to change my faith and become a follower of the God of death. I swear, I will serve the divine God for the rest of my life, without regret." Lilith, puzzled, turned to Gawain. "Mr. Gawain, how did the priest know James's name?" Gawain smiled and explained. "James mentioned it himself when he ran over to help." Lilith blinked in surprise before gritting her teeth in frustration. Of course, another poor soul deceived by Scylla's priest. She stomped her foot in anger and added bitterly, "James is so foolish doesn't even realize he's been tricked." Gawain shook his head, his eyes glinting with a deeper meaning. "I don't see it that way. On the contrary, I think James is a very clever guy." Lilith froze, furrowing her brows slightly. "Why do you say that? Do you remember what he did before boarding the ship?" "Asked us about boarding?" Gawain explained softly. Rather than asking, it was more like testing. With just one question, he could gauge whether the people on the ship were good or bad. If he encountered dangerous individuals, he could simply turn and run. As for converting to the god of death, perhaps it was more about healing his injuries. Gawain's words made Lilith fall into thought. She recalled Gawain mentioning his own past, how he had once deceived a priest to heal his severe wounds when he first crossed over. James' actions bore a striking resemblance. "Who would have thought James could be so cunning?" Lilith muttered. "I don't feel sorry for him at all now." While the two were speaking quietly, on the other end of the cabin, an unknown knight was studying Lilith. His gaze grew more focused until, all of a sudden, he seemed to recall something important. The knight hurriedly pulled a yellowed piece of papyrus from his coat, scanned it quickly, and then drew his cross-shaped sword in one swift motion. "Traitor Lilith, you are under arrest," the knight roared, charging toward her. Gawain's brow furrowed as he snapped his fingers. Instantly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the cabin. The knight turned his head to see a towering skeletal giant over 4 meters tall lumbering closer, finally stepping between him and Lilith. The knight, terrified by the sheer size of the skeletal giant, stumbled backward and turned to flee in panic. "Undead. There are undead on the ghost ship." At that moment, Father Damien's expression turned serious. He stood up, blocking the panicked knight, while casting a wary glance at both the skeletal giant and Gawain. The priest raised his hand and cast a divine spell, dispersing the fear with a faint light that fell upon the knight. "Knight Miller, what is going on?" Father Damien asked sternly. Under the influence of the spell, Knight Miller quickly regained his composure. He handed the papyrus to Damien and began explaining the situation. Meanwhile, another knight, named Chap, unsheathed his cross-shaped sword and gripped it tightly, standing guard in front of Father Damien with a vigilant stance. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Gawain let out a low whistle, and 5 reed ravens flew in from different parts of the ghost ship, perching on the skeletal giant's shoulders. Their crimson eyes fixated on the 3 men, as if they were assessing walking corpses. Father Damien hesitated, then broke the silence. "Unknown apprentice of the arcane arts. Damien has no intention of becoming your enemy." He then pointed to Lilith, his tone growing firm. "However, the dark elf lady beside you must come with me to the church. Her likeness appears on the wanted notices issued by the Church of Death. She is an enemy of the church." Lilith tensed at his words, her body trembling slightly. Gawain, however, remained silent. Without a word, he conjured a water shield around himself. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a stream of water from the ocean and began casting a 5-fold ice arrow spell. Crystals of ice formed in midair, radiating an intense chill. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Father Damien exclaimed, his voice panicked as he watched the spell unfold. Gawain ignored him, continuing to form the ice arrows. As the 5th arrow neared completion and the skeletal giant prepared to charge, Damien finally broke. "Fine. I take back what I said," the priest shouted in resignation. Only then did Gawain cease his actions, dispersing the ice arrows with a flick of his hand. His tone was icy as he warned, "Don't let me catch you trying anything. I want." Father Damien forced a bitter smile, his face earnest. "I'm here to investigate the disappearances on this ghost ship. I have no intention of being your enemy." "Disappearances?" Gawain murmured thoughtfully, but refrained from asking further. He couldn't bring himself to trust the church, given the natural enmity between them and sorcerers. Gawain shook his head, dismissing the skeletal giant and the ravens. He kept a vigilant eye on the sea, ready to respond to any potential threats. The waters around the ghost ship were teeming with fish, their dense schools leaping across the surface as if performing some mysterious ritual. Suddenly, the 3-masted ghost ship began to move on its own, sails unfurled despite the lack of wind, slowly departing the shore. It carried the 6 people on its deck into the unknown depths of the sea. Gawain took out the ghostly conch and toyed with it repeatedly. He quickly realized that while he could summon the ghost ship, he had no control over its course. This discovery furrowed his brow, and a trace of unease crept into his heart. Can we reach the other side? Gawain asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Lilith hesitated before replying. We should be able to. They say the ghost ship has been sailing the seas for decades, maybe even centuries. But what about after the gray mist descended? Gawain pressed further. Lilith was momentarily stumped, then after some thought, she said, including this trip, I believe this is the 3rd time. The 3rd time? Gawain was taken aback. Memories of previous disappearances surfaced in his mind, heightening his vigilance. The next 2 days passed without incident. On the 3rd day, the ghost ship entered the deep-sea region, surrounded by a thick gray fog. Occasionally, while taking a breath of air on the deck, they could glimpse massive sea creatures looming faintly in the mist, some even larger than the ship itself. Fortunately, these creatures seemed to have some sort of pact with the ghost ship, as they never approached or attacked. Gawain, with his food-producing tree, had no worries about sustenance, even managing to feed the 5 crows in his care. However, the others were not so fortunate. James had brought no provisions and was already faint with hunger. The 3 from the church had left in haste, and their meager rations were nearly gone. Father Damien resorted to drinking potions and holy water to stave off hunger, while the 2 knights slaughtered a large stag to temporarily ease their plight. Even James received some scraps, which he devoured ravenously, blood smearing his face. Yet just as the food issue was resolved, a new problem arose. They were running out of fresh water. Knight Chap glanced at Father Damien, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and dared not disturb him. Instead, he kicked James to the ground and barked, "You wretch, go ask those 2 for some water." James opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by Knight Chap's fierce glare. Not daring to refuse, he scrambled to his feet and ran to the cabin, only to return moments later, crestfallen. They said, 1 gold dragon for 1 honey peach, James reported cautiously. What? Those damn robbers. Knight Chap roared, his face flushed with anger. Followers of the god of death will never bow to heretics. Never. But as his thirst grew unbearable, his indignation faltered. Finally, with reluctance, he scattered a handful of gold dragons onto the deck and bellowed, "You worthless fool, stop standing there. Pick up the gold dragons and get me 10 honey peaches." James dared not argue. He hurriedly gathered the coins and, under Knight Chap's furious watch, stumbled toward the cabin. Panting heavily, he stopped in front of a door, caught his breath, and knocked gently. With a creak, the door opened, and Lilith, dressed in black, stepped out. James presented the gold dragons with both hands and said deferentially, "I'd like to trade for 10 honey peaches." Lilith glanced at James's hands, covered in sores and festering wounds, before taking the gold dragons. She stepped aside and said, "Go in. Mr. Gawain wants to speak with you." James froze in surprise, but quickly bowed his head. "It's an honor," he said humbly. He entered the cabin cautiously and saw Gawain seated cross-legged on the floor. Lowering his head even further, he greeted, "Good day, Master Wizard." Gawain nodded slightly and instructed, "Raise your head." James obeyed reluctantly, revealing a face covered in sores and blackened spots. Gawain scrutinized him for a moment before saying, "Take off your cloak." James clenched his teeth, hesitated, but then removed his cloak. Beneath it was a horrifying sight. His scalp was almost bald, riddled with festering sores and decayed flesh. Pus oozed down his neck, and the air in the cramped cabin was thick with the nauseating stench of rot. Lilith turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Gawain scrutinized the scene before him, and his suspicions were confirmed. The pustules covering James' body were undoubtedly the result of contamination from the calamity of the unknown. Such contamination should not have appeared on an ordinary person, which meant James must have come into contact with something extraordinary. Gawain asked in a low voice, "When did these pustules start appearing?" James quickly pulled his cloak tighter around him, lowering his head as he answered softly, 3 or 4 months ago. "Have you encountered any strange creatures?" Gawain pressed. "No." James shook his head. "Eaten anything unusual that made you uncomfortable?" "Nothing." "Then have you touched anything unusual?" James was about to deny it, but suddenly froze. Gawain, sharp-eyed, caught the subtle change in his expression and nodded. "It seems you've realized something. Can I take a look?" "Don't worry, they'll respect your decision and won't force you." James hesitated for a moment before tremblingly extending his right hand. From within his inner clothing, he pulled out a golden pocket watch. Looking incredulous, he asked, "Are you saying it's because of this?" Gawain carefully examined the intricate pocket watch. Though he avoided touching it directly, he could tell it was far beyond the craftsmanship of ordinary people in this era. He nodded lightly. "It seems so." Hearing this, James stared at the pocket watch in his hand, his expression shifting between disbelief and anguish. This was a treasure he had salvaged from a sunken ship during his childhood. He had known its extraordinary value, and kept it close to him for 12 years, never showing it to anyone. Now, he was torn between wanting to discard it and being unable to let it go. It had already turned him into something neither fully human nor fully monstrous, and keeping it any longer might lead to his death. James was caught in a painful dilemma, unsure of what to do. Sensing James' hesitation, Gawain offered a reassuring smile. I can give you a choice. Would you like to hear it? Go ahead, James replied eagerly, looking at Gawain. You can hand it over to me. In return, I'll ensure you have all the food and drink you need while aboard the ship, Gawain proposed. James remained silent for a moment. Rationally, he knew it was the best choice under the circumstances, though a part of him still felt reluctant. Lifting his head, he asked, Wizard, what? What is this exactly? An artifact created by a wizard, Gawain replied succinctly. All right, it's yours then. James let out a long sigh and respectfully placed the pocket watch on the nearby table. He then grabbed a few pieces of white bread and some honeyed peaches, retreating to a corner to eat ravenously. Before long, he left in a hurry, carrying 10 more honeyed peaches with him. Gawain used Mage Hand to lift the pocket watch, summoning clean water to wash away the pus that had contaminated it. Only then did he hold it directly. The pocket watch was entirely golden, small and exquisite, with intricate hollow engravings, clearly not an ordinary object. With a light touch of his thumb, the lid clicked open automatically, revealing a simplified date display on the dial. The hands moved steadily, and Gawain quickly deciphered the time. Wizard calendar, year 1001, spring dawn month, 17th day. As expected, a wizard's creation, Gawain mused silently. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the pocket watch also had direction indicating and timing functions, both highly practical for experiments and navigation. Gawain carefully infused a trace of magic into it. Without any resistance, a surge of information flooded into his mind. This high-level enchanted artifact, called the Holy Light Pocket Watch, was imbued with a solidified zero-circle healing spell named Holy Light. Additionally, it offered 3 rune-based enhancements: cleansing, restoration, and magic storage. The Saintlight Pocket Watch's cleaning function is quite ordinary. It automatically activates every 12 hours to remove any dirt or stains from its wearer. Its restorative effects, however, are exceptional. Not only does it accelerate the recovery of magical energy, but it also enhances mental stamina recovery, making it a rare and valuable item. Yet, what surprised Gawain the most was its mana storage capability. The pocket watch can autonomously convert and store 31 units of unclaimed mana, using 1 unit for its own operation, while leaving 30 units available for the owner to draw upon at any time. This effectively allows an instant recovery of 30 mana units, far surpassing the effects of regular mana potions. During a magical duel, this is akin to temporarily increasing one's mana limit by 30 units, which could easily turn the tide of battle. Even more astonishingly, the pocket watch has a solidified healing Saintlight spell, making its practical worth far exceed that of a standard Redrock wand of the same level. Such a treasure in James' possession was truly a case of pearls cast before swine. Gawain couldn't help but admire it, turning it over in his hands with great fascination. Suddenly, he glanced at Lilith, feeling an urge to test the Saintlight spell. Step forward a bit, Gawain beckoned. Lilith approached as instructed, standing gracefully before him with a curious glint in her eyes. She was dressed in a sleek black bodysuit, her jet black, silky hair cascading down her back. Her smooth skin and slender figure accentuated her elegance, while the black mask adorned with a spider motif added an air of mystery. Raising his hand, Gawain used the Saintlight pocket watch to lock onto Lilith, channeling a small amount of mana to activate the Saintlight spell. In an instant, a beam of white light descended from above, enveloping Lilith. Lilith instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, her startled cry turning into a drawn-out, trembling gasp. Her entire body quivered as she collapsed to the ground, her dagger slipping from her grasp. The atmosphere froze, the silence so intense that even a pin drop could be heard. Gawain awkwardly opened his mouth, fumbling for words. I didn't expect you, Lilith, snapping back to her senses, hastily covered her flushed face with both hands, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Sorry, let me help you up, Gawain offered, extending a hand. No. Lilith shook her head in a panic, waving him off as she stared at the floor, her voice barely audible. I need to change clothes. All right. Gawain quickly understood, retreating from the cabin and thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Rubbing his chin, he muttered to himself, Lilith is quite something. 5 days later, as Gawain was engrossed in reading a herbal compendium, Lilith, dressed entirely in black, burst into the room, her face filled with urgency. Mr. Gawain, I think we have a problem. Gawain set down the leather-bound book and asked, What happened? The ghost ship is still moving, but its direction seems to have changed. Come with me to check, Gawain said, rising quickly. He and Lilith hurried to the deck, where a thick gray fog surrounded them, making it difficult to discern their location. Lilith pointed to the sails. The wind had been blowing toward the stern, but now the sails have shifted quite a bit. After observing for a moment, Gawain took out the saintlight pocket watch and gently adjusted its smallest hand. The hand rotated before settling in place. Comparing it several times, he nodded. We were heading east before, but now we've shifted north. The course has indeed changed. What should we do? Lilith asked anxiously. Don't panic, Gawain reassured her. This is our 7th day at sea. Assuming the ghost ship completes a round trip in no less than 2 weeks, we should be close to the eastern coast. However, we lack the strength to alter our course ourselves, so we'll have to wait and see. Gawain remained on the deck, scanning the surroundings. After over half an hour, a dark shape began to emerge from the dense fog, gradually growing larger. An island, Gawain murmured in confusion. Lilith's expression shifted, her face paling as she exclaimed, Could that be Ghost Rain Island? Gawain frowned in astonishment and asked, What is Ghost Rain Island? His question unveiled an ancient and mysterious legend. It is said that in the distant past, a colossal sea beast inhabited the vast ocean known as the Earth Sea. This creature was so immense that it could stir up apocalyptic tsunamis and devour all living beings in its path. Its descendants spread across the Earth Sea, their overwhelming power striking fear into even the bravest of heroes. The Earth Sea thus became a dreaded forbidden zone. The legend goes on to say that this sea beast, driven by its ambition to become a god, incurred the wrath of the true deities. A lightning spear descended from the heavens, striking the beast and killing it. Its massive corpse transformed into an island, but its lingering resentment persisted. The island was perpetually shrouded in black rain, earning it the name Ghost Rain Island. Every year, the remnant power of the sea beast would stir a massive tsunami in the Earth Sea, destroying coastal city-states and claiming countless lives. However, the legend takes an unexpected turn. It is said that only those who worshipped and offered devotion to the sea beast could survive the tsunamis. Over time, the inhabitants around the Earth Sea began to secretly revere the creature. Gradually, the tsunamis ceased, and the sea beast was granted a new title, Ares, the sea beast god, though the church scornfully referred to it as a false god. After hearing the tale, Gawain couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing history of the Earth Sea. Just then, he felt a damp sensation on his face. Wiping it with his hand, he noticed a faint grayish streak on his fingertips. Black rain, Gawain muttered under his breath, his heart sinking. It seems we're nearing Ghost Rain Island. What should we do? A companion asked. Let's assess the situation first, Gawain replied, his gaze fixed on the increasingly distinct silhouette of the island. Father Damien also noticed the unusual atmosphere. Accompanied by 2 knights and James, he moved to the other side of the deck to observe. Before long, an island cloaked in gray mist came into view, its size indeterminable. Suddenly, Lilith pointed toward the direction of Ghost Rain Island and exclaimed, What is that? Sea sharks. They're heading our way, and there are people on their backs. Who are they? How many? Gawain asked, straining his eyes but unable to make out the details as clearly as the dark elf. Standing on tiptoes for a better view, Lilith studied the scene and replied, They look like mermen. There are at least a dozen sea sharks, and each one is carrying several mermen. At the mention of mermen, Gawain immediately recalled the merman sorcerer's apprentice he had slain earlier. He realized this might be part of a larger, more sinister plot, orchestrated by even stronger and more numerous mermen. A sense of impending danger loomed. Meanwhile, Father Damien also spotted the approaching sea sharks. Mounting his unicorn with a swift motion, he raised his staff with a grave expression and shouted, Prepare for combat. James stood frozen in fear, while the 2 knights hastily donned their armor. Lilith, now visibly nervous, asked, What should we do? Gawain remained calm and analyzed the situation. We're still some distance from Ghost Rain Island. Abandoning the ship now would be unwise. Let's probe the mermen's intentions first, then decide our next move. Reassured by his words, Lilith relaxed slightly, but kept her hand on her sword hilt, standing alertly by his side. Before long, the mermen, riding their sea sharks, surrounded the towering ghost ship. One of them, clad in a long robe, stood on the back of a shark and shouted toward the ship. Why has the ghost ship returned so soon? How many offerings have you brought? Offerings? Gawain frowned, pondering the meaning of the word. When no one on the ship responded, the merman continued. Where is Trelorn? Why didn't you accompany the ship last time? Father Damien remained silent. After a moment of thought, Gawain decided to take a risk and replied, Lord Trelorn is meditating in the cabin. The merman immediately demanded, Have him come out and meet me. Lord Trelorn's command resounded like thunder. Anyone who disturbed him would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. However, this stern decree enraged the fishfolk. One among them, unable to contain his fury, roared, Does it really take the mentor himself to make him show up? Last time he just brushed it off. You, go, smash down his door, and force him to face me. Otherwise, I'll report him to the mentor myself. The mentor? Gawain's heart sank as he instantly realized that the mentor they spoke of was no ordinary figure. If Teloin was the fishman apprentice he had killed, then his mentor was likely a full-fledged sorcerer Simone, whose power far exceeded Gawain's capability. A terrifying thought flashed through Gawain's mind. Could there be a powerful fishfolk organization on Ghost Rain Island, led by a formal sorcerer? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. After a moment of contemplation, Gawain spoke again. I wouldn't dare. Lord Teloin would kill me. Fine, fine, fine. The robed fishman bellowed in rage. I will go to him myself. I will ask him face-to-face if he still holds our mentor in any regard. As he roared, he commanded the sea sharks to approach the ghostly ship, preparing to board. Hearing this, Gawain felt a surge of hope. He planned to seize the opportunity to capture the robed fishman. He gave Lilith a subtle glance, and she understood immediately, retreating a few steps and vanishing into the shadows. At this critical moment, another fishman suddenly spoke up. Lord Gran, something seems off about this ship. The robed fishman turned and asked, what seems off? First, this ship arrived far too quickly, it doesn't match the plan. Second, it's eerily quiet aboard. We can hear voices, but see no one. Lastly, when we returned last time, Lord Teloin wasn't on the ship. I suspect something has happened. The robed fishman's expression shifted as he called out toward the ship. You up there? Show yourselves where I can see you. Sure thing. Gawain leaned slightly over the ship's edge, revealing his face with a grin. How's this? Before the words even settled, he swiftly raised his black magic staff and unleashed a prepared 5-shot ice arrow spell directly at them. Ambush! The robed fishman, caught completely off guard, cried out in shock. Before he could react, the ice arrows pierced his body and sent him plunging into the sea. The two fishmen beside him met a similar fate, and even the 5-meter-long sea sharks beneath them let out wails and dove deep underwater to escape. Save Lord Gran. Cover him. Where are the archers? Fight back. Fight back. The fishfolk descended into chaos, shouting and yelling in disarray. Gawain quickly cast a water barrier on himself, shielding against the fishfolk's arrows. Raising his right hand, he fired 3 metallic missiles in quick succession. Each struck the foreheads of 3 fishmen attempting to rescue their leader, killing them instantly. Before the others could react, several more were struck down. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoed ominously, striking fear into the hearts of the remaining fishfolk. There's a sorcerer on board. Run. Retreat. Pull back to a safe distance. The surrounding fishfolk screamed in panic, steering their sea sharks away from the ghostly ship. Gawain whistled sharply and pointed toward the sea. Cawing loudly, 5 reed crows descended from the mast, swooping down to grab the robed fishman floating on the water. Taking the opportunity, Gawain cast Mage Hand, snatching the fishman and hauling him onto the deck. With a swift motion, he severed the fishman's limbs with 4 precise sword strikes. Ah! The fishman, who had fainted from the pain, awoke with a scream that sounded like a slaughtered pig. Using Mage Hand again, Gawain searched the fishman's body and found a gray cloth bag in his robes. Strangely, the bag had no opening, and it was marked with a pair of tightly closed eyes and a mouth, giving it an eerie appearance. Moreover, the bag was unusually heavy, as though it contained something of significance. Gawain swiftly stowed the cloth bag and immediately used an invisible force to tightly grip the fishman's throat. He stared intently at his captive, his voice low and menacing. Who is your mentor? What is their strength? Why did you lure us to Ghost Rain Island? The fishman glared back at Gawain with venomous hatred in its eyes. It gritted its teeth and spat out. You despicable ambusher. Don't think you'll get a word out of me. Just wait, me mentor will be here soon, and your fate will be 100 times worse than mine. Gawain frowned at the response. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a defiant opponent, leaving him momentarily at an impasse. Just then, Father Damien approached, leading a snow-white unicorn. His voice was calm, yet resolute. I know a divine truth spell. If you're willing, I can make him talk. I have a few questions of my own as well. Understanding the gravity of their current situation and recognizing their shared goals, Gawain nodded decisively. Do it. Father Damien stepped forward and deftly blindfolded the fishman with a piece of black cloth. Gripping his staff tightly in his right hand, he waved it gently. In an instant, an eerie black light descended upon the fishman's head. Its mouth twitched uncontrollably, twisting into a grotesque angle. The priest let out a steady breath and signaled. You can ask your questions now. Without hesitation, Gawain repeated his earlier inquiries. This time, the fishman's answers poured out like an unstoppable tide. My mentor's name is Deichra. He is a genius among fishmen, a great sorcerer, a long liver, and the creator of the Deichra fishmen. As the fishman continued to speak, long-hidden secrets began to surface, and the mysteries surrounding Ghost Rain Island slowly unraveled. 2 centuries ago, Ghost Rain Island had been the headquarters of the Silent Tower, an organization of sorcerers. The ghost ship was constructed during that time. Deichra, then a young and ambitious apprentice at the Silent Tower, was dissatisfied with his mediocrity. Secretly conspiring with the Church of Death, He orchestrated the tower's downfall from within. After the Church of Death departed, Dicrus seized the sorcerer's resources for himself, taking control of Ghost Rain Island. Utilizing these vast resources, he ascended to the rank of a full-fledged sorcerer and established the Dicra Fishmen, a race that grew and thrived under his rule. However, a mysterious calamity struck a few months ago. The now elderly Dicrus suffered severe corruption, which left his mind unstable. In a desperate bid to prolong his life, he turned to the sea beast god, Ares, offering bloody sacrifices by slaughtering the elderly, women, and children among the fishmen. While this allowed Dicra to cling to life, he also eliminated any fishmen who dared resist him. To sustain himself further, he required more sacrifices, leading to the creation of the ghost ship incident to lure in additional victims. Realization dawned upon Gawain, who pressed further. What is Dicra's current condition? The fishman responded mechanically. The mentor is in seclusion within the broken tower and rarely shows himself. All affairs are managed by little Dicra, his descendant, who has earned his full trust. The last time the mentor appeared was during a sacrificial ritual half a month ago. He was seated in a wheelchair, but his aura remained imposing. Gawain felt a slight sense of relief. He understood that such severe corruption could not be easily purged. It was likely that Dicra was merely a shadow of his former self, potentially nearing the end of his strength. After pausing to consider, Gawain asked another question. Has a gnome sorcerer's apprentice been here recently? Yes, the fishman replied. He could cast fireball spells and was very quick. He escaped during the chaos and fled into the black thorn forest on the northern side of the island. Even little Dicra personally led a search but failed to find him. Gawain nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to ask several questions about the island's terrain. Once he was satisfied, he gestured to indicate he was finished. Father Damien dragged the fishman aside, compelling it to write down its crimes as evidence for his investigation into the missing persons case. Meanwhile, Gawain stood in place, his mind racing as he strategized how to make the most of the newly uncovered information. Gawain gazed at the distant sea sharks tailing them, his brow furrowing slightly. He knew all too well that once the ghost ship docked, a fierce battle would be inevitable and their chances of victory were slim. Besides Dicla the sorcerer, there were at least 3 advanced wizard apprentices on Ghost Rain Island, all watching hungrily like predators. Lilith, her face full of worry, asked softly, "What do we do next?" "Land on the island," Gawain answered decisively, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Since there's no way to retreat, we have only one path forward." He paused before adding, "But we can't fight them heathen." Without another word, Gawain ignored Father Damien, grabbed Lilith's hand, and quickly returned to the cabin. He swiftly retrieved the gray cloth bag he had just acquired, running his fingers lightly over its surface to erase the magical markings. Soon, the markings vanished, and the bag's stored information surfaced in his mind. "The Devourer's bag," Gawain murmured, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It was indeed a storage-type enchanted item, created from the animated stomach of a devourer rat and solidified with sealing magic. The storage space inside was roughly the size of a bathtub. However, the artifact had 2 significant flaws. First, because it lacked the enchantment of weight reduction, the carrier had to bear the full weight of all stored items. Second, whenever the Devourer's bag awakened, it demanded a large amount of food. If it wasn't fed enough to return to slumber, it would secretly consume the items stored inside. Gawain compared it to his crocodile leather case and concluded that the bag was far less practical. Holding the bottom of the bag, he gave it a gentle shake. With a clattering noise, the bag's mouth opened, and it dumped all its contents onto the cabin floor, forming a small pile. As he sifted through the pile, Gawain muttered, "What a pauper." Apart from some trivial odds and ends, there were only a few items worth noting. 5 parchment books, 2 sorcery scrolls, a handful of fire gems, a handful of explosive gems, and a peculiar bone whistle. The bone whistle appeared to be crudely carved from some creature's tooth. Gawain infused it with a trace of magic, and it quickly responded. It wasn't an enchanted artifact, but rather a simpler rune-crafted item called a shark collar whistle. Made from the tooth of a sea shark, it could summon the shark that had lost the tooth when blown. An idea sparked in Gawain's mind. Maybe I can use this shark to escape, he thought, growing more convinced as the plan formed. Without wasting time, he packed everything into his crocodile leather case and prepared to act. Carrying the case, Gawain led Lilith out of the cabin and onto the deck. He placed the shark collar whistle in his mouth and blew hard. A sharp, shrill sound pierced the air before fading into silence. Gawain didn't stop, continuing to blow the whistle. He could sense powerful sound waves spreading around him, beyond the range of human hearing, into the ultrasonic spectrum. After about 10 seconds, he finally paused to catch his breath and waited. Soon, the sound of splashing water reached his ears. A dark shadow appeared beneath the waves, swimming back and forth before slowly surfacing. Its black back bore 2 wounds from ice arrows. "It's here. It really came," Lilith exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's go." Gawain didn't hesitate. Carrying his crocodile leather case, he leapt down, bending his knees slightly to land steadily on the sea shark's broad back. Lilith quickly followed. "I won't hurt you. Stay calm. Stay calm," Gawain said, pressing his hand lightly on the shark's skin and gently blowing the whistle to soothe the startled creature. Urging it forward, he directed the shark to swim away from Ghost Rain Island and the ghost ship. At that moment, Father Damien appeared on the towering deck. His face darkened as he glared down at the pair. Quietly, he raised his staff. With a wave, a thick, pitch-black corrosive arrow began to take shape. Squawk! Just as the arrow was about to be released, Raven 7 suddenly dove from the tall mast, its talons aiming for the back of Father Damien's head. "Damn creature!" Father Damien cursed, startled. He swung his staff at the raven, but Raven 7 fainted, flapping its wings rapidly before soaring back into the air. Circling above, it let out sharp cries, its gaze fixed on its target. Gawain noticed the commotion on the deck and quickly handed the shark collar whistle to Lilith for safekeeping. Raising his hand, he aimed at Father Damien and unleashed 3 metal projectiles without hesitation. Bang! 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 Father Damien wasn't about to back down. With a wave of his staff, he launched the long-prepared corrosive arrow. Whoosh! A pitch-black arrow shot through the air, slicing the silence. Gawain instantly became alert. However, the arrow wasn't aimed at him but at the sea shark beneath him. His expression darkened as he immediately realized this was Father Damien's ploy, an attempt to hinder his escape and leave him to face the assault of Ghost Rain Island alone. Time was of the essence, and there was no chance to cast a water barrier. Without hesitation, Gawain lunged toward the incoming arrow. The black magic staff in his hand swiftly transformed into a single-handed sword, which he raised to block the attack. Bang! The corrosive arrow struck the blade and disintegrated instantly. The powerful impact sent Gawain stumbling backward, and he lost his footing, plunging into the sea. "Mr. Gawain!" Lilith cried out in alarm. "Don't let the sea shark panic." Gawain shouted back immediately. Lilith quickly understood and continued blowing the sea shark whistle. Gawain swam swiftly toward her, grabbing the sword sheath she extended to him. Using its leverage, he vaulted back onto the sea shark's back. Without pausing for breath, he pulled out a handful of steel pellets and launched them at the ghost ship, initiating a metallic barrage. Bang! 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 The rapid shots of steel pellets forced Father Damien to duck down onto the deck for cover, though he remained unharmed. His face darkened as he watched helplessly while Gawain and Lilith made their escape. Once the sea shark had distanced itself from the ghost ship, Gawain finally exhaled in relief. He blew his whistle, summoning 5 reed crows, which promptly flew off from the ghost ship. A towering skeletal giant, standing over 4 meters tall, leapt into the sea as well. The crows soon returned, but the skeletal giant was nowhere to be found. "It's likely not coming back," Gawain murmured with a sigh. He then focused on adjusting the sea shark's direction, steering it eastward. Surrounded by dense gray fog and endless waves, Gawain couldn't help but feel insignificant, like a mere speck of dust in the vastness. Suddenly, Lilith pointed toward the fog. "There are a few mermen riding sea sharks coming after us. They're watching us." Gawain raised an eyebrow. "Are any of them wearing robes?" "I don't think so." Relieved by her response, Gawain nodded and pointed into the distance, issuing a command. "Go. Kill them all." The 5 reed crows let out raucous cries and dove into the fog. Distant screams echoed briefly before falling silent. Soon after, the crows returned, carrying a faint scent of blood. Gawain manipulated the water to cleanse them. Lilith watched enviously as he performed this task. Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar rumbled from ahead. The calm sea erupted into chaos, and massive waves surged violently. The sea shark bucked wildly, making it difficult for the two to maintain their balance. The crows frantically took flight as Lilith screamed, falling into the sea and nearly being swept away by the waves. Struggling to steady himself, Gawain quickly cast Mage's hand to grab Lilith by the arm and haul her back onto the sea shark's back. Lilith was shaken, and the sea shark thrashed nervously beneath them. Gawain blew the sea shark whistle forcefully, but its panic remained uncontrollable. "Mr. Gawain!" Lilith shouted in alarm. There must be a massive sea beast ahead, probably drawn by the scent of blood. Before she could finish her sentence, the sea's surface exploded violently. The sea shark, along with Gawain, Lilith, and a torrent of seawater, was hurled high into the air. Gawain was struck with terror. Looking down, he saw the sea suddenly split open, and a monstrous creature burst out of the water. Its gaping maw was at least 10 meters wide, twice the size of a sea shark. At the brink of life and death, time seemed to slow for Gawain. In an instant, he cast a water manipulation spell, forming a surge of seawater beneath his feet to propel himself upward. Grabbing Lilith above him, he leaped again, narrowly avoiding the creature's bloodthirsty jaws before diving headfirst into the sea. The beast let out a deafening roar, swallowing the sea shark in a single gulp before disappearing back into the depths. The surface of the sea soon returned to calm. Gawain and Lilith emerged moments later, exchanging glances, both shaken to their cores. Lilith wiped the seawater from her face, her voice trembling. MMR, Gawain, what should we do now? The dangers of the Nether Sea are far beyond what I imagined. Gawain sighed deeply. The ghost ship had traveled without incident, and he had assumed crossing the Nether Sea with the help of sea sharks would be straightforward. But barely setting out, they were met with such peril. After a moment of thought, he decided, we don't have the means to cross the Nether Sea for now. The nearest land is Ghost Rain Island. We'll have to return there and wait for another opportunity to head out. Swim there? Lilith asked, puzzled. No, I have another way. Gawain called out, his voice steady and commanding. Xiao Hei, come here. As soon as the words left his mouth, a ripple in the water approached rapidly from the distance, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Gawain felt something solid beneath him, lifting him out of the water. The head of the shadow serpent emerged, releasing the crocodile skin chest it held in its jaws and hissing toward Gawain. Good. Well done. Gawain praised as he took the chest. He turned to Lilith. The Nether Sea is too dangerous. We need to leave immediately. All right. Lilith swam over and climbed onto the shadow serpent behind Gawain. The serpent carried them swiftly toward Ghost Rain Island. Gawain looked up at the sky but saw no sign of the reed ravens. He realized they must have scattered in fright. Concerned they might get lost in the Nether Sea, he cast a spell to summon them. Mr. Gawain. Lilith wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her voice quivering with emotion. You've saved me again. No one has ever treated me this kindly before. Two don't even know how to repay you. It was nothing, Gawain replied casually. A peculiar ripple of energy spread outward, and soon, 5 reed ravens returned one by one, circling around them. Together with the serpent, they headed toward Ghost Rain Island. The shadow serpent's keen senses allowed it to avoid danger as they traveled. About half an hour later, Ghost Rain Island came into view. Recalling the island's layout, Gawain instructed, circle around and land at the black thorn forest on the northern side. The shadow serpent obeyed, steering toward the designated area. Soon, they approached the island, where a light drizzle began to fall, leaving tiny droplets on their skin. Go, Gawain commanded, and the 5 ravens flew across the cliffs, disappearing into the forest above. They quickly claimed a small territory, even hunting a few wild animals. Gawain and Lilith climbed ashore, scaling the 10-meter-high cliff with ease and entering the black thorn forest. Surveying their surroundings, Gawain observed the towering black thorn trees. Their trunks were thick and pitch black, their branches covered in sharp thorns yet devoid of leaves. Running recklessly through here would surely lead to being pierced all over. He recalled that the cloaked fishmen had mentioned this forest and the rocky cliffs to the west as areas with minimal fishman activity. Other parts of the island were inhabited by Dikla fishmen. Additionally, the gnome talk was rumored to be hiding in this forest. Wiping the rain from his face, Gawain mused. Our arrival likely went unnoticed by the fishmen. Let's set up a base here, gather information about the island, and then find an opportunity to seize the ghost ship and leave. He'll follow your lead. Lilith agreed without hesitation. Gawain scouted the area but found no suitable place to stay. He returned to the cliffside and used his sharp single-handed sword to carve out a simple cave, just enough to shelter them from the rain. Inside, they ate some food and changed into dry clothes. From his pocket, Gawain retrieved a raven feather, which transformed into a raven in the blink of an eye. He perched on the back of raven number 7 and spoke in a human voice. Rest here in the cave. I'm going out to take a look. Before Lilith could respond, raven number 7 had already taken off with Gawain, soaring out of the cave and quickly ascending above the blackthorn forest. Gawain took the opportunity to carefully observe the terrain below. After circling 3 times, Gawain's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, failed to catch sight of the dwarf Tokay. In the blackthorn forest, however, he did spot several reptilian beasts resembling crocodiles. These creatures were small in stature, crawling swiftly along the ground and skillfully avoiding the sharp thorns scattered throughout the forest. Gawain thought to himself that these beasts were likely the dominant predators of the thorny terrain. Abandoning the search for Tokay, Gawain urged raven number 7 to fly outward. Soon, they left the boundaries of the blackthorn forest, and a small village came into view. Few of the fishmen were moving about in the village, which Gawain speculated might be due to the sacrifices of women and children. Raven number 7 pressed on and encountered several similar villages along the way. Suddenly, a larger city-state appeared on the horizon. This settlement, clearly capable of housing thousands of fishmen, was likely the stronghold of the Dikla fishmen. Finally, at the center of Ghost Rain Island, a ruined tower loomed into view. The tower appeared as though it had been severed at the waist, leaving only the upper half standing. The erosion of time and the corrosive black rain had left it slightly tilted, but even so, it still exuded an extraordinary aura. Gawain estimated that the remaining structure stood at least 30 or 40 meters tall. He couldn't help but marvel at how glorious the once mighty Tower of Silence must have been 200 years ago. Gawain didn't dare let raven number 7 get too close. After all, a formal wizard resided there, and who knew what terrifying sorcery they might wield. If detected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Raven number 7 took a wide detour and began flying southward, toward the shore where the ghost ship had docked. Gawain silently worried about the safety of Father Damien and the others. Before long, a dense horde of fishmen came into view, along with the ghost ship, stranded on a shallow beach. Hundreds of fishermen warriors had encircled the ship from both land and sea. Gawain noticed that Sir Chap's severed head was mounted on a fishman's spear, while Father Damien and Sir Miller were fighting desperately on the deck. James was huddled in a corner, praying incessantly. Father Damien's furious shout echoed faintly. Even if we die in battle, the Divine One will guide us to the sacred kingdom. Hold the line. Destroy the heretics. But Gawain knew all too well that this was merely the struggle of the doomed. There was no escape for them. Gawain had Raven number 7 circle in the air, carefully counting the robed fishman apprentice wizards. 1, 2, 3, 12. There were already 12 wizard apprentices visible, a testament to the formidable strength of the Dikla fishmen on Ghost Rain Island. Gawain realized that even without mentioning the Dikla wizard himself, just these apprentices were far beyond what he could handle. Suppressing his urge for reckless action, Gawain reflected on a fleeting fantasy he'd entertained whether he could take control of Ghost Rain Island if the Dikla wizard were severely weakened by corruption. Now it seemed laughably unrealistic. By comparison, hijacking a ghost ship and escaping the island seemed like a far more feasible plan. Gawain refocused on the battlefield. He saw Sir Miller, empowered by divine blessings, fall to the ground, apparently gravely injured by one of the fisherman wizard apprentices. Immediately, fisherman warriors swarmed the deck. Sir Miller was dismembered on the spot amid his furious roars, while James dropped to his knees in surrender. Seeing the dire situation, Father Damien cast a white protective shield spell on himself and tried to force his way out on a unicorn. However, as he charged halfway through, a fisherman wizard apprentice flung a net, ensnaring him and dragging him off the horse. The shield shattered shortly afterward. "Curse you fishmen! How dare you harm the followers of the god of death?" Father Damien roared. "You will regret this. The Church of Death will raise Ghost Rain Island to the ground. You cannot kill me. You'll regret this." Father Damien struggled in terror, his voice hoarse as he roared in fury. The merman warriors parted like a tide, and at the forefront, young Dikla sauntered forward with a contemptuous smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, 2 burly merman warriors immediately pinned Damien to the ground. Dikla slowly drew a long sword that gleamed coldly, a twisted smile curling his lips. "I have personally beheaded countless beings, humans, merfolk, orcs, dwarves, barbarians, gnomes, even my own wife and children. But a priest of the death god Sheila? You're the first." His voice carried a hint of excitement. "You should feel honored." Before his words had fully settled, the long sword whistled downward. Yet, the expected swift death did not occur. The blade lodged in Damien's neck, and blood gushed forth. Damien let out a gut-wrenching scream, somehow breaking free from the grip of the 2 merman warriors. He rolled wildly on the ground as the surrounding warriors backed away, wary of being caught in the chaos. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Dikla's face as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow. But just then, Damien suddenly stopped struggling. His neck twisted at an impossible angle, and his mouth opened wider and wider. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Dikla, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his lips. You will regret this." Damien managed to force out his final words. "The Death Raven will carry news of my demise." As his voice faded, Damien's life was extinguished. Yet, what followed was even more shocking. A dull gray raven emerged from Damien's gaping mouth. It shook its blood-soaked feathers and took to the sky. Dikla's face darkened, and he roared, "Stop it!" The surrounding merman warriors snapped out of their daze and lunged at the raven. However, it seemed almost ethereal, effortlessly slipping through their grasp. In the blink of an eye, it had flown off the shores of Ghost Rain Island. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Dikla stood frozen, his face shifting from pale to green to purple. Suddenly, he erupted in fury, roaring at the mermen around him. "Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even stop a single raven. Why don't you all just die?" Swinging his long sword wildly, he began hacking at the warriors in a fit of rage. Terrified, the merman soldiers scattered in all directions, throwing the entire beach into chaos. High above, perched on the back of Raven number 7, Gawain watched the scene unfold with great amusement. A smile crept across his face as he thought to himself that claiming Ghost Rain Island might not be so difficult after all. He merely needed to let the merfolk and the Death Church tear each other apart, then quietly inherit the spoils of the loser. "This is what I do best," he mused. His mood lifted as he steered Raven number 7 away from the beach. Just then, Dikla's enraged voice echoed from afar. "I hate ravens. Kill every single raven on this island. Kill them all. Damn it." Gawain cursed under his breath as he hastened his departure from the beach. On the shore, Father Damien's and the 2 knights' bodies were carelessly piled to one side. James knelt in the mud and sand, trembling, while Dikla, still seething with anger, ordered the mermen to begin a sacrificial ritual. Soon, chants echoed across the beach. You are the sovereign of the abyssal seas, the king among sea beasts, the protector of merfolk, the beacon for all sea dwellers. Mighty, noble, majestic, and merciful God of the sea beasts, your humble and devout followers offer this sacrifice to you, a modest gift of blood in your honor. As the chanting grew louder, blood began to seep from the corpses, slowly soaking into the earth. Meanwhile, in the deepest chamber of the silent tower, the slumbering sorcerer Dikla began to stir in his wheelchair. It seemed as though the prayers were reaching his ears. Already another sacrifice? Excellent. Truly worthy of my bloodline. The elderly Dikla cackled as he floated forward, soon arriving before a towering statue. The statue bore a tormented expression, its limbs nailed to a crucifix embedded in the rocky wall. Its chest was gruesomely split open, and lodged at its center was a sharp, double-pointed crystal chisel. From the wound, a luminous, crystalline liquid dripped, drop by drop, into a multicolored crystal goblet below. Drip, drip. When the dripping ceased, the sorcerer eagerly seized the goblet, downing the shallow layer of liquid within. A look of ecstasy spread across his face as he murmured, "What a divine taste. I have bought myself a little more time." But his expression abruptly twisted into one of malevolent rage. It's not enough. Nowhere near enough. Black veins crawled across his face, and grotesque bulges swelled along his neck, each bearing a distorted, frenzied human face. These faces seemed to struggle to break free, only to be forcibly contained within. A sinister and oppressive aura began to permeate the chamber. Gawain circled above the black thorn forest aboard Raven number 7, preparing to return to the cave when his sharp eyes caught sight of a small group of murlocs entering the woods. He gently tapped Raven number 7's head, signaling it to continue circling for observation. From above, Gawain clearly saw the group consisted of 10 murloc warriors, 2 hunting dogs, and a murloc apprentice sorcerer dressed in a long robe. They were hacking through the underbrush, forcefully making their way deeper into the forest. Shortly after entering the woods, the group encountered a ferocious reptilian beast known as a tuolong. This creature was heavily armored with tough, scaly skin that ordinary arrows could not penetrate. The murloc warriors had no choice but to engage it in close combat, using wooden shields to flip the creature over and stabbing its vulnerable underbelly with spears. During the battle, an unfortunate murloc warrior had his leg bitten off by the tuolong and writhed on the ground in agony. Just as the tuolong was about to charge into the group for a slaughter, the murloc apprentice sorcerer finally took action. Holding a leaf between 2 fingers, he flicked it like a hidden weapon. The leaf shot through the air, piercing the tuolong's tough scales and embedding itself deeply into its head. The beast let out a piercing wail before collapsing with a thud. Gawain raised an eyebrow, quietly impressed. The sorcery technique, Flying Petal Leaf, was remarkably powerful, its destructive force possibly even surpassing his metallic projectiles, though its firing speed was clearly inferior. With the threat neutralized, the apprentice sorcerer left 2 of his men to tend to the injured, while leading the remaining 7 deeper into the forest. As they advanced, the number of tuolongs lurking around increased significantly, and their burrows dotted the area. Gawain speculated that the murlocs might be pursuing the gnome talk. The constant ambushes from the tuolongs inflicted heavy casualties on the group. One murloc warrior was even torn apart on the spot by a berserk tuolong. The apprentice sorcerer, growing visibly fatigued, struggled to contend with the relentless threats. Finally, after another tuolong was slain, he ordered a retreat. Gawain assessed the situation silently. At best, he's only at the level of a mid-tier apprentice sorcerer. An idea formed in his mind. After closely observing the group, he descended onto a branch of a blackthorn tree. Using magic to conceal himself, he reverted to his original form, standing firmly on 2 sturdy branches. Even the sharpest thorns could not pierce his armored scales. Quickly raising his right hand, Gawain aimed at the back of the retreating apprentice sorcerer's head. Bang! A metallic projectile struck with precision, and the apprentice sorcerer collapsed silently, blood streaming from the back of his head. Lord Highman! Lord Highman! The remaining murloc warriors panicked, rushing to the fallen apprentice. However, no matter how desperately they called, Highman remained unresponsive. In the ensuing chaos, several tuolongs that had been trailing the group suddenly attacked. Without the protection of the apprentice sorcerer, the murloc warriors were quickly overwhelmed. The tuolongs, seemingly in a frenzy, tore through the group, even slaughtering the 3 murlocs left behind to guard the injured. In the end, not a single member of the murloc squad survived. They were entirely wiped out in the blackthorn forest. Bang! Gawain's metallic projectile whistled through the air, striking the tuolong precisely as it feasted on the corpse of the merman apprentice wizard. With a muffled thud, the grotesque creature collapsed to the ground. Gawain leapt nimbly from the tree, quickly searching the body. His fingers brushed against a cold object, and as he withdrew his hand, a greenish wooden bracelet lay in his palm. He scanned the surroundings cautiously and spotted more Tuolong approaching. Without hesitation, Gawain stripped 7 or 8 scales from the corpse with such speed that the movement was almost imperceptible. In an instant, his figure twisted and transformed into a raven. Flapping his wings, he soared through the dense branches of the black thorn forest, heading straight for the mountain cave. Lilith was already waiting eagerly at the cave entrance. When she saw the raven returning, she ran up in delight. In a flurry of feathers, Gawain reverted to his human form, offering Lilith a smile before sitting down cross-legged to study the greenish bracelet carefully. Curious, Lilith leaned closer, brushing feathers off Gawain's shoulders while watching his actions. Gawain's fingers moved deftly over the bracelet, quickly erasing the magical imprint and extracting the stored information. A thorn bracelet, he murmured, an enchanted artifact containing the zeroing spell Thornbind. Try it out, Lilith exclaimed, her excitement evident. Gawain slipped the bracelet onto his right wrist, extended his palm, and activated Thornbind. Instantly, the bracelet seemed to come alive, morphing into a greenish thorny vine covered in tiny barbs. He gripped the vine, which extended rapidly, filling the cave within moments and narrowly grazing Lilith's cheek. Interesting, Gawain remarked, gently shaking his right hand. The vine, like a sentient whip, snaked out of the cave and swayed along the cliff face, more than 10 meters high. It can bind, strike, attack, and defend. While it's not particularly useful for me, it's undeniably a powerful enchanted artifact. He nodded in satisfaction, channeling his magic to lengthen the vine further before it swiftly retracted, reverting into the greenish wooden bracelet that rested quietly on his wrist. Lilith stared at the scene in stunned silence, her expression complicated. She had once taken pride in her role as a hero, but the more time she spent with Gawain and the more they experienced together, the clearer it became that compared to a wizard, a hero seemed almost insignificant. She glanced down at her hands and the sword she carried, doubt creeping into her mind for the first time. After a long silence, Lilith suddenly stood, drew her short sword, and began practicing her swordsmanship with meticulous focus. Gawain nodded approvingly before leaning back to rest with his eyes closed. When the time was right, he transformed into a raven once more, flying out of the cave, bypassing the village and its inhabitants, and heading toward the southern shore of Ghost Rain Island. Other than a few mermen patrolling the nearby waters on sea sharks, the rest had left. However, when Gawain saw the scene on the beach, he clenched his teeth in frustration. The ghost ship had been dragged ashore and dismantled, its sails and deck completely destroyed, rendering it unseaworthy. Damn mermen, Gawain cursed under his breath. He had planned to seize the ghost ship once it set sail, but it seemed the mermen had already deduced that the ghost conch had changed hands. Rather than risk the ship falling into someone else's possession, they had chosen to destroy it. Gawain realized that this ghost ship was unlikely to be the only one. To leave the island, he would have to wait for another ghost ship to return and devise a new plan. For now, he had no choice but to remain on the island. I wonder when the followers of the Church of Death will arrive, he thought to himself. He landed on the wrecked ghost ship, and after confirming that no one was around, reverted to his human form and headed toward the cabin. When he reached the captain's quarters, he found the sealed door had been broken open, and 2 merman warriors lay dead on the floor. Crouching down to examine the bodies, Gawain noticed they were stiff, with no visible wounds, yet their faces were frozen in expressions of terror. One of the corpses appeared to have collapsed while fleeing, lying face down on the floor. Could there really be a ghost on this ship? Gawain wondered, his brow furrowing. Taking no chances, he raised his black staff and cast a water barrier spell on himself. With the strong magical aura masking his presence, he wasn't worried about being detected. Taking a deep breath, Gawain cautiously stepped into the captain's quarters. 1 step, 2 steps, she circled the room, leaving footprints on the floor, but encountered no ghosts. His goal was to uncover the secret that allowed ghost ships to navigate safely through the Nether Sea. If he could learn it, he might not even need a ghost ship to cross the sea freely. Could the ghosts have left the ship? He speculated, pulling the ghost conch from his pocket to try sensing something. Suddenly, he heard faint cries. Bringing the conch closer to his ear, the voice grew clearer. Help me! Help me! Help me! Gawain shivered and quickly moved the conch away from his ear. Turning around, he gasped at the sight before him. The corridor of the ship's cabin was packed with figures of various shapes and appearances. Bare-chested sailors, burly oarsmen, helmsmen with captains' hats, shipwrights holding toolkits, a well-dressed first mate, and numerous passengers. They stood frozen like puppets, their grayish-black faces vacant and lifeless. A chill ran through Gawain as he cautiously edged toward the window, intending to break the glass and escape. Suddenly, all the ghosts turned their heads in unison, opened their mouths, and let out a chilling, eerie cry in unison. Save me, save me, save me. Gawain's scalp tingled as he immediately raised his left hand, activating the psychic surge from the ring on his finger. An invisible wave of energy swept through the cabin, scattering the ghosts as they screamed and fled into various corners of the ship. Without hesitation, Gawain dashed toward the exit. In the deathly silence of the cabin, only the sound of his footsteps echoed. Just as he was about to burst out of the cabin, he suddenly felt a weight pressing on his back. He whipped around and found himself face-to-face with a ghastly Vizahaya crooked hat sat atop a head with blood streaming from hollow eyes. A ghost, seemingly the ship's captain, had silently latched onto his back, clinging tightly to the barrier of water surrounding him. Suppressing his fear, Gawain coldly commanded, "Get off!" The ghost opened its mouth, exhaling a chilling breath, and from within, something wriggling like maggots seemed to emerge. Instinctively, Gawain struck out with his elbow, but his blow passed right through the ghost's face. Without hesitation, he aimed his psychic ring at himself and unleashed another psychic shockwave. With a shrill, agonized scream, the ghost vanished without a trace. Seizing the opportunity, Gawain bolted out of the cabin and onto the deck. Looking back, he saw the ghost standing like a shadow at the cabin's entrance, silently watching him. Not daring to linger, Gawain leapt from the deck, landing on the beach below. When he glanced back, the ghost was still there, standing on the deck, its gaze locked onto him. A sense of unease crept over Gawain as he realized that this ghost was likely the one trapped in the captain's quarters, the same one responsible for killing the two merman warriors. It was far more formidable than the other spirits. Just as he prepared to transform into a crow and leave, the conch in his hand began emitting a voice again. "Save me, save me, save me." By now, Gawain had calmed down completely. No longer afraid, he focused his mental energy on the conch. The voice grew clearer, so he tentatively asked, "Who are you?" The voice in the conch paused briefly before crying out with deep emotion, "Save me. I'm stranded. I'm hurt. I've been abandoned. I'm dying. Please save me. Save me." The voice was filled with grievance and helplessness, like a small dog left alone on the side of the road. Gawain's eyes widened. Carefully approaching the wrecked ghost ship, he placed his hand on its rough surface and asked, "Is it you?" "Yes, it's me." The voice in the conch became even more agitated, pleading desperately, "Please save me. I'm dying. I'm dying." Gawain asked, "How do I save you?" "Water, seawater. I'm stranded. I can't breathe," the conch replied. Understanding dawned on Gawain. He quickly moved to the side of the ghost ship, facing the sea. With a wave of his hand, a large surge of seawater rose from the ocean and splashed over the bow of the ship. More, the conch urged anxiously. Splash, the seawater crashed against the damaged hull of the ghost ship, while cheerful sounds echoed from within the conch. "So wonderful, so wonderful. I feel alive again, alive again." The voice from the conch was filled with joy, as if it had been reborn. However, after the initial excitement, the voice turned pleading. "Can you help me again? Can you push me into the nether sea? I've been badly damaged and need to repair myself there. Please, I'm begging you." Gawain looked up at the massive ship towering before him. Its hull, nearly 10 meters high and 50 meters long, cast a colossal shadow under the sunlight. He shook his head helplessly. "Sorry, I can't do that." A soft sobbing came from the conch, which gradually quieted down after a while. "Thank you, kind soul. Somehow, I don't feel as afraid of death anymore. I still have some time left, and I want to say goodbye to my companions. They are all poor souls I picked up from the nether sea. Farewell, kind soul. Ajo will bless you." After those words, the conch fell silent. Gawain had intended to seize the opportunity to ask some questions, but no matter how many times he called out, there was no response. "Let's go," Gawain sighed, transforming into a raven and taking to the skies. As he flew away, countless figures suddenly appeared on the ghost ship. They stood silently, watching him leave, as if bidding him a wordless farewell. 2 hours later, the raven returned. It circled the ghost ship a few times before landing on the sandy shore by the sea. Transforming back into his human form, Gawain raised his hand, summoning a large surge of seawater from the nether sea. The water rose into the air and splashed down onto the bow of the ship. "Huh? You're back." The voice from the conch sounded both surprised and delighted. "How are you holding up?" Gawain asked. "I'm better now. I can hold on a bit longer." "Thank you so much, kind soul," the conch replied gratefully. Gawain smiled. "I plan to come by periodically to pour some seawater on you. Hang in there. When the tide rises someday, I'll see if I can get you into the nether sea." That's too much trouble for you," the conch said, sounding a little embarrassed. "It's no trouble at all," Gawain shrugged nonchalantly. "If you feel bad about it, you can tell me some stories you know. Or, once you've repaired yourself, you could give me a ride out to sea." Yes. Ajo agrees to everything." The conch's voice was filled with excitement, and it immediately began to recount its tale. Ajo narrated its story. It was born over 270 years ago, back when the master of Ghostrain Island was Christopher, a third-ring wizard of the Silent Tower. This kind and powerful wizard had personally awakened Ajo, making it the leader of 12 brother ships. However, when Ajo returned from a voyage one day, everything had changed. The tower was destroyed, the innocent were slaughtered, apprentices lay dead in pools of blood, and only 5 of its brother ships remained. Later, Daikro appeared and forced Ajo to sign a new contract. Ajo's tone shifted, becoming secretive. I'll tell you a secret. My keel is actually a bone from Ares, the god of sea beasts. The great sea beasts of the Nether Sea are all descended from him, which is why they never attack me and even help escort me. Ajo continued. Ares has always wanted to resurrect himself and attempt reincarnation. Unfortunately, his luck ran out when Christopher discovered him. Poor Ares was sent to the experiment table and nailed to a cross. I heard this from my friend, little Bilia. Sadly, he's long gone too, and I grieved for him for a very long time. Gawain listened attentively, unraveling many mysteries about the ghost ship and Ghost Drain Island. He carefully noted everything in his mind, asked a few more detailed questions, and then poured more seawater onto Ajo. Afterward, he transformed into a raven once again and flew back to the cave in the northern part of the island. In the days that followed, Gawain alternated between inscribing runes of will, searching for the gnome talk, and regularly sustaining Ajo's life with seawater. 1 day, 2 days, and finally, on the 5th day, the tide rose. Seawater surged onto the beach, forming a shallow layer. Seizing the opportunity, Gawain dug a massive trench along the seaward side, allowing the ghost ship to sink into it. I can move. I can move. Ajo shouted in excitement, rallying everyone aboard: sailors, rowers, helmsmen, the first mate, passengers, the captain. All the ghostly crew members sprang into action, and the massive hull began to slowly slide toward the depths of the Nether Sea. But just then, Ajo suddenly cried out in terror. It's over. They found us. Gawain turned his head and glanced at a large sea shark swimming in the distance. 3 merman warriors stood on its back, their scales glinting coldly under the sunlight. He looked away, calmly fiddling with a few steel beads in his hand. In a steady voice, he spoke to the ghost ship. You handle your own business. I'll take care of them. Thank you so much. The ghost ship, Ajo, replied with a voice choked with emotion. It tilted its battered hull as much as it could and continued sliding toward the abyssal sea, leaving a faint trail on the water's surface. Before the sea shark could approach, one of the merman warriors shouted, Who are you? What are you doing? Stop! Seize him! Before the words had fully left his mouth, another warrior sneered and hurled a trident from a distance. Its sharp tip hurtled straight toward Gawain's chest. Gawain moved swiftly, stepping to the left to effortlessly dodge the incoming trident. He raised his hand. Bang! 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 3 metallic projectiles fired in rapid succession, tracing silvery arcs through the air. Each shot struck its mark, hitting the heads of the 3 merman warriors with precision. Their piercing screams echoed as they collapsed into the abyssal sea, their blood staining the surrounding waters. Startled, the sea shark thrashed its long tail and quickly dove into the deep blue, vanishing from sight. Without hesitation, Gawain waded into the sea, swimming swiftly toward the merman corpses. After searching through them, he found a shark whistle hanging from the neck of one of the warriors. Just as he looked up, he noticed the earlier commotion had drawn the attention of other patrolling mermen. They were converging on his location from all directions. Meanwhile, the ghost ship had almost entirely sunk, with only a broken mast protruding above the water. Ajo's voice, filled with excitement, came through a conch shell. It's done. I've sunk into the abyssal sea, completely submerged. You should leave now, and take care of yourself. When I awaken, I'll come find you. Kind soul, you've given me a new life. Ajo swears to sail only for you from now on. Farewell, my friend. The voice grew fainter until it disappeared entirely, and the battered ghost ship sank into the depths of the abyssal sea. Gawain wasted no time. He quickly retrieved a raven feather and transformed into a raven, spreading his wings and lifting off into the sky. As he prepared to leave, a black suddenly appeared in the gray mist in the distance, approaching at an incredible speed. Gawain was still puzzled when the dot rapidly grew larger, revealing itself to be a flying black ghost ship. As soon as the ghost ship appeared, beams of dark light shot out from it, striking several sea sharks below. The sharks let out harrowing screams as they and the merman warriors on their backs dissolved into nothing but bare bones in mere moments. How horrifying! The Church of Death. Gawain's scalp prickled as he instantly realized the Church of Death had been alerted by a death messenger and had now set their sights on Ghost Drain Island. After 5 days of preparation, they had finally arrived to exact revenge. Not daring to linger, Gawain flapped his wings and flew swiftly eastward, deliberately avoiding the direction of the ghost ship. Fortunately, he was far enough away that no one would pay attention to an inconspicuous raven. Once he had flown a safe distance, the ghost ship reached Ghost Drain Island and began advancing toward the merman city-state. Despicable mermen faced the judgment of death. A burst of maniacal laughter echoed from the ghost ship as beams of deathly light rained down, striking fleeing mermen with pinpoint accuracy. It wasn't long before the ghost ship hovered over the city-state. Many mermen looked up in confusion, pointing at the ship without realizing the danger that was about to descend. The ghost ship came to a halt midair, and an eerie melody began to resonate. Listen to the sound of decay, the voice proclaimed. As the music played, The mermen displayed expressions of blissful intoxication. Then, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, smiling, lifeless. This bizarre phenomenon of death spread rapidly across the city-state, like an invisible plague running rampant. At the peak of the silent tower, the wizard Daiquila suddenly appeared, seated in his wheelchair. His aged face twisted with anger as his piercing gaze locked onto the strange ship in the distance. Gritting his teeth, his voice thundered with authority and fury. "Followers of Sira, who gave you permission to harvest the lives of Daikla's fishfolk? Answer me." With a deafening roar, Daiquila thrust out his withered right hand. In an instant, a crimson beam shot forth from his palm, transforming into a massive blood-red hand that loomed over the city-state. The giant hand seized the peculiar ship, more than 10 meters long, clenching it tightly in its grasp. The ship's surface immediately shimmered with a black shield, clashing fiercely against the blood hand, producing a sharp, grating sound that set teeth on edge. The stalemate persisted for several tense moments. "Die!" Daiquila roared, clenching his right hand with all his might. With a thunderous explosion, the ship was crushed into fragments. Piercing screams echoed through the skies, followed by rolling flames that engulfed the surroundings. The sudden chaos sent the fishfolk of the city into a frenzy of terrified screams. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the inferno, soaring into the air. They wore pointed hats and black robes, with skull emblems embroidered on their chests, marking them as priests of the Church of Death. Most terrifying of all, they unfurled massive black wings, nearly 10 meters in span, with eerie black flames burning along the feathers, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. Not only were these 3 unscathed, but their presence radiated an overwhelming and suffocating power. "Wings of death," Daiquila muttered in shock atop the crumbling tower. His expression darkened as he continued. "For the sake of a mere ghost rain island, the Church of Death has sent 3 priests. I must say, I'm honored." The elder priest in the center gazed at Daiquila with a complex expression and spoke slowly. "To think that a mere apprentice back then would rise to become a formidable second-ring wizard. Had I known, I would never have let you go. Yes, I regret it." "Huh." Daiquila burst into laughter, his face turning cold once more. "Too bad there's no potion for regret in this world." One of the younger priests pointed at Daiquila and cursed angrily. "Don't be so arrogant. Today, you destroyed our airship, sending 8 priests and dozens of knights of the Church of Death back to the divine realm. Your death is not enough. You and every fishfolk on this island will perish as well." The third priest, a middle-aged man, smirked coldly. 3 against 1, perhaps it's a bit unfair, but I like it." Before his words had even finished, he flapped his wings of death and lunged towards the tower. Daiquila trembled as he forced himself to stand, his legs shaking. A manic glint flickered in his eyes as grotesque, bulbous lumps suddenly swelled along his neck, giving him an unsettling appearance. Stretching out his withered hands, he raised them high and bellowed. "But you seem to have forgotten this is the silent tower, my domain. Magma, erupt." Boom. The entire Ghost Rain Island trembled violently. Scalding magma erupted from the ground, shooting skyward like fiery pillars. The center of the island was instantly consumed by the molten lava, and a terrifying wave of magical energy rippled outward in all directions. Meanwhile, Gawain, who had just circled back to the blackthorn forest, landed on a thorny tree. Before he could steady himself, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. Turning his head, he saw the island's center engulfed in magma. Even without any training in magical perception, he could clearly sense the overwhelming magical energy radiating from it. As the wave of energy swept over Gawain, his transformation spell was forcefully dispelled, reverting him to his original form. "So this is the power of a formal wizard? Unbelievable," he thought, struggling to regain his composure. At that moment, Lilith emerged from the cave, her face pale with fear. "Mr. Gawain, what's happening?" she asked, her voice trembling. Gawain jumped down from the tree and quickly whistled to summon the reed crows that had scattered in fright. After giving Lilith a brief explanation, he pulled her back into the cave to avoid the chaos outside. Buzzing waves of magical energy swept across Ghost Rain Island, one after another, making it impossible for Gawain to calm his mind enough to meditate. It wasn't until over half an hour later that the energy finally began to subside. Gawain didn't dare venture out to investigate right away. Instead, he sent Crow number 23 to scout the area, but found no significant discoveries. The next day, he cautiously emerged from the cave. Seeing that the blackthorn forest was still intact, he felt a small sense of relief and immediately transformed into a crow, taking to the skies to explore further. Before long, Gawain flew beyond the forest and arrived above a nearby village. To his astonishment, not a single fishfolk could be seen in the settlement. Could it be that the Church of Death had triumphed, wiping out all the fishmen on the island? Gawain pondered this as he spread his wings and flew toward the fishman's city-state. Before he got close, a shocking sight unfolded before him. The central terrain of Ghost Rain Island had been completely transformed. Hardened magma covered the ground, and thick smoke rose into the air. Gawain quickened his pace, flying above the city-state, a growing unease gnawing at his heart. The fisherman's city-state still stood, but much of its architecture had been destroyed. The streets were eerily empty, with only a few surviving fishermen visible, their eyes filled with terror and despair. As Gawain prepared to descend, a piercing scream shattered the silence. "They're here. They're back. Run!" A fisherman warrior stationed on the city wall shouted in panic before turning to flee into the city. But he hadn't gone more than a few steps when a dark shadow leapt onto the wall like a flash of lightning. With an outstretched claw, the fisherman was instantly seized. In the next moment, 7 or 8 grotesque heads lunged forward, devouring the fisherman on the spot. His agonized screams echoed all around until his neck was snapped and his flesh consumed entirely. Gawain was stunned, watching the horrifying scene unfold. The creature resembled a beast on all fours, with razor-sharp claws and fangs. Astonishingly, 17 grotesque heads of varying sizes swayed atop its shoulders. Each head was hideously terrifying, resembling skinned human faces. The central head was an aged visage, sparsely covered with white hair, etched with black markings. Its blood-red eyes alternated between madness and fleeting lucidity. "Offerings! More offerings!" The creature roared from the city wall, its voice filled with an insatiable craving. At that moment, a fisherman apprentice, clad in a tattered robe, emerged from a crumbling building. His face was a picture of despair as he collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "Master, please wake up. The Dikla fishmen are nearly all dead. If you must feed, take me instead." The creature howled again in response. "Offerings! More offerings!" It lunged forward like the wind, appearing before the fisherman in an instant. From its split-open abdomen, a pair of arms extended, grabbing the fisherman and clutching him tightly. 7 or 8 heads stretched out simultaneously, biting into him as the creature dashed out of the city. The fisherman's agonized screams of being devoured trailed off into the distance. Gawain closed his stinging eyes, his mind racing. The Dikla sorcerer? It seems he defeated the Church of Death's forces. But his corruption has worsened, and he's on the brink of losing control. So be it. He likely won't last much longer. Observing the creature's behavior closely, Gawain noted that it seemed to be forcing the remaining fishmen to continue offering sacrifices to the sea beast god, Ares. Clearly, some shred of rationality lingered. A plan formed in his mind would take advantage of this chaos to eliminate the surviving fishmen, cutting off the sorcerer's resources, all while avoiding direct confrontation. Still, this is somewhat risky. To be cautious, I'd best not get involved personally, Gawain thought to himself. He flew away from the city-state, landing on a nearby black rock, and waited silently. Before long, faint sounds came from behind him. Gawain turned, extending a hand to gently stroke the air as he whispered, "Go now, and be careful." A soft hissing sound was his only reply before it faded into the wind. Over the next 2 days, silent carnage unfolded in the ruined fisherman city-state. In shadowy corners, dark alleys, and deserted streets, the surviving fishmen were relentlessly hunted down. By the time they realized the looming danger, it was too late. The survivors scrambled to flee the city, but their attempts were futile. 2 days later, the Dikla sorcerer emerged once more from the crumbling tower, his crazed voice echoing through the desolate city. "Offerings! More offerings! Offerings! More offerings!" He was like a ghost, wandering the desolate Ghost Rain Island. Whenever he encountered a living creature, he devoured it without hesitation, harboring a deep hatred for all life. Yet, he clung to a final shred of reason, never completely losing control. In the vast expanse of the sea, a ghostly ship cut through the waves, its creaking hull sounding as though it might collapse at any moment. Below the deck, in the dim and cramped cargo hold, 13 halflings huddled together. Fear of the unknown flickered in their eyes, mingled with a glimmer of hope for a new life. These small beings hailed from a city-state ravaged by monstrous creatures, forcing them to flee their homeland. They had heard tales of a peaceful land across the sea, abundant with mushrooms and orchards, and so they had dared to board this eerie vessel. In one corner of the hold, 2 fish-like figures stood out starkly. Their scales glimmered coldly in the dim light, a sharp contrast to the halflings. Moments ago, one of the fishmen had gone berserk, storming into the hold, knocking down the strongest halfling, Cole, and assaulting a mere 13-year-old girl named Aphia. The other halflings cowered in the corner, trembling, too terrified to even show anger. Aphia lay curled up on the floor, sobbing quietly. The fishman, Asa, nonchalantly adjusted his clothing, a smug smile playing on his lips. He sauntered over to Cole, spat phlegm onto his battered face, and then swaggered out of the hold. On the deck, a robed figure stood, gazing into the distance. Asa hurried over, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. "Master Wielda, out for some fresh air?" Wielda did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the skull in his hands, as if it were his most cherished possession. Sensing the silence, Asa probed cautiously. "Master, what are you thinking about?" Wielda finally lifted his head, his eyes drifting toward the silhouette of Ghost Rain Island emerging on the horizon. He murmured, almost to himself, I was wondering, if I had pleaded with my mentor back then, would he have spared my wife and children? Asa fell silent, visibly uneasy. Wilda sighed deeply, carefully stowing the skull away, before issuing a command. A sea shark is approaching. Asa, prepare for the handover. We've only brought back a handful of halflings this trip. I hope the mentor won't hold it against us. As you wish, master, Asa replied hurriedly, scuttling back to the hold. He roughly bound the halflings with rope, ignoring their cries and struggles, and drove them onto the deck with curses. Peering over the edge of the ship, Asa suddenly exclaimed with delight. It's Lord Highman himself coming to meet us. What an honor. Wilda appeared slightly surprised. I didn't expect that either. He called out toward the sea. Highman, why are you alone? The fishman Highman stood atop the back of the sea shark, glancing briefly at the deck before replying. The others are behind me. I came ahead. Pull me up quickly. I need to return to my meditation soon. Your diligence is truly an inspiration to all Dikra fishmen, Lord Highman. Asa flattered, hastily throwing down a rope without waiting for Wilda's instruction. Highman grabbed the rope and climbed nimbly onto the ship's railing. Extending his right hand toward Wilda, he said, Give me a hand up. Wilda noticed something strange in Highman's tone, but thought little of it. He instinctively reached out to help, only for Highman to suddenly wrench him off balance, hurling him forcefully onto the deck. The wooden planks groaned under the impact as Wilda hit the ground, dazed and disoriented. Before Wilda could recover, the greenish-blue bracelet on Highman's wrist came to life, transforming into thick, menacing thorn vines. The vines coiled around Wilda in an instant, binding him tightly. Only a swiftly conjured water shield saved him from being crushed on the spot. You dare. Wilda gasped in terror, scrambling to counterattack. But Highman was faster. He drew a short sword and thrust it into Wilda's chest 3 times in rapid succession. The water shield shattered, and the vines tightened, stripping Wilda of any chance to resist. You can die now, Highman sneered, plunging his sword through Wilda's heart and then decapitating him with another strike. Wilda's head rolled across the deck, his face frozen in a twisted expression of disbelief even in death. With a metallic clink, a scale fell onto the deck, shattering into 5 pieces. Highman canceled his transformation spell, his form shifting until he stood revealed as Gawain. He grinned at the stunned Asa. Take a good look. Do you know who I am now? The merman Asa was struck with terror. Realizing the danger, he scrambled and crawled towards the ship's cabin in a desperate escape. At that moment, a black-clad woman, gripping a short sword between her teeth, nimbly climbed aboard the ghost ship. Within 5 swift steps, she closed the distance behind Asa. Catching the hilt of her sword in hand, she delivered a clean, precise thrust that pierced through Asa's back. Ah! Asa let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed onto the deck, his life rapidly slipping away. The woman retrieved her sword and stood upright, turning her head with a poised demeanor. Mr. Gawain, am I late? She asked with a confident smile. Gawain's expression darkened instantly, and his right hand shot up. Thick, thorny vines lashed out like a whip toward Lilith. Her face turned pale in shock, her wide eyes brimming with disbelief. She froze, her mind consumed by a single thought. Mr. Gawain wants to kill me? Whoosh! The wind howled as the thorny vines narrowly grazed Lilith's cheek. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the cabin, colliding with the vines. It was a leopard, its lower body coated in snowy white fur, while its upper body was covered in black and white spots. Slightly smaller than an average cheetah, it moved with remarkable agility. Having missed its target, the leopard pivoted and leapt back with ease. Gawain wasted no time, raising his hand to fire. Bang! 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 3 metallic projectiles were launched in quick succession. The leopard, moving like a phantom, effortlessly evaded every shot. Its lithe form left afterimages as it bounded across the deck, using the momentum to leap onto the tall mast with a single spring. Perched behind the ship's sails, the leopard concealed its body, leaving only half its head visible. It growled lowly, its gaze fixed on Gawain from above, exuding a menacing presence. Lilith finally snapped out of her daze, feeling both ashamed and guilty. Without hesitation, she rolled forward and dashed to Gawain's side, sword in hand. Standing beside him, she looked up at the mast-bound leopard and asked with confusion, What is that? It's likely a magical creaturia cloud leopard, Gawain replied, drawing on his knowledge of the wizarding world. A creature known for its incredible speed and its ability to anticipate attacks. It emerged from the cabin earlier, so I'm guessing it must be this one's familiar. He gestured toward the headless corpse of Vilda with a kick. Roar! The cloud leopard let out an enraged growl from the mast, seemingly furious at Gawain's desecration of its master's body. Yet, its intelligence was evident, as it refrained from launching a reckless attack. Glancing at the group of halflings who stood frozen in fear, Gawain then turned his gaze toward the approaching Ghost Rain Island. Realizing time was running out, he gave a decisive command. Stick to the plan. Take the halflings to Rocky Cliff for safety. Be careful, Mr. Gawain, Lilith replied without hesitation. She quickly ran toward the halflings, cutting their bindings and urging them to board the sea sharks waiting below. Gawain remained on guard, watching for any sudden moves from the cloud leopard. Only after the halflings had safely disembarked did he feel a slight sense of relief. Dispelling the 5-layered ice arrow spell he had prepared, he cast a water barrier over himself for protection before crouching down to search Vilda's body. He first found a gluttony bag, then discovered a silver fish-shaped necklace around Vilda's neck. A grin spread across his face. Gotcha, he muttered as he yanked the necklace free. However, just as he did, the cloud leopard ducked behind the sail. Alarmed, Gawain turned quickly, only to see the leopard leaping from the opposite side of the sail. It soared through the air like a bird, diving straight for him. A slower reaction would have spelled disaster, but Gawain remained unfazed. Raising his left hand, he fired a series of metallic projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. Yet again, the cloud leopard twisted its body midair, dodging every shot. Gawain, unfazed by the evasion, swung his thorny vines toward the creature in an attempt to ensnare it. To his astonishment, the leopard extended its limbs, using the vines as a springboard to propel itself directly toward him. Gawain decisively discarded the vines and drew his single-handed sword, engaging in close combat with the clouded leopard. The sword gleamed as claws slashed through the air, the two exchanging fierce attacks in a blur of motion before briefly parting. The leopard's onslaught came like a storm, its rapid strikes breaking through Gawain's defenses with 3 successive swipes, followed by a powerful charge that struck him square in the chest. Staggering backward, Gawain nearly fell off the edge of the ghost ship into the abyssal sea. Barely regaining his balance, he realized the water barrier surrounding him had shattered. Fortunately, the scales that appeared on his chest absorbed the impact of the final strike, sparing him from serious injury. He exhaled deeply, feeling the tremors in his body and relieved that he had avoided significant harm. The clouded leopard crouched low, growling weakly as it struggled to rise, collapsing repeatedly into the pool of its own blood. Its once pristine white fur was now stained crimson, one of its forelimbs severed by the sword, its internal organs gravely damaged. Gawain approached slowly, his sword in hand, gazing down at the defeated beast. You fought well, but you chose the wrong master, Gawain said coldly, before driving his blade through the leopard's skull, ending its life. He swiftly extracted a pair of marble-sized eyes from the corpse, carefully placing them into a glass vial for preservation. These rare materials could be used to craft night vision potions, which, if successful, would greatly enhance his sight and potentially allow him to replace his illumination spells with more practical enchantments. With the task complete, Gawain wasted no time. He cast a transformation spell, taking the form of a raven, and took to the skies, flying away from the ghost ship and circling Ghost Rain Island before heading into the distance. Meanwhile, the ghost ship drifted closer to the island, preparing to dock. On the island, the wandering wizard Deikrus suddenly sensed something and snapped back to lucidity. In a frenzy, he rushed toward the ghost ship and leapt onto its deserted deck. However, upon finding it completely empty, he let out a despairing roar before descending once more into madness. Amid a deafening explosion, the ghost ship was engulfed in flames, reduced to a fiery inferno. In the days that followed, Gawain continued patrolling the nearby seas on the back of his sea shark. Whenever he discovered a ghost ship, he boarded it without hesitation to conduct a thorough search. Over time, he intercepted 3 vessels, cutting off Deikrus' final escape routes. 5 days later, the deranged wizard climbed to the top of a crumbling tower. All 17 of his heads let out inhuman howls, the eerie sound echoing across Ghost Rain Island in overlapping waves. The surrounding gray mist surged toward him like a tide, seeping into his body. His skin began to crack inch by inch, and more heads emerged grotesquely from his flesh, wailing in unison, "Master! Ancestors! My lord! It hurts so much." At this point, Deikrus had completely lost the last shred of his sanity, transforming into a mindless monster. Floating into the ruined tower, it extended a long tongue to ensnare a struggling figure, dragging it out of the tower. "Ancestor, it's me. I'm your beloved little Deikrus." The captive figure screamed in terror. "I hid myself, so well I was supposed to inherit Ghost Rain Island, to restore the glory of the Deikrus merfolk." Yet the monster offered no response, dragging the figure into the dense gray mist with its tongue. Faint, broken cries echoed in the distance. "This isn't fair." At that moment, Gawain stood atop his sea shark, gazing toward Ghost Rain Island. He turned to Lilith beside him and asked, "Did you hear that?" Lilith nodded. It sounded like something was howling. Gawain mused thoughtfully. "Tomorrow, they'll send Shao-Chi to fly a few circles around the island. We've been drifting in the abyssal sea for 6 or 7 days now. I doubt Deikrus can hold on much longer." "Is becoming a wizard really this dangerous?" Lilith asked. "It is," Gawain replied, his gaze deep and somber. "It's a path from which there is no turning back." Lilith stood in front of Gawain, her eyes flickering with hesitation and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with determination. Mr. Gawain, may I test if I have the talent to become a wizard? Gawain smiled faintly. That's simple. With a gentle wave of his hand, a shadowy serpent emerged from the water, carrying a crocodile leather box in its mouth. Gawain took the box, retrieved a crystal-clear orb from within, and handed it to Lilith. Just place your hand on it. Cautiously, Lilith extended her right hand, her fingertips brushing the cool surface of the crystal. Instantly, the orb glowed faintly, and 3 lines of data appeared clearly. Spirit, 0.9. Constitution, 2.4. Wizard talent, level 3. Gawain raised an eyebrow in surprise. Congratulations, you possess level 3 wizard talent. This means you can indeed become a wizard apprentice. Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Gawain, how is this talent level? Not bad. It's about average, Gawain explained. For instance, the dwarf talk you know has only level 2 talent. If you train diligently, you could surpass him within 5 years and potentially become an intermediate wizard apprentice. How long would it take for me to reach your level? Lilith pressed. Gawain chuckled lightly. I'm an advanced wizard apprentice. Without any unique opportunities, it would take you at least 15 to 20 years of hard work. 20 years, Lilith exclaimed, her gaze lingering on Gawain's youthful face, noting even his barely there stubble. She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Gawain, may I see your talent? Of course. Gawain placed his hand on the crystal orb. The sphere instantly emitted a dazzling light, displaying astonishing data. Spirit, 5.2. Constitution, 3.3. Wizard talent, level 5. Mr. Gawain, you truly are a genius, Lilith marveled, falling into deep thought as she weighed the decision to embark on the path of wizardry. Gawain put the crystal orb away and crouched on the back of a sea shark, playfully teasing the shadowy serpent in the water. In the distance, 5 reed crows circled the sky, vigilantly guarding the area. The next day, Gawain sent the cleverest crow, number 7, to scout Ghost Rain Island. Once it returned, he dispatched the other 4 crows to confirm the island's safety. 3 days later, they rode the sea shark back to Ghost Rain Island. Gawain instructed Lilith to explore the rocky cliffs, while he approached the leaning ruins of an ancient tower. Gazing at the colossal structure with a complex expression, he refrained from entering immediately. Moments later, the shadowy serpent slithered out of the tower, signaling that it was safe inside. Gawain gently stroked the serpent's head in gratitude before stepping into the ruins. He quickly searched the remaining upper floors, finding mostly empty rooms. A few apprentice bedrooms remained, but any valuable items had long since been taken as findings were sparse. Turning his attention underground, he descended to the first basement level, where he was stopped by 2 massive bronze doors. Examining the intricate carvings on the doors, he saw they depicted the legendary tale of the god of knowledge's fall 1,000 years ago, scattering the leaves of the tree of knowledge and the light of wisdom across the world. Yet, despite his careful inspection of the surroundings, he found no way to open the doors. Gawain attempted to push the bronze door, but it wouldn't budge. He even let the shadow serpent try, yet it was all in vain. The door wasn't locked, but it refused to open, leaving Gawain utterly perplexed. He carefully inspected the area around the door, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Unwilling to give up so easily, Gawain decided to try using sorcery. Taking a few steps back, he lightly waved his black staff in hand. Go, he murmured. 3 fireballs shot out with a roar, slamming into the bronze door in quick succession. The door trembled slightly, and the flames burned fiercely before extinguishing, leaving only faint scorch marks on its surface. Still undeterred, Gawain cast another spell. Go! This time, 5 ice arrows streaked through the air, their power even greater. Yet as they struck the door, they shattered instantly, scattering shards of ice across the ground. Just as Gawain was starting to feel disheartened, a faint mist began to seep from the bronze door, gradually forming a ghostly black void. He warily hid behind the shadow serpent and observed. The void remained unresponsive, and after about 10 breaths, it dissipated, leaving the door as it was before. Could it be a passageway? Gawain muttered thoughtfully. Cautiously, he approached the door and placed his hand upon it. He attempted to channel magic into it, and as soon as he injected a single unit of magical energy, the black void reappeared. Realization dawned on Gawain. The door was designed to distinguish between ordinary people and sorcerers. Only an apprentice sorcerer with magical power could open the passageway. The earlier spell attacks must have inadvertently infused the door with some scattered magic, triggering the void to appear. To be cautious, Gawain sent the shadow serpent through first. Once he confirmed it was safe, he stepped forward and entered. Darkness engulfed him briefly, and he found himself on the other side of the door. Finally made it. Gawain sighed in relief, snapping his fingers. Instantly, a bright light illuminated the space, turning the surroundings as bright as day. With the shadow serpent by his side, he began exploring the underground structure layer by layer. After passing through 2 partially abandoned laboratories, they reached the 3rd underground level. The sight before him filled Gawain with excitement. A vast expanse of black soil spanning 1,000 square meters, divided into planting areas of various sizes, all filled with magical herbs. A magic herb garden, Gawain exclaimed as he hurriedly walked through the pathways, inspecting each plant. Although most were withered, a few were still thriving. This is bone-eating grass, that's screaming vine, and over there exploding mushrooms. Huh, what's this? Oh, sunlight orchid. I didn't expect to find one here. At the center of the area, Gawain's attention was drawn to an enormous metal millstone. It was covered in runes and lines, with gemstones of various colors embedded into it. So there's an enchantment array here, he remarked. No wonder so many magical herbs could grow in one place. It's a pity the array's core has stopped functioning due to lack of maintenance. I wonder if it's damaged. On a whim, Gawain channeled 5 units of magic into the millstone. It began to tremble and slowly rotate. The runes lit up one by one, stirring the surrounding energy particles. A light drizzle, warm gusts of wind, and falling frost appeared in succession, creating a dazzling display that left Gawain momentarily stunned. I have no idea how to operate this, he muttered with a wry smile. Fortunately, the millstone stopped after a few minutes, having exhausted its magic. Gawain let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his recklessness hadn't ruined the precious magical herbs. At least this proves the array's core is still intact, he thought to himself. Leaving the magic herb garden behind, Gawain continued his descent. Soon, they reached the 4th underground level and found themselves facing a long corridor. The passage was peculiar, perfectly square, straight, and smooth, with neatly arranged square stone tiles covering all surfaces: floor, walls, and ceiling. As Gawain prepared to step into the corridor, the shadow serpent suddenly materialized, blocking his path. "Hey, are you hurt?" Gawain asked in surprise. The shadow serpent nodded and revealed its elongated body. Gawain examined it closely, his expression turning to deep concern. Several of the serpent's scales were shattered, and its lower body was bloodied and mangled, as if it had been gnawed on by some monstrous creature. Some parts of its flesh were even missing. Gawain swiftly took out the holy light pocket watch, aiming its face at the shadow serpent. Warm rays of light emanated from the watch, enveloping the serpent's injured body. He cast the holy light spell 5 times in succession, and with each spell, the serpent's wounds visibly improved. At last, its flesh and scales regenerated, restoring most of its injuries. Gawain let out a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the deep, rectangular corridor ahead. After a moment of thought, he pulled a frog-shaped wallet from his pocket and retrieved 3 steel marbles. Tossing one casually onto the stone slabs, he intended to test the corridor's secrets. Just as the marble was about to hit the ground, the smooth stone suddenly split open, revealing a row of sharp, white teeth. The slab seemed to come alive, snapping shut and swallowing the marble before chewing it and returning to its flat, unbroken state. Gawain stared in stunned silence as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He realized that had he stepped forward recklessly, his feet would have been bitten clean off. The bizarre mechanism filled him with dread, but then he recalled something from the general knowledge of the wizarding world: a peculiar creation known as biting slabs. These rare, animated objects, crafted by only a handful of wizards, could devour anything less durable than themselves. They were often used to safeguard critical locations and deter thieves. Gawain gazed down the shadowy corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly, marveling at the scale of such a meticulous arrangement. Yet, the more formidable the setup, the more it piqued Gawain's curiosity. He was certain that the corridor led to a secret domain accessible only to the wizard Dikla. That place likely housed treasures such as meditation potion recipes, dawn elixir formulas, first-ring spell models, and even detailed records of wizard ascension rituals. These were the very treasures Gawain had long dreamed of possessing. If he could claim Dikla's entire legacy, it would save him at least a decade of struggle. With his resolve firm, Gawain began searching for a weakness. He grabbed a handful of steel marbles and tossed them one by one at various parts of the corridor. To his dismay, every slab, whether on the floor, walls, or ceiling, was a biting slab. Even a dragon, he thought, would be reduced to nothing if it ventured into this corridor. Since walking through was impossible, flying became his only option. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Gawain refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he stepped back out and retrieved his loyal companion, Raven number 23. After giving it careful instructions, he pointed toward the corridor. "Go on, and be careful." The raven let out a series of caws and flapped its wings, flying into the corridor until it disappeared from sight. Gawain waited anxiously, and to his relief, the bird eventually returned unharmed. Confident now, Gawain made his decision. He left the shadow serpent to guard the entrance, plucked a raven feather, and cast a transformation spell to turn himself into a raven. Then, he flew deeper into the corridor. The sound of wings beating echoed through the narrow passage. Using the sharp vision of his raven form, Gawain carefully observed his surroundings. After flying for about 500 meters, he encountered a pitch-black wall blocking the way. Strangely, The surface of the wall was covered with countless arms and humanoid shapes, as if people were trapped within it. A sudden wave of terror surged through him, and Gawain instinctively tried to turn back. But before he could react, a powerful force of suction enveloped him. In an instant, his body was pulled into the wall and slammed against its surface. The transformation spell was dispelled immediately, and Gawain reverted to his human form only to find half of his body already embedded in the wall. He struggled desperately to break free, but he was completely immobilized. What is happening? He thought in panic, realizing he was now trapped in an unprecedented and life-threatening crisis. Even more shocking, all sorcery and enchanted items suddenly lost their effectiveness. Gawain reached for the single-handed sword at his waist, only to discover in terror that his limbs were firmly stuck to the black wall by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. The more he struggled, the faster his body sank into the black wall. Realizing this, Gawain immediately ceased his futile attempts to resist, but his body continued to be slowly consumed. His mind raced as he desperately tried to devise a way to escape, but to no avail. He noticed that number 23 appeared completely unharmed and thought to himself, this must be a sorcery trap targeting intelligent beings. As his body sank further, cold sweat broke out on Gawain's forehead. He tilted his head back desperately, trying to slow the rate at which he was being swallowed, but the black wall continued its relentless devouring. Soon, only his nose, mouth, and hands remained visible. Despair surged like a tidal wave, and a flood of negative emotions, helplessness, regret, fear, and unwillingness overwhelmed Gawain's heart. He couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. It's over. Just as he prepared to close his eyes and await death, a sudden scream echoed from within his body. In the next instant, Gawain was violently sucked into the black wall, only to be spat out again. Gawain got up from the ground, looking around in disbelief. Not only was he unharmed, but the previously ineffective sorcery and enchanted items had also been restored. Even more astonishing, he found himself on the other side of the black wall, standing in a corridor lined with neatly arranged bookshelves. As Gawain puzzled over this bizarre turn of events, he suddenly began coughing violently. In his palm lay the tiny corpse of an insect. Gawain immediately realized what had happened. His companion worm had died in his place. His expression grew complex as he gazed at the black wall behind him, understanding that this was no ordinary sorcery trap, but a far more terrifying cursed trap. A quick glance at his mana interface confirmed that companion worm number 35 was indeed missing. Gawain couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, mixed with lingering fear. That helpless feeling of near death was something he never wanted to experience again. After calming himself, Gawain began to explore his new surroundings. He approached a bookshelf and picked up a dusty hardcover book titled The Travels of Valko. After flipping through a few pages, he returned it to its place and grabbed another book, 127 Methods for Crafting Fertility Potions. As he continued examining the bookshelves, Gawain found the collection to be diverse yet disorganized, though the books were generally well preserved. Most were miscellaneous works, with a fair number of sorcery and knowledge-based texts, though none exceeded the level of a sorcery apprentice. He surmised that truly valuable knowledge was unlikely to be stored so carelessly. Still, Gawain's exploration was not entirely fruitless. He discovered a book titled Manual for Maintaining and Operating Magical Arrays, which contained detailed explanations of the central array in a magical garden knowledge that could prove invaluable for maintaining and operating such arrays. Additionally, in a book titled Advanced Apprentice Guidelines of the Tower of Silence, he learned the name of the Black Wall, the Wall of Sighs, a fearsome cursed trap even full-fledged sorcerers would struggle to handle. Most importantly, Gawain found a method to safely pass through the Black Wall, a simple passphrase. Though the exact phrase was unknown, he spent half a day organizing all the books related to the Tower of Silence and reciting each line to the Black Wall. When he said, "Silence is more powerful than 1,000 words," the Black Wall opened a passage. Finally, it's done. Gawain exhaled deeply, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He committed the crucial passphrase to memory, feeling reassured by the escape route he had secured. With his retreat guaranteed, Gawain pressed on with his exploration. Before long, he reached a dimly lit chamber at the end of the corridor. Looking up, he saw a figure nailed to a crucifix. Just as Gawain prepared to examine it closely, he suddenly let out a muffled groan, lowering his head as blood tears streamed from his eyes. His mechanical mind instinctively activated. Gawain shut his eyes tightly, enduring the searing pain that felt like his eyes were burning. His mind was clear based on intelligence from the ghost ship Ajo. He knew the figure nailed to the crucifix was likely the reincarnated sea beast god, Ares, a being far beyond his ability to gaze upon directly. Daring not to look again, Gawain hurriedly removed his cloak and flung it toward the figure. The cloak landed, barely covering the figure's head and part of its body, allowing Gawain to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Opening his burning eyes, Gawain found his vision blurred. He quickly retrieved his holy light pocket watch and cast a holy light spell on himself, hoping to alleviate the abnormal condition. In an instant, Gawain felt as though he had plunged into a warm spring. Every cell in his body seemed to burst with joy, and an indescribable sensation of comfort surged through him like an electric current. If not for his mechanical mind still operating, he might have ascended on the spot. The realization dawned on him, now understood why Lilith had lost her composure back then. His eyes no longer stung, and his vision returned to normal. Gawain exhaled softly, casting his gaze around the room. His attention was immediately drawn to a multicolored crystal goblet beneath the cross. Beside it, an open book on a stone pedestal caught his eye. With a casual wave of his hand, the crystal goblet floated effortlessly into the air, carried by the mage hand's spell, and hovered before him. Gawain examined the exquisite creation closely and infused it with a trace of magic. The response was immediate. What appeared to be a simple artifact was anything beaut concealed a sophisticated design within. A total of 21,572 rigid rune structures were arranged in perfect order inside the goblet. Such a staggering density, engraved into something no larger than a palm-sized crystal cup, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Gawain mused that even many formally trained wizards would struggle to achieve this level of craftsmanship. Still somewhat puzzled, Gawain reached out and took hold of the crystal goblet. The surface felt exceptionally solid. Tilting it slightly, he noticed a faint dampness at the bottom. The brilliant, multicolored light emanating from the otherwise pure white goblet was refracted from these moist areas. He brought the goblet closer and took a gentle sniff. Instantly, a refreshing coolness surged into his mind. His mental energy seemed to boil over, leaping with unprecedented vitality. Though his thoughts remained clear as a mirror, Gawain's gaze grew hazy and faint. Distant voices began to echo in his ears. "You are the sovereign of the deep sea, the king among sea beasts, the protector of the merfolk, the beacon for all who dwell in the ocean. O mighty, noble, majestic, and benevolent sea beast god, your humble and devout follower offers this sacrifice, this meager gift of blood, unto you. Great sea beast god, grant me bountiful harvests, abundant catches, sustenance. Bless me with health, bestow upon me wealth, heal my ailments, and bring me a beautiful and virtuous wife." Gawain's eyes gradually regained their clarity. Even in his mechanical mind state, he was profoundly shocked. He looked incredulously at the figure concealed beneath the robe on the cross, and then down at the crystal goblet in his hand, his thoughts racing. Could this be the liquid of faith? Gawain speculated to himself. Could it be that the Silent Tower's experiments on Ares were truly successful? Did they manage to extract his divine power of faith, condense it, and create an artifact capable of continuously converting it into liquid of faith? This discovery seemed to shed light on the state of the wizard Dikla. Despite severe contamination, Dikla had managed to cling to life, likely through rituals of sacrifice to Ares, consuming the converted liquid of faith. Gawain recalled something he had read before his transmigration, a forum post by a beta tester. The liquid of faith from deities was often called a panacea, with countless applications. However, when used by wizards themselves, extreme caution was necessary. It was imbued with the prayers and desires of countless individuals, tainted by their extreme emotions. Prolonged use could subtly influence the user's personality, even altering their temperament. In severe cases, it could lead to contamination, with unpredictable consequences. Despite the risks, the value of liquid of faith remained immeasurable. Even a single drop would incite a frenzy of competition. Gawain gazed at the now empty crystal goblet and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What a pity it's used up. I wonder if it can still continue to convert more? Gawain placed the crystal goblet back in its original spot, deciding to temporarily observe its ability to convert the liquid of faith. He turned toward the open book, only to see the pages suddenly close and shrink to the size of a matchbox. On the grayish-white cover, a string of words in Pandora's universal language appeared. The Book of Dikla. A delicate metal chain dangled from the top of the book. This magical scene left Gawain visibly startled. He carefully prodded the book with his witch's hand, but it remained unresponsive. When he picked it up, he realized the pages couldn't be turned, as if the entire book was glued shut. Upon channeling magic into it, he felt a resistance even stronger than that of the phantom staff. After a moment of deliberation, Gawain tied the book around his wrist. Scanning his surroundings and confirming there was nothing else of value, he returned to the wall of sighs. With the command, "Silence is louder than 1,000 words," the wall emitted a faint sigh and split open, revealing an arched doorway. Transforming into a raven, Gawain flew through the stone passage, pecking at the slabs as he went, before landing amidst a flurry of feathers. He donned the new robe handed to him by the shadow serpent, then left with it and raven number 23. On his way through the alchemical garden, he inserted a magic stone into the array, adjusting it to its lowest operational state. Exiting the Tower of Silence, he was greeted by Lilith, who had been waiting patiently. Gawain expressed his approval of her restraint and immediately inquired about the situation. Lilith reported on the composition and intentions of the people at Shattered Cliff, mentioning that the halfling Cole wished to see him. Gawain agreed to meet Cole while pondering whether to remain on Ghost Train Isle. Despite having taken control of the island, the threat of the Death Church still loomed. He weighed two options: to leave by ship as originally planned or to hide in the dark chambers. Although he leaned toward leaving, the allure of the alchemical garden and the liquid of faith left him indecisive. In any case, Gawain knew that the bronze gate, the gnawing stone slabs, and the wall of sighs might not be enough to keep the Death Church at bay. He needed to make a careful decision to ensure both his safety and the maximization of his gains. Gawain pondered the unpredictability of the gray mist tide as he led Lilith westward. Half an hour later, they arrived at a rugged area known as Chaos Cliff, characterized by its elevated terrain and labyrinth of rocks and caves. This was the place where Gawain had hidden the people he rescued from the ghost ship. Gawain halted in his steps, and Lilith took the initiative to enter one of the caves. Moments later, she returned, accompanied by a short man. The man's height barely reached Lilith's chest, and he was dressed in tattered burlap clothing. His face was a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. The sight reminded Gawain of Tok, the gnome who had gone missing in the Blackthorn Forest. Calmly, he spoke. "Are you the halfling Cole?" Cole immediately dropped to his knees, attempting to kiss Gawain's boots in a display of reverence. "Cole greets you, my lord." Gawain frowned and stepped back. Seeing Cole awkwardly remain on his knees, Gawain softened his tone. "Stand up. There's no need for such formalities." Cole rose unsteadily, clearly flustered. Gawain wasted no time and asked directly, "Speak. What is it?" Only then did Cole remember his purpose. He hurriedly reached into his trousers, rummaging around. Lilith's face darkened with anger, about to scold him, when Cole pulled out a 1-foot-long staff, leaving her momentarily stunned. Cole held the staff with both hands and presented it reverently. "On behalf of all the halflings, I offer this treasure to you, my lord." Gawain's expression grew complex as he used Mage Hand to take the staff. It was the redstone magic wand he had once gifted to Tok the gnome, imbued with the spell Fireball. "Where did you find this?" Gawain asked. Cole replied, "My lord, it was in one of the caves inside. There was a decayed corpse beside it." Gawain fell silent for a moment before instructing, "Make sure to give that corpse a proper burial later." Cole nodded repeatedly. Gawain continued, "I'll accept this treasure. If you have any requests, speak them now. I'll help if I can." Cole, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his wish. "My lord, this place is too desolate, full of nothing but rocks. We halflings aren't skilled at fishing, and we barely get by finding a few mushrooms each day. It's a constant struggle. I've noticed there are a few abandoned villages on the southern plains. Could we move there to settle down?" "You can." "I agree." Gawain raised his hand, and Raven 7, which had been circling above, descended to his palm. He whispered a few instructions to the raven before placing it on Cole's shoulder. "Go ahead. It will help you clear out any beasts near the villages." As Gawain prepared to leave, Cole hurriedly called out, "My lord, my lord." Cole has a few more matters to report. Afia saw a magnificent white horse while gathering mushrooms. Uncle Byrne says it's a unicorn, near the coast. Also, something terrible has happened here. Kobold Bobby assaulted Aunt Sally and threatened her to stay silent. The secret crimes of the werewolf Brandon were exposed. He had secretly killed and feasted on the corpse of a stranded victim. Though he had been careful, I managed to uncover traces of his actions. Even more unsettling, I noticed several sets of wet footprints, sparking my suspicion that some scheming mermen might be lurking nearby. Gawain glanced at Cole in surprise, not expecting such sharp observational skills from the halfling. He turned to Lilith and issued a concise command. "I'll head to the shore to investigate. Everything else is in your hands." Lilith tightened her grip on her short sword, a trace of determination and killing intent flashing across her delicate face. She responded resolutely, "Leave it to me, Mr. Gawain." Gawain trusted Lilith's abilities without question and said no more. He retrieved a raven feather and swiftly transformed into a raven, flying toward the direction where the unicorn had been sighted. When Father Damien was killed, his mount, the unicorn, had also disappeared. Its sudden reappearance was indeed unexpected. Flapping his wings, Gawain quickly reached the shore. From above, he saw a majestic horse tearing into a strange fish in the shallow waters. The horse had a single horn on its head, and its body was marked with patches of gray and black. Despite its filthy appearance, it was undoubtedly Father Damien's unicorn. Detecting no immediate danger, Gawain silently flew over the unicorn. He dispelled the transformation spell midair, plummeting down and landing precisely on the unicorn's back. Nay, startled, the unicorn reared on its hind legs. Gawain clamped his legs tightly around its flanks, as if fused with the animal. Despite its fierce thrashing and shaking, the unicorn couldn't dislodge Gawain and began galloping wildly through the shallow waters, its speed increasing like a raging wind. Sitting firmly on its back, Gawain's face displayed a confident smile. With his current formidable physique and master-level swordsmanship that granted him remarkable physical coordination, dislodging him from the unicorn's back was no easy feat. After half an hour, the The unicorn was visibly exhausted, panting heavily with white steam rising from its body. Gawain, however, remained seated calmly, looking as composed as ever. Suddenly, the unicorn let out a sharp whinny, veering abruptly toward the shore and charging at a massive boulder as if intending to take Gawain down with it. Quite the fiery spirit, Gawain muttered, frowning. As the distance to the boulder closed rapidly, he decisively leaped off the unicorn's back. Sensing the sudden lightness, the unicorn leapt gracefully over the boulder and continued its desperate escape. The moment Gawain landed, his thorn bracelet activated. He swung the thorny vine forward, and in an instant, it extended and caught up with the fleeing unicorn, coiling tightly around its neck. Come back. Gawain pulled hard, using the vine's strength to drag the unicorn forcefully through the air, slamming it onto the sandy beach. The unicorn let out a pained cry, momentarily unable to rise. Drawing his single-handed sword, Gawain approached the unicorn with swift steps and pressed the sharp blade against its neck. His voice was cold and unyielding. My patience is running thin. Do you want to live or die? The unicorn panted heavily, blood streaming from the wounds the thorns had inflicted on its neck. Its wide eyes locked onto Gawain's icy expression before finally lowering its proud head in submission. That's more like it, Gawain said with a smile. He retrieved a holy light pocket watch and cast a healing spell on the unicorn. Once its injuries were healed, he gave it a thorough cleaning before mounting it and heading toward Boulder Cliff. The unicorn stood 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder, its coat now gleaming white, and its appearance truly majestic. Its speed was astonishing, and as a genuine magical creature with carnivorous tendencies and considerable strength, it was no wonder it had been chosen as the mount of a priest. Now, however, it had become an asset to Gawain. When Gawain returned to Boulder Cliff, he saw three figures waiting for him. Lilith, standing with her sword, Cole, the halfling, pacing excitedly, and a chubby man crouched on the ground with his head in his hands. Cole looked at Gawain and the unicorn with awe, rushing forward with excitement. Sir, Lady Lilith has captured a suspicious intruder. Gawain nodded and turned his attention to the crouching figure, who seemed oddly familiar. Raise your head, he ordered. The man immediately lowered his arms and lifted his head. His sparse, messy black hair, round, dirt-smeared face, and small, gleaming eyes came into view. James. Gawain recognized him. Yes, sir, it's me, James. You're just as sharp as you were on the ship, James said, his expression a mix of emotions. Back when the six of them had arrived by boat, Gawain and Lilith had disembarked early to deal with the sea sharks. James had wanted to follow, but as a follower of the death god Heir, he was harshly reprimanded by Nightchap the moment he tried to step off. Gawain turned to Lilith and asked, "What happened?" James was hiding in a cave, spying on us. I caught him, Lilith replied concisely. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. James protested with a bitter smile, raising his voice in defense. Sir, when the ghost ship docked, we were immediately surrounded by mermen. Father Damien and the two knights were killed, and I was taken prisoner. They locked me in the city-state's dungeon and tortured me relentlessly. I only managed to escape when chaos broke out in the city. I've been hiding here ever since. In fact, I was here first. Perhaps because he hadn't been exposed to the holy light pocket watch anymore. Jem's sores and dark spots had faded significantly, making him look much more presentable. Gawain noticed Jem's resemblance to humans and couldn't help but ask, "Are you human?" Jem shook his head and explained, "Actually, I'm a Hopi, but my grandfather was an adventurer from the surface world, a pure-blooded human. I might have inherited his traits. I didn't grow the thick beard that's characteristic of my people, so I'm often teased about it." Hearing this, Gawain waved his hand dismissively, not delving into the origins of the Hopi people. In the underground world, mixed races were commonplace, and new ones emerged frequently. Even the subterranean inhabitants couldn't keep track of all the peculiar races. Turning to the halfling Cole, Gawain instructed, "Spread the word. Anyone willing to leave Ghost Rain Island tomorrow should gather at the shipwrecked beach to the south. I'll lead the way." Before he finished speaking, Gawain mounted his unicorn and, with a sharp "Hiya," galloped away. Lilith quickly hurried to catch up. Back at the Silent Tower, Gawain entrusted the unicorn to Lilith for care and passed through the bronze doors to re-enter the underground. Since he had decided to leave Ghost Rain Island for now, he needed to take as many potions and books as possible. The next day, after packing everything, Gawain sealed the stone door to the Silent Tower tightly, wedging it shut from the inside with several massive rocks. Transforming into a raven, he flew out through a small window, took one last look at the ruined tower, then mounted his unicorn and set off for the beach with Lilith. Meanwhile, he focused on dissipating the magical imprint of the Book of Dikra on his wrist. On the way, Lilith asked with confusion, "Mr. Gawain, all the ghost ships have been destroyed. How are we supposed to leave? The Sea of the Deep is full of massive sea beasts, and a single sea shark won't guarantee our safety." Gawain gave a mysterious smile. "You'll see when the time comes." Soon, the two arrived at the beach. Over 30 castaways were gathered around the remnants of several ghost ships, pointing and discussing. Among them was Jem, the Hopi. Someone shouted, "The Lord is here." Quiet. Gawain surveyed the crowd, blew his sea shark whistle, and began directing everyone to get to work. Before long, they managed to dismantle a massive keel from one of the ghost ships and pushed it into the water, securing it to the sea shark with ropes. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lilith asked worriedly, "Mr. Gawain, will this really work?" Gawain explained, "Trust me. The sea shark will provide the propulsion, and the keel will ensure our safety. Given the circumstances, this is the best plan we have." With that, he led his unicorn onto the enormous keel and called for everyone to board. Of course, Gawain was confident in his plan. According to the ghost ship Ajo, each ghost ship's keel contained a piece of the sea beast god Ares' bone. Since nearly all the sea beasts in the deep sea were Ares' descendants, there was no need to worry about their attacks. Before long, the sea shark began towing the long keel, gliding slowly into the depths of the sea of the deep. Standing on the sea shark's back, Gawain raised his arm and released the cleverest raven, number 7. The raven circled overhead a few times, cawed farewell to 4 other reed ravens, and then turned to fly back toward Ghost Rain Island. Its task was a heavy one, not only to keep an eye on the halflings on the island, but also to monitor the approaching Death Church. Only after the church's departure could Gawain return to Ghost Rain Island and truly claim it as his domain. Waves surged, and gray mist shrouded the sea. After drifting on the vast ocean for 3 days, the group finally spotted a thin, dark line on the distant horizon. Cries of joy erupted one after another. Lilith eagerly leapt onto the keel and pulled aside the curtain obstructing her view. "Gow." She had just begun to call out when she saw Gawain standing with his back to her, raising a single finger to signal for silence. Lilith immediately fell quiet and followed his gaze to the cauldron atop the rune furnace. Inside the cauldron, colorful mist swirled, accompanied by a low growling sound. Suddenly, a group of cloud leopards leapt out of the cauldron, darting chaotically across the deck. 2 of them, particularly fierce, bared their claws and lunged at Lilith. Instinctively, she rolled to the side to evade and drew her short sword, aiming to thrust it into the throat of one of the leopards. Before her blade could strike, a long tail suddenly lashed out, knocking the sword from her hand. A hissing shadow serpent materialized, its gaze fixed intently on Lilith. It was only then that Lilith realized she had nearly struck Gawain, who was deeply focused on his alchemical work. She froze in place, and when she looked around again, the cloud leopards had vanished without a trace. Gawain remained engrossed in the cauldron as though nothing had occurred. With precision, he dropped a golden dragon coin into the cauldron. A shrill scream emanated from within as the boiling liquid rapidly cooled, solidifying into a thin layer of black potion. Gawain exited his mechanical trance state, carefully poured the potion into a vial, and then turned to face Lilith. "Don't be deceived by illusions," he remarked calmly. "Illusions?" Lilith asked, bewildered. "Unusual phenomena during the alchemical process. It's quite common," Gawain explained briefly while inspecting the potion. It was a night vision elixir he had spent 2 days crafting using 3 low-grade magical ingredients from the alchemical garden and the eyeballs of cloud leopards. Seeing that the potion was free of sediment, Gawain drank it in one gulp. "Tastes awful," he commented with a grimace. Almost immediately, he felt a cold sensation radiating from his eyes, alternating between hot and cold, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Closing his eyes, he asked nonchalantly, "By the way, what were you about to say earlier?" Lilith finally snapped out of her daze. "Mr. Gawain, it looks like we're about to reach shore." "That's good news," Gawain said, covering his eyes as he felt his eyeballs quivering violently, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. Waves of dizziness washed over him, and he had to lean on the shadow serpent for support, enduring the strange sensation in his eyes. Lilith held her breath, not daring to make a sound. After a moment, Gawain wiped away his cloudy tears and exhaled deeply. "By the way, will you be leaving after we reach shore?" "Yes, I was planning to head to the Dark Night Forest," Lilith replied succinctly before falling silent. "Very well. All good things must come to an end," Gawain said. "Since we've met, if you're still keen on pursuing the path of a sorcerer, I can craft a dawn elixir for you and give you a meditation manual for free. It'll save you some detours along the way." "You're like a mentor," Lilith said, touched. Suddenly, a resolute expression flickered in her eyes, as if she had made an important decision. She picked up the short sword from the ground, knelt on one knee before Gawain, and held the blade with both hands. Solemnly, she declared, "Mr. Gawain, Lilith the wandering hero humbly asks for your acceptance. I wish to become your follower, to fight for you and clear your path." In the underworld, strength reigned supreme. The reverence for the strong here surpassed that of the surface world. Every hero was surrounded by numerous followers. Even weaker heroes would choose to follow stronger ones. It was this dynamic that gave rise to city-states centered around heroes. However, convincing a hero to become a follower was no easy task. First, one had to be stronger than them. Second, One needed the ability to genuinely earn their respect. Otherwise, no hero, no matter how desperate, would lower themselves to follow. Heroes had their pride. Once a hero chose to follow someone, it was almost a pledge of loyalty unto death. To betray that bond would invite universal scorn. Gawain stood up, his expression solemn. His voice was low and firm. Lilith, if you're doing this to repay me, there's no need. Saving you a few times was no more than a small effort on my part. You don't need to dwell on it. And I haven't given it much thought either. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Lilith's eyes. She responded softly. Precisely because of that, Lilith knows you are a generous and kind wizard, someone worthy of following. Her expression was resolute, her gaze unwavering. Gawain's demeanor softened slightly, though a hint of caution remained. Let me ask you one more, Timido, you still plan to return to the Dark Forest? Without hesitation, Lilith shook her head, her voice firm. That place holds no meaning for me anymore. Wherever you go, Gawain, Lilith will follow. Gawain paused for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I accept your loyalty. He reached out to take the short sword Lilith handed him and helped her to her feet, a faint smile appearing on his face. At this moment, though Gawain ruled over the vast Ghost Rain Island, he was a solitary figure. He indeed needed capable allies by his side, and Lilith was the perfect fit for his needs, skilled, charismatic, brimming with potential, perceptive, and aware of her place. She was exactly the kind of companion Gawain required. After all, every powerful wizard who rises to prominence needs loyal followers to aid them in building their influence. With Lilith becoming Gawain's follower, their bond grew noticeably closer. Supporting Gawain as he closed his eyes to rest, Lilith carefully led him out of the tent. On the beach, a sea shark had dragged the dragon keel to the shallows. Over 30 stranded survivors cheered as they rushed ashore, scattering into the distance. In no time, only 3 figures remained on the beach. James approached Gawain and bowed respectfully, placing a hand over his chest. Mr. Gawain, thank you for your care along the way, and for completely curing my illness without leaving many scars. I feel much more confident now and am ready to seek a new life. Take care. Gawain merely nodded lightly, saying nothing more. James turned to Lilith, offering her a warm smile. Farewell, beautiful dark elf. With that, he leapt onto the sand and strode away. After some distance, he turned back, made a prayer gesture toward the two, and murmured, May the god of death watch over you. Gawain felt his eyes becoming more comfortable and slowly opened them. His eyes, devoid of any whites, appeared eerily strange. He blinked several times, glancing around. The most noticeable change was his enhanced vision. Previously, when the gray fog descended, he could only see about 10 to 20 meters ahead, requiring strong illumination spells for anything farther. But now, he could not only see in the dark, but easily discern objects 50 meters away, surpassing even Lilith's dark elf vision. As time passed, the whites of his eyes gradually returned, and his gaze soon looked normal again. Gawain nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Drawing his single-handed sword, he slashed through the ropes binding the dragon keel to the sea shark's back and called out to it, Go now, my companion. You are free. I will call upon you when I need you again. The sea shark let out a series of low gurgling sounds, swished its tail, and swam into the deep sea. Gawain then turned to the ghost ship's dragon keel and began hacking at it, cutting it into pieces. However, he found no trace of the so-called bones of Ares. Strange. Gawain frowned but decided not to dwell on it. Sheathing his sword, he mounted his unicorn and extended his right hand toward Lilith, smiling. My loyal follower, you now have the honor of riding with me. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lilith's eyes as she softly replied, It is my privilege. Lilith smiled charmingly, reached out, and grasped Gawain's hand. With a gentle tug, she seated herself in front of him. Hiya! Gawain nudged the unicorn's flank, and the creature carried the two of them galloping toward the beach. As they rode, Gawain deftly used his magic to wear down the influence of the Book of Dikla bound to his wrist. Racing along the winding path, Gawain's sharp eyes caught sight of smoke rising from the northeast. Without hesitation, he turned the unicorn in that direction and urged it onward. Before long, a small fishing village came into view. A towering stone pillar, several dozen meters high, stood in the center of the town, billowing thick smoke into the air. The enticing aroma of smoked fish lingered everywhere. Guiding the unicorn to the village entrance, Gawain noticed a few serpent folk guards stationed there. At the sight of the unicorn and its riders, the guards panicked, retreating behind the tall wooden barricades. Gawain and Lilith took a moment to examine these peculiar creatures. Their upper bodies were humanoid, but their lower halves were serpentine, with tails that swayed and coiled with agility. After a brief pause, an elderly serpent folk cautiously emerged, bowing respectfully. Honored guests, I am Old Harry, representing the serpent folk of Dark River Village. Please allow me to extend our greetings and inquire about your purpose here. Lilith responded with grace. We are wandering adventurers seeking a place to rest for a few days. At her words, Old Harry's face lit up with a warm smile. Welcome, welcome. It has always been my dream to become an adventurer, though life had other plans for me. On behalf of Dark River Village, I extend our heartfelt welcome to both of you." With that, he quickly directed the guards to open the gate. "Thank you," Gawain said with a slight nod, preparing to ride into the village. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from above. "Caw! Caw!" Looking up, Gawain saw his reed ravens locked in fierce combat with a massive gray bird. The bird was as large as a calf, with drab, molting feathers, a long, scrawny neck, and a sharp iron-like beak that glinted menacingly. Despite the raven's best efforts to attack as a group, the monstrous bird's strength and ferocity kept them on the defensive, forcing them to rely on agility to evade its strikes. "Ah, the thieving vulture is here again." Old Harry's face turned ashen. "Quick, hide the children. Everyone, stay out of sight." He hurriedly dashed back into the village, shouting warnings to the townsfolk. In an instant, the previously tranquil Dark River village was thrown into chaos as its inhabitants scrambled for cover. Concerned for his ravens, Gawain let out a sharp whistle. Understanding their master's command, the ravens swiftly scattered and retreated. The thieving vulture let out a shrill screech. Scree. It ignored the fleeing ravens and instead fixed its predatory gaze on Gawain and Lilith at the village entrance. With a powerful beat of its wings, it dove toward them. Gawain remained calm, standing steadily on the unicorn's back. He drew the single-handed sword from his waist and, with a flick of his wrist, transformed it into a sleek green-feathered bow. Drawing the bowstring taut with ease, he conjured an arrow of deep emerald energy. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, striking the vulture's thin, exposed neck with precision. The creature let out a harrowing screech, its body spinning uncontrollably as it plummeted from the sky. However, it refused to surrender. Beating its wings furiously, it managed to regain altitude and attempted to flee in terror. "Not so fast," Gawain shouted sternly, releasing another arrow. This one pierced the vulture's abdomen. The massive bird flailed desperately, blood pouring from its wounds like a crimson waterfall. Gawain, satisfied with the result, lowered his bow and gave another sharp whistle. The reed ravens promptly returned, descending upon the injured vulture in a coordinated attack. The vulture's cries of anguish echoed as the ravens clawed at its eyes, stripped its feathers, and pecked its head until it was reduced to a lifeless mass. The enormous body fell with a resounding crash into a small river nearby. Peeking cautiously from behind the gate, old Harry looked on in shock and awe. Stammering, he asked, Sir, are you a hero? Isn't it obvious?" Lilith tilted her chin upward, clearly proud. Gawain returned the bow to its original sword form and sheathed it at his side. Smiling, he said, "Old Harry, could you send someone to retrieve the vulture's carcass for me? I have a use for it. Also, please arrange 2 quiet rooms for us." Of course, of course." Old Harry crawled out from his hiding spot, nodding eagerly. "Honored guests, please come into the village. Rest assured, I will see to everything. We'll prepare the best accommodations and serve you our finest smoked fish." Gawain and Lilith were warmly welcomed by the serpent folk as they entered the small town. They were settled into the town's best inn, where they began inquiring about news regarding the city-state of Kabike. Old Harry frowned and said, "The passage to the Kabike Plains was abandoned 2 years ago. It's said that a powerful magical creature has taken up residence there, cutting off the main route. Several nearby city-states have tried to attack it repeatedly, but all have suffered crushing defeats." Hearing this, Gawain fell into deep thought. After a moment, he decided to abandon his plans to travel to Kabike for now. Instead, he resolved to spend some time in the small town. Part of his reasoning was that the god of time and seasons was on the brink of falling, and he wanted to wait for the situation to become clearer before making any major decisions. Additionally, he intended to fully erase the magical imprint from the Book of Deities and claim it entirely as his own, hoping to uncover the knowledge he most needed within its pages. Thus, Gawain settled down in Dark River Town. Every morning, without fail, he inscribed runes of willpower. During the day, he fully immersed himself in deciphering the mysteries of the Book of Deities. In his free time, he would guide Lilith in swordsmanship in the courtyard, the blade gleaming under the sunlight. Occasionally, he also began teaching her the basics of meditation and geometry, laying the groundwork for her eventual training as a wizard apprentice. Beyond that, Gawain took the time to purge the illumination spell from his repertoire. The process caused a slight disturbance in his mental state, but he quickly recovered. He then immediately learned the cantrip Arcane Perception and advanced it to the maximum level of LV5 in one go. This greatly enhanced his ability to sense magical fluctuations, making him far more perceptive than the gnome talk had been. Even the faintest trace of magic in the vicinity could not escape his notice. Time flew by, and over half a month passed. One day, after sending Lilith out to gather information, Gawain consumed a recently concocted minor mana potion. He closed his eyes in meditation, quickly restoring his depleted mana to its peak. Just as he was about to resume his work on the Book of Deities, he suddenly remembered the books and alchemical potions he had brought back from the Tower of Silence. Rising from his seat, Gawain opened a crocodile leather chest and retrieved a bag of devouring from within. Carefully, he processed the potions in the bag, sealing each one in glass bottles. He then took out the books from the chest one by one, organizing them meticulously before placing them on the shelves in his study. Once everything was in order, Gawain sat back down, holding 5 hardcover books in his hands. The Essential Training for Advanced Wizard Apprentices, on the Importance of Long-Term Meditation, Detailed Analysis of the Steelbone Reinforcement Experiment, The Secrets of Wizards, and the Application of Maca Potions, and the Art of Magical Fertility Expansion. He first opened the first book, his eyes scanning over chapters titled Rings, Bracelets, Necklaces, Clothing, Familiar Creatures, Enhancements, Poisons, and Ambush Techniques. His expression grew intrigued. Next, he delved into the second book, becoming increasingly absorbed as he read. Upon reaching the final page, he couldn't help but remark, "Fascinating. So meditation can purify mana, and the purity of mana directly impacts the potency of spells. No wonder older wizard apprentices are so formidable. Perhaps I should allocate more time to meditation rather than solely focusing on inscribing runes of willpower." Reflecting on this, Gawain opened the third hardcover book. His brow raised slightly as he muttered, "This steelbone reinforcement complements the steel feather iron claw technique I already know. Gaining expertise in this area will allow me to proceed with the second phase of the Reedied Raven's enhancement experiment. I wonder how effective it will be." With that, he quickly skimmed through the book, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shin flipped through the tomes of biological modification. With his level 4 expertise, he quickly grasped most of the content. After reading through it 3 times, he had completely mastered the knowledge and recorded it into his panel. Glancing at the premium panel, he noticed the skills section now displayed, Biological Modification LV432, bringing a faint smile to his face. Steel Feather and Iron Claw Modification, Lesser Magical Trick Applications, Carnivorous Plant Acidic Membrane Transplantation, Parasite Cultivation, Giant Carnivorous Plant Cultivation, Reinforced Iron Bone Modification. These advanced techniques were now fully within his grasp. Gawain then picked up the fourth book, initially treating it as a casual read, but he soon found himself captivated by its contents. By the time he closed The Secrets of the Wizard, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He was relieved he had read it. Otherwise, he might have missed a tremendous opportunity. It turned out that the Dicrotome was actually the wizard's book. Not only did it possess its own sentience, but it also boasted incredible abilities such as unlimited capacity, automatic transcription, size alteration, and disguise. Treasures like this were exceedingly rare, representing the complete legacy of a wizard, containing a lifetime's worth of spells and knowledge. Gawain finally realized that his earlier attempts to erase the magical imprint had been a grave mistake. The correct approach was to nourish the wizard's book with his own magic until its spirit acknowledged him as its master, thus granting him the full inheritance of the previous wizard. Reflecting on his reckless actions over the past 2 weeks that may have harmed the book's spirit, Gawain was filled with regret. He gently caressed the matchbox-sized wizard's book and immediately infused it with 2 units of magic, no longer resisting it, but allowing it to absorb at its own pace. After setting aside The Secrets of the Wizard, Gawain picked up the final book, Maca Potion Application and Fertility Expansion Techniques. As he flipped through its pages, an odd expression appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "This actually works?" 2 days later, the wizard's book had fully absorbed the magic. Gawain infused it with another 3 units. Just then, Lilith returned from her information-gathering trip, riding a unicorn. She dismounted gracefully, and the small raven perched on her shoulder, Xiaobai, flew onto Gawain's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "Was your journey smooth?" Gawain asked with a smile. "More or less," Lilith replied. "I ran into a baby monster on the way, but Xiaobai took care of it. I reached the Vishina Serpentfolk city-state. While I didn't uncover any leads on the wizard organization, I did hear about a mysterious place that supposedly holds the secret to reversing aging." She handed Gawain a glass vial filled with red liquid and added, "I got this from a serpentfolk noble. He called it dragon's blood." Gawain carefully took the vial, sniffed it cautiously, and murmured, "Serpent fruit, marigold, and some unknown herbs. There's a metallic scent, likely some kind of blood. It's probably an alchemical potion brewed by a wizard apprentice, diluted with water." Sealing the vial, he asked, "Does this place have a name?" "It's called the Forest Cabin, I think," Lilith replied. "A cabin in the woods." Gawain chuckled softly and nodded. Probably a fellow practitioner living in seclusion here. A glimmer of thought crossed his eyes. If they're willing to interact with the serpent noble folk, they're likely just at the apprentice level. It might be worth trying to make contact. Rubbing his chin, Gawain weighed his options. What he lacked most right now were trade connections. Operating alone had its stability, but was incredibly inconvenient. Even gathering materials for something as basic as crafting the Dawn Elixir proved to be a challenge. If he could establish a connection with that practitioner, it might open up new resource channels. However, Gawain quickly dismissed the thought. Now's not the time, he mused to himself. I should fully master the Book of the Wizard first before considering anything else. Lilith's voice broke his train of thought. Oh, by the way, I picked up some news, she said excitedly. Apparently, the creature blocking the path to the Quebec Great Plains is called the Hundred-Armed Fiend. The Vishina Serpent Folk city-state is in talks with 2 other city-states and seems to be planning their 4th offensive against it by the end of the month. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should we join in? Absolutely not. Gawain shook his head without hesitation, tossing a vial of potion to Lilith before heading toward his room. My main focus right now is the Book of the Wizard. Everything else is secondary. Lilith caught the vial, pouting in disappointment. But soon, her attention shifted to the small glass bottle in her hands, which contained a deep red liquid. Curiosity got the better of her, and she took a small sip. Her eyes widened in surprise, and before she knew it, she had downed the entire potion. Just as she was about to head off to take a bath, a sudden surge of heat coursed through her body. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she stumbled toward Gawain's bedroom door in a panic. Mr. Gawain! Mr. Gawain! Lilith called out urgently, her voice trembling. Gawain opened the door reluctantly, finding Lilith leaning against the doorframe, her face flushed and her fingers nervously twisting together. I drank all the dragon's blood, Lilith stammered. I think I might be poisoned. Gawain raised an eyebrow. You're not poisoned. You just drank an aphrodisiac. What do I do now? Lilith's voice shook even more, her legs barely holding her up. Suddenly, a splash of cold water drenched Lilith from head to toe. Gawain stood there with a mischievous grin. How about now? Lilith, soaked and stunned, blinked for a moment. It actually feels much better. Gawain rarely left the courtyard. With the diminishing magical imprint of the Book of the Wizard, he found himself with more free time. Apart from his daily meditation and the inscribing of sigils on symbiotic creatures, he focused on his tasks. The minor threat posed by the Dark River was resolved, allowing Gawain to set his worries aside. He performed advanced summoning spells repeatedly, gathering over 100 crows within 3 days. At the same time, he began the second phase of upgrading and modifying the reedied crows. Gawain meticulously inscribed runes of steel and iron bones within the reedied crows, aiming to further enhance their combat capabilities. Although this process avoided the intense reactions caused by metamorphosis, it was still fraught with challenges. He had to address issues such as the interaction between runes and the physical limits of the crows' bodies. With his level 4 expertise in biological modification and the aid of the Holy Light pocket watch, Gawain felt confident in dealing with any potential errors. After 5 days of effort, he successfully completed the modification of crow number 11. Post-modification, number 11's appetite surged, devouring an entire meal of roasted steaks, leaving Gawain struggling to keep up with its dietary needs. To address the food problem, Gawain sent number 11 to the Shadow Serpent's domain in the Earthsea region. The area offered abundant food and reliable safety. Over the following days, crows number 12, number 18, and number 23 also underwent successful modifications and were sent to the Earthsea to forage. On the same day Gawain completed the second phase of upgrades for the reedied crows, a deafening roar suddenly echoed across the entire world of Pandora. Fierce winds howled, accompanied by torrential rain and snow. Even the roof of Gawain's bedroom was torn away by a strange gust of wind. Lilith rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Gawain staring blankly at the now roofless room, she sighed in relief and asked, Mr. Gawain, were you experimenting with sorcery? Gawain shook his head, his thoughts racing. No, it's the fall of the god of time. He understood clearly that the fall of the god of time marked the beginning of the god's counterattack. This upheaval would lead to the collapse of many wizard factions and ultimately result in the death of the Deep Blue Archmage. The Deep Blue Archmage, as the first wizard born in the world of Pandora, had developed a series of advancement potions for wizards, such as the Dawn Elixir and Morning Light Elixir. Revered as the crown of wizards, he was a spiritual leader and guide for all wizards, possessing unparalleled prestige and leadership, and was universally acknowledged as the most powerful wizard. Gawain realized that the death of the Deep Blue Archmage would deal a severe blow to the wizards' confidence in resisting the gods, causing them to fragment and fall into a prolonged period of dormancy. It wouldn't be until a super genius emerged, the Truth Council was established, and its first speaker was elected that the situation would begin to change. However, most of these events would unfold in the distant astral realm, with limited impact on the underground world. Gawain resolved to use this time to focus on his own development, enhance his mental strength, and prepare himself for a future role in the Truth Council, aiming to secure a position as an elder. Gawain stopped overthinking and instructed Lilith to call old Harry to repair the roof. In the days that followed, he stayed mostly indoors, focusing on mastering the wizard's tome while quietly nurturing the 4th batch of ravens and the 2nd batch of companion insects. Time flew by, and over a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Lilith brought troubling news. With a grave expression, she informed Gawain that the coalition of 3 city-states that had united to attack the 100-armed abomination had suffered a crushing defeat. Worse still, It appeared that the Vishina serpent-folk city-state had planned this all along and seized the opportunity to turn on the other two weakened city-states. In no time, the three city-states were embroiled in chaotic warfare. After hearing this, Gawain merely gave a wry smile and nonchalantly said, "This is just the age-old tradition of the underground world. It's none of our concern." As he spoke, he picked up his black magic staff, walked to the courtyard, and beckoned to Lilith. "Come, let's warm up." In guard, Lilith swiftly drew her short sword to engage him. Gawain employed a sword technique completely different from the swift sword style, and the two exchanged blows in an energetic duel. Gawain deliberately held back, ensuring the match remained evenly balanced. In the courtyard, the Chinese tallow tree was alive with ravens. Some cawed in excitement, cheering them on, while others, startled by the clashing sounds, took flight, only to settle back on the tree. The scene was a lively flurry of activity. Suddenly, Lilith stepped back, lowering her sword, her face filled with amazement. "Mr. Gawain, your shadow swordsmanship has far surpassed mine." Gawain chuckled and replied, "I owe it to your sparring." He glanced at his premium skill panel, where the skill bar displayed, Shadow Swordsmanship LV5 Master. Thanks to his foundation in the master-level swift swordsmanship, he had learned this shadow swordsmanship from Lilith without spending any premium points. Through sparring, and over a month of relentless practice, he had elevated the skill to its peak level. It was the only skill he had ever advanced purely through his own effort, giving him a strong sense of accomplishment. After offering Lilith a few pointers, Gawain turned and headed back to his bedroom. Rubbing her hands together, Lilith remarked, "The weather is getting colder by the day." She then plucked a dozen white bread fruits from the food tree, broke them into pieces, and scattered them in the courtyard, leaving the ravens to eagerly peck at the food. Just as she was wondering if the food supply might run short, a raven named Xiao Bai returned from the seafloor, clutching a large fish. With a loud thud, the fish was dropped into the courtyard, causing a frenzy among the ravens as they scrambled to claim it. Meanwhile, back in his bedroom, Gawain sat cross-legged in meditation for half an hour. After stretching his limbs, he prepared to channel some magic into the wizard's tome, as usual. However, this time, as soon as he channeled his magic, he noticed that the resistance within the book had vanished. "Has it acknowledged me as its master?" Gawain exclaimed in delight, quickly leaving his unique magical imprint on it. At that moment, a gentle flow of foreign magic surged out from the wizard's tome and entered his mental realm, merging seamlessly with his own magic. After carefully sensing it, Gawain found nothing amiss. In fact, his magic seemed to have become slightly purer as a result. "So, it's a form of feedback," he thought, relieved. Placing the wizard's tome in front of him, Gawain watched as it expanded to the size of a standard hardcover book, its cover adorned with intricate designs and crafted from extraordinary material. He ran his hand over the title, "The Book of Dichlora," on the cover, and the characters disappeared instantly. Impressive. Gawain marveled at the transformation. Activating his mechanical intellect, he began exploring the book's contents. With a rustling sound, the pages turned on their own, guided by his thoughts. Basic meditation techniques. Cantrips. Zero-ring spells. First-ring spells. Second-ring spells. Topics like biological modification, creation of magical artifacts, rune language, enchantment studies, alchemy, scroll crafting, and spellcasting theory were all covered. The wizard's tome contained a vast array of knowledge spanning numerous domains. However, some sections were blank, likely due to the damage caused when the previous magical imprint was erased. Fortunately, these gaps were minimal, accounting for only about 10% of the entire content. Cautious not to delve into overly advanced sections, Gawain skimmed through the earlier chapters. He discovered that among the 8 basic elements earth, fire, water, wind, shadow, light, ice, and thunder, all except light and thunder, had corresponding foundational meditation techniques. These included rock meditation, flame meditation, wave meditation, gale meditation, shadow meditation, and frost meditation. There was also a high-level earth element meditation technique called plateau meditation, which had been practiced by the wizard Dichlora himself and was exceptionally valuable. Gawain carefully opened the Book of Wizards, his eyes scanning each page intently. The section on cantrips immediately caught his attention. 27 cantrips in total, 24 of which were complete, including the one he had long yearned for, Steadfast Well. The zero-ring spell section made his heart race even more. 11 spells, 9 of them complete. Apart from the water barrier, the other 8 were invaluable skills he had yet to master. The Shadow Grasp and Force Displacement spells particularly intrigued Gawain. Recalling the immense power of these 2 spells, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, reality quickly brought him back down. His 6 spell slots were already full, and he couldn't bear to give up any of them. Taking a deep breath, Gawain decided to set this dilemma aside for now. The Book of Wizards seemed almost alive as it automatically flipped to the section on first-ring spells. Gawain's gaze was immediately drawn to a single name: Earth Vein Traversal. Holding his breath, he began reading carefully. The more he learned, The more astonished he became. This was practically the ultimate skill for escaping danger or traveling swiftly. However, the prerequisites for learning it were daunting. The complex, three-dimensional rune model required soul-level analysis, something far beyond the capabilities of an apprentice wizard. Even more challenging were the three prerequisite skills: earth vein breathing, stone to mud, and earthen armor. While Gawain had managed to collect these skills, he hadn't learned any of them yet. Good thing I can reset, Gawain thought with relief, though he couldn't ignore the drawbacks of his self-taught, unorthodox background. Without formal training or a mentor's guidance, he had been forced to rely on his own efforts. But now, with the legacy of Deities at his disposal, everything was about to change. Gawain attempted to analyze the rune model for earth vein traversal, but a wave of dizziness quickly overcame him. He immediately looked away, realizing his mental strength was still far from sufficient. The Book of Wizards continued flipping pages, revealing a second first-ring spell: Explosive Fireball. Compared to the previous spell, this one was much simpler to learn. The only requirement was mastery of the basic Fireball spell. Gawain's mind raced as he recalled that his mastery of Triple Fireball could effectively substitute for the basic version. Unfortunately, the next page was blank. Gawain felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly composed himself and kept flipping through the book. When he reached the second ring spell section, he couldn't help but gasp. There, written in the book, was the second ring spell Magma Eruption. As he prepared to study it closely, a faint whispering sound reached his ears, putting him on high alert. Gawain turned to the spell's description and saw that Magma Eruption had no fewer than 4 prerequisites: Explosive Fireball, Earth Fissure, Force Displacement, and Mana Perception. The complexity of these requirements made Gawain realize just how far he was from mastering such a powerful second-ring spell. Gawain gazed intently at the Book of Wizards before him, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. He had just discovered that the Explosive Fireball and Earth Rift spells could be combined into a dual-element sorcery: Magma Eruption. This breakthrough elevated his understanding of magic to an entirely new level. So this is the power of inheritance. Gawain marveled silently, resolving to make this second circle spell his next goal. He quickly organized his thoughts, realizing that aside from mastering Mana Perception, he would need to prioritize learning 2 zero-circle spells: Earth Rift and Deflection Field. As he continued flipping through the Book of Wizards, Gawain skipped over a few blank pages and finally located the section on advancement rituals. It described a brilliantly intricate elemental array, both complex and mysterious. Perfect! Gawain clenched his fist in excitement, realizing he had taken another significant step toward becoming a full-fledged wizard. However, after scouring the entire book, Gawain found no mention of the Morning Light Potion. It seems Wizard Daikryu wasn't skilled in alchemy, he thought with slight disappointment. But he quickly redirected his focus to the other knowledge contained within the book. Biological modification posed little challenge for him. With his expertise, he could master it in no time. The crafting of enchanted items and the study of rune principles, however, would demand more time and effort. Gawain had little interest in scroll-making, but sorcery deduction deeply captivated him. Yet, when he prepared to delve into sorcery deduction, he discovered that it required 4 prerequisites: fundamentals of runes, elementary Kabbalah, dice divination, and advanced geometry. Although these requirements gave Gawain a bit of a headache, he remained undeterred. After all, the Book of Wizards contained all the necessary knowledge, and with enough determination, he believed he could conquer them one by one. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Book of Wizards began flipping its pages on its own, reorganizing and categorizing its contents. Blank pages filled with new information, knowledge was restructured, and even a new table of contents was generated. Half an hour later, a newly recompiled Book of Gawain lay before him. Nodding in satisfaction, Gawain lightly gestured, and the pages turned to the frontispiece detailing his basic information. It listed his age, physique, mental capacity, magical energy, and even showed that he had an affinity for all 8 primary elements. As he read, a sudden question crossed his mind. Am I also attuned to the forbidden elements of space and time, beyond the 8 primary ones? But he quickly shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter further. With a mere thought, the Book of Wizards shrank into the size of a button. Gawain pinned it to the collar of his robe and began pondering how to restructure his magical framework. Though the path ahead was fraught with challenges, his eyes shone with resolute determination, ready to face whatever trials awaited him. After much deliberation, Gawain ultimately decided to postpone long-term planning. He was fully aware that the path to becoming a formal wizard was still a long one, and his most pressing priority was to steadily enhance his strength. Consequently, he decisively formulated a practical short-term plan. First, refine the other 3 meditation techniques to increase his number of cantrip slots. Master the skill of Resolute will fundamentally improve his resistance to corruption, and replace the weaker offensive spell, Metal Missile, with the defensive zero-ring spell, Deflection Field, to better handle long-range attacks and compensate for his shortcomings. Lastly, He would dedicate himself entirely to what he valued, most spellcrafting. With his plans set, Gawain threw himself into a busy and fulfilling routine of training, tirelessly pushing his limits. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye, and the cultivation of the fourth batch of ravens finally came to an end. 7 fortunate ones survived the harshest metamorphic reactions, successfully transforming into magical creatures, red-eyed ravens. This brought the total number of red-eyed ravens to 12, forming a small raven cohort. As their numbers grew, the ravens began to exhibit group dynamics, with increasingly fierce competition among them. Within just 3 days, raven number 11 emerged as the leader, crowned the king of ravens. Meanwhile, the defeated raven Xiaobai sulked and left the group, taking advantage of Gawain's favoritism to linger around him all day, blatantly ignoring the commands of the flock. To better manage them, Gawain categorized the ravens. Those that had undergone the second stage of transformation were designated as raven stewards, while the newly transformed 7 were collectively called raven messengers. Meanwhile, Gawain's training yielded remarkable results, with noticeable improvements across various metrics. His constitution increased to 3.9, though the growth had significantly slowed. His spirit rose to 5.4. His mastery of elements expanded to include earth, fire, water, wind, darkness, light, ice, and thunder. His innate talent remained at grade 5. Proficiency in the 3 meditation techniques Gale, Shadow, and Frost reached 53. He gained 3 additional cantrips, bringing the total to 8. Fossil to Mud, Resolute Will, and Geomantic Breathing had all reached level 5 potency. The number of zero-ring spells remained 6, but Metal Missile was replaced with Deflection Field, further enhancing his defense. His accumulated gold points reached 17,293.44. Gawain understood that without a powerful zero-ring spell to replace the 5-fold ice arrow, recklessly swapping out the water barrier would disrupt the elemental synergy, weakening the ice arrow's power and ultimately affecting his overall strength. Therefore, he turned his focus toward a more ambitious plan, using spellcrafting to create a powerful spell called Hand of Blood. This spell, originally recorded in the Book of Wizards, was an incomplete result of spellcrafting by the wizard Dikra. Gawain intended to continue its development, as it was a rare growth-type spell with immense potential. After preparing everything, Gawain grabbed his crocodile skin case and stepped out of his bedroom. In the courtyard, Lilith was already waiting with the unicorn in tow. Raven Xiaobai flew down from the rooftop and landed steadily on Gawain's shoulder. The other red-eyed ravens perched on the Chinese tallow tree in the courtyard, among them 3 particularly large ones resembling hawks. These were the raven stewards from the second stage of transformation: Raven number 11, Raven number 18, and Raven number 23. Their size had grown too large to perch on Gawain's shoulder anymore. Surprisingly, it was the small white crow that caught everyone's attention. Despite undergoing the second phase of transformation and boasting undeniable strength, its size remained unchanged, making it stand out awkwardly among the flock of red-eyed crows. "Let's go." Gawain swung himself onto the horse's back, effortlessly pulling Lilith up with him. The unicorn neighed sharply, its hooves kicking up a gust of wind as it bolted forward, leaping over the low courtyard gate and galloping toward the outskirts of the town. Along the way, serpent folk scattered to make way, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. From the treetops, crow number 11 let out 2 sharp caws. Steward crow number 18 immediately spread its wings and soared into the air, leading 3 red-eyed messenger crows to escort them from above. "Old Harry, we're heading out for a day or 2, Lilith called out behind her, her voice fading into the wind. The unicorn showed no signs of slowing, vaulting effortlessly over the outer gate without waiting for the serpent guards to open it. By the time Old Harry stumbled out of the house, panting and out of breath, the pair had already disappeared into the distance. Gawain's destination was a secluded cabin in the woods near the Vishina serpent-folk city-state. His reasons for this journey were threefold: to break the monotony and meet the enigmatic wizard's apprentice rumored to reside there, to gather information about nearby wizards' trade gatherings, and to search for the legendary dust of malevolence. After leaving Dark River Town, the path ahead began to narrow, and the ceiling above gradually pressed lower. Stone pillars rose like a dense forest, with mushrooms and moss growing chaotically around them. The air was thick with dampness. Since Lilith was already familiar with this route, Gawain remained relatively unconcerned. After galloping for over 3 hours, the unicorn began to breathe heavily, and the path slowly widened. Feeling a chill, Lilith instinctively leaned closer to Gawain and softly warned, "We're about to enter the open plains leading to the city-state. There's a serpent folk checkpoint ahead. They're greedy. It's extortion every time I pass through." "Got it," Gawain replied, lightly tugging the reins. The unicorn slowed its pace in response. Before long, a barricade of spiked wooden beams blocking the path came into view. Just as Gawain was about to urge the unicorn to leap over, the sound of hooves had already alerted the serpent soldiers. They emerged from nearby burrows, positioning themselves in front of the barricade. Submit to inspection. This is the Vishina city-state. State your purpose. Stop. Outsiders, halt immediately. The serpent soldier's shouts still echoed when Gawain raised his left hand. The ring on his index finger, the ring of mind, activated instantly, releasing an invisible wave of psychic energy. The serpent folk groaned in unison before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The unicorn neighed loudly, then surged forward with a burst of speed, leaping over the barricade with ease and racing ahead. At that moment, an armored serpent captain emerged from a cave, swiftly drawing his longbow and releasing a barbed arrow aimed directly at Gawain's back. However, just as it was about to strike, the arrow suddenly veered off course by a few inches, whizzing past Gawain and embedding itself deep into the cavern wall. Gawain glanced back with a slight frown. Lilith, her face cold with fury, gripped her short sword tightly and asked, "Shall I go back and deal with him?" "No need." Gawain shook his head, urging the unicorn to press onward. Around him, a peculiar deflective force field shimmered faintly, redirecting any projectiles reaching a certain speed. The field consumed significant magic only during activation or deflection, but required minimal energy to maintain about 4 to 5 units per day. With his current magic reserve of 54 units, he could easily sustain it around the clock. The unicorn soon emerged from the narrow passage into a vast, open space stretching out to either side. Due to the pervasive gray mist, the full extent of the area was impossible to discern. Lilith pointed to the right. "That path leads to Vishina city-state. The left leads to a redwood forest. They say the cabin is hidden within the woods, but it's supposed to be dangerous. Any intruders are said to meet misfortune." "Misfortune? A curse," Gawain mused, tugging the reins and steering the unicorn toward the redwood forest. His goal was merely to meet the wizard's apprentice, not to engage in unnecessary conflict. As for curses or misfortune, they were of little concern to him. After all, he was a man bonded with a companion. Parasite curses were the least of his worries. Gawain hadn't yet reached the mangroves when his keen magical senses detected several disturbances. As he drew closer, strange howls echoed through the air, growing louder with each step. When he finally arrived, the sight before him was shocking. An expanse of towering red cedar trees was engulfed in raging flames, the fire lighting up the sky. This rare and precious species, highly valued in the underground world, was now being consumed in a devastating blaze. Lilith, brimming with excitement, suggested, "Shall I go investigate?" Gawain gave a slight nod, and she leapt off her horse like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing quickly into the thick gray mist. Moments later, she returned, breathless and wide-eyed with astonishment. "Mr. Gawain, can you guess what I saw?" "A giant dragon that can fly. It's burning the mangroves, and it looks absolutely furious." Gawain frowned, finding it hard to believe. He hadn't sensed such a powerful magical presence, certainly not one on the level of a true dragon. If that were the case, he wouldn't have approached so casually. "He'll take a look," he said, pulling out a raven feather and transforming instantly into a raven. The raven, known as Bai, spread its wings and swiftly soared above the burning forest. Sure enough, a massive draconic beast was gliding through the smoke, releasing streams of fireballs. The creature was over 10 meters long, with a wingspan nearly as wide. Its tail was long and thin, covered in sharp spines and protrusions, giving it a menacing appearance. However, compared to the bronze dragons Gawain had encountered before, this creature was worlds apart. Most notably, it lacked the commanding aura of true dragons. Gawain quickly identified the creature for what it really was. It's a hybrid drake, a forktail to be precise. According to the magical bestiary commonly studied in the wizarding world, such a creature had spellcasting abilities equivalent to that of an advanced wizard apprentice, though its repertoire of spells was limited. Its physical combat prowess, however, was superior, placing it slightly above an advanced apprentice but not yet at the level of a first-circle wizard. Deciding to avoid conflict, Gawain retreated swiftly atop Bai. Once back on the ground and in human form, he mounted his unicorn again and explained to Lilith with a smile. "It's just a forktail, not a true dragon." Lilith exhaled in relief but looked slightly disappointed. "A forktail? I thought it was a real dragon. So what do we do next?" "Wait," Gawain replied succinctly, though he couldn't help but worry that his raven might provoke the forktail. He whistled sharply, summoning Bai and 3 other messenger ravens, intending to lay low for the time being. Barely half an hour had passed when the reedied ravens suddenly squawked in alarm. "Get on!" Gawain urgently pulled Lilith onto the unicorn's back. Looking up, he saw the swirling gray mist parting as the forktail emerged, its wings spanning nearly 10 meters. Its crimson eyes locked onto the small group below with predatory focus. Gawain's expression turned grave as he lifted his gaze to meet the forktails. "I am not your enemy. Do not unleash your fury on us," he said firmly. The forktail roared, baring its massive jaws as magical energy quickly coalesced. In an instant, a barrage of fireballs rained down, engulfing Gawain and his companions in a fiery inferno. The ground beneath them erupted into flames. As the blaze subsided slightly, Gawain remained seated on his unicorn, unscathed. A water barrier shimmered around him, while a wide deflection field surrounded his group. Above him, 5 ice spears as thick as a person's leg hovered, poised and ready to launch a counterattack at a moment's notice. Gawain's expression was icy, his voice as cold as frost. This is your final warning. Before his words had fully left his lips, the fork-tailed dragon dove from the sky, its massive leathery wings whipping up a fierce gale. Its eyes were bloodshot, its long tail raised high, poised for attack. You dare defy me? Gawain shouted sharply, his black staff carving an arc through the air. In an instant, 5 crystalline ice arrows shot forth, whistling as they streaked toward the dragon. The colossal creature twisted its head nimbly, narrowly avoiding one arrow, but the remaining 4 struck true. They pierced through its tough scales, embedding deeply into its flesh. However, for a creature of such immense size, the damage was far from fatal. The fork-tailed dragon let out a deafening roar, enduring the pain as it lunged toward Gawain with even greater ferocity. In that split second of imminent danger, Gawain swiftly drew his azure feather bow, releasing an arrow infused with wind elemental energy. The shot flew with precision, striking the dragon's left eye. A piercing, agonized howl echoed through the skies as the dragon's left eye burst. It flailed its front claws wildly, desperately trying to seize Gawain. A startled unicorn neighed and leapt through the raging inferno, narrowly avoiding the flames. Behind Gawain, a flock of reed ravens scattered into the air. At that moment, the dragon's long tail lashed out like a whip, aiming directly for Gawain's head. Watch out! Lilith's cry of alarm came just as the tail veered off by mere inches, grazing above Gawain's head. He felt a chill run across his scalp as he turned to see the fork-tailed dragon beating its wings and ascending rapidly, fleeing into the distance. Gawain quickly drew his bow and loosed 3 more arrows in succession. Each struck its mark, but the dragon didn't even glance back, vanishing swiftly into the dense gray mist. Its hide really is thick, Gawain muttered, lowering his azure feather bow and abandoning the thought of pursuit. He turned to Lilith with a look of approval, inwardly commending her loyalty. Though her reaction had been slightly delayed, her bravery in risking herself was admirable. Gawain gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You did well. With a sharp whistle, he recalled the reed ravens that had been chasing after the dragon. Lilith, however, looked ashamed. I was useless, she murmured. Gawain chose not to respond, instead urging the unicorn toward the edge of the burning mangrove forest. He temporarily dispelled his magical concealment, allowing the shimmering water barrier surrounding him to flicker visibly. Waves of magical energy rippled outward, detectable even to a novice. Suddenly, an unusual cry rang out. A flock of strange birds burst from the forest, taking to the skies. Coordinating with one another, they circled above the mangroves, spitting streams of water to extinguish the flames. These birds had oversized gizzard-like pouches that dominated their bodies, resembling flying water tanks. Birds can put out fires? Lilith exclaimed in astonishment. Gawain pondered aloud. They must be some sort of engineered creatures. Before long, the forest fire was extinguished. The birds descended, with one perching gracefully on a branch at the forest's edge. Its pouch had shrunk considerably, making it look far less peculiar. The bird gazed at Gawain and his companions with an almost human-like intelligence. It raised a wing in a refined gesture akin to a chest salute and spoke. Good day, young wizard apprentice. State your purpose. Good day. Gawain returned the gesture. I wish to visit the owner of the forest cabin and seek their counsel on a few matters. The bird leisurely pecked at a passing insect before replying. And why should I answer your questions? Gawain retrieved a vial from his pocket. How about a vial of minor mana potion? The bird let out a raspy chuckle. Fair enough, but you may only ask 3 questions. And I reserve the right to refuse answering certain tricky ones such as whether I'm male or female. Agreed. Gawain said decisively. Is there a marketplace nearby for wizard transactions? The bird responded. There is, just outside the Turkmen city-state on the low hills. We call it the Amling Bird Bazaar. Unfortunately, even counting you, there are only 5 wizard apprentices in total. The last bazaar was held just 3 days ago, and there are no plans for another anytime soon. The next one won't be for at least 3 months. Gawain, filled with regret, continued questioning the strange bird. Do you have any dust of the malevolent spirit? The bird shook its head, a sly glint flashing in its eyes. No, but I know a place where you're guaranteed to find some. This information will cost extra. How about adding a vial of lesser mana potion? Deal. Gawain agreed without hesitation. The bird grinned, revealing its sharp beak. You can search the graveyard outside the Serpentfolk city. Malevolent spirits frequently haunt that area, so you're bound to find what you need. It paused briefly. Now, one final question. Gawain thought for a moment before asking. Have you been to the city-state of Kabike? Of course. The bird snapped off a branch, chewing on it as it reminisced. Kabike, what a marvelous place. It's inclusive, open, and thriving, recognized as one of the finest city-states in the underground world. Even wizards can walk boldly through its streets in their robes without worrying about the Church's hounds. Its tone turned wistful. But alas, ever since that cursed hundred-armed abomination took control of the pass leading to the Kabike plains 2 years ago, I haven't set foot there again. Suddenly, the bird spat out the branch and clutched its beak with its wings. Ah, damn it. My toothache's acting up again. It turned to Gawain. All right, young wizard apprentice, that's all for now. If you want to attend the next Anling bird market, they'll tie a white cloth outside the mangrove forest with the exact time. Have someone keep an eye out. As you wish. Gawain replied. He signaled for Lilith to present 2 vials of his self-crafted lesser mana potions. Then, mounting his unicorn, he left the mangrove forest and headed straight for the Vishina Serpentfolk city. As he approached the city, Gawain saw a group of serpentfolk fleeing in a panic. Some cried out and burned. It hurts so much, someone help me. Others shouted warnings, run. A dragon is attacking. There were those who cursed, damn that Cyclops. It burned down Lord Fike's new house. And still others demanded answers. Where are our soldiers? Why didn't Eluna stop the dragon? She promised to protect the people. Damn it. I can't trust that woman. Annie Maresh is probably still lying limp in some lover's bed. Gawain reined in his steed from a distance, silently observing the chaos. Lilith gasped. Could that fork-tailed dragon have fled here after being injured? Quite possible, Gawain nodded. These serpent folk have the worst luck. Lilith sighed, placing a hand on her forehead, and then her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Want me to scout it out? Be careful, Gawain warned. Don't worry, Lilith can handle herself. With that, she agilely leapt down from her horse, short sword in hand, and dashed toward the city gates. Gawain nudged his unicorn forward, approaching the serpent folk city at a cautious pace. If the opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't mind taking down a fork-tailed dragon. Suddenly, a murmur of whispers reached his ears. Look, there's a foreigner on a white horse. One serpent folk pointed at Gawain. Ugh, he doesn't even have a tail. How hideous. I can't stand it. Another serpent folk sneered with disgust. At that moment, a burly serpent folk slithered over, swinging his thick arms as he bellowed. Kid, only someone as strong as Jorlev deserves a white horse. You'd better hand it over willingly. Gawain glanced at the serpent folk's tail and smirked coldly. Even if I gave it to you, how would you ride it? Big mistake, you've made me angry now. Jorlev, enraged and humiliated, swung his fists, intending to strike Gawain. Uninterested in wasting time, Gawain waved his right hand, employing Mage Hand to fling Jorlev several meters into the air. The serpent folk crashed heavily to the ground. Jorlev was thrown so hard by Gawain that he was left dizzy, seeing stars, his face alternating between pale and flushed. The surrounding snake folk seized the opportunity to mock him, pointing and laughing. So Jorlev is all height and no strength. Look, useless Jorlev. Jorlev, where's your white horse? Someone even chuckled. Haha, I think I'm starting to like that outsider. Jorlev finally regained his composure. Staring at Gawain's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth and chased after him once more. Gawain frowned, ready to teach him a lesson, when Jorlev suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud and shouted, Sir, I, Jorlev, am willing to become your follower. Gawain coughed awkwardly, shaking his head. Sorry, you're not qualified just yet. With that, he paid Jorlev no further attention, mounted his unicorn, and rode toward the city gate. There, he idly played with the little white creature perched on his shoulder, waiting for Lilith to return. The snake folk around them continued their chatter. Poor Jorlev, I'm starting to pity him now. Rejected by an outsider, how humiliating. Jorlev, where's your white horse? Not long after, Lilith hurried back and reported to Gawain. Mr. Gawain, I saw the fork-tailed dragon. It seems badly injured and is currently perched atop the castle of the stone maiden Eluna. It doesn't appear to be leaving anytime soon, probably staying there to recover. The stone maiden? Gawain raised an eyebrow. Lilith explained. She's the ruler of the snakefolk city-state and the only hero among them. It's said her ability is called the gaze of petrification, and Yon, who meets her eyes, turns to stone. She's incredibly powerful. Right now, she's not in the city. She's leading the snakefolk soldiers in a campaign elsewhere. However, her reputation isn't exactly stellar. Lilith finished, looking at Gawain expectantly. Let's go take a look, Gawain said curtly. Without hesitation, he rode his unicorn straight through the city gates. The snakefolk city-state was in chaos. Fires raged in many houses, with some snakefolk civilians desperately trying to extinguish the flames while others ran around in panic. The few snakefolk soldiers present were slowly regrouping. Gawain and Lilith moved unhindered through the streets leading to the castle. Since there was no gray mist in the city, they could clearly see the fork-tailed dragon in the distance, perched atop the castle dome, tearing into a corpse. The area around the castle was deserted, with snakefolk soldiers and civilians long gone. Gawain observed the scene carefully for a while before swiftly dismounting. He cast a water barrier on himself and retrieved a shadow cloak from his crocodile skin case. Using the cloak for cover, he jogged toward the castle. Soon, he reached its base, looking up to see the dragon's menacing tail hanging down. Being so close, Gawain dared not use his five-fold ice arrow spell, fearing it would alert the dragon. Moving with extreme caution, he slowly drew his green feather bow, suppressing even the faintest vibrations. After a painstaking effort, he finally pulled the bowstring to its fullest, an energy arrow forming on it. Only one shot at this, Gawain thought to himself, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, he dashed out from under the castle and shouted, "Hey, over here!" The fork-tailed dragon stopped eating and jerked its head down toward the sound. A streak of green light shot toward it at incredible speed. Instinctively, the dragon closed its eyes, but the energy arrow pierced through its eyelid, embedding deeply into its remaining right eye. Arg! The fork-tailed dragon let out a blood-curdling scream, thrashing its wings in terror and whipping its tail wildly. Unable to maintain its balance, it toppled from the castle dome and crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the stone pavement beneath. Arg! Arg! Blinded and in utter darkness, the dragon went completely berserk. Its forked tail and wings lashed out in all directions, and it spewed fireballs in a frenzied barrage. Gawain sprinted away, narrowly dodging two massive fireballs that screamed past him. Nay! Just then, the unicorn arrived to pick him up. Gawain leapt onto its back and rode to a safe distance before stopping. Drawing the green feather bow again, he fired energy arrow after energy arrow from over 100 meters away. Each arrow struck true, leaving the fork-tailed dragon riddled with wounds. Eventually, it collapsed to the ground and fell eerily silent. Not letting his guard down, Gawain immediately transformed the green feather bow into the black magic staff. He began casting the more powerful five-fold ice arrow spell to finish the job. Arg! The fork-tailed dragon suddenly roared, struggling to its feet and shakily taking flight once more. At that moment, a lithe figure leapt from the castle and landed on the dragon's broad back. She held a short sword, stumbling a few steps forward, her face alight with excitement and determination. Raising the blade high, she drove it down fiercely into the dragon's heart. The sound of Lilith's sword shattering echoed through the air. She stared in shock at her weapon, which had snapped against the steely scales of the fork-tailed dragon, leaving her momentarily frozen and unsure of what to do. From a distance, Gawain witnessed the scene, his eyelid twitching as a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Watch out!" Gawain suddenly shouted, his voice laced with urgency. But his warning came too late. Before Lilith could react, the dragon's long tail lashed out like a whip, striking her in the lower back. A cry of pain caught in her throat as her body, like a puppet with its strings cut, was flung from the dragon's back and plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Gawain moved swiftly. With a wave of his right hand, 5 ice arrows shot through the air, striking the dragon as it soared overhead. At the same time, his left hand extended outward, conjuring an invisible force field that caught Lilith mid-fall and gently pulled her into his arms. Gawain's expression darkened the moment he glanced down to assess Lilith's injuries. Her body was nearly severed at the waist, blood pouring from the grievous wound. "Am I going to die?" Lilith choked out the words with difficulty, blood bubbling at the corners of her mouth as her gaze grew unfocused. She struggled to lift her right hand, a faint, pained yet contented smile appearing on her face. "Sir Gawain, Lilith is so glad to have met you." Before she could finish, her hand fell limp. Gawain gently wiped the tears from her face, his voice steady and resolute. "This is a harsh lesson. Remember, never let this happen again. Holy light, holy light, holy light." With each incantation, beams of radiant white light descended from above, enveloping Lilith's fading form. Time seemed to freeze, and the only thing that moved was the warm glow of the holy light. After what felt like an eternity, a sudden fit of coughing broke the silence. Lilith finally regained consciousness. She looked around, bewildered, and found herself in an unfamiliar room. Instinctively, she reached for her waist, but aside from some mild discomfort, there was no pain from the once fatal injury. "I'm not dead," Lilith exclaimed, leaping off the bed in surprise. Just as she was about to rush out the door, Gawain entered. He glanced at her and tossed a bundle of clothes in her direction. "Put these on." It was only then that Lilith realized her situation. Her face turned bright red as she caught the clothes and turned her back to him. Sir Gawain, how could you take all my clothes off?" Without a hint of emotion, Gawain replied, "You lost control of your bodily functions. What? Did you want to lie therein?" I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Lilith screamed, covering her ears in embarrassment. Gawain reached into his pocket and retrieved a small, crystal-clear glass vial, placing it on the nearby table. "Drink this in a bit. Consider it a celebration of your second chance at life." "What is it?" Lilith asked curiously. "Dawn elixir," Gawain replied briefly. "While saving you, I made a trip to the graveyard district, collected a few samples of wraith dust, and refined them into this." Tears welled up in Lilith's eyes, her voice trembling. "Thank you. Lilith will forever be loyal to you." "All right, enough. Get dressed and drink the potion," Gawain said. "We're underground here, so conditions aren't ideal. But with your heroic constitution, you should manage. If not, just call out, and I'll cast holy light on you again." "Understood," Lilith nodded in agreement. Moments later, Lilith downed the dawn elixir in one gulp. The searing pain that followed sent her writhing on the bed, but she gritted her teeth and endured without a single cry. When she finally sat up again, her limbs were weak and her body drenched in sweat, yet her eyes shone brighter than ever before. "Excellent," Gawain said with a satisfied nod, gazing at the girl who had been given a new lease on life. Gawain nodded in satisfaction and deftly removed a button from his collar. As he opened his palm, the button transformed into a wizard's book, which automatically flipped to a blank page. He handed the book to Lilith and gestured, "Place your hand on it." Without hesitation, Lilith wiped the sweat from her forehead and curiously pressed her right hand onto the page. Instantly, rows of information appeared. Name, Lilith, follower of the Starflower. Age, 19 minor. Constitution, 2.5. Spirit, 1.0. Magic, 0.14. Talent, third tier bloodline, Dark Elf Shadow Pact. Elements, Dark, Earth dual elements of Dark and Earth. Gawain showed no surprise at the information. With a flick of his wrist, the wizard's book closed itself and reverted to a button. He reattached it to his collar and turned to leave, saying, "Pack up quickly. We need to go." "Understood." Lilith forced herself to stay alert, hurriedly washed up, and stepped out of the room. She saw Gawain already seated atop a unicorn and quickly climbed on, taking a seat in front of him. The unicorn neighed loudly and carried the pair as it galloped away. Lilith looked around curiously and asked, "Are we still in the Serpent Folk city-state?" "Of course," Gawain replied curtly. Suddenly recalling something, Lilith asked, "By the way, did that fork-tailed dragon escape?" "You'll find out soon enough," Gawain said without elaborating, guiding the unicorn onto the street. As they were about to leave, a squad of serpent folk soldiers emerged from a corner, blocking their path. A male serpent folk in armor stepped forward and said coldly, "Sir, please wait. Our city lord has ordered us to bring you to him. You are requested to stay here for 2 days." "I'm not interested," Gawain replied icily. With a tug on the reins, the unicorn reared up and kicked the speaking serpent folk to the ground, then charged through the soldiers' blockade and stormed away. Once they were out of the city-state, Gawain eased his vigilance slightly and released a raven perched on his shoulder. Riding the unicorn, he sped across the plains until he slowed down near the edge of the serpent folk's territory. Ahead of them loomed a massive figure of fork-tailed dragon over 10 meters long. It lay motionless in a shallow pit. Nearby, a broken stone pillar stood, upon which the raven steward, Little 18, kept watch. Farther away, 3 other messenger ravens observed from a distance. Lilith lowered her voice and asked, "Is it dead?" "Wyverns have incredible vitality. It's probably not dead yet," Gawain replied, crushing a honey water peach in his hand as he prepared to cast a 5-fold ice arrow spell. Once ready, he waved his black magic staff, and ice arrows with a damage output of 7 degrees shot out one by one, striking the fork-tailed dragon's head with precision. The dragon's body twitched slightly before falling still. Relieved, Gawain dismounted and cast a water barrier over himself before cautiously approaching the fork-tailed dragon. Just then, the messenger ravens around them suddenly began cawing. Gawain halted and turned to see a familiar, strange bird emerging from the gray mist. It landed on a nearby stone pillar and spoke. "Ah, young wizard apprentice, we meet again." Gawain tensed and replied coldly, "This is my prey. Leave. Relax. Relax." The strange bird flapped its wings in a friendly manner. "I mean no harm. I caught the scent of dragon's blood a day ago and hurried over. I simply wish to propose another trade." "What kind of trade?" Gawain asked, raising an eyebrow but keeping his guard up. The strange bird pointed a wing toward the dying fork-tailed dragon in the pit. "I offer you a fork-tailed dragon egg in exchange for its blood. How about that?" Understanding dawned on Gawain. The fork-tailed dragon had burned the redwood forest because its egg had been stolen. Unlucky as it was, it had also fallen victim to a curse of misfortune, leading to their encounter. Gawain felt no sympathy for the creaturite had tried to kill him first, after all. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "Deal. I knew you were a reasonable wizard apprentice," the strange bird said with a hint of flattery before swiftly vanishing into the gray mist. Moments later, it returned with a white gemstone in its beak. Flying over to the fork-tailed dragon, it used its sharp claws to reopen its wounds and place the gemstone against the gash. Roar! The heavily injured dragon let out a pained groan as blood rapidly drained from its body. The white gemstone turned red before finally absorbing all of the dragon's blood, transforming into a crimson blood crystal. The fork-tailed dragon let out its last agonized cry before succumbing to death. The strange bird appeared jubilant, pointing its wing towards the gray mist. "Walk 50 steps in that direction, and you'll find the dragon egg." Gawain didn't move, but instead gave Lilith a meaningful glance. Lilith immediately understood, nimbly dismounting her horse and darting into the gray mist. Moments later, Lilith returned, cradling an egg. The so-called dragon egg was only palm-sized, oval in shape, and entirely gray, resembling an ordinary stone at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, its surface was covered with countless tiny scales, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Gawain reached out to touch the rough surface of the dragon egg, attempting to channel a thread of magic into it. The magic was quickly absorbed by the egg. He nodded to himself, realizing that this egg was likely not a dead one. Well then, our deal is complete, young wizard apprentice. I look forward to our next meeting, said the strange bird, its expression suddenly twisting in pain. Oh no, my toothache is acting up again. It performed a graceful chest bow before clutching its beak in agony. In a flurry, it grabbed the blood gemstone with its claws and swiftly disappeared into the dense gray mist. Lilith couldn't help but giggle and curiously asked, "Can wizards get sick?" "In theory, no," Gawain replied casually. "But times have changed. This is most likely a side effect of using curse magic." He wasn't surprised and simply instructed the reedied raven to keep watch, while he quickly made his way to the corpse of the split-tailed dragon. From a crocodile skin box, Gawain carefully selected 2 of the purest blue sapphires and gently placed them into the empty eye sockets of the dragon's skull. He lightly twisted the skull-shaped bone ring on his left ring finger, thinking to himself, "Let's hope this doesn't disappoint me." He then activated the zero-ring necromancy spell engraved in the ring dominate undead. In an instant, a chilling wind howled through the pit. Before long, a massive skeletal creature began to rise slowly from the ground. It measured 14 meters in length, with a long, thin, spiked tail covered in menacing bone spurs. Its entire body was devoid of flesh, and eerie blue flames flickered ominously in its eye sockets. The creature's appearance was both mysterious and terrifying, as if a mere glance could freeze one's soul. The bone dragon crawled out of the pit inch by inch, lowering its enormous, fearsome head in submission before Gawain, as if silently paying homage to its king. Gawain stepped forward, running his hand over the massive, hollow wings that whistled in the wind. His brows furrowed slightly as he commanded, "Try to fly." Whoosh, whoosh, the bone dragon began flapping its skeletal wings, stirring up a roaring gale. However, its massive size proved to be a hindrance, and despite its best efforts, it could only manage to lift itself about 2 meters off the ground. "What a pity," Gawain muttered, somewhat disappointed but resigned. He mounted his unicorn, pulling Lilith still holding the dragon egg onto the saddle behind him. With a gentle nudge of the unicorn's flank, they galloped off. A voice called out from a distance, "Big guy, keep up." Thud, thud, the bone dragon began running, each step heavy and powerful. Though it appeared cumbersome and unwieldy, it managed to keep up closely behind them. As they left the open plains and entered a narrow passage, Lilith, who had been glancing back from horseback, suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Gawain, the bone dragon seems to have fallen behind." Gawain slowed his horse and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It must gotten stuck in the narrow passage. "Should we go back?" Lilith asked. "Let's go back," Gawain said decisively, turning his horse around. Sure enough, they found the bone dragon wedged in the narrow entrance of the passage, struggling repeatedly to squeeze through. Fortunately, Gawain now knew a spell to turn stone into mud, and it was a simple matter to widen the passage. After some bumps and delays, they finally made it out of the passage and into the wilds near the Sea of Land. As Gawain approached the small town of Dark River, a strong stench of blood filled the air. Riding his unicorn, he rushed to the town's entrance, only to be met with a shocking sight. Piles of corpses lay scattered around. The skin of the deceased was dark as ink, resembling the appearance of black individuals from Gawain's previous life. A raven messenger perched on a tree let out delighted caws, circling twice before flying towards a tallow tree in the town. Old Harry, the snake man, hurried out of his house upon hearing the sound. His left arm was wrapped in a cloth bandage, indicating a minor injury. When he saw Gawain, his face lit up with joy, and he shouted excitedly, "Ancestors bless us. My lord, you're finally back." "Old Harry, what happened here?" Gawain asked with a frown. Panting, Old Harry explained, 2 hours ago, the night ghosts launched a surprise attack on Dark River. 7 or 8 of our finest young snake men were killed. Fortunately, your ravens arrived just in time to help. With their assistance, we managed to wipe out the night ghosts. Those ravens are incredible. I've never seen birds so brave." Gawain looked puzzled. "Night ghosts?" Lilith whispered softly. "They come from the 3rd Hazel City state nearby, living on Golden Rooster Mountain. They call themselves the Children of the Night, but most people scornfully refer to them as night ghosts. It's said their society is primitive and barbaric, even retaining the Lord's right to a bride's first night. Any outsiders they capture are enslaved to mine for them. I've also heard they worship demons and practice blood sacrifices with living people." Gawain nodded in understanding. After exchanging a few more words with Old Harry, he rode his unicorn back to his courtyard. He had little interest in the violence and preferred to stay uninvolved. As for the skeletal dragon, he had stationed it outside the town to avoid frightening the snake men residents. Lilith led the unicorn to a stream running through the town and carefully washed and groomed its coat. Returning to the courtyard, she fed the unicorn half a smoked fish and then plucked a honey peach from the food tree inside the house, savoring it bite by bite. Noticing Gawain tinkering with a dragon egg, Lilith approached out of curiosity. Gawain took a spare runic furnace from a crocodile skin chest, infused it with 20 units of magic power, adjusted the flame to its lowest setting, and gently placed the dragon egg on top. Won't this cook the dragon egg? Lilith asked curiously. Gawain shook his head. Not likely. A fork-tailed dragon has an affinity for fire elements, so it's not that fragile. But if something does go wrong, I guess we'll have roasted dragon egg for dinner. The reason he wanted to hatch the dragon egg was his ability to enhance the bloodline of his pets. He aimed to nurture a hybrid dragon into a purebred giant dragon. If successful, it would be a remarkable achievement. However, before he could hatch the egg, he needed to obtain a pet contract scroll. These rare items might be available at the Amling Bird Market 3 months from now, but there was no guarantee. With only 4 wizard apprentices in the region, the chances of success seemed slim, and time was running short. Gawain pondered his options. The best course of action might be to visit the Kabike city-state. There, he could potentially find a pet contract scroll, as well as potions to aid meditation and the dawn elixir. If all went well, the trip would be worthwhile. After resting for half a day, Gawain left Dark River alone and headed to the edge of the land by the sea. Sitting atop his unicorn, he blew into a ghostly conch shell in his hand. Oh, the sharp sound echoed across the water, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response. It seemed the ghost ship, Ajo, had not yet completed its self-repair. This meant that even if he wished to return to Ghost Rain Island now, it would be impossible. Gawain stood by the sea for a long while, absent-mindedly rolling 3 dice in his hand. It had been 2 months since he left Ghost Rain Island, and he couldn't help but wonder, had the Death Church returned to the island? If so, had they left already? What about Raven number 7, the Potion Garden, the Elixir of Faith, and Halfling Coal? Questions swirled in his mind, one after another. Finally, he gently tossed the dice. They rolled across the sand before settling on 3 numbers, 3, 1, and 6. Gawain noted the results and used a mage hand to retrieve the dice, tossing them again. He repeated the process 9 times, forming a geomantic array in his mind based on the results. The final divination outcome was clear. Nothing would happen today. Scratching his head, Gawain muttered to himself. Does this mean I've officially started learning dice divination? Gawain glanced at the glowing interface, but it still showed no signs of sorcery deduction. He sighed, closed his eyes, and tried to recall the appearance of Raven number 7. Reaching out as if grasping at thin air, he pulled a small handful of seaweed from the water. Opening his eyes, he carefully selected the most intact blade and began counting the veins. 1, 2, 3. He murmured softly, counting under his breath. When he reached 6, he abruptly stopped. There was no 7th vein. A sense of foreboding washed over him. According to the Kabbalistic rules of prediction, this indicated a completely opposite conclusion. Disaster awaited today. Rubbing his temples, Gawain muttered to himself. So, am I now a novice Kabbalah master? He recalled the 4 prerequisites for studying sorcery deduction: the basics of runic language, advanced geometry, dice divination, and elementary Kabbalah. To him, runic language was just a series of twisted lines, but he had memorized them all through sheer determination. He considered himself fairly competent in advanced geometry. However, dice divination and elementary Kabbalah left him utterly bewildered. He had been studying them in his spare time, but still couldn't be certain if he had truly grasped them. As Gawain was lost in thought, the surface of the sea suddenly rippled. Amid the soft splashes, a menacing head emerged from beneath the water. Following it, a massive body as thick as a grown man's waist rose slowly, looming closer to Gawain. Snapping out of his thoughts, Gawain's face lit up with a relieved smile. Look at you, grown so big already. Not bad, not bad. Hiss. The shadow serpent flicked its tongue, its enormous head about the size of a barrel hovering just in front of Gawain. He reached out and gently scratched the serpent's head, causing it to narrow its vertical pupils in satisfaction. Its body gradually surfaced, sprawling across the land and sea. The creature now stretched over 10 meters in length, a truly colossal being. Gawain spent half an hour with the shadow serpent, warning it not to venture into the deep sea to hunt. Only after watching it swim back toward the local waters did he finally turn his mount around and head home. Back at the small courtyard where he was staying, old Harry, the serpent man, appeared at the gate with a nervous expression. Sir, someone from the Serpent Folk city-state came by earlier, he said hesitantly. Gawain remained silent as he handed the unicorn over to Lilith to care for. Gritting his teeth, old Harry continued. Sir, they said the city lord will return tomorrow and request your presence. Request my presence? Lilith's delicate face darkened with anger. She immediately flared up. That shameless woman dares summon Sir Gawain? Who does she think she is? A queen? She's just a petty city-state lord, spouting such nonsense without biting her tongue. Old Harry stood there, speechless and sweating nervously. Gawain replied indifferently. Tell them I'm unavailable. Yai, sir. Old Harry nodded repeatedly, as if granted a reprieve, and quickly made his exit. Still fuming, Lilith turned to Gawain with curiosity. Sir, why do you think Iluna wants to see you? No idea, Gawain replied, shaking his head as he turned the dragon egg on the rune furnace to ensure it was evenly heated. In truth, he had his suspicions. It was likely that she had heard of his formidable abilities and either wanted to recruit him or hoped he would assist her in attacking other city-states. He had no interest in entertaining such notions. Lilith propped her chin on her hand, sitting down in front of Gawain with a serious expression. I bet she's trying to seduce so. Before she could finish, her forehead was met with a playful flick. She quickly covered it with her hands, her face full of grievance. Gawain, his expression stern, said, Go clean up the bird droppings under the tallow tree. Fine, Lilith replied, pouting as she got up to leave. Lilith's face fell, and she trudged wearily toward the tallow tree. She had only taken a few steps when Gawain's relentless voice sounded from behind her. Once you're done, hurry back and pour me a cup of honey water. Bring 2 pieces of white bread too. Oh, and don't forget to empty the chamber pot in my room. Watching Lilith's diligent and uncomplaining figure, Gawain's lips curled slightly upward as he added, Also, come to my room tonight when you go to sleep. Huh. Lilith spun around abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Gawain feigned a stern expression. What? You don't want to? No, no. Lilith waved her hands in a panic, a shy blush spreading across her face, her eyes faintly betraying a flicker of anticipation. Pretending not to notice, Gawain sighed with mock regret. If you don't want to, that's fine. I wouldn't want to force you. Besides, if I don't teach you the shadow meditation technique tonight, I'll have more free time to meditate myself. Huh. Lilith's eyes widened in confusion, her mind struggling to process his words. What? Get to work, Gawain urged. Oh. Lilith grabbed a broom and began cleaning up the bird droppings scattered on the ground. It took her a while to realize what had just happened. Overcome with both embarrassment and frustration, she threw the broom to the ground, stomped her foot, and shouted, Sir, you're bullying Lilith. The next day, Gawain was tinkering with the Kabbalah in his bedroom when Lilith suddenly burst in, her face pale with alarm. Master Gawain, they're here. Who's here? Outside there are so many serpent soldiers. They've surrounded the courtyard. And that vile woman is here too. I see, Gawain said calmly, tossing a leaf into the Allard basin before standing and leaving the room. Outside, the courtyard was indeed surrounded. A golden chariot draped with curtains stood at the gate. 2 muscular, bare-chested serpent men were driving the chariot, which was pulled by 4 black horses. Around them were at least 100 elite serpent archers. Old Harry, the serpent elder, knelt trembling on the ground. The golden curtains parted, and a woman stepped out, using Old Harry's back as a step. Her upper body was wrapped in nothing but cloth strips, revealing her strikingly voluptuous figure. She wore a golden mask and surveyed Gawain in the courtyard with an appraising look. Gawain raised his hand, and 3 fireballs materialized around him, spinning rapidly and amplifying his mysterious and imposing aura. He gazed at the woman with an impassive expression. This is not a place where you can behave recklessly. Lilith looked at Gawain with undisguised admiration. Iluna's pupils contracted as her voice trembled. A wizard. The serpent archers erupted into a commotion, instinctively backing away. He's a wizard? How is that possible? We were surrounding a wizard's residence? This is insane. No, I'll be burned alive. I'm more afraid this will bring bad luck. You know what happened to Zorbo who accidentally wandered into the Red Forest, and while eating meat, he choked to death. When I get back, I need a thorough cleansing bath. Iluna's face darkened, and she waved her hand. Retreat. Yes, ma'am. The serpent archers scattered like frightened prey, their once orderly formation dissolving into chaos. Iluna adjusted her demeanor, offering a slight bow. Iluna of the Stone Clan greets you. State your purpose, Gawain said, waving his hand lightly. The 3 fireballs collapsed inward, leaving only a few embers that scattered on the ground at his feet. Iluna removed her golden mask, revealing a mature and alluring face. She brushed her golden hair back and batted her eyes at Gawain, her voice dripping with charm. Wizard, wouldn't you like to invite Iluna in for a chat? If there's nothing important, you may leave, Gawain replied coldly, his expression unchanging, entirely indifferent to her beauty. Iluna pouted in mock complaint. You wizards, don't you have any sense of romance? With that, she boldly opened the gate and stepped into the courtyard. You vile woman, you're not welcome here. Lilith immediately stepped forward to block her path, glaring at Iluna with suspicion. Iluna gave Lilith a once-over before covering her mouth with a hand and laughing coquettishly, her whole body trembling with amusement. Lilith's delicate face turned frosty as she extended her right hand. The greenish-blue bracelet on her wrist came to life, transforming into a spiked whip that she gripped tightly in her hand. Wizard, Iluna exclaimed, turning her fiery gaze towards Gawain. She had just witnessed the seemingly ordinary maid conjure a weapon out of thin air, leaving her in awe. A plan formed in Eluna's mind. She feigned panic, stumbling backward and pretending to fall to the ground. Taking the opportunity, she lifted her golden silk gown slightly, revealing her long, slender legs, adopting a pitiful and vulnerable demeanor. As the cunning mistress of the city, her manipulative tactics were indeed befitting of her status. You shameless woman. Lilith's cheeks flushed red with anger and embarrassment. She lashed her whip against the ground with a sharp crack, stomped her foot, and stormed off to her room in a huff. Eluna smiled triumphantly and swayed gracefully as she approached Gawain. Gawain narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her as if she were a clown. Eluna felt a pang of discomfort under his gaze but forced a smile and said, "My lord, I have a monumental secret to share with you. I believe it will pique your interest." "Speak," Gawain commanded curtly. Eluna glanced around cautiously, her expression turning uncharacteristically serious. "This is not the place to discuss it." Without a word, Gawain turned and headed towards his bedroom. Eluna quickly followed, shutting the door behind her with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, the door to the adjacent room creaked open ever so slightly. Lilith tiptoed out, pressing her pointed ears against Gawain's door. As his sole follower, she felt a duty to protect him at all times, especially from crafty women with ulterior motives. Moments later, Lilith burst through the door, brandishing her whip. Startled, Eluna fled the scene in panic. Lilith, seething with anger, hurled a strip of golden fabric out into the courtyard and shouted, "Take your stuff and leave, you vile woman. Don't even think about getting close to Mr. Gawain again." It turned out that Eluna's so-called secret was news of a gold mine hidden in the Golden Rooster Mountain, located in the Night Children's city-state. She had attempted to entice Gawain into helping her overthrow the Night Children. While Gawain was indeed intrigued by the prospect of a gold mine, he had no intention of collaborating with the Snake Woman. He flatly rejected her proposal. After Eluna's humiliating departure, Gawain resumed his reclusive lifestyle, devoting himself entirely to studying basic Kabbalah and the art of dice divination. Day after day, he conducted hundreds of experiments, breaking dice after dice, and nearly stripping the courtyard's tallow tree bare in the process. Finally, after 5 days of relentless effort, his hard work paid off. All 4 prerequisites were met, and the sorcery simulation was officially integrated into his premium system interface. Skill: Sorcery Simulation LV11. At last, it's done. Gawain exhaled deeply, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. He wasted no time in upgrading the new skill. Premium points, 3,000. Premium points, 9,000. Skill: Sorcery Simulation LV31. Premium points, 5,293.44. Gawain spread the book of sorcery open before him, and the partially deciphered bloodied hand, initially simulated by the wizard Dikra, materialized on its pages. With his level 3 sorcery simulation expertise, Gawain finally grasped its intricate secrets and began painstakingly analyzing it. He nodded thoughtfully at times, shook his head in disapproval at others. Whenever he found something unsatisfactory, a mere thought would automatically dismantle the rune structures. Drawing inspiration from the mage's hand and shadow's grasp, he refined the spell, merging and adapting their strengths. Occasionally, he tossed a few dice or trimmed some leaves, but there was no need for ink or quills. All his trial-and-error processes and simulations manifested automatically in the Book of Sorcery. Lines of text appeared, pages turned with a rustling sound, as if the book held endless possibilities. Gawain immersed himself completely in this wondrous process, utterly captivated by the extraordinary art of sorcery simulation. Until Gawain's eyes grew so sore that he couldn't bear it any longer. He finally tore his gaze away from the pages of the book. Instantly, a wave of hunger and exhaustion crashed over him. He coughed, his voice hoarse, and asked, "How long has it been?" Lilith, who had been keeping watch nearby, jolted awake. She hurriedly plucked a few white bread rolls and honey peaches from the food tree. Handing the food to Gawain while massaging his shoulders, she replied, "Sir, it's been 3 days." 3 days? Time flies, Gawain muttered to himself, taking a sip of honey peach juice to quench his thirst. He mentally calculated his progress and realized that, even with the correct direction, it would take at least another year or so to fully deduce this Hand of Blood spell. That's a bit slow. Gawain frowned, grumbling in dissatisfaction. It's just a growth-type, zeroing spell, yet it takes this long. And that's even after skipping meditation and inscribing will runes. If I hadn't, it would take even more time. After pondering for a moment, he came to a conclusion. It seems the level of my spell deduction is still too low. I need to upgrade it. But my resources are running low. Gawain squinted, recalling the news Eluna had brought, and a plan began to form in his mind. After quickly eating and drinking his fill, he instructed Lilith, "Pack everything up. I need to head out." "Huh? Are we moving?" Lilith asked in surprise. "Yes." Gawain nodded and explained. "Eluna's sudden appearance exposed my identity as a wizard apprentice, which might attract the church's pursuit. While the chances are slim, we can't take any risks. To avoid being hunted, it's better to relocate. It's a hassle, but it's safer this way." Understood. Lilith will get everything ready right away. She replied without further questions, immediately getting to work. She had gradually grown accustomed to following Mr. Gawain's arrangements, and even found comfort in doing so. Having lacked a sense of security since childhood, she now saw Gawain as a dependable source of stability. Gawain transformed into a raven and flew out of the room, riding on the back of the larger raven, Xiao Bai, accompanied by his flock of raven stewards. They slipped away from the dark river town without a trace. Following a passage that led northeast, they traveled swiftly for 3 hours until they reached a massive cavern supported by a colossal pillar. This pillar, known as Golden Rooster Mountain, connected the ceiling to the ground. The city of the Children of the Night was built atop this pillar. 3 raven stewards scouted ahead, flying over the city without causing any alarm. Xiao Bai carried Gawain, circling above the city. From the air, Gawain observed the scene below. Dark-skinned children of the night moved about, and there was barely a trace of any other races. The air was thick with the stench of waste and decay. After surveying the area, Gawain directed Xiao Bai to fly around Golden Rooster Mountain. Based on the flow of people, he spotted the entrance to a mine not far from the city. Summoning all the raven stewards, he gave them instructions before sending them off to act. Soon, the 3 raven stewards began causing chaos inside and outside the city, starting fires, attacking people, and harassing soldiers. Groups of soldiers were dispatched to hunt them down. Taking advantage of the disruption, Xiao Bai launched a sudden assault on the mine entrance, luring the guards into a chase. My turn. Gawain leaped from a stone pillar, stealthily slipping into the mine with ease. Inside, he was greeted by the sight of emaciated and tormented slave miners. Most were not children of the night, but other races, predominantly serpent folk and kobolds. Ignoring them, Gawain flapped his wings and delved deeper into the mine. With a swish, Gawain shifted back into his human form amidst a flurry of feathers. The few slaves still digging nearby barely had time to react before they were knocked unconscious by a psychic shock. Turning to survey his surroundings, Gawain noticed that the entire mine glittered with gold, with some areas so rich that the gold formed clumps. A rich gold mine. This is a jackpot, Gawain exclaimed in excitement. Placing his hand against the mine wall, he began to recharge furiously. Recharge. Gold points 10. Gold points 14. Gold points 9. Gold points 2. Gold points 66. Gold points 99. The notifications of increasing gold points flashed continuously on his interface. Wherever Gawain's hand touched, the ore crumbled like sand, leaving behind a massive pit. He moved forward quickly, his hand reaching out repeatedly. Recharge. 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 At an astonishing speed, Gawain mined the gold, though he regretted being unable to extract the remaining aurum from the impurities. Deciding it wasn't worth the effort, he focused solely on accumulating resources. Gold points 9,999. Gold points 4,325. Gold points 9,999. Gold points 9,999. Gawain felt a surge of satisfaction as he dashed through the mine like a gopher, mining at a terrifying pace. The deeper he went, the faster his gold points snowballed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.